2002, a gift from the human emperor. When everyone saw Han Fei, they were all overjoyed because Han Fei was back and they had a mainstay. Han Fei was called the human emperor and was stronger than Hong Yue. He was also the only faith of these female cultivators. Ying Yue, Master Human Emperor, please save Senior Hong. Senior Hong forcibly entered the Sea of Stars to transcend the tribulation and almost died. But now he has clearly transcended the tribulation, but for some reason he has been so badly injured that he can't recover. Zhang Yan nodded. Yes, Master Human Emperor, Senior Hong Ye has already become an emperor. But why? Chuling Yu said. Master Human Emperor, Senior Hong Yue is so nice. He can't die. Immediately, chattering sounds rang in Han Fei's ears. Han Fei looked at Hong Yue with a faint smile. Old Hong, you're quite prestigious now. How does it feel to have so many girls care about you? Does it feel good? Cough? Cough egg? Master Human Emperor, you're teasing me. Han Fei shook his head with a smile. I thought it's about time for you to transcend the tribulation, but I didn't expect you to go to the Sea of Stars to transcend the tribulation and survive. Hearing Han Fei teasing Hong Yue, these female cultivators were relieved. Since the human emperor had teased Senior Hong, he would definitely be able to cure him, right? Seeing that the girls were looking at him eagerly, Han Fei said casually, Fine, there's something I need to take you to the Sea of Stars to tell you. Everybody, open your minds and don't resist. Everybody's heart stirred, and in the next moment, they all disappeared from the seal. In the next moment, they appeared on a star, where spiritual energy was abundant and energy was surging like a tidal wave. They felt that if they lived here for a few years, they would be able to transcend the tribulation. At that moment, the hearts of Ying Yu and the others trembled. Is this the origin sea of Master Human Emperor? Unfortunately, they couldn't see how big Master Human Emperor's origin sea was. In the next moment, Han Fei waved his hand and everyone stepped into the Sea of Stars. Buzz. When they stepped into the Sea of Stars, they couldn't help exclaiming, so rich chaotic chi. Wen Ruqing exclaimed, What violent energy! Ling Ran exclaimed, Look. At that moment, as Ling Ran exclaimed, everyone turned around, only to be dumbfounded. Even Hong Yu was dumbfounded. What the hell is that? What a huge star. They felt that the limit of the origin sea was 100,000 kilometers, but this one had exceeded their imagination. Aha! Suddenly, Zhang Luyu covered her head slightly and said via voice transmission, For some reason, absorbing the chaotic chi here makes me want to sleep. The next moment, the others were the same. All of them seemed to be unable to stand steadily. Han Fei deliberately didn't remind them just now. Now that they had reacted, he said indifferently, Who asked you to absorb the chaotic chi here? This is the Sea of Stars. You can treat this place as the endless void. With your current strength, you will fall into an eternal slumber and drift freely in the Sea of Stars in at most a day. Scared by Han Fei, everyone hurriedly stopped absorbing the chaotic chi here. Cough, cough. Hong Yue coughed up blood again. Energy surged in his body and lightning flashed. Ying Yue hurriedly supported him and looked at Han Fei. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry. Instead, he said leisurely, Old Hong, do you know why you were so seriously injured? Hong Yue shook his head. He didn't know at all. He thought that he would be fine after transcending the tribulation. Han Fei said, There are several reasons. You know the first reason, because your vitality was almost burnt up. You should have burned your vitality crazily when you transcended the tribulation, right? Did you think that as long as you succeeded in transcending the tribulation, you would have a lot of vitality, so you burned it crazily? Hong Ye nodded. That was what he thought. If he didn't burn his life, he probably wouldn't be able to survive the tribulation. Han Fei said, Today, I want to tell you that when transcending the heavenly tribulation, you can burn a small amount of your vitality but not much. This is because vitality is closely related to your body's potential. For example, when you were at the peak of the sea establishment realm, you had 10 drops of blood. After the tribulation, your vitality soared, and 10 drops of blood can be used as 100 drops of blood. However, when you were transcending the tribulation, you used 9 drops of blood and only had 1 drop of blood left. Then, even if your vitality increases tenfold, you will still have 10 drops of blood. However, your body and soul are no longer the same as before. Can these 10 drops of blood still support your body and soul? Han Fei's words were easy to understand. The group of female cultivators looked at Han Fei with shining eyes, thinking that the human emperor was indeed knowledgeable. Han Fei continued, Secondly, Old Hong, you've accumulated a lot of hidden injuries in your body. After you transcended the tribulation, these injuries were stimulated all at once. If you were full of vitality, even if these injuries were stimulated, you could slowly heal, but your vitality was insufficient, causing various hidden injuries in your body, forming a chi and blood conflict. This is the second reason. Thirdly, and most importantly, it's the fundamental reason why you seem to be dying. Everyone looked at Han Fei curiously, and Han Fei said, Old Hong, the power of your soul far exceeds that of your physical power, and the strength of your flesh and bones are also insufficient. The imbalance between your soul and your body leads to a serious disharmony between your body and your soul. Your flesh and bones produced a repulsive force because you have mainly used the body refining technique I gave you on your bones. If you can completely master this technique before making a breakthrough, your situation will be much better than now. Han Fei smiled. In summary, old Hong, you're too rash. If you cleanse your internal injuries with resources, practice my body refining technique to the highest level, and replenish your chi and blood with sufficient resources, you will definitely be safe and sound now. Hong Yu blushed and hurriedly said, Master Human Emperor, I was too hasty. Han Fei said indifferently, well, old Hong, if it were others, I'd just let them fend for themselves. Considering your situation, if I want to save you, I'll have to pay at least 1,000 years of vitality and many resources. Hong Yue's heart stirred and his eyes turned red. Master Human Emperor, I, Hong Yue, will dedicate myself to the human race and am willing to die 1,000 times for the human race. This was exactly the effect Han Fei wanted. He took Ying Yue and the others with him to show them that he, the human emperor, would not give up on any of them, but at the same time he also warned them to cultivate steadily. Han Fei waved his hand, and a pillar of divine light descended, bathing Hong Yue. A large amount of impurities were discharged from Hong Yue's body, and his hidden injuries quickly recovered. After a while, Han Fei grabbed a mass of vitality and injected it into Hong Yue's body with a flick of his finger. Hong Yue's state was recovering at a visible speed. His momentum also quickly became stronger, and in the blink of an eye he had the momentum and pressure of the sky-opening realm. Then, Han Fei waved his hand gently, and more than 300,000 spiritual fruits surrounded Hong Yue. These spiritual fruits exploded one after another, turning into infinite vitality and chi and blood that fused into Hong Yue's body. Ying Yue and the others were all dumbfounded. When had they ever seen so many resources? Such magnificent vitality shocked them. Was this the power of the human emperor? That was not all. Han Fei casually threw 100 pieces of mystic yellow soil to Hong Yue. Next to him, Chu Lin Yu exclaimed, Is this the legendary mystic yellow soil? So much? Ying Yue, Zhang Ya, and the others were also dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even lords might not have. But the human emperor had casually given Hong Yue so many. Even Hong Yue himself was shocked. After staying in the chaotic wasteland for so long, how could he not know what the mystic yellow soil was? Every piece of it was a treasure. Han Fei threw out 100 pieces at once, which almost made him cry. After that, Han Fei pointed at the void and said, Old Hong, I'll teach you a legendary divine technique. Its value is even higher than this city. Treasure it. Hiss. Before Hong Yue had the time to say anything, Han Fei had already pointed a finger between his eyebrows. What he taught was the bloodline devouring technique. Its effect was the best for the first few times one used this technique. After about half an hour, Hong Yue finally recovered and his strength soared. This was because Hong Yue was a veteran sea establisher. After so many years of accumulation, he wouldn't be weak after he opened the sky. As soon as Hong Yue sobered up, he knelt down. Thank you for saving my life, Master Human Emperor. I will definitely work hard for the rise of the human race. Ying Yue and the others also jumped up in excitement. Great, Hong Yue recovered. He was the second sky opener of the human race. What could make them more excited than this news? At this moment, Han Fei casually threw out a drop of essence blood and said, This is the blood of the divine beast, Greenwater Kylan. This thing can greatly improve your bloodline. If you swallow and fuse with this drop of essence blood, I dare not say anything else, but you'll have a chance to prove Tao in this life. Gulp. There was a series of gulping sounds. The essence blood of a divine beast? Proving Tao? Did the human emperor kill a divine beast this time? At this moment, everyone looked at Han Fei with admiration and respect. He was their god. As for Hong Yue, tears welled up in his eyes. He thought that he was going to die. Who would have expected that Han Fei would give him a new life, a divine technique, the legendary treasure, the mystic yellow soil, a noble bloodline, and the hope to prove Tao? It was also at this moment that Hong Yu completely submitted, completely recognizing Han Fei as the only sovereign of the human race. Chapter 2503 Zhang Daqian's Tribulation 2503 Zhang Daqian's Tribulation. Han Fei was not stingy. With his current strength, as for a great technique like the bloodline devouring, it would take tens of thousands of years for him to upgrade once. Fortunately, he could accelerate time. Otherwise, if he spent tens of thousands of years improving his bloodline, how slow would his growth be? Furthermore, Han Fei didn't spread the original bloodline devouring technique, but slightly modified it. Hong Yue had advanced to the sky-opening realm, but his bloodline had actually been strengthened during his breakthroughs. The Greenwater Kylan blood was the bloodline of a fake divine beast, which was suitable for the current Hong Yue to swallow. As for Ying Yue and the others, they were not strong enough to swallow even the Greenwater Kylan blood. They could only swallow the bloodline of some legendary or legend creatures to strengthen their bloodline. However, Han Fei was not in the mood to teach them one by one. Han Fei said, Old Hong, your hidden illness has been cured, your soul has been solidified, your vitality has recovered, and your bones are quite strong now. The only thing you lack is the level of your bloodline. Originally, with your conditions, it would take at least 1,000 years for you to swallow the bloodline of a divine beast. However, this time I went out and obtained a treasure that can temporarily accelerate time by 100 times. From today onwards, all of you enter my origin star and improve your bloodline. I want all of you to have the potential to prove Tao. The potential to prove Tao? To prove Tao? In the city of scavengers, humans weren't even qualified to open the sky, let alone prove Tao. Hearing this, Hong Yu said sincerely, Hong Yue is willing to follow Master Human Emperor forever. Ying Yue and the others fell to their knees. We are willing to follow you forever, Master Human Emperor. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Everything was difficult at the beginning. In the past, he didn't have the time to help others. Now, he had the conditions to cultivate a batch of seeded players. However, these few people weren't enough. He needed more people. Just when Han Fei returned to farm number 68, the city of scavengers was partying. For ordinary people, they only knew that the city of scavengers occupied 2 of the top 10 places in the 100,000-year competition. The East Sea Divine Realm was so big, but their city of scavengers alone occupied 2 seats. What did this mean? It showed the potential of their city of scavengers. What surprised them most was that Ye Fengliu, who rose at the speed of light, had won the first place in the 100,000-year competition and was even stronger than Bai Ranran. In the city, someone sighed. I knew that Ye Fengliu was extraordinary. Look, it's only been a short while. He won first place in the 100,000-year competition. It's said that the participants are all peak-level sea establishers, with as many as 8 million people. God, how many strong masters there were, someone sighed. I knew that Ye Fengliu was very powerful when I saw him draw his saber, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's said that he didn't really start drawing his saber until he entered the finals of this 100,000-year competition. Someone sighed. I heard that the rewards of the 100,000-year competition are extremely generous. It's said that the reward is more than 1 million kilometers of resources. Gosh, how many peak-level sea establishment realm cultivators can be produced with such a huge amount of resources? I'm afraid even a sky opener doesn't need so many resources. Someone said, I'm told that there are also godly weapons, divine techniques, and a lot of other kinds of rewards. I can almost foresee Ye Fengliu's explosive growth. Someone said quietly, alas. Let me tell you secretly, Bai Ranran has already opened the sky on her way back, and Ye Fengliu seems to be opening the sky in these 2 days. While the city was celebrating, in Zhao Honghuang's residence in the Law Enforcement Battalion, Pan Litian was sitting opposite Zhao Honghuang, not looking too good. Pan Litian shouted in a low voice, That's outrageous. The city of origin is accusing me of something I didn't do. It was Entyping who launched a sneak attack on me with some perfected star transformation realm cultivators. They started it. Besides, I did kill 2 people, but when did I kill Entyping? Zhao Honghuang frowned slightly. According to my intelligence, Entyping is indeed dead. Even the seedlings of the city of origin he brought with him have all disappeared. If those people were in Entyping's origin star, I'm afraid they won't be able to return to the An family for the rest of their lives. Pan Litten frowned. It's possible that the people who ambushed you had an internal strife and killed each other, huh? Maybe what? Seeing that Pan Litian was hesitating, Zhao Honghuang couldn't help but say, At this moment, any answer needs to be considered. Pan Litian paused and said, When I fought Entyping and the others, I felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was spying on me. This feeling didn't disappear until I entered the chaotic wasteland. Even when Ye Fengliu wanted to open the sky, I didn't dare to stop. If a monarch was spying on me, I definitely wouldn't be able to find him. But if it was only a perfected star transformation realm cultivator who could escape my perception. Zhao Honghuang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Me. Pan Litian suddenly looked at Zhao Honghuang. Are you saying that an expert as strong as you was spying on me? Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. It's not impossible. Perhaps the news of Entyping's death I received is fake. Perhaps it's the city of wanderers that meddled in it. Perhaps some unknown expert wants to observe the situation in the chaotic wasteland. It's hard to say. Zhao Honghuang said solemnly, It's a pity that Qi Tonghai was killed as soon as he reached the perfected star transformation realm. Now that Entyping and the others have disappeared, we can't prove our innocence. Let's divert the trouble and say that the city of wanderers is the mastermind. By the way, how did Ye Fengliu grow so fast? Pan Litian said, He must have gotten an opportunity in the wilderness. His knife skills have almost reached perfection, but I don't think he has any ulterior motives. The Gate of Heaven invited him to join them, but he rejected it. Instead, Neza from the city of wanderers joined the Gate of Heaven. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Honghuang said, Well, he's about to open the sky, but his identity is different from Bai Ranran's. After he opened the sky and consolidated his foundation, let him go to the infinite mining area. Let Zhang Beihai lead him and see if he can make contributions to the city of scavengers in the infinite mining area. Pan Litian asked, Should we restrain him? For example, extract his soul and essence blood? Zhao Honghuang shook his head slightly. No, extracting his soul and essence blood will easily make him rebel, but he is not strong enough now. Even if he wants to rebel, he isn't strong enough now. Besides, he needs to rely on the city of scavengers to give him room to grow. Tell him that if he performs well in the infinite mining area, he can be given the antidote to the blood-swallowing pill. Pan Litian asked. Really? Zhao Honghuang sneered. No one below the monarch level can overturn the sky. If this guy performs well, we can send him to that place in the future. When he gets there, no matter how powerful he is, he can only submit obediently. Pan Litian's heart stirred. Then he nodded and said, "Okay," 1 day later. Boom. A purple lightning bolt struck down, and Zhang Daqian was embracing the lightning bolt fearlessly. Above the sea of stars, more than 8,000 people observed Han Fei opening the sky. At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Someone was shocked. This guy is already so powerful after only 1 trip. He resisted 6 lightning strikes with his physical strength. Someone sighed. He's too strong. I think this guy can still hold on. Someone secretly looked at Bai Ranran and said via voice transmission, I wonder if Captain Bai's tribulation was as terrifying as this one. Rumble. Han Fei took another lightning bolt. His body cracked and Bai Ranran frowned. Under the huge armor, Tianhong clenched his fists and suddenly said, I found the way to open the sky. I can open the sky at any time. For a moment, even Pan Liqian looked at Tianhong. This guy was also a body refiner and was very strong. Although he didn't make it to the finals, he had entered the top 10,000. He was just not good at attacking. In terms of physique, he might not be much weaker than Ye Feng Liu, Bai Ranran, then wait for 2 days and transcend the tribulation. Aha! At this moment, many people exclaimed. Zhang Daqian turned into a huge beast spanning dozens of kilometers. A huge octopus clone swallowed the lightning. The strong masters of the 10,000 scale race were all trembling. Strong, too strong. I've never seen anyone swallow lightning tribulation in my life. In the end, when a lightning field descended, the big octopus was hacked into a human shape. He held a saber in one hand and slashed out. The saber beam shot into the endless sky, cutting apart a huge black shadow. When the power of the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Zhang Daqian returned from the void. The blood and qi in his body surged, and his momentum kept rising. He had opened the sky. Han Fei cupped his hands. Master Chen Yan, Master Li Tian, I'm glad that I didn't fail you. Chen Yan had mixed feelings. The phantom of the giant beast just now had already taken shape. He and Pan Liqian looked at each other. This guy was definitely not transformed from a human. In their opinion, that human must have been possessed by this octopus. Therefore, he couldn't be counted as a human at all. In fact, no one who was watching the tribulation treated Zhang Daqian as a human. If anyone said that the huge beast just now was a human, they would tear off that person's head. Pan Litian nodded slightly. Yes, not bad. Go consolidate your foundation and cultivate in seclusion for a few years. After you consolidate your foundation, go to the infinite mining area. You can improve quickly there. Chapter 2504, Unintentional Shock, 2504, Unintentional Shock. The appearance of the undying demon octopus was intentional. At least it could increase their trust in him. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Pan Litian actually asked him to go to the infinite mining area. This must be Zhao Honghuang's idea. He had heard that many people in the city of scavengers would go to the infinite mining area to gain experience. Besides, one of the 2 strong masters in the city of scavengers was Zhao Honghuang, who presided over the city of scavengers. The other was Zhang Beihai, who was in the mysterious infinite mining area. Han Fei had planned to stay in the chaotic wasteland to investigate the secrets of this place. Feng Yu had already made it clear that the 10,000 scale monarch was fake, so there must be a big secret here. However, on second thought, if he wanted to investigate these secrets, he could do it in the infinite mining area too. There were monarchs in the city of scavengers, but there might not be any monarchs in the infinite mining area. And the best way to discover secrets was to hunt a person like Pan Litian and Zhao Honghuang. Ordinary lord-level figures probably didn't know much. More importantly, it was not easy for him to kill a top 10 Lords-level powerhouse in the city of scavengers. They were too close to the main city. Besides, even if the 10,000 scale monarch in the city of scavengers was fake, he was still a real monarch. If he found that someone among the top 10 lords was dead, he would definitely come in an instant. Then, how could he fight him? Han Fei was not in a hurry. He planned to take it slowly. Now was not the time to attack. His strength was not enough. After Zhang Daqian opened the sky, he didn't go to Mochi immediately. Firstly, it was because his relationship with the Time Temple wasn't good, and secondly, it wasn't the right time. The most suitable time was when he was about to set off for the infinite mining area. At that time, he would go to Mochi on the pretext of asking her to tell his fortune. Even Zhao Honghuang wouldn't say anything. On the other side, Han Fei collected Hong Yue, Ying Yue, and the others into his origin star and set up a special space for them. Then he accelerated time 100 times so that they could quickly improve their bloodline. In this way, their upper limit of cultivation and potential could be increased. In addition, he could also create some sky-opening realm experts. As for himself, after thinking for a long time, he didn't choose to go back to see Teacher Beast King in the Raging Sea. He felt that now was still not the time. Since it was not the right time, he'd better not even look at them. Otherwise, if he triggered something, it wouldn't be good. However, Han Fei found a random mist ruin and pierced through the ice here under the cover of the mist. Then he used the Twin Divine technique to bring the Extreme Cold Pearl to the ice. Back in the Demon Domain, the Monarch Strike and the Extreme Cold Pearl had been used up and needed to be replenished with the power of Extreme Cold. Where could it be colder than the ice on the chaotic wasteland? This time, when Han Fei appeared in a place of extreme cold with his white mist body, he still felt an extremely terrifying coldness sweeping over him. However, Han Fei was no longer the weak little sky opener he used to be. This time, his white mist body alone endured more than 50 seconds here. Unfortunately, when he tried to spread out his perception still couldn't withstand it. Once he released his perception, it would shatter and his soul would be frozen. Han Fei thought that if he entered with his original body, he could definitely endure more than 100 seconds, or even 200 seconds. Han Fei even guessed that the secrets of the chaotic wasteland might be related to the ice layer. This was because it was too cold here. Even though Han Fei was comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator now, he couldn't stay here for long. If it were someone else, the situation might be even worse. Then, whose domain was above the ice? Han Fei wondered if this was the domain of a monarch. Because there was too much extreme cold power above the ice, the extreme cold pearl recovered very quickly. After only 300 seconds, the monarch strike in the extreme cold pearl had been replenished. Han Fei felt that if he could fight on the ice, the extreme cold pearl would definitely be a very powerful weapon. It could launch a monarch strike every 300 seconds. How many people below the monarch level could resist it? Unfortunately, the time he could last on the ice was too short, and he couldn't release his perception, so his exploration ability was infinitely close to zero, so there was no need to explore. Therefore, he came back after a short test. 5 years later, in Han Fei's origin star, his star core had finally become 8,100 kilometers large again. In fact, it could be bigger, but Han Fei felt that he had to make the star core fit the size of his origin star. However, the density this time was different from the previous 8,100 kilometers. Han Fei's origin star was 1,000 times denser than before. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Owner, Han Fei level, 28, sky opening extreme Dao. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2001 6th evolving, 5831 3036 4 years. Immortal Chi, 660,000 soul, 1451. Origins, 14,000 52,050 67 points. Perception range, 14 million kilometers. Strength, 1451 star powers. 1451 star powers. 14,000 52,000 50,000 52,000 560 waves. First spiritual heritage, eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. Level 108, second spiritual beast. The Emperor Sparrow, level 103, main art. Void fishing level 9. Void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra quality. When Han Fei saw this message, he sighed inwardly. He had already tried very hard not to cultivate the star-devouring technique. He never used a raise to accelerate the power absorption of his origin star now. In fact, in the past 8 years, he had been cultivating the heavenly Dao visualization technique. However, his physique and strength were still frantically becoming stronger. Because of the previous soul and power conversion, coupled with the fact that he had been cultivating the heavenly Dao visualization art, on this day, for the first time in his life, Han Fei's strength and soul power were so close, only 7 points apart. With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the sea of stars. At that moment, Han Fei reached out and grabbed, feeling that his strength had increased by 80%. Han Fei was slightly shocked. It turned out that when the soul and physique were highly unified, so much power could be snatched from the world. However, Han Fei still wanted to try the situation where the two values were exactly the same. Therefore, he took the initiative to transform 3 points of soul into strength and then waited for only half an hour. Buzz. When his soul power and strength were completely the same, Han Fei suddenly felt that the power of heaven and earth seemed to be drilling into his body. At that moment, he casually punched out and immediately had an epiphany. His combat power doubled when he completely borrowed the power of the heavenly Dao. It was also at the moment when his soul power and physical power were completely the same that Han Fei felt his star core tremble. In his origin star, he seemed to be able to completely feel every blade of grass and tree on his origin star as if he were that grass, tree, river, and world. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to grasp something. He seemed to see a new power, a new cultivation state. He seemed to have become the world and all things. However, before he could properly comprehend it, this state instantly disappeared. The reason was that he had been immersed in this state and lost track of time, causing his physical power to be 1 point more than his soul power. Immediately, the power that Han Fei could borrow reduced to 80%. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The star-devouring technique was too powerful. It was strengthening him all the time, forcing him to cultivate his soul. Han Fei didn't turn the extra point of physical power into soul power again. He had already experienced the state just now. It was wonderful and powerful. There would be plenty of time to feel it in the future. Looking at his information, he had reached level 1008, but unfortunately, limited by his level, Little Black and Little White were also stuck at level 1008. Otherwise, with their star-devouring power, their growth would be extremely fast. For them, in the sky-opening realm, all they needed to do was to eat. If Little Black and Little White were wild, then if they wanted to devour stars, they would have to search in the vast sea of stars. However, they weren't wild. Up to now, there were still more than a dozen origin stars of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators that hadn't been used. Because it had returned to the chaotic wasteland, the Emperor Sparrow occasionally hunted some ominous creatures, so it had been upgraded by 1 level. This was not surprising. In the next few days, Han Fei tried a few more times to enter the state of a complete balance of his soul and strength. It was wonderful. Han Fei even felt that this was the perfect state of cultivation. Unfortunately, it was really difficult to maintain this state. Since he had practiced the star-devouring technique, it was even more difficult for him to maintain this state, which made Han Fei feel it a pity. Several days later, Han Fei finally discovered the specialness of this state. This absolutely balanced power improved not additional strength, but his basic combat power. Even a 1-point difference would cause an imbalance between the power of the soul and the power of the body. Once the imbalance occurred, it would become purely borrowing power, and the borrowed power was an external force. However, when Han Fei felt this state many times, he discovered that when the power of the soul and the power of his physique were absolutely the same, the increased strength became his own and became his basic strength. For example, his current strength was 14.51 star powers. Once in this state, it would become 29.02 star powers. When he activated the Great Tao with all his strength, it would become 25.1 stars, which had reached the Monarch realm. This was discovered by him after he accidentally activated his Great Tao in this state. However, if it wasn't this absolute balance, his basic strength would be 14.51 without any change. This shocked and amazed Han Fei. He seemed to have found a way to have his strength soar. Chapter 2005. Ultimate balance equals to demonic Tao. 2005 Ultimate balance equals to demonic Tao. During the 5 years of Han Fei's seclusion, he came out 3 times because Yin Yue, Zheng Ya, and Wen Ruqing had transcended the heavenly tribulation and opened the sky one after another. They had all been given resources and weapons by Han Fei, which increased their odds of survival by 30 to 40%. There were still 3 people left. Although they hadn't reached the sky-opening realm, they weren't far away. Han Fei estimated that if they cultivated on his origin star for another 4 or 5 years, they would be able to open the sky. After all, those who could walk from the human camp to the city of scavengers were all heavenly talents. What they lacked was some resources, some techniques, and a guide. More than a month after Han Fei came out of seclusion, eldest senior brother sent a message in his mind that the small gathering that would be held once every 10 years had begun, Void Temple. When Han Fei came, Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus World warmly greeted him. Senior Sister Green Lotus said, "Little junior brother, I heard that you even eclipsed Little 11 in the limelight when you participated in the so-called 100,000-year competition." Senior Sister Red Lotus also said, "I heard that you can be ranked on the god roll of the sky-opening realm now? That's great. Little junior brother, how long has it been since you opened the sky? If you're given another 500 years, won't you be able to prove Tao?" Han Fei smiled modestly. Senior Sisters, Senior Sister Feng Yu is going to prove Tao in less than 1,000 years. I'm just lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. At this time, 5th senior brother came. He laughed and said, "Alas, young people nowadays are too modest. Little junior brother, I heard that you asked 4th brother to help you? How do you feel?" Han Fei sighed. Strong, ridiculously strong. Han Fei wasn't bragging. Senior brother Azure Dragon took him to the gate of heaven and even rushed in to fight the old monster of the heavenly race. Unfortunately, he didn't see the details of that battle, but it couldn't be simple. While Han Fei was talking, Feng Yu appeared. As soon as Feng Yu appeared, everyone focused their gazes on her. After all, she was about to transcend the tribulation. Before they could ask anything, Senior Brother Six God, Senior Brother Lei Heng, Senior Sister Shen Lei, and Senior Brother Undead arrived almost at the same time. But this time, Senior Brother Azure Dragon didn't come. Han Fei estimated that the crisis of the Black Dragon had just been resolved. Perhaps Senior Brother Azure Dragon had something to do and couldn't leave. When Senior Sister Shen Le saw Feng Yu, she immediately said, 11, when will you prove Tao? Feng Yu said, Senior Sister Shen Lei, it should be in 10 years. Han Fei was also a little surprised. So fast? She had just obtained an origin ground, right? However, this seemed to be normal. From the looks of it, there were many things that could accelerate time. Besides, Feng Yu was talented in the first place, so she should be able to prove Tao very soon. Alright, Azure Dragon and Dark Shadow are not coming. Let's begin. This time, it was another lecture for Feng Yu, but this time, Han Fei had some understanding. Eldest senior brother seemed to be talking about the usage of the law of the heavens, but unfortunately, this was targeted at Feng Yu, who was about to prove Tao, so Han Fei didn't hear it clearly. He only vaguely felt that it seemed to be related to the absorption of the rules of the heavenly Tao in the origin ground. If it were before, he wouldn't even know what eldest senior brother had said, but now he could at least understand some of it. It was a small gathering. If there was nothing special, they would gather for a while and then disperse. However, Han Fei had a lot of things to do now. As soon as the eldest senior brother finished his class, Han Fei quickly asked, Senior brothers and senior sisters, there's something I don't understand. I would like to ask for your advice. 5th senior brother laughed and said, Little junior brother, what are you waiting for? Just tell us. Without hiding anything, Han Fei said, "Senior brothers and senior sisters, I want to know, when the power of the soul and the power of the physique are completely the same, which is the extreme balance, is this a brand new power? My soul power soared by chance. Recently, there happened to be an extremely short period of extreme balance between the power of the soul and the power of the physique. As a result, I attracted the power of the heavens and the earth, but after the enhancement, my basic strength doubled. Unfortunately, this state only lasted for a few hours before it disappeared. I have many questions. I wonder if this is the enhancement of the power of the heavens and the earth, or if the power of the heavens and the earth has given birth to some new power." At this moment, the senior brothers and sisters were all a little surprised. Feng Yu exclaimed, "You said that the power of your soul and the power of your body are the same? Is there really an extreme balance?" Han Fei felt that the term extreme balance might be incorrect because he felt that it was a new power. This time, fifth senior brother said, "Little junior brother, after you reach that state, do you feel uncomfortable, or do you have a strong desire to maintain this state?" Han Fei shook his head. No. Fifth senior brother fell silent, but senior sister Shenle immediately added, "In the end, this is still the Tao of extreme balance. Because the power of the body and the soul present a perfect ratio, the soul and the physique form a short-term fusion. To you, it's like your power suddenly eating the power of heaven and earth, so you will find that your basic power suddenly becomes stronger." But what? Senior sister Shenle suddenly said, "I told you about the Tao of extreme balance before because very few people can really achieve this state. Without a specific cultivation method, it's very difficult to completely balance the two. This kind of unintentional extreme balance usually doesn't mean much because once it's not extreme balance, you won't be able to feel this power. However, there's a certain type of person who created a way to forcibly fuse their soul and body." Han Fei's eyes glittered. Someone created such a path of cultivation? Senior sister Shenle said, "Little junior brother, don't be happy too early. Just now, Old Five asked you if you felt anything wrong with your body or if you had any special desires. That's because those who embark on this path of cultivation have basically all embarked on the demonic Tao." Demonic Tao? Han Fei was shocked and asked in surprise, "Why?" Senior sister Shenle, "The cultivation process of the human body is monotonous. As for the soul and the physique, you can understand them as two completely different powers. Logically speaking, you need two cultivation techniques to operate the two powers. If you operate two completely different cultivation techniques simultaneously in the same spiritual heritage system in your body, the first result will be conflict. Only by forcibly smoothing out this conflict can you achieve an extreme balance. But in fact, since conflicts exist, how can they be forcibly smoothed out? Therefore, if you keep walking this path, there will always be conflicts in your body. These conflicts give birth to many unknown outcomes. What kind of unknown result?" This time, it was Feng Yu who asked. Lei Heng and senior brother Six God couldn't help but look at senior sister Shenle too. They seemed to have heard of this, but they didn't know much about it. Senior sister Shenle continued, "For example, some cultivators have physical changes because they take this path. Because their bodies need to adapt to this conflict, they have to change and become unrecognizable. Some cultivators can barely maintain an extreme balance, but due to the conflicts, they have too many hidden injuries all over their bodies and will never be able to prove Tao for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, their lifespans are far shorter than ordinary cultivators. Most of them have such situations. Some people's temperaments have changed drastically because of these conflicts. As their souls mutate time and time again, some unknown mutation occurs in their consciousness, causing them to become temperamental. In short, because there are too many changes on this path, most people who embark on this path either die in advance, forcibly cultivate until their bodies explode, completely lose their humanity, or have their bodies mutate. Therefore, this path is called a demonic Tao. As long as you are not in this extreme balance, you will be fine." This was the first time Han Fei knew that behind the Tao of extreme balance was actually a demonic Tao. At the same time, it refreshed Han Fei's understanding of the demonic Tao. However, what senior sister Shenle mentioned was the conflict between the soul and the physique. The cause of the conflict was that most people only had one spiritual heritage, but carried out two completely different cultivations at the same time. But he happened to have two spiritual heritages. Before, Han Fei had never felt that the origin spiritual heritage and eternal darkness spiritual heritage had any use. It seemed that they could only make him recover faster, cultivate faster, and have better cultivation effects. But now it seemed that maybe the heavens had opened another cultivation path for him. Han Fei naturally didn't say this out loud, but he raised a question. "Senior sister Shenle, is there a race or something in this world that has double spiritual heritages? If they have double spiritual heritages, wouldn't there be no conflict?" Senior sister Shenle, little junior brother, what do you think spiritual heritage is? Han Fei was stumped. He had never thought of this question. He couldn't help but ask, isn't spiritual heritage just meridians? Suddenly, Senior Brother Undead said, "Little Junior Brother, I don't have meridians, but I do have spiritual heritage." Han Fei, Senior Sister Shan, actually, spiritual heritage is like the Tao patterns of heaven and earth, a unique pattern bestowed by the heavens and earth. These patterns are usually hidden in the meridians, but they aren't meridians. If you lose your meridians, they're still there. They're like an array carved in advance. The essential difference between mortal spiritual heritage, heavenly spiritual heritage, or divine spiritual heritage is some slight changes in the structure of this kind of array. Such changes will also happen as your strength grows, changes, and your realm improves. It's difficult to understand. Therefore, dual spiritual heritage can exist, but it will only be born under extremely special circumstances. For example, twins. Huh? As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Senior Sister Red Lotus and Senior Sister Green Lotus. Senior Sister Red Lotus said, "Alas, you got us." However, twins have independent consciousnesses. We have to cooperate with each other to cultivate this Tao together. Chapter 2005-6 Energy with no outlet. 2005-6 Energy with no outlet. Han Fei was quite shocked when he came out of the Void Temple. It turned out that Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus walked the Tao of extreme balance, or to be exact, a demonic Tao. However, because they met these cultivation conditions, they could embark on this path. Ordinary people would have a very small probability of survival on this path and might easily fall into the demonic Tao. However, Han Fei was a little excited. In this world, in addition to twins, there were also people with two spiritual heritages like him. Others might not be able to embark on this path, but he could. But the problem was that he had already cultivated the Supreme God technique. However, he couldn't be sure if this would work. Besides, he didn't have a cultivation method for the Tao of extreme balance. However, he immediately thought of the old turtle. Although the old turtle was weak and had been sleeping for a long time, don't forget that the old turtle was essentially a demon, a ferocious demon. Then, did it mean that there might be a cultivation path for the Tao of extreme balance in the Godfiend Sea? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. To go to the infinite mining area, he needed to cross the Godfiend Sea. Perhaps he could make a trip to the Godfiend Sea and find the old turtle's original body. However, he couldn't rush this matter. He still had a long way to go on the path of the sky-opening realm. He had to take this path well first. It was his top priority. Han Fei felt that it was time for him to consult the God of War, above the Sea of Stars. The altar was placed, and a curtain of fire rose. The God of War immediately sent a message. "Boy, you haven't been here for a long time. Years have passed, and you haven't offered any sacrifices." Han Fei responded, "Too many people are chasing me. I've been running and didn't dare to show up." Han Fei thought to himself, "As for the resources in my hands, Little Black and Little White want to eat. I need to use them to practice the star devouring technique and also need to use those origin stars to condense vitality. They are barely enough for me. How can I give you a share?" As for the God of War, he didn't doubt it at all. When Han Fei was in the Divine Capital Dynasty, he had killed a lot of people. It was almost a matter of course for him to escape in the past few years. Han Fei said, "Senior God of War, my star core has been big enough recently and has returned to its original size. I feel that I've reached the limit of the late stage of the star transformation realm. I should be able to start compressing it and advance to the perfected star transformation realm. But according to the star devouring technique, in addition to devouring stars, I should refine a star core seed and turn it for my own use. Also, in the specific technique, it seems to be mentioned that I have to envelop my origin star. What does this mean?" God of War, "It means what it means on the surface. Let me ask you, what is the origin star?" Han Fei said. "It's the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. It carries his path of cultivation, his great Tao." The God of War continued, "And the law of the heavens and earth. Every origin star is a place where the laws of the heavens and earth gather. The growth of your plants and the convergence of resources are in line with the laws of the world. It's just that you don't need to understand it for the time being. Break these origin stars and envelop your origin star, expanding and absorbing layer by layer. To the outside world, your origin star seems to be a dead star, but in fact, inside this dead star is where your true origin star is. This can prevent others from discovering your origin star through the sea of stars, conceal your strength, and allow you to grow rapidly. The only thing you have to do is to kill." Han Fei was lost for words. It was easier said than done. To shatter others' origin stars, envelop my own origin star, and use them as nutrients? Han Fei felt that this was the demonic Tao. But Han Fei wasn't surprised because it was already mentioned in the star devouring technique. Han Fei couldn't help but ask again, "Senior God of War, I understand now. Will it be even more than now?" "I'm referring to my star core's demand for energy." Han Fei discovered that since he began to practice the star devouring technique, the compression of the star core couldn't be stopped. He needed to compress it continuously because the star devouring technique had swallowed too much energy from star core seeds. The star core seeds were equivalent to others' Tao seeds, which were absorbed into his own star core and constantly obliterated and devoured. However, the huge energy contained in the star core seed was very violent and had to be suppressed with external forces. Otherwise, it inevitably expanded. When it expanded to a certain level, his origin star would explode. As the star core was continuously compressed, the density of the star core would only increase, and his spiritual heritage, together with his origin star and the ground veins, would have more nourishment power. God of War, that's right. Weren't you quite powerful before? You quickly compressed your star core 1,000 times. Then it'll be simple for you. When you reach the peak level late-stage star transformation realm, try compressing your star core another 1,000 times. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Do you want my star core to explode? Seeing that Han Fei didn't reply for a long time, the God of War sent another message. Have you disassembled spiritual energy? Have you compressed spiritual energy? Have you refined a great Tao crystal? Perhaps you think your star core is already quite sturdy and condensed. However, slowly peel off some useless ones and condense the remaining useful ones. Han Fei wasn't too surprised. He just replied, Senior God of War, I've always been puzzled. If it's just a simple compression of the star core, I don't think no one else has thought of it, right? The God of War's words made Han Fei understand the way to compress his star core again. This was indeed feasible. However, if he compressed it 1,000 times more, it was still a little short of turning it into a Great Tao crystal. Han Fei had refined Great Tao crystals. With the current state of his star core, even if it was compressed 10,000 times, it might not necessarily become a large mass of Great Tao crystals. He just felt that this kind of operation didn't require much skill. The God of War said, Yes, too many people have thought of this method. However, who would keep crazily compressing the star core? Don't tell me you have never worried that it may explode when you can't compress it anymore, Han Fei said. Yes. I have. What if I can't compress it anymore? God of War, just wait for it to blow up. What else can you do? Others don't dare to take this path because they know that once they take it, they'll be dead meat. There's no room for maneuver. So although this path seems simple, few people dare to take it. Han Fei was speechless. I'm here to ask questions, and this is your attitude? Before Han Fei retorted, the God of War suddenly said, Okay, no kidding. Have you forgotten that when you condensed your star core, the star core contained many great Taos? And have you forgotten the characteristics of the star devouring technique? Star devouring can devour the Tao of others. By borrowing the power of others, the power of the heavenly Tao, the power of all things, and the myriad laws, you can help yourself cultivate. On the surface, the star-devouring technique requires you to continuously compress the star core. In fact, when you compress it to a certain level, you will find that what you compress into is infinite great Taos. Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked. The star core of an ordinary person should be able to give birth to a great Tao too, right? The God of War responded. It's different. A star core containing a single Tao is completely different from your star core that contains countless Taos. Han Fei wanted to ask what other bigger surprises there were, but the God of War didn't say anything, so Han Fei had no choice. Anyway, he already knew the answer he wanted to know. He had confirmed that this path would continue as he thought. On his origin star, Han Fei had a total of 13 remnant bodies representing 13 origin stars. Among them, there was one of Zhao Qinglong, one of An Taiping, and 2 of the experts behind Shui Dongzhe. These 4 people were all super strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm. As for the other 8 bodies, they were left behind by the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm experts he had killed in the Divine Capital Dynasty. This time, Han Fei wanted to refine these stars into star core seeds before shattering them one by one. Then, he would wrap his origin star with them and break through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm in one go. In the sea of stars on an unknown star. Because he didn't dare to completely detonate the star core, Han Fei could only bombard it with punches. If others saw this, they would be horrified. In the distant starry sky, someone waved a golden fist mark, broke through the starry sky, and smashed half of the star with a punch. As a round of golden fist marks rumbled past, this star had been shattered, and only the star core was scorching hot as the great Tao poured down. After only a few days, this star was broken by Han Fei and brought back to his origin star. In the 600th year that Hong Ye and the others cultivated in Han Fei's origin star, the 6th year in the outside world, they clearly felt different. On this day, Zhang Luyu, Chu Lingyu, and Ling Ran, who had been cultivating in seclusion, were breathing heavily almost at the same time. They even seemed to have gained some weight. Suddenly, Ying Yue said, Master Hong Yue, for some reason, recently, the source sea of the human emperor is getting more and more full of energy. It's so full that even if I don't absorb it, it will take the initiative to drill into my body. Wen Ruqing nodded. Yes, I feel so too. If this goes on, I think it won't be long before I explode. Hong Yue also nodded and said, There are also Tao runes. I feel that some mysterious power is voluntarily entering my body. Aha! Suddenly, Zhang Luyu cried out and opened her eyes. Master Human Emperor, I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Almost at the same time, Chu Lingyu and Ling Ran opened their eyes at the same time. Master Human Emperor, we are going to transcend the tribulation too. As for Han Fei, he had been extremely busy in the past 6 months. This was because when he refined 5 star core seeds in a row and fused them into his star core, he felt that he was about to explode. Fortunately, his Tao seed was quite stable. He firmly sucked the star core seeds to his side, and infinite energy kept the star cores from exploding. At the same time, he had Little Black and Little White continue to polish and compress his star core. But even so, Hanfei still felt that the compressed power couldn't suppress the energy riot of the star core. In the past 6 months, Hanfei didn't dare to shatter other people's origin stars and bring them back. At this moment, hearing that Chu Lingyu and the other two were going to transcend the tribulation at the same time, Hanfei had a bad feeling. He forgot that they were still cultivating on his origin star. Under such violent energy, their growth speed had soared. If they stayed any longer, they would probably explode and die. Swishta. In the next second, Hanfei appeared in front of them and grabbed them out, immediately bringing them to the Sea of Stars. Hanfei said, "Transcend your tribulations. Transcend your tribulations together here." Chapter 2507-2507. Prologue to the Rise 2507. Prologue to the Rise. As it turned out, with the guidance of a strong master, the success rate of the tribulation transcending was shockingly high. In the past, Hanfei's clones, his companion spirits, and his contractual spiritual beasts had all successfully transcended the tribulation because of their talent, foundation, and strength. But now, when Hanfei guided outsiders to transcend the tribulation, they also succeeded. Hanfei immediately understood why there were so many sky-opening realm powerhouses in the sea realm. As long as your family background was slightly better, you had a sky opener to guide you, and your foundation wasn't too bad, your success rate of transcending the tribulation might be at least above 50%. This success rate was already terrifyingly high. It meant that if the conditions were right, in 10 million people, 5 million people would be able to open the sky. It was this discovery that made Hanfei realize that there was a big problem in the chaotic wasteland. There were actually many Sea Establishment realm powerhouses in the City of Scavengers, amounting to more than 30,000. With this foundation of the City of Scavengers, coupled with the protection of a monarch, even if there were only 30,000 Sea Establishers, they could at least nurture nearly 20,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses. So, where were they? At this moment, although Chu Lingyu and the other two had successfully transcended the tribulation, Hanfei frowned. He still didn't know anything about the chaotic wasteland. He suddenly understood why the City of Wanderers could rise so quickly. Now that he thought about it, maybe they didn't rise quickly, but they should have risen so quickly in the first place. As for the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin, there was no reason for them to stagnate and wait for the rise of the City of Wanderers. Their new blood should be much stronger than the City of Wanderers. However, why didn't these people who had been refined by him into puppets know? He hadn't learned any secrets about the chaotic wasteland from their memories. Logically speaking, since he had discovered the problem now, these natives should have discovered the problem earlier. No matter how perfect this lie was, they weren't fools. Suddenly, Hanfei said, "Yingyue, come here, Master Human Emperor." The girls immediately came to Hanfei respectfully. This was the god in their hearts. Hanfei said, "I have something to ask you. When you were in the City of Scavengers, did you notice that the 10,000 scale race lost a lot of Sea Establishers?" When Hanfei asked this question, Yingyue immediately gave a clear response. "Master Human Emperor, yes, there are a lot. Because it's relatively easy for venerables to advance to the Sea Establishment realm, the City of Scavengers usually sends Sea Establishers to 4 places. One is the Graveyard Battlefield, one is the Revival Trial Field, one is the Infinite Mining Area, and the other is the Wasteland Exploration. Among them, the death rate in the Graveyard within 100 years is as high as 30%, which is even higher in the Revival Trial Field. In order to nurture elites, the death rate may be as high as 50%. The Sea Establishers sent to the Infinite Mining Area are said to be only half of the city's regular Sea Establishers, but we don't know the exact number. And most scavengers are not from the 10,000 scale race. The death rate in 100 years is about 30%. Huff, Hanfei's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a problem. Putting aside how to send Sea Establishers to the Infinite Mining Area, the mortality rate was too high. Assuming that the mortality rate wasn't that high, the number of Sea Establishers in the City of Scavengers might suddenly increase by many times. This was because the probability of death was calculated by 100 years. Plus the powerhouses sent to the Infinite Mining Area every 100 years, God knew how much strength the City of Scavengers hid. Wait, perhaps it wasn't that they were hiding their strength, but that most ordinary people were kept from the truth. Any Sea Establisher who learned of this would be taken away or even leave the City of Scavengers forever. This was the reason why the City of Scavengers looked so weak. Hanfei nodded slightly. Did Gu Tingnan understand this? Hanfei guessed that as a monarch he must have found out about the secret behind this. Besides, the City of Wanderers had existed for tens of thousands of years. Why were there so few strong masters? Could it be that Gu Tingnan was also involved? However, Gu Tingnan's current realm shouldn't be high, right? What right did he have to participate in such a secret matter, unless he was certain that the secrets of the chaotic wasteland wouldn't threaten him and the City of Wanderers? All in all, Han Fei was now certain that Gu Tingnan must have known that something was wrong. But Han Fei didn't think that Gu Tingnan would risk the lives of so many people in the City of Wanderers, and he had already told him that the 10,000 scale monarch was fake. If there was really a big problem, he would have reacted long ago. However, he had no reaction in the past few years. Since they weren't worried, what was he worried about? With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to get involved in these things yet. Han Fei asked, "Do you know if there are many humans in the so-called revival trial field?" Ying Yue shook her head. "There aren't many human beings. We've only seen about 100,000 human trial takers in the past thousands of years. They're far less than people of the 10,000 scale race and other subsidiary races." Han Fei asked, "Are you so sure?" Ying Yue nodded. "Master Human Emperor, as you know, the humans under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers can't even easily reach the Sea Establishment realm, and there are even fewer people who can reach the City of Scavengers. Because there are few people, we often participate in the trial together and return together. Because of the unity of the human race, the probability of our deaths is relatively low, only about 20%. Hearing this, Han Fei's eyes lit up. "You said you were acting together?" Ying Yue nodded. "We were once separated and sent to take trials with the people of the 10,000 scale race. In the end, because the 10,000 scale race and its affiliated races were hostile to the human race, our probability of death was too high, even as high as 80%. Therefore, in order to prevent these people from wantonly slaughtering the human race, we took action together." "Where is the revival trial field you were in?" Ying Yue realized Han Fei's purpose, but then her eyes dimmed and she shook her head awkwardly. "We trial takers can't find a trial field. We were directly teleported to trial fields, or directly went there from the origin sea of a sky opener." Han Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Having seen the boundless wilderness, the chaotic wasteland seemed to be only so big now. How could it be difficult to find the trial fields? Before Han Fei could speak, Ying Yue added, "Master Human Emperor, although we have been cultivating these years, we have secretly visited some villages and found some seedlings, but the number is not very large." Han Fei frowned slightly, but then asked, "How many?" Hong Yu hurriedly said, "There are a total of 802 people, all of whom are very forbearing and have great potential. It wasn't easy for us to find them over the years. Unfortunately, there are too few of them." Han Fei's heart stirred. After so many years, they had only found a total of 802 people. It seemed that they were a group of good seedlings. Han Fei said, "Hong Ye, can you take them away now?" Hong Ye nodded. "I've arranged a retreat for them. They can be taken away at any time." Han Fei nodded. "Then take them away. You'll handle this matter personally. Ying Yue and the others enter my origin sea. Let's go to the human race's revival trial field." "Huh?" Seeing that Ying Yue and the others were looking at him in shock, Han Fei said casually, "It's just a trial field. If I can't find it, how can I be called the human emperor?" While the others were stunned, Hong Yue's eyes lit up. He had long guessed that Han Fei was unwilling to lay low. However, he had never known when Han Fei would take action. However, it seemed that Han Fei had already begun to boldly gather human beings. This was a signal, indicating that Han Fei was prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yu accepted the order and hurriedly said, "Master Human Emperor, I can bring them all back in half a month." Han Fei nodded slightly. It was time to nurture a batch of strong masters in large numbers. With the resources he had, it shouldn't be a problem to nurture nearly 100 sky openers. The rise of the human race required some strong masters to lead the way. These people didn't need to become very strong all of a sudden. It was fine as long as there were many people in the sky opening realm. Even if they had just entered the sky opening realm, they were still in the sky opening realm. Even a perfected star transformation realm cultivator couldn't withstand the siege of thousands of early-stage sky-opening realm powerhouses. No matter what secrets there were in the chaotic wasteland, Han Fei didn't intend to use the human race as cannon fodder. What the human race needed to do now was to lay low and accumulate strength. Half a month later, Han Fei crossed a very far distance. This place was not close to the three main cities or the graveyard battlefield. Here, hidden in glacier and fog, this was actually a very secret revived place. It seemed that the nature of this revived place was not inferior to the number 3 revived place they had experienced back then. Outside the revived place, there were 7 sky openers guarding it. Almost every few days, hundreds of sea establishers would appear here through a large teleportation array. At this moment, a group of strong masters from the 10,000 scale race and the Blade clan, a total of more than 800 people, appeared outside the revived place. The leader of the team was a 10,000 scale race cultivator who had just opened the sky. He said to the sky opener guarding here, "I heard that recently, the resources in the soldier realm have been overharvested." The guardians of the sky opening realm sighed slightly. "What can we do?" Groups of people came one after another and fought one round after another. Only the soldiers in the soldier realm have the technique to be reborn. Otherwise, the soldier realm would have been abandoned long ago. Another person said, "Just tell the higher-ups not to send soldiers wave after wave to the soldier realm. 80% of this place has already been explored. It can no longer withstand several large-scale trials." The soldier realm? Upon hearing this, Han Fei turned into a black fog and quietly attached to one of these trial takers. Although he could kill these sky openers in an instant, it was unnecessary. It would only alert the enemy instead. Since this was a large cultivation ground, Chapter 2005-8, 2005-08, Ancient Ruins 2005-08, Ancient Ruins half a day later. While all the trial takers were carrying out the trial, Han Fei had already quietly strolled casually in this so-called soldier realm. Anyway, no one here had a higher realm than him. Even if their realm was higher than his, they wouldn't be able to discover him. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and immediately discovered that a thin native of the Blade clan had appeared. Swish! Han Fei stepped in front of this creature. This creature's head was relatively small. Its facial features were sword-shaped, one arm grew into a long sword, and the other arm was normal. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. N-name Stoddard S-Speed Reincarnation Soldier. Introduction. This is a low-intelligent race created by humans. They are reincarnated soldiers who only know how to fight and kill enemies. They are born with a sword body and can unleash the ultimate power of a sword at any time. The speed-type reincarnated soldiers are very fast and have a speed that is one level or more higher than their own realm. It's best not to get close to them or you will be easily pierced by them. Level 98 S Realm, C Establishment, Great Doubt, Rebirth O Battle Technique, Sword Shadow, Extreme Explosion Piercing, Shadowing, quote, Collectible Sword Arm, Absorbable Sword Arm My. Note, a weapon no better than a puppet. Swish, this reincarnation soldier was taken aback. When it came back to its senses, it immediately tried to stab Han Fei. Its speed was indeed very fast. It was probably in the peak level C Establishment realm. Han Fei didn't dodge but let the reincarnation soldier stab his chest. He felt that this soldier's strength was far inferior to that of a sword cultivator, but it was not bad. However, in the next moment, Han Fei felt an instant burst of sword Dao. This time, it was comparable to a blow from a peak-level C establisher, and a relatively powerful one. Because this reincarnation soldier had the power of rebirth, Han Fei extended his hand and pointed, and this reincarnation soldier was immediately pierced and minced. But then, Han Fei saw an unknown substance that looked like a ghost fire appear in the void. The information showed that it was a speed reincarnation soldier that was being reborn. The reincarnation soldier had died, but his body could instantly recombine all the scattered body and soul fragments. The reincarnation soldier that was floating like a sword looked rather stupid, but it had to run as soon as it realized that it couldn't beat Han Fei. As it ran, it exerted its extraordinary speed, which seemed to be 30% faster than its full form. How could a mere C Establishment realm reincarnation soldier outrun Han Fei? After he ran for about 10 seconds, the sword shadow-like reincarnation soldier seemed to be full of power and suddenly burst out a ball of light. Then Han Fei discovered that this thing actually came to life, exactly the same as before. This time, Han Fei attacked again without hesitation and killed it from a distance. This time, there were no sword shadows left and the reincarnation soldier died. He can be reborn, but the sword shadow can be shattered. In other words, if the sword shadow is shattered, he probably won't be able to be reborn. After a while, Han Fei found another reincarnation soldier to test it out. Just as he expected, the sword shadow might be their fast way of rebirth. Even if their soul was shattered, they could be reborn, but they only had one chance. After learning more about the reincarnation soldiers in the soldier realm, Han Fei didn't hunt or look for anyone, but wandered in the soldier realm. He strolled for about 3 days. During this period, he encountered less than 100 humans and nearly 10,000 people of the 10,000 scale race and other races. Apart from this, he encountered hundreds of ruins. He went in to explore these ruins and found that this primitive graveyard was actually a place to cultivate puppets in ancient times. There were many kinds of reincarnation soldiers. Some were speed type, some were strength type, some were soul type, some were strengthening type, some were strengthening type, and some were healing type. There were quite a lot of them. As for the city of scavengers, they used this place to conduct trials for sea establishers. The effect was remarkable, because compared to sea establishers, reincarnation soldiers were very strong. In addition to gaining combat experience, the soldier realm could also help the trial takers comprehend various kinds of fighting intent. However, the above 2 points were not the fundamental reason why many people led teams to participate in the armor trials. What was most attractive here was the ruins. There was information indicating that there were still ruins here that hadn't been excavated. There were also powerful reincarnation soldiers that hadn't appeared. Han Fei casually killed 2 strong masters of the 10,000 scale race. After reading their memories, he found that in the ruins here, there were especially many weapons to be unearthed. In addition to weapons, there were puppets, the kind of puppets that could be controlled as long as they were refined. For the sky-opening realm powerhouses, this was nothing, but for sea establishers, this could be a trump card. If caught off guard, even sky-openers might be killed. Apart from weapons and puppets, there might be some other treasures in the ruins. Immediately, Han Fei had an idea, half a month later. Somewhere in the soldier realm, there was an inexplicable turbulence. Then, a mist spread out from here, and soon it covered nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. This phenomenon immediately attracted countless sea establishers in the soldier realm. They thought that someone had touched the ruins and triggered the appearance of a super large-scale ruin. Almost in 2 days, more than 30,000 people had gathered here. Among them, there were as many as 20,000 strong masters of the 10,000 scale race, 10,000 from other races, and only about 50 human beings had come. With more than 30,000 people here, the trial takers spontaneously formed 1,000 teams to explore the fog together. Shumeng, a pure human being, served as the captain of a 5-person team and took on exploration missions. As the saying went, wealth came from danger. If he wanted to obtain the resources in the ruins, he had to risk his life. Traveling with Shumeng's team were 5 teams led by the 10,000 scale race, and the Blade clan, like the human race, played supporting roles. At this moment, 3 men and a woman followed Shumeng closely. As soon as the teams entered, they encountered a sword-killing array. Puh! 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 Before the 5 squads responded, hundreds of swords swept across 3 of the squads. After only one sweep of the sword light, 3 people from each of the 3 teams had died. Everybody was panicked, including Shumeng and the other uninjured squad, because one of the array foundations in the place where they were was broken. Everyone was horrified, and Shumeng roared, "Break this array foundation with me, all the way to the 2 sides." Swish, 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 bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, when 3 array foundations were shattered, no sword light appeared here anymore. Instantly, everyone gasped. It was just an ordinary killing array, but it almost destroyed 3 teams in one clash. Who the fuck could withstand it? At this moment, there was an intact 10,000 scale race squad, 2 remnant squads of the 10,000 scale race, and a remnant squad of the Blade clan. The powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race seemed to communicate with each other, and the 4 teams immediately gathered together and became 11 people. One of the captains of the 10,000 scale race said, "Shumeng, you go in front." Shumeng frowned. "Don't forget who saved you just now." "Humph, you call that saving us? You're the closest to the damaged array foundation. Did you pretend not to see it? I told you to lead the charge. Don't you hear me?" Behind Shumeng, a man immediately said angrily, "Who would have foreseen this ancient killing array? This is the first time we've been here. Xuanhuan, don't slander us." Xuanhuan, the captain of the 10,000 scale race, said coldly, "I'll say it one last time. You lead the charge. Do you hear me?" Shumeng hurriedly stopped the people behind him and took a deep look at Xuanhuan. "Don't be angry. 9 of their people died at once. They've teamed up now and want us to be cannon fodder. Let's walk in front. If there's a chance, shake them off." However, after walking only dozens of kilometers, a stream of swords suddenly appeared and cut off Shumeng's shoulder. The speed was too fast for him to react. "Captain, not good. Retreat. Don't move yet. Look, what is this?" Shumeng and the others retreated quickly, but the white mist here seemed to be dispersed by this sword light. Immediately, they saw a shocking sword mark spanning the north and south. This sword mark spanned an unknown distance. Xuanhuan and the others were behind, but when they saw Shumeng suddenly lose an arm, they couldn't help but swallow. Fortunately, they had the human race as cannon fodder. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Shumeng shouted, "It's a sword mark. The abyss on the ground is a sword mark. It's too long to see the end." Seeing this sword abyss, Shumeng, Xuanhuan, and the others all took a deep breath. These sword runes from ancient times could easily kill a sea establisher. How terrifying was this powerhouse? Clang. While Shumeng and the others retreated, several more sword streams stabbed at them, but they were all blocked by Shumeng and the others who were already prepared. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Xuanhuan lit up. He said, "After all, it has been too long. The sword runes might have been very strong back then, but now it's enough for us to contend with it. It seems that we have a chance to enter this ruin." Then, Shumeng and the others saw more and more sword marks appear on the ground. They searched for survival at the verge of death. Several times, Shumeng's team was pierced by sword light, but fortunately, the sword light didn't have the power to kill their souls. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, no one dared to be careless. This was not a reason for them to approach the sword abyss. If they dared to approach it, they would almost certainly die. This was because, along the way, there were all such sword abysses. It seemed extremely dangerous, but in fact, the danger was not high. Along the way, they also saw many broken arrays, but they had all been cut open by the sword abysses, and the ancient arrays had long been shattered. Xuanhuan sighed. "It seems that we are very lucky. This road seems dangerous, but all the real dangers along the way have been resolved. It seems that there was a big battle here in the past." Suddenly, Shumeng and the others saw a towering building in the mist. Outside the building, there were a lot of broken weapons scattered. However, when Xuanhuan and the others picked them up and took a look, they immediately exclaimed, "Wow, a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. I found a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This is the mystic yellow soil. Oh my god, there is a pool of blood there. What a horrible energy fluctuation. Look, there are 3 star shells scattered there. Someone tried to rush over and grab the star shells. As a result, he bumped into this invisible barrier. It's a barrier." Shumeng and the others looked solemn. He said, "Most of the treasures are scattered in the barrier. We should go out first and inform the others." Yang Wan roared. Shumeng, are you going to give the treasure to someone else? Shumeng said. Yang Wan, do you think you can get these treasures? This is an ancient ruin. We can't let too many people die now. Otherwise, if sky openers forcefully intervene, we won't have anything to do with the ruin. We have to gather everyone immediately. If all sea establishers intervene, this will become a large-scale trial. Only by maintaining a low casualty rate can the ruins belong to us. Chapter 2509, I've opened the sky. 2509, I've opened the sky. As a human being, Shumeng lived under the oppression of the 10,000 scale race. His words were insignificant, so it was useless for him to say anything now. As the saying went, treasures were tempting. The people of the 10,000 scale race began to walk around the edge, trying to find a breakthrough. As an advanced exploration team, how could they let go of the benefits? Yang Wan sneered in his heart. Gather everyone? Ridiculous. With everyone here, what can I get? Therefore, Yang Wan shouted, Shumeng, a wise man knows when to submit to circumstances. There are so many treasures here, and the ruins have obviously been through fierce battles. Perhaps the spiritual barrier is also damaged. If we find it, it will be enough resources for you to accumulate for years. Maybe it can help you directly open the sky. If you give it to others, what do you think you can get? When Shumeng heard this, he was actually a little tempted. He guessed that the Guardian Lords had probably already known that something had happened. It was impossible for only their squads of the thousands of squads to have casualties. Many squads must have had casualties too. Therefore, the ruins would be taken over sooner or later. If there were only 5 of them here, he might have explored it. However, at this moment, the 5 of them were in a disadvantageous position. He didn't believe Yang Wan at all. If there was really a treasure, they would only be killed. Therefore, Shumeng said to everybody via voice transmission, be prepared, don't speak out if you find anything unusual. His teammates all got his meaning. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Human beings had been scammed to death many times, but this time it might be their turn. While Shumeng was guarding against Yang Wan also said to the others via voice transmission, once Shumeng and the others make a move, just kill them, don't hold back. After a while, Shumeng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Not far ahead of them there was a mist of colorful light. When they took a closer look, it turned out to be a black long saber stabbed into the ground. A domain seemed to have formed around it, causing this strange colorful light to appear. Get out of the way. Yang Wan and the others strode forward. They naturally realized that something was wrong. At this moment, they followed Shumeng's gaze and their eyes widened. Instantly, their breathing became rapid. Someone said, what a terrifying saber power. I can feel its sharpness even from so far away. Is this a legendary godly weapon? A godly weapon? Gulpa, even Yang Wan couldn't help swallowing. They didn't even have high-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, let alone godly weapons. Ordinary people could only get low-quality and mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. At this moment, with a godly weapon in front of him, how could he not be tempted? However, Yang Wan was not an idiot. This domain was clearly extremely dangerous. If he attacked rashly, he might be in danger. Immediately, Yang Wan drew his saber to block the way and sneered. Shumeng, it's a pity that there are only 5 of you this time. I'll give you a chance. Bring this saber over here and I'll let you go, Shumeng said angrily. Yang Wan, do you really think we dare not fight you? Yang Wan snorted coldly. Fight us? What will you use to fight us? As I said, if you can't bring that saber over here, you'll have to die. The people behind Shumeng were about to get into combat mode, but Shumeng stopped them. Yang Wan, I can take the saber for you. Let my brothers go first. Anyway, I'm the strongest here. I'm already a peak-level sea establisher. If I can't get it, they certainly can't. Brother Meng, Brother Meng, let's fight them to the death. It's not easy to get this knife. The sword stream just now killed 9 sea establishers. How can you get the knife alone? They were all anxious, but Shumeng shouted, go, our human powerhouses are already few, so we can't die so easily. If you live, you may have a chance to avenge me, but if you all die, I'll die in vain. Yang Wan didn't really care. He replied without hesitation, okay, anyway, they'll only get themselves killed if they go up. It's meaningless. After that, Yang Wan raised his hand and made way for these people. Shumeng saved you. You should cherish your lives. It's not easy to reach the sea establishment realm. Don't be in a hurry to die. Brother Meng. Go, Shumeng roared and pushed them out. Then, he said to them via voice transmission, I won't dare to fight all out until you're gone. Maybe I can drag Yang Wan and the others down with me. I can't use my killer move while you're here. Hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth. Let's go. After his teammates walked away and couldn't be detected, Shumeng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, Yang Wan, I hope you can keep your word. Yang Wan smiled casually. As long as you can get it, I promise you won't die. Shumeng didn't believe his bullshit at all. He was betting that if he had a chance to get the knife or trigger some attack of the knife, he might be able to kill Yang Wan and the others. In the next moment, Shumeng took a deep breath and stepped into the domain. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, dozens of knife marks appeared on Shumeng's body. Shtat! Outside, Yang Wan and the others were shocked to see this. It was indeed terrifying. Shumeng was a body refiner. If he was injured like this, others wouldn't be better either. Shumeng was only 1,000 meters away from the knife. The first 300 meters were still manageable. Even though Shumeng was covered in wounds, he suffered only superficial wounds. However, the further he went, the sharper the knife light became. Walking 500 meters more, Shumeng was pierced through, and a hole appeared on his body. The blood that spurted out was in the shape of a knife light, which shocked xuanhuan and the others outside. xuanhuan was excited. It was definitely a godly weapon, and probably not weak at all. If he had a godly weapon, wouldn't his combat power increase by 50%? At that time, how many people in the sea establishment realm could be his match? In everyone's eyes, when Shumeng touched the long saber, he only had a broken skeleton left. When Shumeng reached out to grab the long saber, xuanhuan and the others all held their breath. An excited smile appeared on xuanhuan's face. He felt that he was going to acquire a godly weapon and rise to great heights. Clang. However, the moment Shumeng's fingers touched the long saber, 10,000 saber beams instantly slashed past and spurted out. In the eyes of xuanhuan and the others, Shumeng disappeared in an instant. They didn't see how Shumeng disappeared, but in the next moment xuanhuan roared, "Not good, retreat, swish, 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 puff, puff, puff." xuanhuan retreated extremely fast. He flashed behind a strong master of the Blade Clan and pushed him out, but even so, he only saw a burst of knife light, and then he felt that he was pierced through. When the knife light dissipated, xuanhuan was horrified and his body was shaking. There was no one left around him. They had all died. At this moment, he saw a figure that shouldn't have been here at all, walking towards him from where the black saber was. Human? Yingyue? Yingyue walked to xuanhuan with light steps. In the next moment, the pressure of the sky-opening realm pressed down. Sky-opening realm, why are you here? Who are you? Yingyue raised her hand, pressed it on his head, and said softly, "I'm back for revenge." The 10,000 scale race must be wiped out. Bang! Shumeng thought that he was dead. The moment the knife light burst out, he knew that he was doomed. In this chaotic darkness, a voice suddenly sounded in Shumeng's ears. "If there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that you can destroy the 10,000 scale race, are you willing to take it?" Shumeng laughed subconsciously. 1,000th? Not to mention 1,000th, even 100,000th, or 1,000,000th, I'm willing to take it as long as there is a trace of chance. The voice continued, "If you have this intention, why don't you explore the wasteland, find opportunities, and try to walk out of the chaotic wasteland? Why did you go to the city of scavengers?" Shumeng thought that at this moment he was asking his heart, and it was a question from the depths of his consciousness. He sighed. It's very difficult for a sea establisher to cross the wasteland. It's even harder to find a primitive graveyard than to find ruins. Without a sea establishment cultivation technique, the road of the sea establishment has been cut off. Apart from the city of scavengers, where can I go? Suddenly, Shumeng felt a warm current circulating in his body. It was so comfortable that he even wanted to sleep forever. However, for some reason, a chill came along with it. Shumeng subconsciously came back to his senses and suddenly saw a mysterious young man standing in front of him who looked dignified and exuded an intimidating, suppressing pressure. Behind this mysterious young man stood 6 women. Yingyue? Shumeng finally realized that something was wrong. He sensed that his body was circulating with some technique without any delay. Not only that, but he also found that the many hidden injuries on his body had disappeared, and his defense seemed to have been completely healed. Shumeng was appalled. Wasn't he on his way to draw his knife? How did he see Yingyue? He subconsciously said, "You, Yingyue, Wenruqing, haven't you already been?" Yingyue said, "Shumeng, you should feel lucky that you met Master Human Emperor." Master Human Emperor? Shumeng looked at Han Fei again. Although he was still confused, he felt that the pressure on his body was getting heavier and heavier. Han Fei asked, "How many sea establishment realm human beings do you know in the city of scavengers?" Shumeng responded subconsciously, 90%. Han Fei asked, "Do you want to save them?" Save? Shumeng suddenly raised his head, and Han Fei said leisurely, "If you stay in the city of scavengers, you will be crippled." Yingyue, tell him your current strength. Yingyue's heart was pounding. She said proudly, "Shumeng, I've already opened the sky." Wenruqing took a step forward. "Shumeng, I've also opened the sky." Zhang Ya, Zhang Luyu, Chu Lingyu, Ling Ran, Shumeng, we have all opened the sky. Shumeng, we have all opened the sky. Shumeng? Chapter 2510, 252,000. The tragic Li Dakai, 252,000. The tragic Li Dakai Shumeng was dumbfounded. He had never seen a living human emperor in his entire life. When Yingyue, Wenruqing, and the others were taken away, countless people cursed Sui Fei for a long time. How long had it been since then? None of them had died, and they had all opened the sky? Shumeng looked at Han Fei in shock, and then at Yingyue and the others, dumbfounded. "Master Human Emperor, are you a human?" Han Fei grinned. Yingyue said, "Master Human Emperor is naturally a human." The Human Emperor is not just a human powerhouse, but the king of the human race, the symbol of the human race, the strongest existence of the human race. The strongest? With his hands behind his back, Han Fei said indifferently, "Do you know Chu Shokang?" Shumeng nodded. Of course he knew that. He was the former second lord and was extremely powerful. It was said that he was on the verge of proving Tao and was an existence that he could only look up to. Han Fei said casually, I killed him. Hiss! Shumeng froze and looked at Han Fei in shock. What level was Chu Shokang at? Was there such a strong master in the human race? Han Fei said, I'm not showing off to you. The reason why I asked you to stay and talk with you alone is that there's something extremely important that I need you to do. I know that human beings have always been united, and I also know that the 10,000 scale race has always treated you as cannon fodder. Therefore, when you go out this time, you have to take the initiative to apply for all human beings to come and explore the ruins. After all, the 10,000 scale race needs cannon fodder to open the way for them. The members of Shumeng's squad were still carefully retreating. One of them shouted, Damn it, damn the 10,000 scale race. I must have been blind to come to the city of scavengers. Brothers, one by one, too many of our humans have been tricked to death. A woman said angrily, It's our weakness and the suppression of the 10,000 scale race to blame. They don't want us to open the sky at all and don't want the rise of the human race. In the city of scavengers, the human race has the lowest status. They walked carefully in the cracks of the sword abyss and cursed as they walked. Yes, they couldn't beat the 10,000 scale race, so they could only curse them. They didn't dare to curse them in person, so they could only vent their emotions behind their backs. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, Xuanhuan, don't give up on yourself. It's time for our human race to rise. Apart from Shumeng and the others, many teams had already explored the center of this ancient ruin. As sea establishers, no matter how powerful this ancient ruin used to be, it was only a sea establishment realm ruin now. However, the sudden appearance of such a ruin still needed to be reported. It was not impossible to break in alone, but anyone with a brain knew that this ruin was definitely not something a few ordinary sea establishment realm teams could take. There were 5,000 people in the 1,000 teams, and 2,000 of them had died. In fact, there was no need to report it. Some sky openers had already come. There were only about 30,000 people in this ruin trial, but nearly 2,000 people had died at once. If the people guarding here didn't even notice this, they would be slaughtered by the higher-ups. When the 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses appeared here, the exploration teams came out of the fog with their faces covered in dust. Needless to say, this was a new ruin. A sky-opening realm powerhouse asked, Is there any danger in this ruin? For a moment, there were all kinds of voices, and everyone was talking. Some teams encountered many killing arrays, and only 2 or 3 people returned. Some teams didn't encounter much danger but obtained many opportunities. Someone said, My lord, this ruin was destroyed by powerhouses in the past. The mist is full of killing arrays and sword chi. Some ancient killing arrays are too terrifying. In one round of clashes, 3 teams of ours died. Someone said, These killing arrays are not indestructible. We need people who know arrays. In fact, they're easy to deal with. Only 2 members of our 5 teams died. There were still a few places where no one came back. There was no telling if they had all been wiped out. On Shumeng's side, only 1 person returned. He said frankly, My lord, after passing through the killing arrays, the sword abyss, and the mystifying array, our 5 teams came to the periphery of a ruin and saw some sea-quelling bizarre treasures with our own eyes. However, there was big trouble at a barrier. After 8 people died, the team Xuanhuan led found the entrance of the barrier and entered the ruins. Hiss! Immediately, many people looked at Shumeng. The guardian asked, Why didn't you go in? Shumeng smiled bitterly. My lord, I did want to go in. Hearing this, many people were intrigued. With Xuanhuan's personality, of course, he wouldn't allow a human to enter and compete with him for treasures. Someone asked, What about the other members of your team? Shumeng said with a painful look. When we tried to break through the barrier, the 5 of us managed to break through a bit of the barrier, but unfortunately we were swept by a stream of blades. Except for me, who was the strongest, all my brothers died. Seeing Shumeng's sad expression, no one was surprised. 5,000 people entered, but nearly 2,000 died. Everyone knew how dangerous it was. Shumeng suddenly raised his head and said firmly, My lord, I think this is a huge ruin enough for all sea establishers to explore. I'm afraid we don't have enough people. Why don't we gather some people? I'm willing to persuade all human beings to come explore it. Hearing this, many people laughed in their hearts. He wanted all the humans to come, which means that he had taken a fancy to the resources here and intended to use the resources here to make the human powerhouses rise. However, many people didn't care. Some people even said bluntly, My lord, I agree. The human race is united, has good tolerance, and strong resistance and adaptability. With them joining us in our exploration, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Someone echoed, My lord, the human race has been idle for a long time. It's been a long time since they sent all their members out for trials. This secret realm is too big. We should gather enough people. It would be better if we also called over the Blade Clan or the Frogmen who are good at scavenging. At this moment, the people of the 10,000 scale race were all talking. How could they not have cannon fodder in such a dangerous ruin? For example, this time, 5,000 people entered, but 2,000 died. The 10,000 scale race couldn't afford such a casualty rate. However, the human race, the Frogman race, and the Blade Clan didn't matter. Especially the frogman race, they were very exploratory. The human race was extremely resistant and especially united. They could probably conquer this place if there were enough of them. Just now, Shumeng said that the 5 of them had almost broken through the barrier. If there were more people, would there be better cannon fodder than them? The 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses looked at each other and communicated, and one of them quickly flew towards the exit. The other 2 stayed here. One of them said, "The probability of death in this ruin is too high. It needs to be carefully examined before it can be used as a trial. From this moment on, no one is allowed to step into this ruin. Those who disobey will be executed." Because there was a teleportation array over there, the report came very quickly. In just an hour, the city of scavengers sent a total of 8 sky-opening realm powerhouses over. One of them was the Lord of the 18th Farm, Li Dekai. Han Fei had met this person once, but he was very familiar with his son. This was Li Shenhao's father. He had heard Li Shenhao mention that Li Dekai was good at treasure hunting and exploring ruins. This surprised Han Fei. This place was fake. If a shrewd person came here, the probability of being seen through was not small. What a pity. You sent yourself to me. After Li Dekai arranged a few strong masters in the sky-opening realm to enter from various directions, he stepped into the mist alone. Li Dekai's lips curled as he muttered to himself, "Alas. What a good place. It's so big. How many treasures must there be? However, I promised Master Honghuang that I wouldn't get too many. Well, 30%. Well, 30% should be enough." However, as soon as Li Dekai came to the sword abyss, he suddenly stopped moving forward. He reached out and grabbed a sword beam, a little puzzled. This sword intent is full of vitality. It looks very new. Is there a vitality-type treasure here? After a while, when Li Dekai encountered some incomplete arrays and studied them for a long time, he couldn't help but scratch his head slightly. Why do I feel that this ancient array has some traces of carving? When Li Dekai walked to the depths of the ruins and saw the barrier and some residual treasures inside the barrier, he immediately ran away. Yes, he found something and was about to leave immediately. However, when he turned around, he broke into a cold sweat. A young man had unknowingly appeared behind him. He was a super powerhouse in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Who could appear behind him so quietly? This meant that the Comer's strength far exceeded his. Seeing Li Dekai's shock, confusion, and panic, Han Fei smiled casually. "How did you find that there was something wrong with this place?" Li Dekai didn't dare to speak. Spiritual energy surged from his body, and he secretly wanted to crush something. But Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and Li Dekai's eyes glazed over, and a piece of ancient jade slipped from his hand. Han Fei grinned. "Unfortunately, in order to prevent you from hindering my grand plan, I can only turn you into a puppet." Chapter 2511 Cooperation. Again 2511 Cooperation. Again, Li Dekai was actually very strong, but he didn't expect that he would suffer a setback in the soldier realm. Even if he encountered a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, he could still stall him for a while. However, the void-stealing technique had never been a reasonable technique. Not to mention that Han Fei was infinitely close to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Even if Han Fei hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet, Li Dekai would still be doomed this time. Half a day later, Li Dekai seemed to come out of the ruin leisurely. At this moment, several sky-opening realm powerhouses gathered around. "Brother Dekai, how is it going? You've been in there for a long time. You must have investigated the ruins more thoroughly than us, right?" Li Dekai slightly raised his head and said, "This ruin is indeed a ruin that can be explored by sea establishers. There are a lot of resources in it. How about this? You seal this ruin tightly and allow no one to take a step in. When I go back, I'll report the details and bring more people over. If anyone dares to enter to get treasures, including you, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yes, don't worry, Brother Dekai. We won't take another step in it." Li Dekai nodded slightly. "That's good. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. By the way, choose 2 people to go back to the City of Scavengers with me." The reason why Han Fei asked the puppet Li Dekai to go to the City of Scavengers was to take a look at this teleportation array. This was because the distance from the City of Scavengers to this soldier realm was actually very far. It could be reached by a teleportation array, which made him very curious. When Li Dekai activated the teleportation array in the mist, Han Fei was surprised to find that the array was engraved with Tao patterns. He also felt a familiar power. A star core? Yes, it was a refined star core. This teleportation array was actually driven by a star core, so it could launch an ultra-long-distance teleportation. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He learned it. For the first time, he realized that the star core could be so useful. Due to the power of the star core, the puppet Li Dekai returned from the soldier realm to a place less than an hour away from the City of Scavengers in one go. This teleportation array should be able to teleport them directly to the City of Scavengers, but perhaps to prevent any accidents in the soldier realm or because the City of Scavengers had many eyes and ears, the teleportation hall was not in the city. 2 hours later. In the depths of the law enforcement camp, puppet Li Dekai came straight to Xuanhuan. As a puppet that still had consciousness, Li Dekai flattered him as usual. Master Xuanhuan, after careful research, I think that the new ruin in the Soldier Realm might be the best ruin in the Soldier Realm so far. It seems to have been conquered in ancient times, and there are many broken treasures scattered on the periphery. I entered the spiritual barrier and patrolled for a while. It's quite dangerous. I estimate that if it's handled well, the mortality rate can be reduced to 20%. It's still high, but the benefits are quite large. It can probably increase the overall strength of the sea establishment realm by a level. Zhao Honghuang didn't notice the difference in Li Dekai. He frowned slightly. 20% mortality rate, Li Dekai hurriedly said. My lord, the first people exploring the ruin were too careless. Now that the situation outside the ruin has been figured out, casualties can basically be ignored, and the important exploration goal is still inside of the ruins. Of course, I think we can let the human race, the frogman race, and the Blade clan take the lead. Especially the human race, these people are very united, so their reaction to danger is quite good. Zhao Honghuang took a deep look at Li Dekai. Okay, however, I want you to control the difficulty of the ruins, including the people sent with you and the guards over there. A total of 15 sky openers will be under your command. It's not difficult to adjust the difficulty, right? Li Dekai hurriedly shook his head. It's not difficult at all. No matter how good the ruins are, they're already dilapidated and less than 10% of the power they have left. How can it be difficult for me? However, how much do you want to reduce the difficulty, Master Honghuang? Zhao Honghuang, the 10,000 scale race must maintain a mortality rate of 10%. This is the bottom line. However, we can't let the human race, the frogman race, and the Blade clan all die. This will be detrimental to the rule of the 10,000 scale race. Therefore, once you exceed this bottom line, take out everything you've secretly obtained, understood? Li Dekai pretended to sweat and smiled obsequiously. Master Honghuang, don't worry. I will definitely keep this bottom line. Puppet Li Dekai went to the law enforcement camp and then to the mission guild, the arena, and almost all the sea establishment realm powerhouses in the city of scavengers were gathered by him. At the same time, they had to go to another trial field, where there were another 30,000 sea establishers. Just as Li Dekai was about to leave the city of scavengers, he suddenly saw Mochi walking out of the city gate. Of course, this was not a coincidence, nor could it be. Li Dekai immediately instructed the other two, take my token and lead the other sea establishers to the soldier realm. We'll meet there. Well, yes, Brother Dekai. Brother Dekai, don't worry. We'll definitely get it done for you. After sending away two lackeys, Puppet Li Dekai walked towards Mochi with a smile. Mochi frowned slightly. Just as Mochi was about to speak, Li Dekai said telepathically, I'm Hanfei's puppet. Mochi couldn't have felt worse. Of course, she knew that Hanfei was back. After all, his avatar, Ye Fengliu, had returned. Ye Fengliu didn't come to her. With her intelligence, she quickly found out the reason. However, she had predicted that something big would happen today. When she went out and saw Li Dekai, she immediately confirmed that this big event must be related to Li Dekai. However, who would have thought that Li Dekai would become Hanfei's puppet and walk openly in the city of scavengers? Mochi already knew Hanfei's identity as a disciple of the Void Temple. This greatly exceeded her expectations. However, when she asked about the cause and effect while she felt regretful, she didn't feel indignant. Just because Hanfei didn't join the Time Temple didn't mean that his cooperation with her was terminated. Therefore, Li Dekai came up to him. Lord Mochi, I have something to tell you. After that, Li Dekai gave her a star shell and followed her back to Mochi's residence. It was also at this moment that Zhao Honghuang received the news that Li Dekai had contacted Mochi. Chen Yan, the instructor of the law enforcement camp, smiled and said, Fatty Li is really good at avoiding danger. He can actually enter Mochi's place repeatedly. It seems that he has stuffed a lot of resources into her. Zhao Honghuang said indifferently. He's just used to taking advantage of others. Li Dekai cherishes his life too much. He came to Mochi just to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Let him be. Just as Zhao Honghuang thought that he had seen Li Dekai through, in Mochi's room, Li Dekai wiped off the fawning look on his face and said indifferently, It's me. I plan to get rid of all the sea establishers in the city of scavengers and more than a dozen sky openers. It won't be a small matter. Mochi was speechless. Then why did you follow me all the way here? Once those people die, now that I made a prophecy for you, how can they not suspect me? Li Dekai said lightly. Don't you want to leave the city of scavengers? Instead of being seen through by you just now, I might as well take you away. Mochi said in surprise. Now? With just you, a puppet? Li Dekai said. Don't underestimate puppets. Puppets can also accomplish many things. I'm afraid you don't want to leave, right? Since Hanfei learned that there was a great secret in the chaotic wasteland and that even the 10,000 scale monarch was fake, he had doubts about why Mochi would appear here. Previously, he wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't even sense Mochi's realm. But now, from Li Dekai's point of view, what Mochi said in the past that she hadn't even entered the Star Transformation realm was definitely not true. How could a dignified disciple of the Time Temple be a weakling who hadn't even entered the Star Transformation realm after such a long time? Mochi had probably always been very strong, but she had suppressed her strength and didn't show it. In the past, Hanfei felt that Mochi might have been abducted here and she could only escape on her own because she was on trial. But from the looks of it, the only reason Mochi came into contact with him was probably to test him and ask him to join the Time Temple. As for escaping, that was bullshit. Mochi could stay here for tens of thousands of years not for any trial, but for the secrets of the chaotic wasteland. Mochi asked, "What do you mean? I really want to leave." Lee Dakai asked, "Then why are you still here?" Mochi hesitated for a moment and then said, "Then why are you here?" "Human Emperor, a disciple of the Void Temple. Why did you appear in the chaotic wasteland? Is it really for the human race?" Lee Dakai grinned. "You'll have to wait 2 years for Yifeng Liu to come to talk to you. I'm just a puppet. However, if you're willing to do me a favor, we're still allies. I can even help you find out the secrets of the chaotic wasteland. For example, the fact that the 10,000 scale monarch is fake isn't exactly a secret, right?" Mochi couldn't help narrowing her eyes. "What favor?" Puppet Lee Dakai didn't talk much to Mochi. He just quickly reached a cooperation with her and left. When Lee Dakai left, he grinned and seemed to be in a good mood. As for Mochi, she rubbed her head and muttered to herself, "The disciple of the Void Temple is indeed terrifying. It's only been a few hundred years, but his strength has grown to such a level." Chapter 2512, Haul in the Net and Massacre. 2512, Haul in the Net and Massacre. 5 days later. A total of 80,000 sea establishers had gathered in the soldier realm. Yes, this was the first time the city of scavengers had mobilized so many sea establishers. Before, Hanfei had always felt that the city of scavengers only had less than 20,000 people in the sea establishment realm. Including those who were taking trials outside, there were at most 30,000 sea establishers. But now it seemed that when something big happened, there could be so many sea establishers gathered all at once. Hanfei had reason to suspect that this wasn't the true number of sea establishers in the city of scavengers at all. This was because Lee Dakai was only allowed to gather so many. Perhaps those who hadn't been summoned were the real elites. When these people were summoned, they were very surprised. These sea establishers secretly sent voice transmissions from time to time. Someone exclaimed, "How can there be so many sea establishers? Most of them are strangers to us. What's going on?" Someone sighed, "How do I know what's going on?" But obviously, our city of scavengers seems to have a lot of hidden forces. Someone was puzzled. "Why did so many people come today?" Someone said, "I heard that a huge ruin appeared in the soldier realm. It's very dangerous and has a high casualty rate." Someone cursed, "Nonsense. The 18th Lord just said that he would keep the mortality rate to less than 20%. What kind of secret realm is this that so many people have to explore together?" At this moment, the puppet, Lee Dakai, had gathered 15 sky openers and more than 79,800 sea establishes. Among them, there were only 15,000 humans, 15,000 frogmen, 9,000 blade demons, and more than 40,000 members of the 10,000 scale race. There shouldn't be so many people on the human side. Dumeng was obviously a little stunned, because he saw many human powerhouses who were said to have died appear again. At that moment, everyone was looking forward to entering the ruins to take a look. Even the sky-opening realm powerhouses behind Lee Dakai wanted to go in and make a fortune. At the moment they gathered here in the so-called ruins, Hanfei was walking slowly through the mist, walking out of the mist. He had prepared so long to set up this trap, and it was certainly not for letting these people explore the ruins. He just needed an excuse to gather all the humans together. Lee Dakai said, "Listen to my command. All humans, step out." For a moment, many people felt that something was wrong. There were so many people. Why did the human race have to come out first? However, the words of a sky opener couldn't be disobeyed. When everyone thought that Lee Dakai would make them lead the way and be cannon fodder. However, at this moment, a few figures appeared in the fog. One of them seemed to have penetrated the fog and appeared in front of the human camp. When everyone took a closer look, it was a young man. In his hand, he was playing with an aqua blue bead that emitted a chilling aura. Who is it? The sky-opening realm powerhouses all changed their expressions and looked at Lee Dakai in shock, wondering if this person knew Lee Dakai. However, Lee Dakai had already retreated to Hanfei's side. At this moment, some other people walked out of the mist. The people took a closer look and found that a few of them were members of Shumeng's team. There were also a few people who human sea establishers knew. Many people exclaimed, "Is this Yingyue? Huh? Sister Yingyue, Sister Jiangya. It's Chu Lingyu and Lingran. Why are they here? Huh, it's Wen Ruqing. Wasn't she taken by Shui Fei?" For a moment, the humans were all dumbfounded. These people who shouldn't have appeared had appeared. Also, who was this young man in front of them? The invisible suppressing pressure on his body was so strong. At this moment, these sky-opening realm powerhouses clearly sensed that something was wrong. Lee Dakai, who had been the leader, suddenly fell silent, as if he didn't have any doubts about these people who had just appeared. Not good. Something seems to be wrong with Brother Dakai. Someone spoke telepathically. However, the few people who came with Lee Dakai were not very weak. 4 of them had entered the Star Transformation realm. Among the original Guardians here, there was a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation realm cultivator and 2 Star Transformation realm cultivators. Therefore, they didn't want to run, mainly because they didn't think that they were weak. Among them, the late-stage Star Transformation powerhouse shouted, "Lee Dakai, what's the meaning of this? Who are they? KKKK." At this moment, Hanfei suddenly smiled. While playing with the extreme cold pearl in his hand, he grinned. At the last moment of your lives, I think I should tell you the truth. As the human emperor, the sovereign of the human race, the 10,000 scale race have enslaved the human race for 100,000 years. I'll take revenge on you starting from today. You just appetizers. Hiss on the 10,000 scale race's side, the emperors had no special reaction. They were just puzzled but not shocked. However, on the human side, most people gasped. The emperor of the human race? When did the human race have an emperor? Wait, someone understood the difference in this term. Han Fei was talking about the human emperor. The meaning of emperor was different from a sky opener, but more like a leader. For a moment, the puzzled human powerhouses all looked at Ying Yue and the others. Ying Yue shouted, 100,000 years ago, the human race was stranded in the chaotic wasteland and imprisoned for 100,000 years. Now, the opportunity for the human race has come. Master Human Emperor will rise with the human race to conquer the 10,000 scale race and destroy the scavengers. Now that the human emperor has appeared, the human race shall rise. Gulp. While everyone was dumbfounded and shocked, Shumeng shouted, my fellow clansmen, we have been pawns and cannon fodder of the 10,000 scale race all our lives. Everyone can open the sky, but our human race can't. In the city of scavengers, in this territory, we spent 100,000 years like ants and struggled for 100,000 years. Today, Lord Human Emperor has designed and arranged for us to gather together to see the prosperity of the human race and wipe out the power of the 10,000 scale race. Humph! The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse's heart did a flip as he roared, what shameless boasting! A guy who hasn't even entered the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm is worthy of mentioning the rise of the human race. Let me slaughter you and let you have a taste of the true power of a sky opener. As he spoke, a terrifying spear beam burst out of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. If Han Fei dodged it, countless people would be annihilated by this spear beam. The situation changed too quickly. The more than 10,000 human powerhouses were excited, worried, scared, and expectant. Their complicated emotions turned into countless gazes at the spear beam. However, Han Fei raised his hand, and the spear light instantly disappeared from everyone's vision. Then, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse bent his body like a shrimp, and a spear light shot out of his body. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that Han Fei had already appeared in front of that person. Han Fei won this battle so quickly and suddenly that none of the other sky-opening realm powerhouses could react in time. In the end, what appeared in their eyes was a spear beam that pierced them through and a huge golden fist mark. That punch was like a star exploding. The powerful impact light technique instantly seriously injured two star transformation realm powerhouses. It had to be known that these human cultivators didn't even know what the perfected star transformation realm was. As far as they knew, there was only the sky-opening realm, and no one had told them about the minor realms. At this moment, although they didn't know how strong Han Fei was, the fist light blinded their eyes. Countless people tried to stare at the light, but their eyes exploded. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Han Fei had easily killed 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses who looked extremely powerful in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, most of the sky-opening realm powerhouses here, except for the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, could not withstand a single blow of Han Fei. In order to show his strength, Han Fei instantly completed 4 kills. In less than a second, the 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses had died. Their flesh and blood were still hanging in the sky. In an instant, everyone was horrified. Where did this unparalleled monster come from? He had killed 4 sky-openers in the blink of an eye after only 1 clash. Was he serious? Someone shouted, "Run! Run!" At this moment, Han Fei stepped in the air and casually threw out the extreme cold pearl in his hand. In an instant, the void hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead was completely frozen. Great Daos were crushed, and only the strongest Dao was left in the void. The one who ran the furthest only ran less than 100,000 miles. But his body stiffened, his flesh and blood were frozen, and the great Dao of ice circulated in his body. As for the sea establishers of the 10,000 scale race, the Frogmen race, and the Blade clan, a moment ago, they were still secretly discussing what had happened. However, at this moment, they had all turned into ice sculptures. Furthermore, these were not ordinary ice sculptures, but ice sculptures that had shattered souls. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had killed 15 sky openers and nearly 65,000 sea establishers. Rumble. In this space, there were constant thunders and a rain of blood fell. This was because too many people died in an instant, and this was not the sea realm. Before these human sea establisher powerhouses came back to themselves, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, open your minds and enter my origin sea." Chapter 25113, 25113. All dead, 25113. All dead. After the killing, the first thing Han Fei had to do was to run for his life. In particular, more than 60,000 sea establishers and 15 sky openers of the city of scavengers had died. This kind of thing would be discovered immediately. Running away was his only choice. The sea establisher powerhouses of the human race hadn't had the time to feel shocked yet, because they could only see the void being frozen with their naked eyes. Then, an overwhelming natural phenomenon and thunder rumbled incessantly. In the next moment, they felt a suction force, but after hearing Han Fei's words, they didn't dare to be negligent. This person had already revealed his identity. They would be stupid if they still resisted. For this reason, everyone was absorbed into Han Fei's origin stars. In the end, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the extreme cold pearl. An array appeared under him and he went straight to the exit of the soldier realm. As for puppet Li Dekai, Han Fei didn't intend to take it from the beginning. Having seen the big world of the Divine Capital Dynasty, Han Fei naturally knew that Li Dekai's strength was nothing. More importantly, Li Dekai had already been exposed. If anything happened, the city of scavengers might investigate thoroughly and find that Shui Fei and Feng Tianyi had become puppets, and then the number 68 and number 80 farms that he had painstakingly managed would be exposed. That would be a huge loss. Therefore, Han Fei directly penetrated Li Dekai's star bead and threw him into his origin star. Then, he immediately burst out at 14 times the speed of light and ran at full speed. Only by killing Li Dekai could they believe that there was nothing wrong with Li Dekai. He was just tricked. In addition to Li Dekai's self-detonation, Han Fei also left a trace of Entyping's chi and blood far away. Anyway, Entyping's corpse was in his hands. In this way, nothing would go wrong. This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water. It could be said that when Han Fei ran, the people in the city of scavengers must have just discovered that something was wrong. As Han Fei guessed, xuanhuan was the first to react when something happened in the soldier realm. At the first moment, xuanhuan thought that the exploration had begun, so people died. However, at the moment when the 15 life tablets of the sky-opening realm powerhouses shattered at the same time, xuanhuan suddenly stood up. He was shocked. This was a sea establishment realm operation. How could 15 sky-opening realm powerhouses die first? And 15 had died instantly, and all the sea establisher life tablets were managed by Chen Yan. However, when nearly 65,000 sea establishers died at once, Chen Yan didn't notice it. This was because there was a time film covering this place where the life tablets were stored. In this film, time stopped. This was naturally Mochi's doing. To be honest, there were more than 500,000 life tablets here. It actually gave Mochi a fright. However, when Mochi saw 65,000 jade slips shatter at once, she felt terrible. What method did Han Fei use to kill so many people at once? Was this guy crazy? However, since she had promised Han Fei to help him remove the traces, this matter was a favor. It was the foundation of their future cooperation. Han Fei would have to return it sooner or later, so Mochi didn't hesitate. In an instant, Mochi shattered more than 500,000 life tablets here. This was because the number of human sea establishers wasn't as many as the number that Han Fei had taken away. There were still nearly 30,000 sea establishers hidden somewhere. And Mochi didn't have the ability to know which humans Han Fei had taken away, so she naturally shattered all the life tablets. The moment all the life tablets shattered, Mochi immediately withdrew the time film and instantly appeared in her house. And here, time also stopped without the slightest passing. If Han Fei saw this scene, he could roughly guess Mochi's strength. She was at least a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, and not an ordinary one. Master Honghuang. With a scream, Chen Yan appeared in front of Zhao Honghuang without caring about his image. Chen Yan's voice trembled as he said, Master Honghuang, they're all broken. All the sea establishers' life tablets were broken at the same time. Zhao Honghuang was stunned. How was this possible? This was impossible. Yes, in the next second, he sobered up and instantly appeared in the place where the sea establishers' life tablets were kept. However, there was nothing left here except for powders. This had never happened in the history of the city of scavengers. These sea establishers seemed to have died at the same time. What kind of power could cause so many sea establishers to die at the same time? Just as Zhao Honghuang was watching this scene, he suddenly felt Li Dekai's life tablet shatter. Yes, he was fucking dead too. His first reaction was that something must have happened to Li Dekai's side, and that Li Dekai's team might have been completely wiped out. However, how many people were there? Only 80,000, but more than 500,000 life tablets here had been broken. What happened? It must be related to the soldier realm. Recently, the only major event that happened was the appearance of ruins in the soldier realm. Now, Li Dekai and the 15 sky-opening realm powerhouses had all died, which proved that something had happened in the soldier realm. Although these life tablets were broken, they couldn't all be dead. This was because in some places, it was impossible for the people there to die, let alone die with the people in the soldier realm. This meant that just a moment ago, someone had been lurking here and shattered all the life tablets when he saw some life tablets shatter so as to hide something. What was there to hide? To be able to hide here silently and avoid Chen Yan's perception and his gaze, this kind of person was definitely not an ordinary person, and his strength was probably not weaker than his. Such a person could be counted with one hand in the city of scavengers. He instantly thought of someone and landed in Mochi's hut. When Li Dekai left the city of scavengers, the last person he saw was Mochi. He had always suspected that there was something wrong with Mochi's strength. He had also always guessed that Mochi was hiding in the city of scavengers not for any trial, but for the secrets behind the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, Mochi became Zhao Honghuang's first target. Bang! The cottage exploded. However, at this time, there was nothing left in the cottage, including the junk-like mess. Chen Yan followed Zhao Honghuang closely. Seeing this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. She ran away. Chen Yan recalled that Li Dekai was in a very good mood when he left here, but now Mo Qi had run away. He immediately exclaimed, Master Honghuang, Li Dekai is in danger. However, Zhao Honghuang looked at Chen Yan as if he were an idiot. He's already dead. Hiss! Zhao Honghuang glanced at the depths of the city of scavengers and disappeared from the city at the speed of light explosion. The moment Zhao Huang left, 10,000 scale monarch suddenly appeared beside him. He said, Why are you so flustered? Zhao Honghuang, Brother Ning, Mo Qi ran away. Something happened in the soldier realm. Li Dekai and all the sky openers and sea establishers who went there have died. Zhao Honghuang directly called the 10,000 scale monarch Ning Tianlong, Brother Ning. If anyone else heard this, they would immediately fall into great shock. However, Ning Tianlong didn't mind at all. He was stunned for a moment before saying, Mo Qi ran away? It could be said that in the city of scavengers, the person Ning Tianlong cared about the most was Mo Qi. When did Mo Qi run away? Why didn't he notice at all? Zhao Honghuang added, I suspected Li Dekai, so I arranged for Zhou Liheng to follow him. Zhou Liheng's life tablet hasn't been broken yet. If I'm fast enough, I might be able to save him. When Ning Tianlong heard this, his eyes flashed and he grabbed Zhao Honghuang. Let me take you there. Han Fei happened to leave the soldier realm at the moment Zhao Honghuang and Ning Tianlong left the city. However, as soon as Han Fei left the soldier realm, a sword light slashed at him. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. They came so quickly? That's not right. If it were a monarch, the power of that strike would be much greater than this. With a thought from Han Fei, the sword light disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Liheng was shocked. Where is my attack? In the next moment, Han Fei stepped on the void and slashed the sky. He roared, Come out. Zhou Liheng felt that although Han Fei's attack was strong, he hadn't reached the perfected star transformation realm, which made him immediately relieved. He was responsible for monitoring Li Dekai. The reason why he didn't go in to monitor him was that Li Dekai had just entered, so it was meaningless for him to go in now. But Han Fei's appearance filled him with doubts. This person was very strong, but he wasn't from the city of scavengers, so he had to stop him. At this moment, Zhou Liheng saw that although Han Fei was strong, he seemed to be a little weaker than him, so he naturally stepped forward, preparing to take Han Fei down. However, the moment he appeared, he lost consciousness. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. So it was this guy. His son had provoked him before. It seemed that both father and son were unlucky. Han Fei slashed at the center of Zhou Liheng's eyebrows. A peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who had lost his mind was simply at Han Fei's mercy. Puffed! Rumble! As soon as he shattered Zhou Liheng's star bead, the great Dao crack appeared in the sky. Han Fei grabbed Zhou Liheng's corpse and threw it into his origin star. The next moment, Han Fei put on a smile and stepped to the edge of the speed of light. In the next moment, he stepped into the white hole and disappeared. On the other side, the 1,000-scaled emperor, Ning Tianlong, was running wildly with Zhao Honghuang, also shuttling quickly through the white hole. It wasn't that they didn't want to use the teleportation array, but that the teleportation array had been destroyed. The power of the star core that supported the teleportation array had been stolen by some bastard. Even so, Ning Tianlong and the others were not slow. Unfortunately, they had only set off for about 5 seconds when Zhao Honghuang's face darkened again and he said coldly, Zhou Liheng is dead. Chapter 2514, A Gift from the Human Emperor 2514. A Gift from the Human Emperor. When Ning Tianlong and Zhao Honghuang arrived at the soldier realm, there were only ruins left. As for Zhou Liheng's death, they could feel the vibe of the battle, but because the battle ended too quickly, there was nothing special left. Inside the soldier realm, when Ning Tianlong arrived at the place where the people died, he said in shock, It's an attack at the level of a monarch, and it's very strong. The power of ice in such a huge area exceeds the Dao-proving level. With one blow, all the sky openers died at the same time. It should be at the carefree level. Zhao Honghuang frowned slightly. Who could it be? Gu Tingnan, and Bailing, or Enheng? On the surface, only these few people in the chaotic wasteland are monarchs. Ning Tianlong pondered and said, Not any of them. This kind of extreme cold power is a little similar to the power above the sea. However, it's even less likely that they came back from that place. How can people who have gone to that place come back so easily? Even if they want to return, they won't be allowed to. Did Pan Litian and the others offend anyone in this 100,000-year competition? Zhao Honghuang frowned slightly. He was also thinking about this question. But how big of a grudge did this guy have to scheme like this? If it was really an outsider, how could he have made this plan so perfect? This person should know the chaotic wasteland, even the city of scavengers very well. Zhao Honghuang said, It's also possible that the city of wanderers or the city of origin found an external monarch to take action. Coupled with Mo Qi's escape, I'm afraid Mo Qi should have long known of this plan. However, I don't know if it's Mo Qi's idea or the time temples. Ning Tianlong frowned. Mo Qi's investigation direction shouldn't conflict with ours. She's exploring the source of the ominous. We found something. Ning Tianlong suddenly flew across the sky and grabbed at something tens of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment, Ning Tianlong's expression changed slightly. He condensed an almost undetectable soul light spot in his hand and said with an ugly expression, "The city of origin said that Antaiping is dead?" Zhao Honghuang was also taken aback for a moment. Pan Litten didn't kill Antaiping personally, but it said that he fought with someone and died. From the looks of it, I'm afraid it's not that simple. If the city of origin wasn't framed, they have gone too far this time. Zhao Honghuang, let me investigate this matter in secret. The top priority now is to check other places besides the soldier realm. The city of scavengers suffered a huge loss this time. Including the humans taken away by Han Fei, they lost 80,000 sea establishers at once. Was this number small? Definitely not small. There were 80,000 sea establishers in the city of scavengers, and then what about the city of origin and the city of wanderers? It was impossible for them to mobilize all their forces. Therefore, Han Fei conservatively estimated that there were at least 500,000 sea establishers in the chaotic wasteland. Even the 100,000-year competition only had 8 million sea establishment realm participants. In comparison, the chaotic wasteland on the border of the EC Divine Realm had more than 500,000 sea establishers, which was already very powerful. On Han Fei's side, he had already run far away. At this time, he had already entered his origin star, preparing to stay for half a year. At that time, the probability of being caught was almost zero. In his origin star, in a certain area, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, the vegetation was flourishing, the spiritual river flowed, and mountains and waterfalls hung down, and the scenery was very beautiful. The spiritual energy here was so rich that these human sea establishers felt their scalps tingle. They had never felt such rich spiritual energy in their lives, but here even the air was filled with rich energy. After all, he had refined several great Dao seeds during his breakthrough to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The seeds were so swollen that he needed some help to digest some energy. At this moment, some people in the crowd slowly came back to their senses. Ying Yue, Zhang Ya, Wen Ruchen, and Xu Meng were immediately surrounded. Meng, tell me, what's going on? When did our human race have a human emperor? Ying Yue, what have you experienced all these years? Is this lord really our human emperor? Zhang Ya, you actually opened the sky. Buzz. In an instant, everyone fell silent and looked at Ying Yue, Zhang Ya, and the others. If only one person had opened the sky, he might have had a special experience. However, when they learned that Ying Yue, Jian Ya, and the others had all opened the sky, these over 10,000 people were shocked and excited. It seemed that a ray of hope appeared in front of everyone. Ying Yue said, "The 7 of us have indeed opened the sky. We have to thank Master Human Emperor for all this. Master Human Emperor gave us resources, provided us with the energy for our cultivation, taught us great techniques and combat skills, and protected us to open the sky. Today, in order to save you from the city of scavengers, Master Human Emperor has painstakingly laid down the trap in the soldier realm. This is your opportunity, as well as the opportunity of our human race. Everyone, our human race has its own emperor now. The time for our rise has come. Gulp. Hiss. Some were shocked, some sighed, some cried, and some were excited. In their minds, they recalled the humiliation they had suffered in the city of scavengers. Their bodies were branded with too many traces of oppression. At this moment, Han Fei jumped out like a savior. How could they not be excited? At this moment, in the void, Han Fei, glowing with golden light and carrying an unparalleled suppressing pressure, stood in the air. Han Fei said, "My fellow human beings, I am the human emperor, Han Fei. Today, in the soldier realm, I killed 16 sky openers and nearly 65,000 sea establishers, heavily injuring the city of scavengers. This event marks the rise of our human race. We will eventually reach glory. However, glory is not in front of us yet. At this moment, we're still in the darkness before dawn. This battle seems to be a huge victory, but our human race has been in decline for 100,000 years. It won't be able to change our fate in a day. Although I'm the human emperor, I haven't proven Dao and become a monarch. I need you. I need each of you to rise. I need each of you to be able to open the sky and create a golden age for our human race. Our human race shall rise." Han Fei's voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds and shaking the sea. Upon hearing this, everyone's blood subconsciously began to diffuse and surge. In utter excitement, they shouted with Han Fei, "The human race shall rise, the human race shall rise, the human race shall rise." Han Fei pressed his hands down and said in a dignified voice, "I know that you lack resources, techniques, combat skills, and weapons. From today on, you don't lack anything." With that, a long dragon of resources rolled up and poured down overwhelmingly. At this moment, the ground was shaking, and surging energy tides rose to the sky. Between the heavens and earth, millions of spiritual fruits and tens of thousands of godly weapons flew over. The audience was astounded. They had never seen so many resources. They were everywhere as if they were all free. At this moment, there was no need for them to take the initiative to reach out. Resources, spiritual fruits, mystic yellow soil, godly weapons, and so on fell on everyone's body. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, the blow of the extreme cold pearl had wiped out all the villains. He didn't have the time to find their origin stars, so no matter how many resources there were, he couldn't get them. He had thought that he had abundant resources. However, when there were really more than 10,000 sea establishers or even peak-level sea establishers standing in front of him, the pressure on Han Fei immediately increased. The resources he had were definitely not enough for them to open the sky. At most, the resources given out could make up for the loss of their origin seas, repair some of the old damage, and consolidate and strengthen themselves. This amount of resources was not enough to build a team of 10,000 sky openers. However, at this moment, these sea establishers went crazy. They had thought that they were about to become cannon fodder, but who would have expected that they would suddenly become the protagonist? A human emperor fell from the sky and gave them countless rewards. More importantly, the human race had a real powerhouse who could easily kill 16 sky-opening realm powerhouses and more than 60,000 sea establishers. We pledge our lives to follow Master Human Emperor. For the rise of the human races, quote, amidst the cheers, Han Fei shouted, my fellow human beings, overthrowing the 10,000 scale race is not something that can be done in a day. We must work together at this moment, and I won't keep my resources to myself. From today on, we will share the Purity Mystic Body, a body refining technique ranked 998th on the Sea Establishment Realm list. Chaotic Demon Body, an ultra-quality body refining technique of the Sea Establishment Realm. Sky Opening Sword Manual, an ultra-quality technique of the Sea Establishment Realm. Blade Inferno, and Hinayana Saber, divine quality knife techniques, and Heavenly God Stab, a divine quality soul technique. Everyone below was stunned by Han Fei's words. Divine quality, ultra quality, Sea Establishment Realm list? These were fucking top-notch precious techniques that they had never heard of before. This human emperor had only seen them once, right? Did he trust them so much that he wanted to teach them so many precious techniques at once? Even Ying Yue and the others were a little confused. Wasn't this a little crazy? As for Han Fei, he walked down from the sky step by step and said in a voice that everyone could hear, I know that you, who can reach the city of scavengers, cultivate to this level, and survive, are all outstanding talents. You are all heavenly talents. In that case, I won't be stingy with my precious technique resources. I don't demand you to quickly open the sky, but I want you to lay a very solid foundation in the Sea Establishment Realm and not blindly pursue opening the sky. Ying Yue, Zhang Ya, Zhang Luyu, Wen Ruqing, Chu Lingyu, and Ling Ran have followed me for many years and have all opened the sky. From today onwards, they will be your instructors and give you special training in my Origin Star. Chapter 2515-2555, The Palace Locked in the Void. 2515. The Palace Locked in the Void. So far, Han Fei was not afraid of betrayal. However, this didn't mean that Han Fei would really trust everyone here. For the next period of time, Han Fei would see a person every day. In fact, Han Fei had mentally hypnotized each of them and learned their true selves. Human beings were the most united race, but there were also conflicts wherever there were people. It didn't matter if there were conflicts. The main thing was that they couldn't betray the human race. Spies couldn't be tolerated here. In the end, Han Fei did find 37 suspicious people. Among them, 26 were possessed by the City of Origin, and 11 were possessed by the Frogmen and the Blade Clan. Han Fei handed these 37 people over to Ying Yue, Xu Meng, and the others. In the end, these people were beaten to death by the crowd. Yes, tens of thousands of people beat them up. Han Fei had never asked. In the past 6 months, the places where these humans lived had been in a state of 10 times speed. Even Zhang Xuanyu and the others had to spend hundreds of years suppressing their cultivation, and Ying Yu and the others had to suppress their cultivation for hundreds of years before they could open the sky. It didn't make much sense for these people to open the sky now. Even if they opened the sky, they would be useless. Han Fei needed to build a team of elites. He couldn't let any of them open the sky now. Therefore, during this period of time, they cultivated hard every day. To put it bluntly, it would take at least decades for them to recover from their physical injuries and practice new techniques and skills, so Han Fei wasn't worried that they had nothing to do. Han Fei's main task in the past 6 months was to compress his star core. His star core was the same size as when it was first formed, except that its density was 1,000 times higher. And now, he needed to do the final 10 times compression. With these more than 10,000 people absorbing the energy he emitted to cultivate at all times in half a year, Han Fei had barely reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Thinking that he had to go back and pick up Hong Yue, Han Fei didn't stay in his origin star for long. When he came out half a year later and was about to return to the number 68 farm, he suddenly thought of something. Who is it? Come out. A voice came from the void. I've helped you a lot, and I had to leave the city of scavengers because of you. You won't turn your back on me, will you? Mochi walked out of the void, looking a little smug. Others couldn't find Han Fei, but she could. After all, she could trace back in time. Seeing that it was Mochi, heaved a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Although I don't like your time temple, we can still cooperate. This time, I owe you a favor and will return it to you. Since we don't have to pretend now, I won't hide it. It's not the time for me to take action. Neither I nor you should be able to unveil the fog of the chaotic wasteland independently. You and I need time. Mochi narrowed her eyes. You want to save time for yourself to grow, right? But like I said before, even if you grow to the perfected star transformation realm, if you don't use the power of the Void Temple, how can you destroy the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin? How can you explore the secrets behind the chaotic wasteland? Han Fei grinned and said, let me ask you something. How long has the City of Wanderers existed? Mochi asked. What do you mean? Han Fei said. If the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin have enough time and energy, the City of Wanderers would have been gone long ago. So, no matter what the secret behind this is, it keeps the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin busy, so you and I will have enough time to investigate. Well, you have stayed in the chaotic wasteland for so long. What have you found? Suddenly, Mochi waved her hand and said, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm investigating the secrets behind the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin? Han Fei was puzzled. Aren't you? Mochi sneered. Of course not. Why would I investigate that? Perhaps this secret is not small. It might involve monarchs or even great monarchs, but that's not something I can participate in. What I've been investigating for so many years is the origin of the tidal waves. Han Fei was embarrassed, so they were not talking about the same thing at all. Mochi said, the Time Temple isn't interested in these secrets. There are so many secrets in this world. Isn't it crazy to investigate them all? The ultimate goal of the Time Temple has always been the ominous. This is the reason why I've been in the chaotic wasteland for so long. Han Fei suddenly said, then have you ever thought that the secret behind the City of Scavengers might also be related to the ominous? Mochi shook her head. No, over the years I've crossed the ominous world countless times to search for the ominous origin on the day when the tidal waves come. However, I've returned empty-handed every time. In the end, I found a palace that's hidden in the ominous and locked in the void. However, I haven't been able to break in, so I can't investigate it. This is the favor I want you to repay. A palace locked in the void? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Mochi had been investigating this for so many years, he couldn't help but ask, since you found out, why didn't you turn to the seniors of the Time Temple for help? Mochi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Han Fei asked. What? Mochi said, this is my true trial. This is my path to prove Tao. Otherwise, why do you think I helped you? Why do you think I wanted you to join the Time Temple? Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. So that was the reason? No wonder Mochi had waited here for tens of thousands of years. It turned out that this was her path to prove Tao. However, Han Fei still felt that tens of thousands of years was still too long. It seemed that Mochi's aptitude wasn't as good as he imagined. At the very least, anyone in the Void Temple had better aptitude than her. Han Fei said, the source of the ominous power in the entire chaotic wasteland can't be resolved by you, a mere perfected star transformation realm cultivator alone. Huh? You've seen through my realm? Han Fei smiled and said, do you need to see it through? You said you were going to prove your Tao. Besides, not everyone can shatter those life tablets in the City of Scavengers. Mochi curled her lips. All right, that place is related to the Time Temple, so I have a natural advantage. Furthermore, don't underestimate a perfected star transformation realm disciple of the Time Temple. We're not necessarily inferior to your Void Temple. Besides, I said I needed to find out something, but I didn't say I had to eliminate the source of the ominous, which are two different things. Han Fei smiled and said, in that case, how about waiting for me to break through to the perfected star transformation realm? Mochi said, I think you're very strong now. You can kill a powerhouse on the god roll alone. With your strength, should you wait for so long? Han Fei didn't fall for it. Do you think the palace locked in the void is ordinary? I had to use all my strength to kill Zhao Qinglong. Besides, although Zhao Qinglong is on the god roll, his lifespan is less than 30,000 years. If I fight those old monsters who have lived for more than 100,000 years, it's not certain who will win. Do you still remember the 1,000-year agreement between us? It hasn't even been 100 years. However, you should at least believe that I'm definitely going back to the chaotic wasteland. Mochi said in surprise. You're leaving again? Didn't you just come back? Han Fei said. You have the secrets you investigated, and I have some I need to investigate. Your goal is the source of the ominous, but mine is the secrets behind the City of Scavengers and the liberation of the entire human race. Do you think I won't return? Mochi asked. Where are you going? Han Fei said. Take a guess. Mochi snorted. I see that your aura is slightly oscillating now. It seems that you can break through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm at any time, right? Han Fei smiled. Yes, when I come back, I'll go to the palace locked in the void with you, but not now. Mochi didn't seem to be in a hurry. She said indifferently, all right, then I'll live in the City of Wanderers for a while. Remember to come to me when you come back. Sure, Han Fei had a different view of Mochi's path of trial. If it were him, he would think of a way to do it with his own strength first. However, from the looks of it, Mochi didn't seem to be able to complete this trial on her own. That was why she called him over. Therefore, Han Fei thought that even if Mochi could prove Tao after she completed this trial, she should have higher achievements if she completed this trial independently. but it had nothing to do with him. By the time he reached the perfected star transformation realm and returned, he could fight even monarchs. Why would he be afraid of completing a trial with her? After bidding farewell to Mo Chi, it only took Han Fei 3 days to return to the number 68 farm, where Hong Yu was already waiting. Seeing Han Fei, Hong Yu hurriedly bowed. Master Human Emperor, everyone is in my origin sea now. The lowest level spiritual heritage here is level 7. 10% of them have heavenly spiritual heritage, 50% have level 9 spiritual heritages, and almost 40% have level 8 spiritual heritages. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This potential was a little strong. In this case, if they practiced the bloodline devouring technique, it wouldn't be difficult for all of them to advance to the heaven spiritual heritage. Han Fei pondered for a moment and said, Old Hong, it's been hard on you. Take them into my origin sea. I've saved more than 10,000 human sea establishers. You'll be responsible for training them and teaching them the bloodline devouring technique. Hiss, Hong Yu said in shock. Master Human Emperor, you must not do that. How can you teach them the divine technique so easily? If they fall into the hands of the enemy in the future, there is a high chance that the divine technique will be leaked. Besides, the aptitude of these people is much better than people of the Raging Sea. It won't be a problem for them to advance to the sky-opening realm. When they really need the bloodline devouring techniques one day, you might have already proven your Tao. Then you might be able to give them a modified version or something. This is already a rare opportunity for them. However, Han Fei shook his head. Old Hong, you're too short-sighted. In the sea realm, there are actually many people who have the bloodline devouring technique. Otherwise, why does any random person from those big clans or super forces have a heavenly spiritual heritage? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. When the human race is about to rise, we should stake everything on this cause. If I'm strong, the human race is strong. If the human race is strong, I'm strong. Hearing this, Hong Yu took a deep breath. He couldn't help but remember how Han Fei swept across the Raging Sea. He felt that Han Fei at that moment was back. Chapter 2516-2516. A New Journey, 2516A, New Journey. 3 years later. It had been 8.5 years since Han Fei returned to the chaotic wasteland. On this day, Zhang Daqian left the city of scavengers and secretly went to the infinite mining area. If it were in the past, going to the infinite mining area was actually a form of gilding. Those who returned from the infinite mining area would be much stronger than powerhouses of the same realm. Originally, many people wanted to go with Zhang Daqian. However, in the battle 3 years ago, the city of scavengers suffered a heavy loss. That almost caused the law enforcement camp and scavengers in the city of scavengers to be wiped out. After 3 years, Chen Yan finally brought back a group of about 20,000 sea establishers from some secret places. Therefore, Zhang Daqian actually only led a 100-person team to the infinite mining area secretly. This 100-person team could be considered a private army. After all, Zhang Daqian had already become a sky opener and was quite strong. Because the city of scavengers had suffered heavy losses in recent years, it was not bad to equip Han Fei with these private soldiers. After all, how many of the lords under the city of scavengers had 100 sea establisher teams? Furthermore, Zhang Daqian wasn't the first to go to the mining area because Bai Ranran had set off a year ago. Han Fei vaguely knew that some people also set off secretly. Perhaps because of the incident 3 years ago, the city of scavengers no longer dared to act on a large scale. The moment Zhang Daqian left the city, Han Fei smiled. It's time to go, half a month later. On the border of the wilderness, the giant whale fortress was slowly walking along the border. Every day, countless sea establisher human beings entered and exited the giant whale fortress. Among these people, there were sea establishers, venerables, and countless people below the venerable realm. In fact, for people below the venerable realm, they couldn't leave the 300,000 kilometer radius of the giant whale fortress at all. No matter how safe the border was, it was very dangerous for them. Any ordinary conch, sea urchin, big fish, shellfish, sea shrimp, and so on could kill them. Therefore, in the past 8 years, under the baptism of enough resources, there were only no more than 30% of the people below the venerable realm, including the children, and venerables accounted for the 50% of the total population. And the remaining 20% had reached the sea establishment realm. In just the past 8 years, more than 14,000 people had tried to establish the sea, and nearly 12,000 of them had succeeded. Of course, this was only possible if there were sufficient resources. It was actually very difficult for a normal mobile fortress to nurture so many sea establishers at once. At this moment, within 300,000 kilometers of the giant whale fortress, there were about 20,000 battlefields and a few large-scale joint battlefields. In one of the large joint battlefields, a group of 20 peak-level explorers was hunting an intermediate venerable-level lobster. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax. Almost all the 20 people were injured. The only fortunate thing was that none of them were caught by this big lobster, or they would have been dead. A crisp woman's voice shouted, Team 1, Team 2, contain its pincers and whiskers. Team 3, attack its tail, and Team 4, attack its lower abdomen. Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult for such a small number of explorers to defeat an intermediate venerable. However, more than a dozen of these 20 people had unstable momentum and seemed to be about to enter the venerable realm at any time. In the sky, all kinds of great techniques and laws were thrown out. At this moment, one of them shouted, "I'm going to make a breakthrough. Help me block it." Spiritual energy was rolling on this person's body, gathering from all directions and enveloping him. The man was overjoyed, feeling that he would be able to return to his fighting state in 3 seconds and make a breakthrough in battle, which was the best opportunity to polish himself. Bang! Suddenly, the lobster ejected its tail and darted straight at the front. 2 of the shield bearers tried to block the lobster, giving the person behind them enough time to make a breakthrough. However, for explorers, the shrimp stings were like godly weapons, extremely sharp. With 2 pops, the 2 shields exploded. At this moment, the lobster extended its pincers and pretended to fight the people who restrained it. It turned around, becoming faster. Zhang Ning roared and tried to compete with the lobster in time. Next to him, someone shouted, "Retreat! Zhang Ning, do you want to die?" Someone scolded. Zhang Ning, no. There are plenty of chances to break through to the venerable realm. Don't fight for this moment. Although everyone was asking Zhang Ning to retreat, he knew that this was a moment of life and death. Only in this way could he unleash his infinite potential. Aha, Zhang Ning roared. He wanted to bet his life's luck that he could become a venerable this time. Crack. At that moment, the power in Zhang Ning's body was violent and his blood was boiling. At this moment, he made a breakthrough. He knew that he would probably be hit head-on, but he probably wouldn't die. However, a roar came from his side. Zhang Ning turned his head and saw that a shrimp pincer had been clamped at him at some point. In the next moment, he would probably be crushed. At this critical moment, when everyone was caught off guard, the big lobster suddenly stopped moving. When they turned their heads and took a closer look, they found that a person had stood on the shell of the big lobster at some point in time. This person looked so familiar. It's the human emperor. It's Master Human Emperor. In the next moment, Zhang Ning also looked at Han Fei in shock. About 8 years ago, they suddenly had resources. Lord Jingjing said that a human powerhouse protected them and erected a statue for this human powerhouse to worship, calling him the Human Emperor. The population of the giant whale fortress was less than 150,000. To be precise, there were only more than 130,000. Because they had obtained a lot of resources and activated a comprehensive cultivation mode, there were actually a lot of casualties. To be precise, there weren't even 130,000. Therefore, they really admired Han Fei. This was because this person had brought them rapid and continuous growth and taught them some great techniques. It could be said that in the past few years, the overall strength of the entire giant whale fortress had improved by a level. At this moment, as Han Fei appeared, an invisible suppressing pressure instantly enveloped everyone here. In fact, Han Fei didn't release any special suppressing pressure, but only slightly revealed a bit of dignity. All of a sudden, the big lobster under his feet trembled non-stop, and the surrounding 20-person team seemed to have fallen into infinite fear. Almost in a few seconds, everyone's face flushed, their breathing quickened, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Han Fei said casually, "Keep breathing and keep circulating your techniques." In the next moment, they heard a voice. It seemed to be Master Human Emperor speaking, but they couldn't hear him clearly. But whether they could hear him or not, they felt that the operation of their technique suddenly became extremely smooth, and dozens of spiritual energy storms were set off around them. At this time, Zhou Jingjing and the others finally noticed the anomaly here. When they saw Han Fei, they were first delighted and immediately came to Han Fei's side, but they didn't dare to make a sound because they were shocked to find that they couldn't understand what Han Fei was saying. The voice was mysterious, like the sound of the heavenly Tao, and these explorers were all making breakthroughs. Yes, they were all about to advance to the venerable realm. As sky-opening realm powerhouses, Zhou Jingjing, Li Tong, and Wang Shu naturally knew that Han Fei was preaching a mysterious Tao. Even they felt a little puzzled and then suddenly had an epiphany. The 3 of them looked at each other in shock. Was this the Han Fei they knew back then? Some sea establishers also noticed this, but they didn't dare to come over. It wasn't until several hundred seconds later that all of these people had broken through to the venerable realm that Han Fei put away his dignity. And these 20 people were all sitting cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy storm and consolidating their realm. At this moment, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and Hong Ye, Ying Ye, Zhang Ya, and the others appeared. Apart from Han Fei, 7 sky-opening realm powerhouses appeared in a row. Plus Zhou Jingjing and the other 2, plus Han Fei, at this moment, the giant whale fortress had 11 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Then, a phantom of a world descended, and 14,562 human powerhouses appeared. Except for the 802 people Hong Yue found, they were all sea establisher powerhouses. Seeing this, Zhou Jingjing and Wang Shu couldn't help but gasp. They could tell that these 10,000 people were not as simple as ordinary sea establishers. 50% of them had reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. What did this mean? This meant that if they were intentionally nurtured and given enough opportunities, coupled with Han Fei's sermon and the great techniques he gifted them, a group of at least a dozen sky openers might appear in the short term. Such strength was already extremely precious in the wilderness. Even excluding Han Fei, it was already a powerful mobile fortress. At this moment, the people Han Fei brought had already been reminded by Han Fei that they had come to the outside world. Outside the chaotic wasteland was new to them, but not everyone was looking around. After years of cultivation, they admired and respected Han Fei more and more. At this moment, they certainly couldn't disgrace Han Fei, so they all stood behind Hong Yue and the others solemnly in a military formation. Han Fei introduced, "Old Hong, this is Zhou Jingjing, a star transformation powerhouse and a follower of the human race. You can have a good talk with her later." Hong Yue immediately bowed. "Yes, Master Human Emperor." Then Han Fei looked at Zhou Jingjing and said, "This is Hong Yue, a strong master of our human race." They had never left the chaotic wasteland before and know nothing about the wilderness. The giant whale fortress lives in the wilderness, so your knowledge of the wilderness far exceeds theirs. Therefore, I'll leave them to you for the time being. Zhou Jingjing was shocked and immediately took a deep breath. "Master, I will make them know everything about the sea realm in the shortest time possible." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, call everyone back. Since they have chosen to follow me, I'll preach to them today." Chapter 2017-2517, Preaching 2517, Preaching Preach? Zhou Jingjing and the other two were shocked. Just now, they were still amazed by the results of Han Fei's sermon. Now, Han Fei was going to preach to everyone. They didn't know what else would happen. Wang Shu and Li Tong immediately retreated and summoned everyone back. Han Fei said, "Jingjing, don't you usually preach to the people in the giant whale fortress?" Han Fei had been preaching since a long time ago. Under the guidance of eldest senior brother, Han Fei had some experience in sermons. Zhou Jingjing said, "There will also be lectures, but the effect of our sermons is actually not very good. Firstly, people are in different realms and vary greatly in strength. The other is that the Tao's we have comprehended have already been explained to them many times. The effect we can achieve has long been achieved. There's no point in explaining further." "Oh, really?" Han Fei was a little puzzled. "Wasn't the effect of the sermon continuous?" Zhou Jingjing added. "There's another point. In fact, our understanding of our Tao hearts and the heavenly Tao is not thorough enough, so there are limitations." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's right. It seems that this is the main reason." Another moment later, in less than an hour, everyone in the giant whale fortress returned. There were a total of 121 people. Han Fei glanced around. There were only 20,000 sea establishers and less than 1,000 peak level ones. It could be said that although Han Fei had only brought more than 10,000 human beings, in a real battle, they could directly kill everyone in the giant whale fortress if the sky openers didn't take action. Compared to the uniformity of the human camp, the people in the giant whale fortress were obviously less disciplined. Although the human race was oppressed, they were still a power in the city of scavengers. They had been fighting the most intense fights and risking their lives, so their aura was naturally not something the giant whale fortress could compare to. Therefore, when the people from the giant whale fortress saw Han Fei and the others, countless people were shocked. Someone secretly said, "Brother, are these human beings? They look so serious." The other person said, "Shut up." Almost all of these people are sea establishers, and half of them have reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. Their blood and chi are surging, and they are definitely not the people we can compare to. They can even hear your voice transmission if they want to. Hiss, someone was shocked. So strong. Which mobile fortress can block them? Someone scolded. Nonsense, they all came from the chaotic wasteland. The chaotic wasteland is known as one of the most dangerous places in the East Sea Divine Realm. Someone said respectfully, "I heard that the human emperor is here. These are all the human emperor's men. Even his ordinary followers are so strong. Will the human emperor accept us?" Someone sighed. "Master Human Emperor has given us countless resources. How can he not accept us?" A peak-level sea establisher warned, "Stop nagging. If Master Human Emperor wants to preach, gather up. Don't disgrace our giant whale fortress. Let's stand in this formation too." After a while, when the people from the giant whale fortress stood up in a crooked military formation, Zhou Jingjing blushed slightly. But Han Fei didn't care. It wasn't a real army, so there was no need to be so strict. Under Zhou Jingjing's arrangement, everyone sat cross-legged on the sea. Countless gazes from the giant whale bastion kept sweeping over the human camp. For the human powerhouses, this was the first time in their lives that they felt someone looking at them with admiration. Before this, they had no idea how it felt to be looked at with envy and admiration. But now, they felt an inexplicable honor in their hearts at that moment. They stood straighter and looked straight ahead, waiting solemnly. All of them were determined not to disgrace Master Human Emperor. At this moment, Hong Yu raised his hand and shouted, "Sit, Bumo." Everybody sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea in the same uniform posture. Seeing this, the people of the giant whale fortress couldn't help but click their tongues. At this time, Han Fei strolled to a place not far from them, and everyone's eyes fell on Han Fei. The people of the giant whale fortress envied, admired, and respected these human powerhouses, but they were curious about Han Fei. They certainly admired Han Fei, but felt more curious about him. In their opinion, someone who could make Lord Jingjing submit must be an extraordinary figure. Han Fei came 100 kilometers away from them. They thought that Han Fei would approach closer, but he stopped. In the next moment, Han Fei looked at Hong Ye and Zhou Jingjing and said casually, "Sit." At this moment, Zhou Jingjing and the others also sat down cross-legged. At the moment they sat down, they saw a dazzling golden light approaching the sky. At that time, a supergiant 330,000 feet tall suddenly appeared in front of them. Gulp. It's so big. Is this the human emperor? At that moment, not only the people in the giant whale fortress were shocked, but even the human beings, including Hong Yu and Ying Yue, were trembling slightly. At this moment, Han Fei was like a god, sitting between the heavens and earth. His body was golden and dazzling, and no one dared to look straight at him. Even before Han Fei began to preach, the Tao runes had already dissipated. Gulp. On the human side, it was the first time that they saw Han Fei in such a state. Their eyes were filled with pride. As for the human powerhouses, some of them even shed tears. Last time, Han Fei easily killed so many sky openers and more than 60,000 sea establishers with the flip of a hand, which greatly shocked them. But at that time, they actually couldn't see it clearly because they weren't qualified to see Han Fei's battle with their strength. But now, a 10,000-foot tall giant appeared in front of his eyes. What could be more shocking than this? Han Fei's voice echoed between the heavens and earth. In the future, the human powerhouses and the people of the giant whale fortress should support and grow up with each other. I will teach you various great techniques. I want all of you to establish the sea, and even open the sky and become the overlords of the sea realm in the future, creating a golden age of the human race. Han Fei's words were full of mystic Tao runes and refreshed everyone. Many of them even imagined a magnificent scene in their minds. Hearing this, many people felt that their Tao hearts were loosening and they seemed to be going further. Everyone in the sea realm knew that it was difficult to improve their Tao hearts, but Han Fei's words loosened their Tao hearts. Some people's Tao hearts had even improved. Before he began to preach, the audience's Tao hearts had taken a step forward. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the power of faith he hadn't felt for a long time was crazily gathering. After leaving the raging sea, Han Fei could no longer feel the power of faith from the raging sea. At this moment, he finally had his own source of power of faith in the sea realm. Although it was relatively little, this was the first step. Would he still lack this bit of power of faith when he conquered the city of scavengers in the future? Ignoring this, Han Fei began to preach. There was a booming sound in the world. The great Tao is invisible. The Tao heart is impermanent. In this world, there were too many people who could preach, but there were too many people like Zhou Jingjing. If they kept preaching, there would be no effect. But there were also people whose preaching could take effect continuously, so they would rise quickly. For example, the Fistlight Mountain, the Ghost Strait, the Gate of Heaven, and other powers. Therefore, it was impossible to catch up with these superpowers through sermons. But the good thing was that whether it was the giant whale fortress or the human race, they were still too weak compared to those superpowers. Therefore, they had a lot of room for growth. If they were suddenly given a sermon, the effect would far exceed these superpowers. Just an hour after Han Fei's sermons, someone made a breakthrough, setting off a spiritual energy storm. Some people comprehended the Tao, and some had their Tao hearts improved greatly. One day later, it could be said that everyone had gained something. It couldn't be said that all of them, but it could be said that 80% of them had their Tao hearts improved. Below the venerable realm, there were frequent breakthroughs. Some even crossed 3 levels. The moment Han Fei stopped sermons, almost at the same time, more than 500 people were about to establish the sea at the same time. There were still more than 3,000 people who were about to enter the venerable realm. There were even 5 people who wanted to open the sky. However, Han Fei stopped them. Come on, if they open the sky so casually, they would be crippled in the later stages. Han Fei said, anyone who can suppress your cultivation must suppress it. The tribulation is right there. You can transcend it sooner or later. But the stronger you are now, the stronger you will be after the tribulation. Don't consume your late-stage potential in advance. Finally, under Han Fei's suppression, only one human powerhouse couldn't suppress it anymore, so Han Fei took him to open the sky, and there were still more than 100 peak-level venerables who had to establish the sea. Everyone else forcibly suppressed their cultivation. However, after today's sermon, Han Fei's image in everyone's eyes soared to an unprecedented height. Chapter 25118-2518, Godfiend Sea 2518. Godfiend Sea, the Infinite Mining Area. Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath and looked at Han Fei in surprise. With our current strength, can we establish ourselves in the infinite mining area? Han Fei didn't know much about the infinite mining area before, so he asked in confusion, are you surprised? Why? What do you know about the infinite mining area? Zhou Jingjing said, I haven't been there, but I've heard many rumors about the infinite mining area in the wilderness. It's said that the infinite mining area has the highest mortality rate in the East Sea Divine Realm except for the Sky Crater World. The Sky Crater World is a battlefield where people fight every day. Naturally, many people die there. But the infinite mining area can't be said to be a battlefield. It's a resource competition place where the various large factions in the East Sea Divine Realm gather. In order to compete for the resources of the mining area, various large factions, races, pirates, adventurers, explorers, and even divine beasts and ferocious beasts fight ceaselessly there. I heard that every 100 years, at least 100,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses are sent to the infinite mining area from other places in the East Sea Divine Realm, and there are countless sea establishers sent there. Huh? Hearing Zhou Jingjing's words, Han Fei was interested. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, what's in the infinite mining area? Why would it attract so many strong masters? Zhou Jingjing said firmly. In the past, perhaps millions of years ago, it was said that a super large-scale war between gods and demons took place in the infinite mining area. Divine beasts and ferocious beasts participated in the war too. It was said that the bones and blood of gods were sprinkled on the ground and mixed with the ground veins there, giving birth to many rare treasures and precious minerals. Most parts of the infinite mining area are dangerous. Up to now, it's said that only 30% of the infinite mining area has been mined. The other places are all unknown areas. All unknown areas? Han Fei frowned. No matter how fierce the war between the gods and demons was, it has been so many years. Can't monarchs explore the place? Why is it only 30% developed? Zhou Jingjing said. The monarchs dare not go there. According to history, in the infinite mining area, monarchs are in even greater danger than sky openers. Countless monarchs have died there. Over time, monarchs no longer care about the infinite mining area. They will only send sky openers there to take trials, and Han Fei frowned. What? Just say it, Zhou Jingjing explained. Those who go to the infinite mining area are said to have been specially selected. It's said that they're especially extreme. For example, some peak-level sea establishers who can't open the sky, some extremely strong sea establishers, will go to the infinite mining area. Besides, some sky openers who don't want to spend a long time cultivating but want to go to the extreme, some sky openers who are almost dying of old age, and some lunatics in the sky opening realm will also go to the infinite mining area. I heard that the people in the infinite mining area are 10 times crazier and 10 times more ruthless than the soldiers in the Sky Crater world. Over time, it has become an extremely dangerous place. Han Fei asked, is it because people can quickly improve their strength there? Zhou Jingjing said, I heard that it's mainly the refined mines in the infinite mining area that can assist cultivation. Occasionally, there will be some divine crystals and some special treasures transformed from the essence blood of gods. We don't know what's there exactly. Those who have been to the infinite mining area don't want to talk about it. It seems to be a world completely different from the sea realm there. Whoever can walk out of there seems to be particularly arrogant. Divine crystal? Han Fei's heart did a flip and he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. In this case, it was indeed worth many people taking the risk. However, Han Fei thought that Zhou Jingjing had never been there, so she was too afraid of the infinite mining area. If that place was really as horrible as she said, there would have been no one alive there. Therefore, it could only be said that that place was relatively dangerous but hadn't reached the level of a forbidden place. Han Fei's heart did a flip. You mean there are many pirates in the infinite mining area? Zhou Jingjing nodded quickly. Their composition is very complicated. I heard that divine beasts, ferocious beasts, and countless races are mixed together. Han Fei grinned. Isn't it great to improve strength quickly? Seeing the excitement in Han Fei's eyes, Zhou Jingjing's expression was complicated. It seemed that Han Fei didn't listen to her warning at all. She said, Master Human Emperor, although we are not a weak force now, we are still too weak compared to the forces in the infinite mining area. The casualty rate of sea establishers is especially high over there. Zhou Jingjing was implying that our sea establisher might all be consumed there. Han Fei said casually, do you know how to grow faster? Killing is the fastest way to grow. This world is like this. On the path to the heavens, billions of people are competing. Countless people strive to be the first. For what? For a chance of survival, and for that 1 in a billion chance of success. Han Fei said resolutely, I've decided to go to the infinite mining area. Also, do you know the Godfiend Sea? Zhou Jingjing nodded. Yes, a place where no one returns. It can be called the first forbidden place in the East Sea Divine Realm. So far, no one has ever entered the Godfiend Sea and made it out alive. So creepy? Han Fei had planned to go to the Godfiend Sea to get the old turtle out, but he dropped the idea after hearing what Zhou Jingjing said. He roughly knew that the Godfiend Sea should be a place where demons were sealed. There might be a peerless seal there that sealed countless demons. From the beginning, Han Fei had felt that the old turtle was not simple. When the old turtle appeared, if it weren't for the little calabash, he would have been invincible. Even though he had lost a lot of memories, the old turtle could still unleash the extraordinary power of the sky-opening realm with just a wisp of his soul. It could be seen that this old man was definitely not weak. Although the old turtle couldn't answer a lot of his questions, it was said that this old guy had lived for millions of years. Han Fei thought that he was at least a star transformation realm powerhouse. When Zhang Daqian set off, Han Fei had synchronized information with him. He had thought that there was a way in the chaotic wasteland through the Godfiend Sea to reach the infinite mining area. However, that wasn't the case. Zhang Daqian's route was along the edge of the Godfiend Sea. Few people paid attention to this route, which could lead him to the border between the Sea of Gods and the infinite mining area. According to the information of Zhang Daqian, the mining area occupied by the City of Scavengers was relatively close to the Godfiend Sea. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Follow me on this road. Let's walk close to the edge of the Godfiend Sea. 1 year later. Because Han Fei and the others were leading the people of the giant whale fortress cultivating along the way, their speed inevitably slowed down, even slower than Zhang Daqian and the others. Finally, one day a year later, suddenly, the old turtle woke up. The old turtle said, Han Fei, have you reached the Godfiend Sea? You must have, right? Han Fei was surprised. How do you know? Indeed, according to the itinerary, they would reach the Godfiend Sea tomorrow, and it would take about 3 months to bypass this place. The old turtle said, I sensed it. I sensed my body's call to me. Definitely. It can't be wrong. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. The old turtle was probably separated from his original body by countless seals. How could he sense it? Han Fei said, don't be excited. We are indeed going to the Godfiend Sea indeed, but whether or not to go in depends on the situation. The old turtle was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Yes, we can't go in casually. It's very likely that we won't be able to get out. From what I remember, there seem to be many demons sealed inside. Alas, who sealed them? Anyway, there are all kinds of demons suppressed inside. We have to study slowly to see if we can break the seal from the outside. Han Fei sneered. You're not the original body. With your current strength, you want to break the seal from the outside? Dream on. However, the old turtle said, I can offer sacrifices. Since I can sense my original body can also sense me. As long as I make a sacrifice, I can be replenished. Not only can I grow quickly, but I can also obtain a lot of memories. Huh? You can do that? Han Fei's heart stirred. In that case, he could give it a try. If the old turtle's original body could fuse with this remnant soul through sacrifice, he might be able to obtain a lot of information about the Godfiend Sea. In this way, he would know a lot more about the Godfiend Sea. Han Fei was in a good mood. Okay, I'll take you there in 3 or 5 days at most. The next day, when Han Fei and the others saw black clouds that spread from the sky to the sea, he saw a strange apocalyptic scene where the sea and the sky were connected. It was like the scene before a super hurricane, when black clouds pressed down on the city and enveloped everything. Walking here, Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy in his body was flowing away. The seawater here was flowing towards the place enveloped by the black clouds. All of a sudden, 11 dark chains popped out of the black clouds and whipped Han Fei and the others like divine whips. Yes, because at that moment, Han Fei and the others did something at the same time, which was to try to investigate the black cloud with their perception. However, the moment his perception touched the black cloud, dark chains broke through the void and whipped at Han Fei and the others. Zhou Jingjing suddenly exclaimed, It's the legendary divine chain of death. Not good. Retreat. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei suddenly jumped up and slashed across the sky, instantly severing 10 perceptions. At the moment the perceptions shattered, the chains turned into nothingness in midair. Fuffed! Everyone vomited blood and suffered a backlash. Ying Yue shouted, Be careful, Master Human Emperor. Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yue, and the others all looked at Han Fei in shock. Yes, Han Fei had severed other people's perceptions, but not his own. He flew into the air and grabbed the dark chains with one hand. This scene was like a collision between immortals and demons. Chapter 2519, Old Yuan's Original Body 2519, Old Yuan's Original Body. At that moment, when he clasped the dark chains with a huge void hand, he felt that his power was flying away as if it was being absorbed by the chain. He felt that he was about to be dragged into the Godfiend Sea. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei activated his Great Dao, stacked 5 times his comprehensive combat power, and crushed the dark chain. In the rear, Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew how terrifying the black chain was. Just now, when they were targeted by the chain, they felt that they were going to die and couldn't escape. However, Han Fei was able to break the chain barehand, which showed how powerful he was. However, Han Fei wasn't smug at all, because when the chain was broken, 3 chains broke through the void in a row. Furthermore, void Dao patterns spread in the void and imprinted on the chains in an instant. Han Fei punched out. The Star Fist technique exploded like a star bloomed, extremely violent and powerful. However, when he punched out, half of his strength was taken away by the chains. Although the 3 chains exploded at the same time, in the next second, thousands of black chains swept towards Han Fei through the darkness. Han Fei roared, Everybody, retreat! Seeing this scene, Zhou Jingjing shouted, Everyone, return immediately! The trial is terminated. This was the first time they had seen the horror of the Godfiend Sea. They were only at the periphery, but they would be chased by these strange chains as long as their perception was detected. More importantly, Zhou Jingjing had heard of the rumor about the divine chain of death, but she didn't expect it to be triggered so easily. I just perceived it with my soul. Is it necessary? Master Human Emperor, Ying Yue, and the others tried to come up, but Han Fei stopped them. Don't come over. Then, a stone hammer appeared in Han Fei's hand. At that moment, everyone felt that their eyes were dazzled as thousands of Human Emperor phantoms appeared and the ultimate hammer erupted. Clang, 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 clang. Han Fei fought and retreated at the same time, not daring to be negligent. Finally, when Han Fei retreated to a certain range, the divine chain of death turned into Dao patterns that filled the sky and was absorbed back into the black cloud. Shoot. Old Yuan, you never said that the Godfiend Sea was so dangerous. Han Fei was a little frightened. It was just a test of perception, but the giant whale fortress was almost wiped out. Wasn't this ridiculous? Han Fei immediately shouted. Everyone, maintain a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers from this black cloud. At this moment, the sledgehammer in Han Fei's hand disappeared. When he looked at the Godfiend Sea again, his eyes changed. The old turtle's voice sounded, "Don't be excited. I've never seen what it's like outside the Godfiend Sea, let alone know that there will be these Dao pattern chains, but at least we're safe." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been dragged in. Not that Han Fei was bragging, but he was sure that many people were pulled into the Godfiend Sea by the chains. Everyone could be curious. When someone saw this magical scene for the first time, they inevitably wanted to see it for themselves. That was why all the sky-opening realm powerhouses, including Han Fei, were affected by the chains just now, and no one was spared. Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Old Yuan, why don't you make a sacrifice here? After the sacrifice, we can quickly cross the Godfiend Sea. It's unrealistic for me to go there now. I haven't even saved the human race. I can't be trapped in this damn place." The old turtle said, "I know, it's indeed a little scary. However, I don't feel an obvious connection with my body here. We may have to walk around for a while." Han Fei nodded. "Okay." Turning his head, Han Fei said to Zhou Jingjing, "Ask everyone to return to the giant whale fortress, stop the trial, and prepare to go forward at full speed. Bypass the Godfiend Sea as soon as possible." "Yes, Master Human Emperor." While everyone was returning in a hurry, some sea establishers had already seen the scene of Han Fei's dark chains fighting. Although they had tried their best to remain calm, they were still shocked. As for the human powerhouses, they were extremely proud. Although they still didn't know Han Fei's true strength, they had more or less estimated it. In their hearts, Han Fei's strength was on the same level as Zhao Honghuang's. They were more willing to believe that Han Fei was even stronger. After all, Han Fei was the first to lead the human race to fight against the city of scavengers. Some people even firmly believed that Han Fei was a monarch. Han Fei inexplicably collected another wave of power of faith, but he didn't pay much attention to it. This time, he only rushed with Zhou Jingjing. After walking around the Godfiend Sea, Han Fei found that there were no great dangers here, but there were too many of a kind of algae plant called the demon tide. Some of these plants were even enhanced with Dao patterns. The closer the demon tide was to the black sea of clouds in the Godfiend Sea, the stronger its power, the higher its level. However, in terms of danger, it was actually only a little dangerous for sea establishers. As for other dangers, although there were no dangers around the Godfiend Sea, there were no treasures, such as mineral veins, spiritual fruits, ground veins, or spiritual springs. There was nothing here. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the most barren place in the sea. Han Fei estimated that even pirates were unwilling to come here to take a look. 2 months later, Han Fei, who was sitting on the giant whale, suddenly opened his eyes. The old turtle said, "It's here. I feel that the summoning from my original body is the strongest here." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He suddenly stood up and looked at Zhou Jingjing, who was a little puzzled. "Go 5 million kilometers away and wait for me." Zhou Jingjing didn't know what was going on. Thinking that Han Fei might have found something wrong, she just glanced at the Godfiend Sea and continued forward without asking much. After confirming that Zhou Jingjing couldn't see him, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and an old turtle appeared beside Han Fei. The lifespan of a turtle was beyond imagination. The body that old Yuan had possessed was still young after being cleansed by Han Fei's origin star. When the old turtle's soul entered this body, his strength had even reached the edge of the star transformation. All these years, the old turtle didn't cultivate, because this body couldn't carry his growth, so he had been sleeping. At this moment, the old turtle took a deep breath and said, "Han Fei, I'm going to sacrifice my body as a bridge to establish a connection with my original body. Perhaps I'll only have my soul left again." Han Fei shrugged and said, "Anyway, this body is no longer useful to you. It's already extraordinary that it can help you reach the sky-opening realm." The old turtle nodded. In the next moment, it ignored Han Fei. Countless complicated Dao patterns of heaven and earth appeared on his back, and he turned into a giant turtle. 128 Dao patterns appeared on his back, head, limbs, and other corners of his body in a row. Han Fei saw that the old turtle's soul left his body and then began to distort. After about 300 seconds, Han Fei suddenly saw that the old turtle's soul began to become stronger at a visible speed. Endless black fog escaped from the old turtle's soul, and a ferocious aura bloomed here. Suddenly, the old turtle's soul condensed into a black fog turtle shadow, and his body in the sky-opening realm was corroded by an invisible force. At that moment, his soul opened its eyes, and Han Fei seemed to see a ferocious turtle wrapped in black flames in the boundless darkness through a pair of turtle eyes. Is this old Yuan's original body? At that moment, Han Fei felt as if not knowing the old turtle at all. Fortunately, the unfamiliarity and distance quickly disappeared. Then, Han Fei saw the old turtle wrapped in black smoke tremble. It seemed to open its mouth and say something to him. However, Han Fei couldn't understand the turtle language at all. Fortunately, there were Tao patterns floating in the air, and Han Fei could vaguely see the words that the old turtles wanted to express. What was revealed first was the word demon. Demon? What demon? Then the character God appeared. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Demon God? Who is the demon God? What's wrong with the demon God? Old Yuan, can we finish talking in one breath? Then the Tao patterns formed another word, fights. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the old turtle's soul eyes were already a little muddy. The other side seemed to be anxious and trembled crazily. At that moment, Han Fei saw dense black chains appear on the surface of the old turtle and the black flames binding him. At the last moment, Han Fei saw the last word he wrote with Tao patterns, Ot. Han Fei still wanted to look, but the old turtle's soul eyes were completely turbid and he couldn't see anything. Demon God fights at, Han Fei's heart did a flip. This sentence's meaning was actually quite obvious. Behind it should be a place where the demon god was fighting. However, why should he tell him where the demon god was fighting? He might have an answer to this question when he had the time to ask eldest senior brother and the others. At this moment, the old turtle woke up. Although his body was gone, his soul power had been replenished. It was actually the externalization of a portion of his young soul. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. A young soul? That was something that could only be cultivated in the late-stage star transformation realm. It meant that the old turtle was at least in the late-stage star transformation realm. However, the old turtle's original body was still trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, and it could transmit information to him with Tao patterns, indicating that the old turtle's Yang soul was only a part of him. In this case, the old turtle was at least in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The old turtle suddenly screamed, "No, no, the power of this body is too weak. The replenishment power I can obtain from my original body through the seal of the God-Fiend Sea is too little. Han Fei, I gained a lot of memories this time. Ha ha ha, I'm not an ordinary sky opener. I've reached the perfected star transformation realm." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Ignoring the old turtle, he asked, "Since you can bring out your memories, why did your original body send me a message just now?" "Send you a message?" Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. He suddenly looked at the old turtle and had a suspicion. Old Yuan was probably just a clone. Chapter 2520, Old Yuan's Identity and the Infinite Mining Area. 2520 Old Yuan's Identity and the Infinite Mining Area. Seeing that Han Fei was looking at him strangely, the old turtle felt that something was wrong. He asked weakly, "What's wrong?" Han Fei looked at Old Yuan with a complicated expression and said, "Old Yuan, do you know about the demon god?" The old turtle was stunned for a moment and then widened his eyes. "How do you know of the existence of the demon god?" Han Fei was lost for words and had an even stronger premonition. Ignoring the old turtle, he asked, "Old Yuan, do you know where the demon god fights?" The old turtle was stunned for a long time. "Where the demon god fights? Of course it's. Wait, that's the demon god. I haven't even seen him. How can I know where he fights? Besides, the demon god is a real god. He has fought many battles in his life. Who knows which battle you are asking about?" At this time, Han Fei sighed slightly and said, "Old Yuan, you established a connection with your original body. What did you know from it?" The old turtle smiled. "A lot. I found that there are still many soul remnants in my original body. This part of my soul couldn't pass through so many space barriers to reach your small world. This time, it can be said that my memories have been replenished a lot. My original body is a strong master in the perfected star transformation realm. The path I took and the technique I practiced turned out to be the Tao of perfect balance. And the most incredible thing is that I found that I didn't just take a great Tao, so I took a new one. A new Tao? This new Tao seemed to further confirm Han Fei's guess. Han Fei's eyelids twitched as he said, "Old Yuan, then do you know how you were locked into the God-Fiend Sea and which demons are there?" Old Yuan was about to brag when he suddenly realized that every time some creatures and familiar faces appeared in front of him, he was suddenly suppressed by a certain force. It was as if his mind suddenly stopped after he dreamed a blurry picture, and his mind spontaneously resisted the memory. The old turtle shouted in a low voice, "That's impossible, I remember it clearly. I wanted to tell you just now." The old turtle tried hard to remember, but he couldn't remember anything. However, he remembered the sea realm, cultivation, monarchs, and many other things very clearly. The old turtle said in shock, "There must be some strange power in this God-Fiend Sea that blocked my memories, making it impossible for me to remember some things." Han Fei wasn't in a good mood either because the old turtle knew too many things about him. He knew about the demon purification pot, and he was the only person other than Chu Hao who knew about it. However, if the old turtle was a clone, wouldn't the secret be known by the old turtle's original body? Clones and the original body were two different concepts. Just recalling the old turtle's ferocious, brutal, and ruthless personality the first time they met, he could imagine the old turtle's original body's personality. Fortunately, he was now sealed in the God-Fiend Sea. Otherwise, God knew what would have happened. At this moment, Han Fei thought about it again. If even a clone could pass through multiple space barriers, would its original body be weak? Thinking of the original body just now, Han Fei suddenly said, "Old Yuan, how do you know that you are a perfected star transformation realm cultivator?" The old turtle happened not to want to recall those memories, so he said, "How can I not know my own strength? Besides, let me tell you, I'm not an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator. My turtle shell is extremely powerful, and you have no idea how strong my path is. It's not that I'm bragging, but I can kill a Dao prover when I was only a sea establisher." The old turtle looked proud and complacent, but he found that Han Fei seemed very calm and didn't seem surprised at all. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you doubt what I said?" Han Fei glanced at the old turtle with a complicated expression and said, "I have no doubt at all. I think you are stronger than you think." The old turtle immediately looked smug. However, what Han Fei said next sent a chill down his spine. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, has it ever occurred to you that you might be a clone?" Han Fei's words stunned the old turtle. He was shocked at first and then said angrily, "Impossible. I'm so powerful and have the bearing of a great monarch. How can I be a clone?" However, Han Fei casually added, "Old Yuan, do you remember that the first time we met, when I asked you questions, you didn't know anything, but you felt that you were an ordinary emperor? Also, at that time, you said that you had staked everything and your entire soul had come over, only your body was still sealed. But now you suddenly have other souls and your Tao has been connected. Don't you suspect anything?" The old turtle was stunned and then said, "That's impossible. I can cultivate. Have you forgotten? I casually possessed a turtle and cultivated all the way to the sky-opening realm. Isn't this talent strong? Can a clone cultivate?" "A clone is just a clone," Han Fei asked. "You may be an avatar." The old turtle said, "How is that possible? I could even fuse with my body just now." "I remember many techniques and recall many things," Han Fei said. "Old Yuan, we're old acquaintances. Would you believe me if I said that I saw your original body talking to me secretly?" Swishta. At that moment, the old turtle began to tremble inexplicably. He was a little frightened and his voice was trembling. "Han Fei, I warn you, although I can't beat you now, my soul power is abnormally powerful at this moment. I've already reached the peak level late-stage star transformation realm." The old turtle became uneasy and irritable, trying to avoid Han Fei's question. He was unwilling to believe what Han Fei said. Han Fei heaved a sigh. "Old Yuan, we're master and servant. Do you think I'll lie to you? Just now, your original body said some words to me, which was that the demon god fights at, I don't know where he fights, but someone will definitely know. Therefore, I'll find out sooner or later. The question is, do you still want to find your original body?" The old turtle was stunned by Han Fei's question. If what Han Fei said was true, that would be horrible. He couldn't believe it himself. After a moment of silence, the old turtle suddenly asked, "Are you going to the infinite mining area?" Han Fei nodded. "That's right, let's go to the infinite mining area first." "I'm afraid that we won't be able to get out after entering the Godfiend Sea," the old turtle said. "Then let's go to the infinite mining area first. As far as I remember, the infinite mining area has existed for a long time. Millions of years ago, this place had already been a very dangerous place. But at that time, 70 to 80% of the infinite mining area had definitely been explored. But now, only 30% of the area has been explored. It can only mean that the current sea realm is too weak." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. 70 to 80%, are you sure?" The old turtle said. "Of course. As I remember, I once found a top mine in the infinite mining area and slept for more than 100,000 years. Then someone invaded and I was forced to leave. At that time, at least 50% of the infinite mining area had been explored. Although I didn't go back later, I heard that there were frequent battles there, and sometimes even gods were involved. But I know that they were fighting for the treasures in the mining area. But I can be sure that the infinite mining area doesn't just have the divine crystals left behind by the gods. There are ultimate treasures that even the gods want to obtain. As for whether they were taken away by the gods, it's hard to say." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "So, you are actually very familiar with the infinite mining area?" the old turtle said. "Yes. Although I often sleep for 10,000 years, it's very important to find a suitable place to sleep. Therefore, I've explored at least 50% of the infinite mining area." Huff! Han Fei immediately took a deep breath. In this case, no matter what, the old turtle knew more about the infinite mining area than all the existing forces. Han Fei's eyes glowed. "Old Yuan, were there any restrictions in the infinite mining area back then? After all, it was millions of years ago. It's said that now no monarchs will explore the infinite mining area. It's said that they might easily die there." The old turtle said, "It's normal to die there. There are mutated mine demons in the infinite mining area. You might not know what mutated mine demons are. For example, if a monarch dies in the depths of a mine, the mine there may repair his body and give birth to a new soul body. Then, is this monarch really dead? No, he just lives in another form. Perhaps his soul is still hidden in his body, waiting to be reborn." "Really?" Han Fei was shocked. "Didn't this mean that these mutant mind demons could directly become monarchs?" The old turtle snorted. "Why not? I suspect that there may be a god-level mind demon deep in the infinite mining area. Of course, normal intelligence won't be able to control a god-level mind demon's body. Therefore, even if there is a god-level mind demon there, his spiritual body might not be enough to control a god's body. Of course, this is not the most terrifying thing. What is terrifying is an extreme situation." Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Wasn't this the most terrifying? Han Fei asked, "What could be more extreme than this?" The old turtle said, "Of course it's the gods whose souls haven't perished and whose remnant souls are still there. If those mind demons can obtain a god-level body that is compatible with them, it's almost possible for the god to be reborn and return to the position of god. Of course, the probability of this happening is too low. I guess that there shouldn't be any gods in this mining area now, but there might be great monarch-level mind demons." Han Fei didn't think that they should be prepared for the worst. The gods had died? Who had really seen it? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they shouldn't have said that. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, are you very familiar with monarchs? You said that it was difficult to meet a monarch before, but now you're talking about gods? Isn't this leap a little too big?" The old turtle found it hard to explain. However, the old turtle looked at Han Fei. "What are you going to do with your avatars in the future?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I'm different from you. You should know that my avatars are separated from my main soul. In a sense, they're not my avatars, but my selves. However, as you know, some avatars are not separated from the main soul. This is what I'm afraid of. Once you're not separated from the main soul, but a consciousness born in a certain way, or a brand new soul after the soul mark is obliterated, once you fuse with your original body, I'm afraid you will be gone." The old turtle nodded. He didn't dare to take the risk. This was because if the original body separated some soul and created an avatar, there would be a lot of demand on the original body's soul, which would definitely cause his strength to be greatly reduced. This was what Han Fei did back then. When he created Neza, his original body's soul power was greatly reduced. He had to rely on many opportunities to replenish the lost soul power. Han Fei couldn't help sympathizing with the old turtle. This was because if he was an avatar created by the original body's soul, his information would be synchronized with the original body. The two could be completely regarded as one. Unlike now, there was a memory gap between the old turtle and the original body. It seemed that their information couldn't be completely synchronized. Chapter 2021, Godfiend Formless Technique, 2021. Godfiend Formless Technique. Could a person live in the form of Yang Soul? The answer was yes. As long as he cultivated a Yang Soul, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if his body was destroyed, he would still be extremely powerful. Therefore, the old turtle didn't intend to continue sleeping. He had to save himself. An avatar had the fate of an avatar. Although the old turtle didn't want to admit what Han Fei said, if what Han Fei said was true, he felt that he might really be an avatar of someone else, and one that wasn't created with the original body's soul. Once such an avatar fused with the original body, it was equivalent to being gone. It would definitely be dominated by the original body's soul. Even his various memories would become an experience of the original body's soul. However, now that the old turtle had come out, he didn't want to return, so he could only become stronger. The best way to get rid of his original body was to become stronger, so strong that the original body didn't dare to fuse with him. Besides, the old turtle had to create his own body. It was impossible for him to walk his path of cultivation with just the young soul. The Tao of perfect balance, which was a demonic Tao, required a powerful body. The old turtle said, "Han Fei, I know you have walked the Tao of balance before. I also suggest you walk the Tao of extreme balance. Do you still remember?" The old turtle had been sleeping, unaware that Han Fei had actually felt extreme balance. Upon hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but nod. Then, his heart skipped a beat. "Are you saying that you brought out the cultivation method of this Tao of perfect balance?" Han Fei never thought that the old turtle's original body would let the old turtle bring this cultivation technique back. Logically speaking, this was impossible. Once the old turtle found out that he was only an avatar, he would definitely think of a way to rebuild his body. As long as he could rebuild his own body, it would be easy for him to break through to the perfected star transformation realm, or even prove Tao. Once the old turtle proved Tao, would his original body still have the confidence to fuse with him? The old turtle said, "You've thought of it? I guessed it too. It's possible that he deliberately stored this cultivation technique in my memories. In this way, I can cultivate in the outside world, become stronger, and even prove Tao. But since he dared to give it to me, he doesn't seem to be afraid of me proving Tao. Therefore, if I am an avatar, my original body might have already been a monarch-level turtle." Han Fei clicked his tongue. "You are a Yang Soul body now. Do you know how difficult it is to refine a body comparable to you?" The old turtle nodded. "I know, but there's actually a chance. There are plenty of treasures in the infinite mining area. I might even be able to find a suitable mine demon. In short, there are many conditions to rebuild my body in the infinite mining area." Han Fei was astounded to hear that. "Fuck, did your original body design this for you?" The old turtle looked solemn. It was very likely. He knew that if you told me about this, I would definitely go to the infinite mining area to find a way to rebuild my body. More importantly, as far as I remember, this matter wasn't difficult. Han Fei suddenly said, "Then let's play it by ear, but teach me the Tao of perfect balance first. Let me see how perfect it can be." Although Han Fei had thought of entering the Godfiend Sea to find this cultivation method, after experiencing the horror of the Godfiend Sea, he gave up this idea for the time being. He felt that maybe he wasn't in a hurry. When he became stronger, he could find a way to study this Tao of perfect balance. But now that the old turtle had coincidentally brought out this cultivation method, how could he not want it? Han Fei immediately said, I know what you mean, but you have to take it one step at a time. If this cultivation method is indeed what I want, give it to me, and I'll make a decent body for you on this trip. The old turtle knew Han Fei too well. This guy was a real genius. From a small world to the raging sea and then to the sea realm, he grew too fast and had great potential. The old turtle didn't hide it. He said, "Before I teach you this cultivation method, there's something I have to tell you clearly. That is, anyone who cultivates this Tao of perfect balance is collectively called a demon." Outsiders treat demonic cultivators the same as they treat extreme Taoists, or even worse. Han Fei had already known the news, so he waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Do you think I'll be afraid of becoming a demon? Not to mention that Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus were on this path." He had never felt that the double spiritual heritage in his body was of much use, but when Han Fei heard that there was the Tao of perfect balance, he knew that he might embark on this path one day. This was because this path was too strong, so strong that Han Fei didn't care if it was demonic or not. Besides, if the supreme divine technique of the human race could be cultivated with the Tao of perfect balance, it meant that he had instantly broken the stalemate of the star-devouring technique. Seeing the zeal in Han Fei's eyes, the old turtle knew that Han Fei really didn't care. Besides, Han Fei had never been a good person. Except for the fact that he had to treat the human race well, he looked like a demon in every aspect. Because of the trust they had built up on each other over the years, the old turtle didn't hold back. He shouted, "Don't resist. Accept a drop of my soul heritage." Because Han Fei's yang soul was no weaker than the old turtle's, he immediately received a lot of information when the wisp of spiritual sense entered the center of his eyebrows. In the end, the information gathered and formed a brand new cultivation technique in his mind. Godfiend Formless Technique. Sky Opening, Divine Quality, Introduction. This is a technique for the myriad races that pursues the ultimate and perfect balance. This technique is suitable for all races and can be compatible with all kinds of great Taos. Cultivating this technique can make the soul and body cultivate at the same time and evolve in the same body. They can fuse with each other, entangle with each other, and transform into each other to achieve the perfect balance of the soul and body. However, this cultivation technique is too abnormal and contradicts the will of the heavens. All races are born with one spiritual heritage and can't cultivate both the soul and the body. Therefore, cultivating this technique can easily cause a drastic change in temperament, body, and soul. It's even possible for the cultivator to completely become a demonic creature. This technique is not on the technique list of the infinite ocean. Deduce technique, demon god body spiritual energy consumed for deduction, 1 million points of immortal chi effect, a perfect balance between the soul and the physique, perfectly compatible with the Tao of heaven, transforms into the heavenly Tao and takes it as one's true self. Disadvantage. 1. It perfectly conforms to the heavenly Tao. When in a pass, you will definitely suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Disadvantage 2. All races are born with one spiritual heritage, which can't accommodate dual techniques. If you cultivate this technique, it's very easy for you to mutate and fall into the demonic Tao. Note 1. To cultivate this technique, you must have an extremely powerful spiritual will. Otherwise, you will definitely fall into the demonic Tao. Note 2. The creator of this technique is both a god and a demon. Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath when he got a preliminary understanding of the Godfiend Formless technique. Sure enough, there were many drawbacks to a real ultra-quality technique. The biggest problem with this technique was actually the fact that everyone was born with one spiritual heritage, making it impossible for the soul and body to cultivate in the same spiritual heritage. As for the backlash of the heavenly Tao, Han Fei didn't care much about it. It was already very dangerous to prove Tao. In fact, whether it was establishing the sea, opening the sky, or proving Tao, the heavenly tribulation one experienced was the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Whether it was a backlash or a test, there was no difference. At most, the heavenly tribulation caused by the Godfiend Formless technique was stronger. After seeing the information about the Godfiend Formless technique and seeing that this technique could still be deduced, Han Fei was tempted. Although 1 million points of immortal chi was a lot, for techniques, sometimes it was not the higher the level, the better. In the sky-opening realm, the sky-opening realm technique was actually the most suitable for him. After Han Fei pondered about the specific cultivation method, he was even more shocked. The cultivation method had a unique adaptability. As a fast cultivation method, it warned him to clear the operation trajectory of the cultivation method and slowly figure it out. This also told Han Fei that it was not yet the time to deduce into the demon god body. If he couldn't even withstand the Godfiend Formless technique, he would be courting death if he touched the demon god body. While Han Fei was thinking about the Godfiend Formless technique, he suddenly felt a wave of power. This power wave came too quickly, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the giant whale fortress. Huh? Who would come to this place to hunt? Old Yuan, let's go. Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others were waiting for Han Fei. Although they didn't know what Han Fei was going to do, he obviously didn't want them to know. However, not long after they stopped, suddenly, a void-breaking shuttle flashed over. Before Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yue, and the others could react, someone laughed. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter a sea monster fortress here. The ignorant are truly fearless. In fact, there were only 5 people in the void-breaking shuttle. However, these 5 people were not weak. Among them, there was a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, and the other 4 were all late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. In an instant, 2 of them charged at Zhou Jingjing and the others. Hong Yue shouted in a low voice, "Ying Yue, retreat." Ying Yue and the others had just opened the sky and their realms weren't stable, so it was impossible for them to resist these people. But he was different. After cultivating for many years, although he had just opened the sky, his strength and physique were extraordinary. Even a late-stage star transformation powerhouse probably wouldn't dare to say that he could kill him with one strike. However, in the face of that person, in an instant, Hong Yue's body was pierced through and half of his body exploded. Zhou Jingjing's realm was higher than Hong Yue's, and Han Fei had also bestowed a great technique on her. In the blink of an eye, she exchanged injuries with her opponent, and they were evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jingjing summoned the Blood Fiend puppet. The appearance of the Blood Fiend made the other 2 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who were trying to kill her retreat. She shouted, "Whoever dares to take another step will be killed." Chapter 2522 Bandits in the Mining Area. 2522 Bandits in the Mining Area. These people who had suddenly rushed over had thought that they could take down Zhou Jingjing and the others in a single clash. But who would have expected that Zhou Jingjing and the others' strength was not as weak as they thought? They were a little careless. Otherwise, if they had attacked with all their strength at the beginning, things might not have been so troublesome. This peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator stared at the Blood Fiend puppet for a moment before sneering. A puppet, even if it was in the perfected star transformation realm when it was alive, can't really exert the combat power of the perfected star transformation realm. Now, I'll give you a chance. Hand over all the resources you have, the sea monster fortress, and your soul and essence blood, and announce that you have joined our Black Wind pirates. Then I'll spare your lives. Hong Yu snorted coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us to pledge loyalty to you? I'm afraid you just want to die. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse grinned and sneered. Oh? A guy who hasn't even entered the star transformation realm dares to be arrogant with me? Why don't you ask around? Our Black Wind pirates are very famous. After that, he shouted, "Brothers, I'll contain this puppet, leave this woman and this man, and kill the others all." Bang, 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 knock, knock, knock. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse really dared to stop the Blood Fiend alone. Holding 2 axes, his body was filled with monstrous blood chi, and he actually cut open the river of murderous aura. On the other side, the 4 powerhouses in the late-stage star transformation realm kept attacking. This time, even Zhou Jingjing was sent flying. These people were full of killing intent, which stunned Hong Yue and the others. In just one clash, 3 human powerhouses were pierced through, and Hong Yue was almost crippled. While Hong Yu and the others were shocked, these people were actually shocked too because they found that these people's physiques were unimaginably strong. When they just opened the sky, their physique was probably not even 50% of these people's. It was precisely because of this that no one died at the moment they attacked. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse had thought that it was only a matter of time for him to win. However, just a second later, just as Ying Yue and the others were about to be killed, a figure suddenly appeared here and stood in front of Ying Yue. This person actually blocked this blow with his body. When he came back to his senses, Han Fei pointed his finger and the head of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivator exploded and his star bead shattered. He didn't even have the chance to resist. The moment Han Fei appeared and killed someone, the members of the Black Wind Pirates immediately retreated, preparing to escape. Stunned, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse hadn't started running yet when he was locked onto by a terrifying fist mark. As a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, he was not afraid of battle, but he had never seen such a terrifying fist mark. The power was as if he was hit by an exploding star. His hands tried to resist, but his arms were melted by the punch. Even his flesh and blood exploded under the punch. At that moment, in order to survive, this person unleashed the full power of the star bead between his eyebrows. It was all the power he could use in his origin star. With this blow, this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse managed to resist one of Han Fei's star fists. When this person came back to his senses, he found that the other 3 were already lying flat and their souls had been annihilated. This peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was shocked. Fuck, isn't it just an ordinary sea monster fortress? How can there be such a terrifying powerhouse in this damn place? The tables had instantly turned. This made Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yu, and the others realize that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Han Fei. An extremely powerful existence in their eyes couldn't even resist a blow of Han Fei. He almost killed the 5 in an instant. Especially the punch that Han Fei threw out just now, the extremely explosive power was really like the explosion of stars, making them terrified. How could there be such a terrifying technique in this world? At this moment, Han Fei put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "You are the first person who dares to rob and kill my men. Now, give me a reason not to kill you." After that, Han Fei stared at this person. This person was still in his skeletal state. His flesh and blood had just been annihilated by Han Fei's punch, and even his soul had been seriously injured. While recovering his flesh and blood, this person cupped his fists at Han Fei in the posture of a puppet. "My lord, please spare my life for the sake of the Black Wind Pirates. I'm willing to give you a mid-quality godly weapon, a low-quality godly weapon, and 300,000 kilometers of resources as compensation." His words were quite unyielding and bandit-like, as if he felt that a loss was a loss, and now that he lost, he would just spend money to ransom himself. Of course, he was still looking forward to something. Oh? Han Fei couldn't help but look surprised. Were the people here so rich? It was not the 300,000 kilometers of resources, but that this guy had 2 godly weapons. And this was just a random pirate team. What if it was the entire pirate group? Han Fei looked at the shuttle-shaped thing that looked like a flying boat. After reading the information, Han Fei learned that it could unleash a terrifying speed 10 times the speed of light. It must be noted that this speed was not something that could be achieved easily. To put it bluntly, the void-breaking shuttle was as valuable as a mid-quality godly weapon, or even better. Besides, this thing could be driven with immortal chi, which was very convenient. Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, "Thank you very much for the information you provided, but since your brothers have gone ahead of you, you should go with them." The man raised his head. "I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences of killing me." Han Fei sneered and grabbed at the air with one hand, directly depriving this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse of his consciousness. When Han Fei appeared beside him, he cast the void lines out and took back 2 battle axes and a battlesuit. These were the godly weapons he mentioned. With a thought, Han Fei could easily sever the connection between the godly weapons and this person. Han Fei looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Li Tong, who was behind Zhou Jingjing. Han Fei said, "Li Tong, you're the only one here who uses axes. This pair of mid-quality godly weapons are for you. I see that your strength has stopped recently, so I think it's time for you to upgrade. You'd better open up your origin sea as soon as possible and prepare to transform it into a star. I'll get you a star core then." Li Tong was flattered. It was a mid-quality godly weapon and a whole set. He never expected it to fall into his hands. At that moment, Li Tong was so excited that his voice was trembling. "Thank you, Master Human Emperor. I won't let you down. I actually want to improve my bloodline before I transform my origin sea into a star. I will definitely enter the star transformation realm in 10 years at most." Han Fei's heart stirred. "Huh? It's fine. Come to my origin star later." After that, Han Fei looked around and said, "Everyone, you are my first batch of followers. I won't hide some things from you. The Great Tao of Time is also one of my great Taos. Those who need time acceleration can tell me and enter my origin sea to cultivate. I can provide you with 100 times the time acceleration." If Han Fei wanted to quickly build a super force of his own, he couldn't take the ordinary path. Otherwise, the cultivation of a strong master would take thousands of years. Even for the children of the big clans who had enough resources, it would take hundreds of years to build a strong master. However, if it was 100 times faster, how terrifying would it be? Anyway, Zhou Jingjing and Ying Yue were dumbfounded. Hong Yue suddenly realized why Han Fei rose so rapidly, which probably had something to do with the Great Tao of Time. Then, Han Fei put away the low-quality godly weapon-level battlesuit and said casually, "You don't need this thing." Han Fei continued, "From now on, we have encountered pirates from the infinite mining areas. I saw the battle just now, and I believe you felt it too. Zhou Jingjing, what do you think of it?" Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath. "They're very strong," Han Fei asked. "In what ways do you think they are strong?" Zhou Jingjing originally wanted to say that it was the realm, but at the moment of the clash just now, she clearly felt the other party's strong desire to fight. They were so ferocious and murderous that she was suppressed to the point where she didn't know how to use many great techniques. Zhou Jingjing frowned. "It's fighting intent," Han Fei snorted. "It's momentum. You are hunters in the wilderness, so you should be like this. And you, Ying Yue, you distinguished yourself from countless people and fought your way out of the city of scavengers. Why, faced with these few pirates, your momentum was suppressed and you lost your cool. Have you used the great technique I gave you? If you had used it with your physique, how could you have been injured so badly? Although I have never been to the infinite mining area, I know the general situation there. The people in the infinite mining area are probably comparable to the strong masters in the Sky Crater world. Let me ask you, they dare to risk their lives, but do you dare?" Hong Yue, Ying Yue, Zhou Jingjing, and the others blushed after hearing Han Fei's words. They were all shocked by what Han Fei said. They knew that proving Tao was still very far away, but who didn't want to prove Tao after cultivating to the sky-opening realm? Ying Yue and the others were ashamed. Those people were indeed strong, but in fact, only Hong Yue and Zhou Jingjing's performance was not bad. However, that was indeed their first battle of the sky-opening realm. At that moment, they were indeed flustered. Just as Han Fei said, they didn't exert their true strength. At this moment, Han Fei said, "On this trip to the infinite mining area, I can guarantee you enough resources to help you solve any unfair and unstoppable opponents. However, this doesn't mean that you can survive. At least, in your current state, I don't think you can survive." After teaching them a lesson, Han Fei said coldly, "Now, I'll give you another chance. From this person's memories, I found a stronghold of the Black Wind Pirates. They have 1 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator, 5 late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators, 12 early-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators, 83 peak-level Sea Establishers, and 102 other Sea Establishers. This should be an exploration team of the Black Wind Pirates. They specialize in hunting down some lone passers-by who try to sneak into the infinite mining area. These people, except for the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator, are all yours." Chapter 2523, Kill the enemy, seize the treasure, and become stronger. 2523. Kill the enemy, seize the treasure, and become stronger. Outside the Godfiend Sea, a big ship cut through the thorns and rushed all the way to the edge of the Godfiend Sea. On this ship, there were 1 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Powerhouse, 5 late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators, 12 early-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators, and early-stage Sky-Opening Realm Cultivators. Chen Tang was sitting upright and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and grabbed 5 broken life tablets. Hiss. Not good. They had heard that recently there might be people from the chaotic wasteland heading to the infinite mining area, and it was very likely that they would leave from the periphery of the Godfiend Sea. In fact, during these days, Chen Tang did see traces of shining stars, but he thought that the other party was not very strong and Old Lu should be able to solve it alone. But now it seemed that Old Lu and the others had only been away for less than 2 hours, but they had all died at this moment. This meant that the other party was very strong, and it was very likely that there was a perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouse guarding them. Chen Tang suddenly rose and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, enter my origin sea and put away the ship." In fact, pirates nowadays didn't use ships. The people on the ship weren't with the advanced team because they had underestimated Han Fei's team from the beginning. Furthermore, the people in the advanced team saw that Zhou Jingjing and the others were weak, so they wanted to take the initiative to attack and directly take them down. However, they didn't expect that behind Zhou Jingjing and the others there was someone like Han Fei. For a moment, everyone on the ship was a little panicked. Usually, Captain Chen Tang would only react like this when he encountered a strong enemy. And judging from his reaction, this enemy seemed to be very strong. Therefore, they entered Chen Tang's origin sea as soon as possible. If anything happened, they had to run. In a damn place like the infinite mining area, they couldn't be reckless unless they could, otherwise they would lose their lives in vain. After Chen Tang collected everybody in the big ship, he took out a void-breaking shuttle and left. As he ran, Chen Tang was still scared. Fortunately, it was only a small advanced team that went to investigate, otherwise they would have been completely wiped out. Sure enough, even if it wasn't in the infinite mining area, the people near the Godfiend Sea couldn't be underestimated. However, the other party probably couldn't catch up with them. After all, they ran very fast. He had to turn to his boss for help for this kind of enemy. The other party didn't have many people. If he could snipe them, he might gain a lot. More than 6 hours later, huff! In the void, a void-breaking shuttle broke through the void and flew out. Chen Tang took a long breath of relief. He had run for more than 6 hours and had consumed a lot of immortal chi. At such a long distance, even a god wouldn't be able to find him. Making sure that he was safe now, Chen Tang flew towards the Black Wind Pirates alone. This time, they were a little far away. It might take him 2 days to return to the Black Wind Pirates. Yes, I'll just tell boss that we encountered a powerhouse in the perfected Star Transformation realm and were really no match for him. Alas, Old Lu, don't blame me. You had died too quickly. I wouldn't have dared to stay there. Suddenly, Chen Tang immediately felt a chill down his spine. Even though he had subconsciously reacted, in the next second, a knife light brushed past him and one of his arms was crushed into powder. Buzz. At that moment, Chen Tang roared. A low-quality, godly weapon-level battlesuit appeared on his body and a long sword appeared in his hand. Bang. Chen Tang felt as if he was hit by a big star and flew back at an ultra-light speed. In midair, Chen Tang threw out a jade slip where his peak strike was hidden. When he came back to his senses, he saw a young man crushing the sword light of his peak strike with one hand and slashing at him with the other. Chen Tang's heart did a flip. Although this person was powerful, he wasn't strong enough to kill him instantly. He felt that he had just been ambushed. As long as he withstood this blow, he would no longer be at the disadvantage. At that moment, the center of his eyebrows flashed and the star bead shot out of his body and a beam of light slashed at Han Fei. Han Fei clenched his fist and blasted out a dazzling fist light. Even the sky and the earth lost color. He actually withstood the full blow of his star bead head on. How was that possible? Chen Tang was shocked. The full-strength attack from his star bead had definitely reached the perfected Star Transformation realm or even exceeded it, but it was blocked by the opponent's punch. Waves surged and a voice sounded leisurely in the void. You Black Wind Pirates provoked us first. It's not too much for me to come to you, right? Han Fei stood in the void and looked down disdainfully. Let your people out. If your people win, I'll let you go. Then, figures appeared beside Han Fei, and Hong Yue, Zhou Jingjing, and the others appeared behind him. Chen Tong took a look. What the hell is this? What is this person doing, training his men with my soldiers? But the strongest one is only in the star transformation realm. However, no matter what happened to the others, he knew that Han Fei was unbelievably strong. So, Chen Tang vomited a mouthful of blood and admitted defeat. Fellow Taoist, there's still room for negotiation. The Black Wind pirates are willing to compensate. Han Fei sneered. Did you not understand what I said? I'm telling you to let your men out. If you win, I'll let you go. Chen Tang's expression changed drastically. Really? Han Fei? Yes. Chen Tang wasn't sure whether what Han Fei said was true or not, but he had no choice now. The blow just now made his internal organs roll and his strength was slightly damaged. He had to buy some time. Chen Tang said, okay, as you wish. Buzz. Chen Tang let his men out, including a group of sky openers and a large group of sea establishers. Chen Tang said, you, spar a few rounds with these fellow Taoists. These people were dumbfounded and didn't know what happened, but they knew that this might have something to do with Chen Tang's escape. At this moment, they didn't dare to be negligent. They focused their eyes and found that the other party was so weak. Zhou Jingjing and the others all gasped, knowing that it was time to prove their value. Hong Yu said to everyone via voice transmission, don't forget that you have many kinds of techniques that others can't imagine. Don't underestimate your strength. Don't retreat even if you die. After all, Hong Yu used to be the master of the Mad Corpse world. He was not afraid of a life-and-death battle. What he was afraid of was a meaningless battle. Chen Tang thought that this person seemed to want to use them as whetstones to sharpen his knives. However, this person's knives were not very good. What if they accidentally broke? He said, fellow Taoist, since you only have 10 sky openers, our late-stage star transformation realm cultivators don't have to fight, okay? Han Fei smiled. Don't, you're mistaken. It's 11. At this moment, the old turtle's Yang soul appeared beside Han Fei. However, even Hong Ye was surprised. He had never seen this person before. Where did Han Fei find him? Upon seeing this, Chen Tong's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, Yang soul? Han Fei grinned and said, I forgot to tell you that you're going to participate in the battle too. This was proposed by the old turtle because he didn't know the specific limits of his current combat power. It was probably very strong, so he wanted to test it out with someone. As for the sea establishers, Han Fei didn't plan to take action now. These people were all spoils of war. Didn't the giant whale fortress and the human race need to gain experience? Then they could use these people to gain experience. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that there seemed to be more than 100 sea establishers in Taiping's Origin Sea. But those people were all real strong masters. He estimated that the people of the giant whale fortress would have to fight them 5 against 1 or even 10 against 1. Otherwise, they would probably be killed. The old turtle appeared, chuckled wickedly, pointed at Chen Tang and the 5 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, saying, the 6 of you, come at me together. Chen Tang knew that it was not good. Those who had cultivated a Yang soul were not weak, which meant that the other party's soul power was especially strong. The only thing he could do now was to stall for time and wait for his commander to save him. If he had to be a whetstone, so be it. As long as he could hold on for 2 days, someone would definitely come to save them. On this side, the battle was about to start. Hong Yue took the lead to attack. Covered in heavenly fire, Hong Yue turned into a fiery god of war, which was a divine quality technique bestowed by Han Fei. With this heavenly fire body, plus the combat skills he had mastered in the first place, he was very powerful. After a few clashes, he condensed a wisp of sword essence with flames. After only a clash with an early-stage sky-opening realm powerhouse, most of Hong Yue's body was pierced through, but the other party's body was filled with the sword essence and exploded. Unable to see through the enemy's soul mark, Hong Yue could only corrode the void with corpse energy and seal the enemy's soul. The seemingly simple battle was actually thrilling at that moment. If Hong Yu hadn't been much sturdier than that person, it was still unknown who would have won. Han Fei's heart did a flip when he saw this scene. Hong Yue's combat power was not bad. If he taught him the living dead puppet technique, his combat power would definitely improve greatly. On the other side, Zhou Jingjing was talented in the first place. Han Fei had given her a lot of techniques. At this moment, she was fighting fiercely with a star transformation realm powerhouse. The other party seemed to know that he would die anyway, so he just tried to drag Zhou Jingjing to die with him. Therefore, the other party transformed his soul into a knife. Zhou Jingjing was horrified. The other party was determined to die. She knew that if she backed off, her soul would probably be pierced through by the other party. Aha! For a moment, there seemed to be the sound of a whale ringing in his ears. Zhou Jingjing instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and spewed out an arrow that contained rich soul power. Bang! Both of them were almost heavily wounded. Zhou Jingjing was slightly better off. There seemed to be a layer of willpower surrounding her body, and the soul of the person opposite her had already dissipated and he had turned into a living dead. On the contrary, Ying Yue and the others were actually in a better situation than Zhou Jingjing. They were 1 in a million strong masters in the city of scavengers. They had survived the oppression of the 10,000 scale race and survived countless trials. Therefore, to Han Fei's surprise, even Xu Lingyu, who was the weakest, unleashed the sky-splitting technique and killed her opponent unscathed. The others were the same. Perhaps stimulated by Han Fei, they finally showed their strength this time. With the advantage of the purity mystic body and the many divine quality techniques given by Han Fei, it would be strange if they lost. Chapter 2024 Advance to the Peak. Level Late Stage Star Transformation Realm 2024 Advance to the Peak Level Late Stage Star Transformation Realm. It could be said that Hong Ye and Zhou Jingjing were having a life and death collision with their enemies. Having been scolded by Han Fei before, everyone was holding their breath at this moment, so as soon as the battle started, they went up to fight desperately and didn't hesitate to use their killer moves at all. Of course, it was not a complete victory. On Wang Shu's side, his opponent was very strong and had a strange great Dao exceeding Wang Shu's strength. Fortunately, the opponent hadn't entered the Star Transformation realm yet, so although he beat Wang Shu, he couldn't kill him immediately. After that, Hong Ye, Zhou Jingjing, and the others surrounded and killed the opponents. As for the old turtle, he actually triggered the enemy's inner demon and used a great technique to attack the soul, easily killing all the opponents in the late-stage Star Transformation realm. Even Chen Tong was dying. Chen Tang hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, let's talk nicely. I know a lot of secrets. I have resources. Bang." Before he finished speaking, his soul sea suddenly suffered an unknown impact and exploded. The old turtle looked back at Han Fei. "Han Fei, I'm very powerful. My Yang soul is probably comparable to the perfected Star Transformation realm." When the old turtle attacked, Han Fei saw that this guy was indeed very strong. The strength of his soul was probably comparable to his. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. It seemed that the old turtle must be in the perfected Star Transformation realm. It was just that he didn't have a body, so his realm seemed a bit low. Once he found a body and embarked on the Tao of perfect balance again, his strength would probably double. Then, the old turtle said, "Han Fei, I understand. I'm very strong. If I can rebuild my body, it's not impossible for me to prove Tao." The more the old turtle said so, the more Han Fei felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Because the old turtle sacrificed his body and fused with his original body, he suddenly became so strong? Wait, fuse with his original body? Han Fei was shocked. Could it be that the soul of the old turtle's original body had replaced the real old turtle? However, looking at the old turtle's expression, Han Fei didn't think so. Besides, the old turtle's original body gave off a very oppressive and powerful feeling. More importantly, being trapped by so many chains, he probably couldn't let his soul out, right? Otherwise, his own strength would weaken. If Han Fei couldn't save him, it would be even more impossible for him to save himself. When all the sky-opening realm powerhouses of the Black Wind Pirates perished, the remaining sea establishers were all dumbfounded. This was because Han Fei and his men fought very fast, directly, and brutally. So many sky-opening realm powerhouses had died. On Han Fei's side, except for a group of people who seemed to have suffered some injuries of varying degrees, at least they were still alive. Han Fei raised his hand, and the chains of holy light circulated on Hong Ye, Zhou Jing, and the others and connected. Everyone's injuries were recovering at a visible speed. Han Fei said, "Jingjing, throw these sea establishers into the giant whale fortress as sparring partners. If they surrender and follow us wholeheartedly in 3 months, keep them. Otherwise, kill them." Zhou Jingjing subconsciously shivered and nodded quickly. Yes. Now, having seen Han Fei attack again and again, Zhou Jingjing had already developed an instinctive fear towards him. She realized that Han Fei was not only very strong, but also very ruthless. There were more than 100 sea establishers here, and he decided their fate without batting an eye. However, she had also heard that Han Fei had killed more than 60,000 sea establishers and a dozen sky openers in one go, so she was very afraid of Han Fei's bloodthirsty personality now. Han Fei reached out and picked up the corpses of the sky openers. In an instant, more than 10 of his clones pierced through some spatial nodes and entered. If you were strong enough, you could see through the other party's soul. Although these people were killed, including Hong Ye and Zhou Jingjing, they could only obliterate the other party's soul through soul techniques. However, they couldn't find the other party's soul mark, so they couldn't erase the connection between these people's soul mark and their origin seas. After only a moment, Han Fei's multiple clones came out. At this time, Han Fei brought out a lot of resources, treasures, techniques, materials, etc. When the clones were combined, 17 sets of resources floated in front of Han Fei, totaling 450,000 kilometers, 2 low-quality godly weapons, 2 ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and 67 weapons of other levels. Those who hadn't entered the Star Transformation realm were drained of their vitality by Han Fei and fed to him. And these ordinary resources and all the sea-quelling bizarre treasures were all given to Zhou Jingjing. Han Fei said unconcernedly, "Keep them for now. Reward them to those who can beat 10 captives of the Black Wind Pirates alone. As for ordinary resources, they will be evenly distributed to those below the Sea Establishment realm. However, from today on, tell all Sea Establishers that the day when they get resources for free is over. In the future, more and more Sea Establishers will be arrested, and they will need to carry out a large number of Sea Establishment realm battles. At that time, they'll get resources according to their combat results. Zhou Jingjing sighed slightly. Yes. Although she knew that doing so might cause a large number of people to die in the giant whale fortress, she knew that Han Fei was right. Everyone needed to be trained. The giant whale fortress was a safe haven. Without Han Fei's iron-blooded methods, they would be eliminated sooner or later. Then, Han Fei took out 12 shares of resources from his Like-Star city. Han Fei said, each portion is 300,000 kilometers of resources. It's the last free care I'll give you for now. Take this resource to expand your origin seas as soon as possible and cultivate the great techniques to become stronger. The Black Wind Pirates are not strong or weak overall. Cultivate for a year, fight for a year, and beat them within 2 years. At this time, Zhou Jingjing, Ying Yu, and the others had nothing but complete obedience to Han Fei. In front of a leader like Han Fei, they didn't even think they were qualified to make any suggestions. After all, Han Fei had given them too many benefits so far. After explaining some simple plans, Han Fei said, "Everyone, enter my origin sea to cultivate." Earlier, Han Fei had only told Li Tong to go in, but now everyone was allowed to go in, which made many people very happy. Although they had won this battle, the price they paid was not small, and almost all of them were seriously injured. This showed that even if they had cultivated the purity mystic body and the great techniques given by Han Fei, this was not the only condition for them to win. This was just another reason for them to win. At present, the most fundamental problem for them was that their realms were too low. Ying Yue and the others had almost completely relied on their purity mystic body to win. They hadn't even completely passed the early stage of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei wanted them to destroy the Black Wind Pirates in 2 years. How tight was the time? Even with 100 times the time acceleration and the resources given by Han Fei, it wouldn't be easy to enter the Star Transformation realm. Therefore, cultivating hard and entering the Star Transformation realm was their subconscious common goal. As for who the old turtle was, they didn't know and didn't dare to ask because the old turtle was too strong. In their eyes, his strength was second only to Han Fei's. In the future, as time passed, no one knew how strong he would be. 8 months passed. In Han Fei's origin star, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Finally, on this day, he completely covered the periphery of his origin star with a thick layer of skin. Countless shattered stars densely surrounded his origin star. On this day, his star core that he had compressed for a long time was finally squeezed 10 times smaller. Han Fei grinned. He had finally entered the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei immediately looked at his personal information, only to see that Owner, Han Fei level, 1009, Sky Opening Ultimate Dao, Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 10,001 6th Evolving, 7,623 6th 64 64 64 6, Eternal Dazen Soul, 15.1559. Origins 14,591,568 points. Perception range 15 million kilometers. Strength 16.22. Star powers 1622 16,622,01679. Waves First Spiritual Heritage. Eternal Darkness. Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast. Twin Yin Yang Sky Swallowing Fish. Level 10,000 68. Second Spiritual Beast. The Emperor Sparrow. Level 103. Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra Quality, Huff. After seeing the information, Han Fei frowned slightly. That didn't seem right. His realm was still the ultimate Dao, but not the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Could it be that he had always been in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Besides, these weren't the key. The problem was that this breakthrough had caused the difference in soul power and physique to widen significantly. Han Fei knew that he couldn't just let the gap between the two grow bigger and bigger. He had to practice the God-Fiend Formless Technique. Chapter 2525-2525. 2 Spiritual Heritage in 1. Unacceptable. By the Heavens 2525. 2 Spiritual Heritage in 1. Unacceptable by the Heavens. Han Fei didn't plan to give himself too much time to cultivate. For him, the best cultivation was fighting. Furthermore, his top priority was not to cultivate, but to find a path that was suitable for him. As for the God-Fiend Formless Technique, it seemed to be a path perfectly compatible with him. Once this path was taken, coupled with the Star-Devouring Technique, he might be able to reach the heights where even the God of War hadn't reached. And the greatest disadvantage of the Supreme Divine Technique, the problem of soul and physique incompatibility, might be correspondingly resolved. Han Fei didn't ask the God of War about this matter. After all, the God-Fiend Formless Technique belonged to the demonic path. God knew what taboo it would violate. Han Fei planned to try it first. If he could really succeed, it wouldn't be too late to tell the God of War after he proved Dao. Han Fei sat cross-legged in front of his star core. God-Fiend Formless Technique. one spiritual heritage for gods and the other for demons. The two auras began to circulate slowly in Han Fei's dual spiritual heritages. Puffed! However, just as it began to operate, the roar of the great Tao suddenly sounded in Han Fei's ears. Boom! It was a strange power that broke through the protection of his origin star from the sea of stars, pierced through the ground veins, and descended on him. Puffa Han Fei vomited a mouthful of golden blood in shock. He didn't dare to cultivate anymore but appeared on the surface of the star. At that moment, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that the thick layer of broken starry barrier around his origin star had been penetrated, with a big hole appearing. As for the star sea mire of his origin star, it was also pierced through, leaving a huge hole. Then, a large meridian he had set up was also pierced through. Han Fei, old Yuani, Han Fei immediately roared, "Fuck, if this goes on, wouldn't the origin star that I built with great difficulty be bombarded into a beehive? More importantly, I don't even know who did this." Finding the old turtle, Han Fei said with a black face, "Old Yuan, tell me about the God-fiend formless technique first. Does it have a lot of side effects?" The old turtle was dumbfounded. Side effects? Of course there are side effects. The side effect is to become a demon. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. No other side effects, like being struck by lightning? The old turtle was stunned for a moment and said, "Well, there is such a situation. The God-fiend formless technique is not tolerated by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, without the protection of the sea realm, you might have to bear a baptism similar to the heavenly tribulation to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. But on the origin star, this is your world. It shouldn't be as dangerous as cultivating in the sea of stars. What are you afraid of?" Han Fei's face turned black. Han Fei's face turned black. I'll try again. With this experience, Han Fei certainly didn't dare to cultivate on his origin star anymore. This was scary. I haven't done anything yet, but the heavenly tribulation has struck my star core. If I really cultivate this technique, wouldn't my star core explode? After a while, Han Fei came to the Sea of Stars. Making sure that he was far away from his origin star, he sat cross-legged in the Sea of Stars. He was ready. Although the old turtle said that he couldn't cultivate in the Sea of Stars, he could activate the great Tao of life replacement at any time to prevent himself from being struck to death. This was an attempt just like transcending a tribulation, but transcending a tribulation in the Sea of Stars was naturally better than transcending a tribulation in the Sea realm. One failure couldn't stop Han Fei from pursuing the Tao of perfect balance. Therefore, he began to operate the God-fiend formless technique again. Rumble. Just now, Han Fei didn't know what struck him, but now he knew that it wasn't the lightning tribulation at all. He had thought that it was a baptism of lightning like the void fishing, but it wasn't. When the rumbling power fell on him, Han Fei realized that it was the great Tao of the heavens and earth condensing into great Tao lightning. Yes, the great Tao was like thunder, trying to kill him. If this had to be called a lightning tribulation, Han Fei felt that this was probably the most terrifying lightning tribulation in the world. Shh! Puff! 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 After the lightning strike, Han Fei spewed out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood in a row. The God-fiend formless technique that he had just activated was shaken and showed signs of instability. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Han Fei endured 10 seconds with difficulty and only managed to circulate 1% of the God-fiend formless technique. Finally, consecutive great Tao lightning struck Han Fei's great Tao of life replacement out. Fuck. Han Fei didn't know what to say. This was too much. Did the old turtle not tell him the truth? This thing was so terrifying that it directly killed him. What should he do? However, although Han Fei felt that the great Tao lightning tribulation was too terrifying, he suddenly discovered that the power of his soul had increased by nearly 3,000 points. If that's the case, can I slowly replenish my soul power? Han Fei thought that if he used this method to replenish the power of his soul, it would be faster than cultivating the heavenly Tao art. However, if he used the great Tao of life replacement and the invincible time after that to resist the lightning strike head-on, it would probably take him more than 800 lives. And it would take him more than 800 lives to complete the operation of the God-fiend formless technique once. Putting aside the fact that he hadn't more than 800 lives, even if he had, what if the lightning would still strike him after he operated the technique once? What would he do then? He cast the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on himself to heal his injuries. Han Fei activated the God-fiend formless technique again, but soon he discovered something different. After about 5 seconds, Han Fei stopped cultivating and found that his soul power had only increased by less than 500 points. After repeated experiments, Han Fei was certain that the significant improvement of his soul was only at the moment he activated the great Tao of life replacement. At that moment, because of the shattering of his life, part of the heavenly Tao lightning seemed to have been transformed. Then, it was absorbed by him and transformed into the power of his soul. If he didn't activate the great Tao of life replacement, he could obtain about 800 points of soul power on the verge of death. Although more than 800 was not a small number, he was already on the verge of death and needed to use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to save himself. This was equivalent to exchanging vitality for the growth of soul power. Therefore, Han Fei simply gave up and turned around. When Han Fei returned to the sky above his origin star, he saw the old turtle sticking out his Yang Soul head and looking at him. Han Fei said crossly, "What are you looking at? I'm going to the sea realm to have a try." However, the old turtle quickly stopped him. "Hey, don't. Do you want to die? Do you know why there is a God-fiend sea in this world? It's because someone discovered the secret of the Tao of perfect balance. If you dare to go to the sea realm, believe it or not, many monarchs will immediately come and throw you into the God-fiend sea." Han Fei, the old turtle sighed, "I didn't expect you to encounter such a terrifying tribulation while cultivating the God-fiend formless technique in the Sea of Stars, but I feel that something is wrong. In my memory, someone cultivated this technique in the Sea of Stars, but what happened to you didn't happen to him, and he survived." Han Fei glared at the old turtle angrily. "That's impossible. Unless he has countless lives, he would have been killed long ago." The old turtle asked, "Were you struck in your origin star too?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, but not as much as in the Sea of Stars." Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. Yes, although his origin star couldn't block the heavenly Tao lightning, it could weaken the power of the lightning. Just now, he only sprayed a mouthful of essence blood in his origin star, but in the Sea of Stars, he sprayed 3 mouthfuls in a row. What if he was in other people's origin stars, for example, Zhao Qinglong's or An Taiping's? These people's origin stars were connected to multiple modified stars. Their ability to resist the great Tao lightning shouldn't be worse than his. From the looks of it, even if he used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to exchange for his life, the efficiency would be at least 3 times higher. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei pushed the old turtle into his origin star and said, "Go about your business. I'll take a look at someone else's origin star." Zhao Qinglong's origin stars were connected to 72 modified stars. It had to be said that the strength of the powerhouses on the God roll couldn't be underestimated. Han Fei came to his star core, thought for a long time, and then began to set up arrays. In the face of force majeure, he should take the initiative to use all the power he could exert to help increase his odds of survival. Once again, Han Fei activated the God-fiend formless technique. The feeling was exactly the same as when he was on his own origin star. However, because he was prepared, Han Fei actually managed to withstand the first lightning strike. He even felt that this origin star's effect of resisting this lightning strike was better than his origin star. Could it be that Zhao Qinglong's origin star was connected to many modified stars, so it had an additional resistance? Although the heavenly Tao lightning was powerful, Han Fei didn't think it had reached the monarch level yet. It appeared just to prevent him from practicing the God-fiend formless technique. And the power it showed, if he guessed right, was infinitely close to the monarch level. Just like when he fought Zhao Qinglong, the super strong combat power he unleashed in the end might be slightly stronger than that. Now, Han Fei sat cross-legged and endured 10 seconds in a row. Finally, he couldn't help but vomit the first mouthful of blood. However, this situation was much better than he had imagined. 10 seconds, 50 seconds, 100 seconds, the God-fiend formless technique was activated, and Zhao Qinglong's origin star was passively blocking the heavenly Tao lightning, buying him a lot of time. Without obstacles, the effect of Han Fei's cultivation of this technique was immediately increased several times. After 100 seconds, the dual spiritual heritages had almost circulated by 1/10. However, under the continuous impact of the heavenly Tao lightning, the resistance of Zhao Qinglong's origin star was rapidly declining. 300 seconds later, Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. He felt that this star was about to be split apart. 500 seconds later, Han Fei felt that the dual spiritual heritages had operated by 50%, and the star was broken and the ground veins were all broken. He raised his head and looked at the Sea of Stars. Shoot, hang in there a little longer. Chapter 2026, Demon God Body, Double Strength 2026. Demon God Body, Double Strength. Han Fei could clearly sense that the power of the heavenly Tao lightning was the myriad laws of the world. Although they attacked his body, some of them would remain after they were annihilated. And this part could broaden his soul. At this point of cultivation, he had already realized that the purpose of cultivating the God-fiend formless technique was not to circulate a great cycle, but to perfectly unify the body and soul. Therefore, Han Fei realized that it wasn't that he had to suffer the impact of the heavenly Tao lightning, but that his soul was inferior to his physique. If the power of his soul was stronger than his physique, he might have experienced the lightning tribulation refining his body instead of the heavenly Tao refining his soul. At this moment, although it was very dangerous this time, it was very meaningful. In just 500 seconds, Han Fei's soul power had increased by about 150,000 points. According to this calculation, he would have to hold on for more than 2,000 seconds before he could complete the operation of the God-fiend formless technique. However, Zhao Qinglong's origin star couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly Tao lightning at all and was riddled with holes. At this moment, he had completed more than half of a cycle. Han Fei thought that if Zhao Qinglong's origin star was destroyed, he could still use An Taiping's origin star. However, when Han Fei tried to stop cultivating, something shocking happened. In his dual spiritual heritages, the God and demon techniques no longer needed to be controlled. They actually circulated automatically and couldn't be stopped. Shtat! Hanfei sensed that laws were surging over between the heavens and earth, and that the spots of light transformed from tens of thousands of great Daos turned into heavenly Dao lightning that rained down on him. No, it's not that the technique can't be stopped, but that the world won't let me stop. At that moment, Hanfei was shocked. I am actually forced to cultivate? At this moment, Hanfei remembered the old turtle's words. The God-fiend formless technique was originally not tolerated by the great Dao of heaven and earth. Therefore, without the protection of the sea realm, one might have to bear a baptism similar to a heavenly tribulation to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Dao. He didn't know if the old turtle hadn't experienced everything he was experiencing because he hadn't practiced the God-fiend formless technique in the Sea of Stars, but what the old turtle said enlightened him. Cultivating the God-fiend formless technique required the recognition of all laws of the world. Therefore, he needed to be recognized now, and if he wanted to be recognized, he needed to completely accept the baptism of all laws of the world and reach a perfect balance in the baptism. At that time, the heavenly Dao would recognize Hanfei as his kind and wouldn't care about him anymore. However, the problem was that at his current speed, wouldn't he have to last more than 1500 seconds? If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have broken through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm first. He should have cultivated this technique as soon as he obtained it. This way, the difference between his soul power and his physique wouldn't have been greater and greater. However, it was too late for regrets. Hanfei could only pray that Zhao Qinglong's origin sea could resist it for a while longer. However, after only 200 seconds, the star was completely shattered, and the star core flew away from him. Once again, Hanfei was completely exposed to the Sea of Stars. At this time, Hanfei accidentally saw that the 72 modified stars connected to Zhao Qinglong's origin star had all been shattered, and the entire defense system had completely collapsed. In just 10 seconds, Hanfei couldn't withstand the heavenly Dao lightning. If he failed at this moment, even if he used the great Dao of life replacement, the cultivation technique would stop instantly. This might cause backlash to his dual spiritual heritages and might destroy both his divine spiritual heritages. At that moment, Hanfei thought of a way to resist the heavenly Dao lightning. Suddenly, Hanfei's heart trembled. Yes, the lightning drawing platform. In the divine capital dynasty, he had exchanged for 2 supreme quality godly weapons. The flame of life was prepared for Feng Yu, but the lightning drawing platform was specially prepared for him. However, the lightning drawing platform was meant to be used in the Eternal Thunder Prison. He wondered if it would work now. Buzz. In any case, Hanfei summoned the lightning drawing platform immediately. He would have a try first. The moment the lightning drawing platform appeared, it suddenly shrank. Hanfei sat cross-legged in it, and the heavenly Dao lightning poured over. When it entered the lightning drawing platform, the patterns on the lightning drawing platform shone and turned purple. As for the heavenly Dao lightning, it turned into a large purple halo, and 80% of its power was absorbed. It worked so well, Hanfei felt that the pressure on his body was suddenly reduced. In this case, he seemed to be able to hold out for a long time. After 500 seconds, Hanfei saw a flame pattern condensed. Is this a purple Dao proving lightning? Hanfei was shocked. After the lightning drawing platform was put in the Sea of Lightning, a purple Dao proving lightning could be obtained in 10,000 years. However, under the bombardment of the heavenly Dao lightning, it only took 500 seconds to produce a purple Dao proving lightning. In an instant, the purple Dao proving lightning on the lightning drawing platform changed from 1 to 2. The value of the lightning drawing platform had a qualitative leap. Furthermore, there were 7 similar patterns on the lightning drawing platform that hadn't been lit up. This meant that if he wanted the lightning drawing platform to be saturated, he had to fill in the 7 patterns at least. Hanfei was overjoyed. If the lightning drawing platform was filled up by chance, wouldn't it be equivalent to creating a monarch-level powerhouse? However, even though the lightning drawing platform had dispersed nearly 80% of the heavenly Dao lightning, Hanfei still felt that he couldn't withstand it for a long time. Just as Hanfei was wondering if he should abandon this cultivation through the great Dao of life replacement, he saw a small vine poking out from between his eyebrows. Master Calabash? Perhaps because the relationship between Hanfei and the demon purification pot was unusually close. At this moment, a small vine extended out and blocked in front of Hanfei. Boom! The heavenly Dao roared, and a small vine trembled slightly. About half of the heavenly Dao lightning was absorbed into the vine. As for the other half, most of them were snatched away by the lightning drawing platform and fell on Hanfei. This was the first time Hanfei had seen such a situation. The demon purification pot would always snatch the whole it wanted. Why did he only eat half of it this time? However, at this moment, Hanfei felt that he didn't have to stop halfway through. After about 200 seconds, Hanfei saw that a small green fruit the size of a fingernail grew on this branch. Hiss! Hanfei's eyes widened. This was the 6th fruit. Since he cultivated a young soul, Hanfei had never known how to condense the 6th fruit. However, at this moment he somewhat understood. The demon purification pot was selectively swallowing the heavenly Tao lighting that bombarded him, and the part swallowed by the demon purification pot might be for the condensation of the sixth divine pill. After about 2,000 seconds, because the lightning drawing platform and the demon purification pot had snatched some of the heavenly Tao lightning, Han Fei had just completed operating the first great circulation. The moment he completed the first great circulation, Han Fei suddenly felt that a large amount of the residual power of the heavenly Tao lightning on the surface of his body transformed into his soul power. In an instant, it transformed into nearly 100,000 points of soul power. As Han Fei expected, everything didn't stop after the first great circulation stopped. The second great circulation continued, and the heavenly Tao continued to bombard him. However, with the help of the lightning drawing platform and the demon purification pot, although Han Fei's body was mangled, his body never collapsed and his soul never dissipated. After another 2,000 seconds, Han Fei completed the second round of the great circulation. At this time, although Han Fei only bore a little bit of the power of the heavenly Tao lightning, as time passed, his flesh and blood had long turned into paste. But the origin, spiritual heritage, and the eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage in his body hadn't changed at all. It seemed that at this moment, the two extraordinary divine spiritual heritages began to show their power. The heavenly Tao couldn't destroy them, and no laws could shatter them. The origin spiritual heritage began to release vitality for some reason, consolidating his flesh and blood. The eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage was even more magical. It actually disappeared as if turning into nothingness, but it was still there. At this time, when Han Fei was halfway through the third round of the great circulation, suddenly, infinite power between the heavens and earth gathered in Han Fei's body. Han Fei's body was recovering at a visible speed. Furthermore, there were Tao patterns that quietly disappeared into Han Fei's flesh and blood. However, Han Fei hadn't woken up yet. Not long after the second round of the great circulation, Han Fei fell into a deep sleep. His dual spiritual heritages were operating non-stop. He didn't know that in the third round of the great circulation, the power of his soul and the power of his physique had reached an instant balance. There was no telling how long it had been, maybe 1 day, 10 days, or a year. When Han Fei felt that his body was swelling up, he woke up and found himself sitting cross-legged in the ruins of stars. Han Fei subconsciously touched his body and was greatly relieved to find that everything was fine. Seeing that he was fine, he immediately looked at his information. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 1009, sky opening, extreme Tao balance, bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean, the 200, 0160 evolving, 7,613,064, immortal chi, 6,290,000 soul, 33,630,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 points, perception range, 33 million kilometers, strength, 33,036 star powers, 33,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 waves, first spiritual heritage, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, sky swallowing fish. Level 108, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 103, main art, God Fiend formless technique, hiss. This time, the information panel changed a little too much, which Han Fei didn't expect. The realm he was in had changed from extreme Tao to extreme Tao balance, and the power of his soul and strength became completely identical at this moment. Most unbelievably, the power of his soul and physique had undergone an extraordinary change that even he found unbelievable. Huh? Han Fei took a deep breath, his heart was beating wildly, and his eyes were straight. 3336. Origins? 3336 star powers? After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Han Fei came back to himself. He knew that he had succeeded, and this success exceeded his imagination. If he guessed right, the number had doubled. In the past, Senior Brother Azur Dragon and the others said that the more balanced the soul and physique were, the more power of the heavenly Tao one could borrow, and the upper limit was their own limit. He had once felt a perfect balance and was fascinated by it, but at that time he thought that he had only completely borrowed 100% of the power of the heavenly Tao, and the borrowed power could be considered his basic combat power. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was comparable to a monarch when he fully unleashed his strength. However, he didn't expect that after he embarked on this path, his comprehensive soul and combat power would increase by 100%. Han Fei looked at the dim star core fragments around and couldn't help but swallow secretly. These star cores had dimmed probably because their energy was forcibly absorbed by him. As for the growth of the soul, it should be bestowed to him by the myriad laws of the world. When Han Fei continued to read, he found that his main technique had changed from void fishing to the God Fiend formless technique. This change even made Han Fei at a loss. Han Fei thought that there was actually more to the void fishing technique, but his former fellow disciples in the Void Temple hadn't deduced it yet. Han Fei thought that the last level of the void fishing technique, the void stealing technique, was not fully deduced. Therefore, void fishing was reduced to a monarch-level ultra-quality technique instead of a divine-quality one. But even so, it was still a monarch-level technique. Now, it had been replaced by the God Fiend formless technique as the main technique. But the Godfiend formless technique was clearly not as good as the void fishing technique in level, which made Hanfei quite puzzled. But Hanfei didn't care. This could only mean that the Godfiend formless technique was stronger. When Hanfei looked down, the lightning drawing platform had turned into a square tripod because there was no heavenly Dao lightning to absorb. However, the patterns representing purple Dao proving lightning had become 4. Hiss. With 3 more, isn't it equivalent to absorbing 30,000 years more lightning? Not good. Suddenly, Hanfei's face changed. How long had he been sleeping? When Hanfei looked at the time of bloodline evolution, he discovered that more than 3 years had passed. This was not on his origin star, but in the sea of stars. Therefore, more than 3 years had passed. Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. He had asked his men to cultivate for a year, fight for a year, and annihilate the Black Wind pirates. But he, the human emperor, was missing. He didn't know how anxious Zhou Jingjing and the others would be in his origin star. Chapter 2527 A Group Tribulation 2527 A Group Tribulation. Hanfei summoned Little Black and Little White and let them swallow all the stars of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. When the last star core disappeared from Little Black and Little White's big mouths, the 2 little guys turned into human beings. However, they didn't grow any taller. Little White ran over and asked for a hug. "Daddy!" Hanfei picked up the little girl and looked at Little Black. Little Black said, "I'm only 30% full." The corners of Hanfei's mouth twitched. Now that his realm had improved, Little Black and Little White could continue to upgrade. The infinite mining area was very dangerous. Upgrading Little Black and Little White at this time would be a huge trump card. Little Black and Little White were in the same realm as him now. Half a day later, when Little Black and Little White fell into a deep sleep of evolution, Hanfei quickly returned. At this moment, on Hanfei's origin star, Hanfei found that the old turtle didn't seem to be interested in sleeping now. With a Yang Soul body, he appeared in the cultivation area of Hong Yue, Ying Yue, and the others and guided them in cultivation. Perhaps because he had nothing better to do, he directed the human powerhouses to spar with the powerhouses of the giant whale fortress. The old turtle shouted angrily at the people of the giant whale fortress. "How many times have I told you that combat skills are only one aspect of battle, and courage is the most important thing in battle? You people are too short of experience in life and death battles. When Hanfei comes back, I'll make him let you go out and comprehend the knacks of battle from life and death battles. Forget it, I won't watch it anymore. Without experiencing life and death battles, it seems impossible for you to go further." At this time, Zhou Jingjing said, "Lord Primitive Emperor, Master Human Emperor has been in seclusion for more than 3 years, right? The Black Wind pirates may have run away. Can you remind him? After all, we have stayed here for too long and cultivated for more than 300 years. Although our realms have generally improved greatly, we can't go on like this." The old turtle snorted. "Who knows where he is? He is completing a major breakthrough. Once he completes this breakthrough, he may be invincible below the monarch level. What's such a big deal about these few years? It'll pass after a nap." Hearing the old turtle's stupid words, Hanfei stopped watching the show. Just now, they had fought 7 or 8 battles in a row, and the human race had won all of them. This was related to the experiences of the human powerhouses. They had experienced too many battles. As for the giant whale fortress, just a few spars weren't enough, and they needed a lot of actual combat. Furthermore, Hanfei sensed that many peak-level venerables had been suppressing their realms for too long and were about to make a breakthrough at any time. But there were not many people who had the opportunity to make a breakthrough from the peak of the Sea Establishment realm to the Sky Opening realm, but even so, there were nearly 50, which surprised Hanfei. Buzz, Hanfei suddenly appeared on their training ground. The old turtle's eyes lit up when he saw Hanfei return. He immediately said, "You made it?" Hanfei nodded slightly. "Yes." The old turtle cracked a smile. He laughed and said, "As early as before, I had thought that you and I were the same kind of people. We would have to embark on this path anyway. It seems that I really had foresight." Hanfei curled his lips. "Foresight my ass. Entering the demonic Dao is just because of need." At this moment, Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, Ying Yu, Wang Shu, and the others had already surrounded Hanfei the moment he appeared. Those who were cultivating or trying to suppress their cultivation stopped cultivating immediately and stood up. "Master Human Emperor." Hong Yu arrived immediately and reported, "After serving as whetstones for nearly 100 years, the sea establishers of the Black Wind pirates we captured only had 72 left. These people have been confirmed by Lord Primitive Emperor to have completely surrendered, so we didn't make things difficult for them." Hanfei nodded. "How were you doing while I was away?" Zhou Jingjing said. "Master Human Emperor, we have a total of 31,282 sea establishers. Among them, we have 24,043 peak-level sea establishers, 47,685 venerables, and 15,682 peak-level venerables. A total of 56,924 people below the venerable level, including 54,000 sea establishers. We don't have many newborns, less than 1,000. Perhaps it's because it's not easy for us to have children after we become strong." After hearing Zhou Jingjing's announcement, what surprised Hanfei most was that there were too many peak-level explorers. Almost everyone below the venerable level was a peak-level explorer. However, on second thought, this was normal. He had been away for hundreds of years. With sufficient resources, energy, and the guidance of the strong, theoretically, these people should have grown this fast. It only took him decades to become an explorer. Back then, resources weren't calculated by area like now. Hearing that, Han Fei nodded slightly. Everybody, get ready. Swish, 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 the people gathered. Having witnessed the powerful military formation of the humans, the others had followed suit. When everyone arrived, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, prepare to make a breakthrough. Sea Establishers, watch the explorers break through to the Venerable Realm. All peak-level Venerables, prepare to transcend the tribulation." With that, Han Fei waved his hand and more than 6,000 God-sealing spears were shot at the 6,000 people who were about to make a breakthrough. Han Fei said, "I won't help you too much with your Sea Establishment Realm tribulation. If you are in danger, this spear can help you resist one heavenly tribulation. I think Zhou Jingjing has already prepared some resources for you to transcend the tribulation, so it's up to you whether you can establish the sea or not. However, all sea establishers will enjoy a free share of resources, body refining techniques, and soul techniques. This is all I have to say. Now, let's go to the sea." Buzz. When everyone appeared in the sea realm, boundless tribulation clouds were attracted to the sky because there were too many people about to transcend the tribulation. As a result, as soon as they came out, they sensed the coming heavenly tribulations. Han Fei shouted, "All sea establishers who are about to transcend the tribulation, separate at least 1,000,000 kilometers from each other." Zhou Jingjing, Wang Shu, and Li Tong looked at each other in bewilderment. If it were before, they wouldn't have believed that there would be so many people establishing the sea at the same time. Han Fei shouted, "Hong Ye, Zhou Jingjing, take care of the people who are going to transcend the Sea Establishment Realm tribulation." With that, Han Fei strode to a small group of peak-level sea establishers. These 50 people could open the sky at any time. At this moment, they were all suppressing their cultivation. Among them, Han Fei saw an old acquaintance, Xu Meng. Han Fei said, "You're all about to open the sky. I'll give you a chance to choose. If you open the sky in the sea realm, I guarantee that there's an 80% chance that you can survive. But you might gradually become mediocre in the sky-opening realm. There are countless people like you in the sea realm. The other choice is to open the sky in the Sea of Stars, but the tribulation there is 30 to 50% more dangerous than in the sea realm. I can give you some help, but at most I can guarantee that your success rate is about 50%. However, if you open the sky in the Sea of Stars, your potential will increase by at least 30%. It's up to you to choose." When Shumeng and the others heard this, they had mixed feelings. Opening the sky in the Sea of Stars would have 30% more potential than opening the sky in the sea realm. And what did potential represent? It represented their room for growth. Of course, one had to be alive to grow. If they opened the sky in the Sea of Stars, the mortality rate was more than half. Suddenly, Shumeng took a step forward, and then another 31 peak-level sea establishers of the human race stepped out. Shumeng said, "Master Human Emperor, we have been facing death since we were born. To us, we will either be strong or die. With your help, we can have a 50% chance of survival. If we still cower, we are not worthy of being called powerhouses." Behind Shumeng, everyone shouted, "We're willing to open the sky in the Sea of Stars." The people of the giant whale fortress, provoked by Shumeng and the others, also shouted, "We're also willing to open the sky in the Sea of Stars." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Since you've chosen, there's no reason to cower. Opening the sky is different from establishing the sea. You need to recognize your own Tao and clear your Tao heart." With that, Han Fei opened his hand and 49 balls of liquid divine brilliance flew out. Then he grabbed at the void and drew 49 coiling dragon arrays. Then each of them was given 32 god-sealing spears, 130,000 spiritual fruits, and an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This was the best Han Fei could offer, especially the spiritual fruits. Now he didn't have a single spiritual fruit left. The god-sealing spear was fine. He still had a lot of materials to refine them. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have things like tribulation transcendence pills. Although he had the lightning drawing platform, he didn't need to use it. He had already helped them enough. Although Han Fei hoped that they could all transcend the tribulation, he still hoped that they could experience what they should instead of becoming wastes filled with resources. After these people transcended the tribulation this time, if there was another batch, he wouldn't be able to provide them with enough resources. Therefore, after this time, it was imperative to rob the Black Wind Pirates. Chapter 2528, Encounter at the Camp 2528, Encounter at the Camp Hiss. However, when Shumeng and the others saw this batch of resources, they immediately took a deep breath. Isn't Master Human Emperor having too many resources? 130,000 spiritual fruits per person? Wouldn't there be more than 6 million spiritual fruits in total? Also, each of them would get an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, which many sky-opening realm powerhouses didn't have, as a resource for transcending the tribulation. Also, the god-sealing spears that were engraved with Tao patterns were obviously extraordinary, and arrays were even harder to get. A master of arrays wouldn't easily engrave arrays for others. For a moment, Shumeng and the others were all excited. If they couldn't even open the sky with so many resources, they deserved to die. So what if in the Sea of Stars? With so many resources and treasures, couldn't the additional 30% of danger be eliminated? When Han Fei left with these people, the old turtle clicked his tongue in wonder. Han Fei was finally going to develop his own faction. Since he knew Han Fei, this guy had basically fought alone. Even when he controlled the 36 mystic worlds, he didn't have his own faction. Instead, he just served as a leader, a symbol. But this time, the enemies Han Fei had to face were too strong and too many. He needed to consider the future of the human race. His strength alone was limited. Above the Sea of Stars, Xu Meng and the others were refining the ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Suddenly, pressure swept across the world and lightning danced in the void. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Everyone, disperse. Keep a distance of 3 million kilometers from each other. The heavenly tribulation would only get harder and harder. The initial heavenly tribulation, even if it was the 4-9 heavenly tribulation of a peak-level law enforcer, was just to prove if you were qualified to cultivate further. When it came to the 9-level sea establishment realm heavenly tribulations, it represented the test of the heavenly Tao. If you passed the test, you would be a great cultivator. If you didn't, you would be killed. The tribulation of the sky-opening realm was completely against the heavens. Rumble. Gradually, these people began to transcend the tribulation one after another. 1, 2, 3. In the end, some of these people underestimated the danger of transcending the tribulation in the Sea of Stars. Someone couldn't withstand the destructive power of the tribulation, lightning in the 6th bolt of tribulation, and perished in it. This person should be the weakest among these people, because he was the first to use the coiling dragon array. In the 7th lightning strike, 3 people finally couldn't hold on and died under the bombardment of lightning. As for the 7th lightning strike, 12 people used the coiling dragon array. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It was actually not bad that these 12 people could last until now. Most of them might die in the 8th heavenly tribulation. As Han Fei expected, no matter how many resources you gave, not everyone was talented. 8 of the 12 people just now died in the 8th heavenly tribulation. At this moment, a total of 12 people had died. However, the 9th heavenly tribulation was the real key. Most of the people had made it to the 9th level. At this moment, everyone used all the resources they had. The coiling dragon array was fully activated. The spiritual fruits were all shattered, and the god-sealing spears rose to the sky. In the face of the 9th heavenly tribulation, those who had used both the coiling dragon array and the god-sealing spears in the 8th heavenly tribulation activated all their secret methods with the courage to die. If they didn't succeed in the last one, they would die for their ideal. Surviving and holding on were their only beliefs. Rumble, rumble. The tribulation clouds began to dissipate, and the fact was that the effect of this tribulation was not much better than Han Fei had expected. After the 9th heavenly tribulation, 11 people disappeared without a trace. In this tribulation, 23 people died and 26 succeeded. Han Fei didn't look too good, but if this news was known to many people in the wilderness, they would probably exclaim in shock. This success rate was already comparable to the success rate of a large or medium-sized faction. If they knew that Han Fei had given so many resources for this tribulation, they would probably be shocked and appalled. Damn, the benefits were too good. Swish, swish, swish. As the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated continuously, the 26 people were quickly recovering, and changes were happening in their bodies. Han Fei directly took them into his origin star, activating the immortal qi and energy to envelop them and helping them quickly stabilize their realm. When everyone stabilized their cultivation, they couldn't help but feel utterly excited. Xu Meng knelt on one knee towards Han Fei. Master Human Emperor, Xu Meng will fight for the rise of the human race for the rest of my life. Then everyone, including the humanoids from the giant whale fortress, also promised, Master Human Emperor, I am willing to fight for the rise of the human race. Han Fei had complicated feelings at this moment. To be honest, Hong Ye couldn't be counted as his private army, nor could Zhou Jingjing and the others. Only people like Ying Yue and Xu Meng, who he had rescued from the city of scavengers, could be considered a force he had nurtured alone. When Han Fei took Xu Meng and the others back to the sea realm, the breakthrough frenzy here had died down. Although Han Fei didn't witness it, from the atmosphere here, it could be seen that countless people were overjoyed. Scanning with his perception, he found that almost half of the people had a qualitative leap in strength. When Han Fei and the others appeared, everyone looked at them. When they saw that there were only 26 people left behind Han Fei, many people gasped. They felt sorry for the people who had died, but the survival rate of more than 50% was enough to make them exclaim. In particular, there were already more than 36,000 new sea establishers here. These people were not idiots. How many sky-opening realm powerhouses had they seen in their daily lives? And what did a 50% success rate mean? It meant that they had at least a 50% chance of surviving the sky-opening tribulation. At that moment, these sea establishers were all excited. Especially on the side of the giant whale stronghold, Han Fei's participation brought them not only nearly 20,000 sea establishers, but also 7 or 8 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Now, there were 26 sky-opening realm powerhouses. If they were to go through some big battles more, it was almost certain that there would be 50 sky-openers in total. Unlike the people from the giant whale fortress, the humans all saw hope. In the city of scavengers, no human could enter the sky-opening realm. Han Fei's appearance changed the situation. Many people were only one step away from opening the sky. Without the suppression of the city of scavengers, their Dao hearts began to become clear. Han Fei also vaguely felt that some people were showing signs of instability in the realm. Fuck, I can't make another breakthrough now. I'll be poor if I make another breakthrough. No matter how many resources Han Fei had, it was impossible for him to provide for the growth of hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, he only had less than 20% of the resources he could use for them to transcend the tribulation. If this went on, he might become a pauper before he reached the infinite mining area. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, I know you are very happy now, happy and proud for the growth of your strength. However, becoming stronger and growing can't just be based on resources. We need more resources, we need more battles, and we need more weapons. 100 years of cultivation is just for one day. Everyone, return to your positions and follow me to conquer the Black Wind Pirates. We're willing to fight for Master Human Emperor. Sweep the Black Wind Pirates." Everyone rushed to gather while shouting slogans. They had never experienced such a crazy experience of becoming stronger. They also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. The Human Emperor could help for a while, but not forever. They needed to become stronger and couldn't count on the Human Emperor for everything. They had been preparing for this battle for more than 300 years. At this moment, they were ready to kill the enemies in one blow. Only the old turtle whispered in Han Fei's ear, "Who can they beat?" All of them combined are not even enough to kill a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Hong Yue, Ying Yue, and the others were pushed to the edge of the star transformation realm just by resources. Han Fei grinned. "That's why they need to fight now. I'll collect the resources. Take care of their battles, okay?" 7 days later. He had already left the range of the God Fiend Sea. In fact, when Han Fei killed Chen Tang and the others, the Black Wind Pirates were already sending reinforcements here. Unfortunately, Chen Tang and the others died too quickly and couldn't wait for reinforcements to arrive. For a period of time, the Black Wind Pirates wandered around and didn't return to the infinite mining area until half a year ago. The pirates here were different from the 10 pirate groups in the Raging Sea. The pirates in the Raging Sea still used boats, but boats were not used here. Boats were used for resting, which was equivalent to a tent erected on a trip. Once something happened, they would just activate their Grey Daos and run away quickly. And the existence of the ultra-light-speed void-breaking shuttle was a special weapon for a few strong masters to search for prey. One void-breaking shuttle was equivalent to a godly weapon. Ordinary pirates could only afford 3 or 5 void-breaking shuttles at most. The Black Wind Pirates were just regular pirates. Because they also needed to reconnoiter and find prey along the way, their speed was not fast. At this moment, in a wilderness camp near the infinite mining area, the crew of the Black Wind was resting here. The wilderness camp was the symbol of the safe zone in the wilderness. Whoever dared to attack the wilderness camps for no reason would be taken as attacking all itinerant cultivators. In the end, they would be hunted by all wilderness camps until they died. At this moment, in a luxurious tavern on the camp, 3 people were drinking. In front of them was an old man with gray hair in the perfected star transformation realm. One of them said, "Old Chen, have there been any strangers in the camp recently?" The old man said, "How many times have you asked me this question? You've asked me 3 times in the past 2 months. There are some unfamiliar faces, but they're all trial takers in the early stage of the sky opening realm and the sea establishment realm. If I've guessed right, they are from the chaotic wasteland. There are already dozens of waves of them. I advise you not to rob them. Whether it's Zhang Beihai and Kong Su or Long Wu, they're not to be trifled with." "Baha," the person who asked the question shouted, "if it wasn't an accident, one of the 3 powers attacked our Black Wind Pirates. They destroyed an entire ship of my men. I can't forget this. Old Chen, inform me if you have any news." At this moment, the old man suddenly thought of something and said in confusion, "What a coincidence. A new face in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm has come." Chapter 2529-2529. Buy information 2529. Buy information, a new face. These people from the Black Wind Pirates felt inexplicably uncomfortable when they heard the words, "a new face." They subconsciously suspected that these people had something to do with the people who attacked their Black Wind Pirates. Many of them had died, nearly a quarter of the powerhouses of the Black Wind Pirates. "Old Chen, which direction are they from?" the elder said indifferently. "If I say that they came from the direction you came from, are you going to kill them? They're just a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and a powerhouse who has just entered the star transformation realm. How can they kill Chen Tang and the others?" The captain of the Black Wind Pirates grinned ferociously. "Old Chen, do you really not understand, or are you pretending to be stupid? Who will easily appear in the outside world when walking here? There must be countless people hiding in the origin sea of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Since he has reached the level of strength and is following us, he might have something to do with Chen Tang's death. Hey, no matter what, let's rob him first." Han Fei had come at full speed, and Zhang Daqian was much faster than he was. They were probably already approaching the infinite mining area or even meeting Zhang Beihai. Part of his purpose to come here was to take down Zhang Beihai so that the city of scavengers and the city of origin would lose all the resources and support from the infinite mining area. At this moment, he was very sure that some people of the Black Wind Pirates were in this camp. Not only were they here, but they also didn't hide it. They put their lackeys here to rest and carry out various resource exchange activities. After paying a certain amount of camp fees, Han Fei felt 3 perceptions sweep over him before he walked in. He pretended not to know it. Instead, he stuffed some resources into a guard's hand and said, "Boy, who is the manager of our camp? I have something to visit him." There were managers in each camp who generally wouldn't participate in any hunting activities. This was because the camp itself made more money than hunting, and there was no danger. Therefore, their identities were never a secret. When outsiders asked, people would usually tell them what they knew. The Sea Establishment Realm Guard chuckled and said, "Uncle Zhang is in the Hero Tavern. He likes to drink, so he treats that place as his camp." Han Fei didn't pay attention to the perception scanning him, but went straight to the Hero Bar. There were a lot of people and voices here. There was only a corner of the bar counter protected by an array and not disturbed by noise. When Han Fei looked over, the latter happened to look at him too. Han Fei smiled and strode over. Entering the range of the seal, many people cast judgmental glances at Han Fei. Someone shook his head slightly. "I can't see him through. It's tricky." Someone nodded. "Forget it. Don't do business for the time being. The Black Wind Pirates are here." "How can we have any business here?" "As for this person, I don't think he can escape." The group of people continued to drink and brag. Han Fei casually sat on the chair in front of the counter. At this moment, the old man had handed a cup of blue liquor that was emitting white smoke. Gulp. Han Fei picked up his glass and downed it. "Are you Uncle Zhang?" The old man smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang is called by the juniors." "You are not weak and have already reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Just call me Old Chen." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, Old Chen, then I'll get straight to the point. I know that the person who can manage a camp here must be extraordinary. At least, it proves that you're quite capable. I'm here to buy information. Name your price." "Oh?" The old man couldn't help but be interested. He had thought that what Han Fei wanted to ask might have something to do with the Black Wind Pirates, because the timing of Han Fei's arrival was too strange. However, the other party didn't care about this at all. Instead, he directly said that he was here to buy information from him. The old man couldn't help but say, "What information do you want?" Han Fei said, "Firstly, I want a map of the periphery and the inside of the infinite mining area and a division map of the major factions here. Of course, it would be even better if there is a rough estimate of the number and strength of the powerhouses here." This thing sounded simple, but it was actually not simple at all. In the infinite mining area, how many people could go to the major factions to investigate and confirm the identity and strength of their strong masters? This was definitely a dangerous job. The old man couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. "Huh, aren't you from one of the forces? If you are, each force has been here for a long time. You can slowly summarize it." Han Fei smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you have the information I want." The old man nodded. "The map is fine, but it's impossible to estimate the number and strength of the faction's powerhouses. No faction will leak this information, or they will be courting death." Han Fei smiled and said, "That's fine. A map will do. Secondly, I want the basic information on all the pirates outside the infinite mining area. It would be best if there's information about their settlements." "Well, I'm talking about all the pirates." The old man frowned slightly. "Sorry, I can't provide this information. Otherwise, once you leak it, you should be able to guess what will happen." Han Fei didn't care at all. "There's no business in the world that can't be done. Old Chen, if you don't do it, I can find someone else to do it. Why don't you name your price first?" The old man frowned slightly. "Fellow Taoist, there are strong and weak pirates. The strong ones may exceed your imagination." Han Fei grinned and said, "No matter how strong the pirates in the periphery are, they can't be too strong, right?" The old man said, "The periphery always depends on the infinite mining area. How about this? I can give you a rough summary of the distribution of pirate groups in the periphery. Please forgive me for not being able to give you more. This is not a matter of money." Han Fei nodded slightly. "All right, a basic distribution is fine." So he responded, "Okay, thirdly, your camp is very close to the Godfiend Sea. I want to know some information about the Godfiend Sea. Any information is fine. Just summarize it for me. You can ask for a price based on its value." The old man looked at Han Fei in surprise. He could understand buying information about pirates, but why did this person want to buy information about the Godfiend Sea? However, who wouldn't want money? The old man said, "If that's the case, do guesses and rumors count?" "Yes, of course," Han Fei said firmly. He didn't have the time to study the Godfiend Sea. The fastest way to gain information was to buy. Han Fei opened his hands. "Just these 3 things. Name your price." The old man pondered for a moment and said, "You can pay with resources, weapons, treasures, techniques, intelligence, etc., including refined stars, star cores, etc. I wonder what you have more." Han Fei grinned. "I have a little bit of everything." The old man, Old Chen, thought to himself, "I've never seen such a braggart. You have everything? Are you afraid that others don't know that you are a fat fish?" Han Fei grinned. "Just name your price." Seeing that Han Fei seemed quite rich, the old man didn't refuse. He said, "As for the three things, let me tell you their prices one by one. The first is the map of the periphery and inside of the infinite mining area and the division map of forces in the infinite mining area. They are not easy to get, but it's not difficult to figure them out. After all, many forces have existed here for so long. For them, you can pay me 500,000 kilometers of resources, 3 low-quality godly weapons, or a refined star with a diameter of at least 250,000 kilometers." Seeing Han Fei nod, the old man's heart stirred. Sure enough, this guy was rich. He continued, "As for the second, I have to bear a certain risk, so I want 3 refined star beads above 250,000 kilometers. I don't want the others. Don't complain that my price is too high. If you go to other camps, they might not dare to tell you at all." Han Fei said, "Only origin stars? Do you accept modified stars?" The old man said, "The level of modified stars is different. 1 origin star can be exchanged for 2 modified stars of the same level." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, the price of the third," the old man said. "As for this piece of information, to be honest, the price can be high or low. But if you are willing to give me a 250,000 kilometer refined star, I can even help you collect some information about the Godfiend Sea. It's free." Han Fei grinned. "Old Chen, how much is a refined star with a diameter of 250,000 kilometers or more?" The old man's heart did a flip. "It depends. If it's a 250,000 kilometers star transformation origin star, its price is equivalent to 2 non-250,000 kilometers star transformation origin stars with less than 360,000 kilometer star transformation. If it's a 360,000 kilometers star transformation origin star, its value is equivalent to 3 250,000 kilometers star transformation refined stars, or 2 refined stars with more than 360,000 kilometers and less than 490,000 kilometer star transformation." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, but old Chen, let me ask you, how much is a refined star with the 490,000 kilometer star transformation?" The old man chuckled. "That might not be something I can afford. This kind of refined star will only appear occasionally in the 8 camps outside the infinite mining area. Normally, it's auctioned and can be said to be priceless. To be honest, 1 piece can be exchanged for an ultra-quality godly weapon. Of course, generally speaking, no one will use an ultra-quality godly weapon to exchange for it, but there are many people who are willing to use high-quality godly weapons to exchange for it." It seemed that the demand for refined stars in the infinite mining area was very high. In that case, he might be able to make money with this. The stronger he was, the more interesting it would be for him. Why did he come to the infinite mining area? He was here to kill, and it wasn't difficult to refine origin stars. And he had a way to find other people's origin stars, which meant that as long as he killed enough people, he could obtain a huge amount of wealth. However, since refined stars were regarded as an expensive product here, it meant that there was definitely a way to find the origin stars of star transformation realm powerhouses in the infinite mining area. Otherwise, how could you refine the origin stars if you didn't even know where they were? However, Han Fei didn't intend to buy this information, which would show the old man his strength. As it happened, the Black Wind Pirates had 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators here. They should know how to refine the stars, so it was only a matter of time that he knew. Han Fei smiled casually. "Okay, old Chen, prepare the things. I'll come back to get them in 2 days." Seeing that Han Fei was about to leave, the old man's heart stirred. He couldn't help but remind him, "Fellow Taoist, it seems that you have a grudge against the pirates. Then you have to be careful. There might be danger in the camp at the moment." Han Fei grinned and threw a godly weapon-level battlesuit on the counter. "This is the deposit." "Huh, the Black Wind Pirates? I'm here for them." Chapter 2530, 2530. Doomsday for the Black Wind Pirates. 2530 Doomsday for the Black Wind Pirates. From the moment he saw Han Fei, Old Chen had a strange feeling. He had a very special aura. He had only seen it once or twice from the peerless talents of the superpowers. When Han Fei openly said that he was here for the Black Wind Pirates, Old Chen became solemn. This was equivalent to admitting that he had killed the brigade of the Black Wind Pirates. Besides, wasn't this battlesuit Chen Tong's? Han Fei threw it out so blatantly. Was he afraid that the Black Wind Pirates didn't know that he was the one who killed them? Han Fei had just finished discussing business and left the tavern. He wasn't afraid that the Black Wind Pirates wouldn't come. When he took out the battlesuit, those people should have already known. Han Fei stayed in the camp for 2 days, during which he released Hong Yue, Zhou Jingjing, and the others and asked them to go to the camp on their own to learn some things about the infinite mining area. At the same time, he inadvertently expressed that they were going to trade for some resources or something. He also specifically asked about the Black Wind Pirates. This was too much. To ask about them in front of their faces was no different from stepping on their faces. Zhou Jingjing said, "My lord, the Black Wind Pirates are deliberately revealing some information to us." The Black Wind Pirates were established by 3 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. They are known as the Black Wind 3 Fiends. Their people said that their boss is not around for the time being. He went to explore some ruins and took away most of the strong cultivators. Han Fei nodded. The three of them did go out and take away a large number of strong masters, but it's impossible for them to explore the ruins. They're probably waiting for us. After all, they left 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators here to monitor us. Tell me what's special about them, Zhou Jingjing said. I only know that boss's name is xuanhuan. He's a powerhouse from a primitive tribe near the Godfiend Sea. His naturally endowed godly weapon is the shark teeth broadsword. The second brother's name is Qingtua, and he specializes in soul attacks. The third brother, Han, is the fiercest. He's a body refiner and a battle maniac. Han Fei grinned and said, You didn't find anything else, did you? Zhou Jingjing nodded. The other information about them can only be bought as intelligence. And from the bought intelligence, we know that they have 7 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, 17 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and 38 other sky-opening realm cultivators. My lord, it seems that the Black Wind Pirates are very strong. Zhou Jingjing knew that Han Fei was very strong, but no matter how strong he wasn't a monarch. The other party had 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses and 7 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. No matter how strong Han Fei was, could he resist these 10 people alone? Even with the old turtle, it would be difficult for them to take down such a group of powerful enemies. If Han Fei and the old turtle didn't take action, any one of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could kill all of them. Even if there were 26 of them who had just advanced to the sky-opening realm, so what? They were completely incomparable to peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Even if it was a suicide charge, at least 500 early-stage sky openers could exhaust a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator to death. Even Han Fei had to run when he encountered a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator when he was not strong enough. Therefore, Zhou Jingjing didn't know how Han Fei would deal with this battle. Han Fei said indifferently, So, if you were a member of the Black Wind Pirates, would you think that you could definitely eat us? Zhou Jingjing nodded. Any normal person would have this confidence. With so many strong masters here, it was impossible for them to be defeated. They didn't even need to hide anything. As long as Han Fei left the camp, he would have to die. Han Fei smiled casually. That's good. Gather everyone. Since they're blocking us, let's give them a chance, Zhou Jingjing said. My lord, Han Fei raised his hand. There are some battles that you don't need to fight, nor do you need to fight. Chapter 2 Est, the Black Wind Pirates. A big ship was sailing on the sea. A powerhouse holding a warhammer said in a muffled voice, Boss, are we just waiting? Will that brat run away? Old Chen is greedy for money. He will definitely sell our intelligence. The leader, Mo Xuan, comforted him. Old 3, don't be so irritable. They will come out sooner or later. Old Chen is not stupid. Otherwise, if we surround the camp, who will dare to come? Suddenly, the gloomy man who had been silent said, He's out. He's in the southwest and heading north. His speed is very fast, 8 times the speed of light. It seems that he has guessed that we might be hunting them. Heh, Mo Xuan grinned ferociously. Let's go. 8 times the speed of light is not bad. Unfortunately, where is this? This is the infinite mining area. Let's go all out and get them. Swish, swish, swish. 5 void-breaking shuttles flew away in a row. Although Mo Xuan was arrogant, he was not stupid. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Han Fei's strength was not weak. Being able to kill 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in a row, he couldn't be simple. Plus the person hiding on his origin star, only by attacking with all their strength could they ensure that nothing went wrong. 100 seconds later, Mo Xuan deliberately slowed down and let Han Fei and his men run for a while. Finally, after confirming that they were very far away from the camp and no one was around, Mo Xuan shouted, Full speed ahead, surround them. It was too easy to catch up with 8 times the speed of light with 10 times the speed of light. Even if they fell behind, it only took them less than 3 seconds to catch up. At that moment, the impatient third brother, Iron Han, rushed out and smashed the void barrier with his giant hammer, causing a destructive scene. Han Fei pretended to be shocked and tried to accelerate. However, he immediately felt a wisp of soul power trying to disturb his mind. Han Fei pretended to be stunned and was caught up by Tai Han. Just when the giant hammer was about to touch Han Fei's face, Han Fei suddenly turned around with a strange smile on his lips. At that moment, Tai Han's eyes lost focus and he fell into a deep sleep. Han Fei's aura soared instantly, and he threw out a burning fist light and burst out more than 10 times the speed of light, hitting Tai Han between the eyebrows. Rumble, it exploded for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, setting off waves and ripples that blasted through the sky and the sea. Han Fei sensed that he was indeed very strong now. Although usually a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator's strength would double when he reached the perfected star transformation realm, Han Fei's strength had increased too many times. In terms of strength, he was now completely a veteran perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Even so, it wasn't easy for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to die. However, in the next second, the old turtle's Yang soul body suddenly appeared and turned into an armored turtle, smashing Tai Han's soul body into pieces. Stop! Behind them, Mo Xuan and Qing Tuo were horrified. It was too fast. At the moment when they were about to attack, Tai Han's blood sprinkled in the sky. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Han Fei punched through Tai Han's soul, subduing godly weapon, penetrated Tai Han's soul sea, and dug out his star bead. Rumble. The roar sounded again. However, this time, what appeared was the roar of the great Tao. There was a rain of blood, indicating the death of a powerhouse. Howl, Mo Xuan roared. Second brother, stop that young soul. The others, cooperate with me to kill him. At the moment of Tai Han's death, Mo Xuan had already taken action. A spear had already pierced into Han Fei's flesh and blood, but it failed to pierce through. Han Fei was sent flying 50,000 kilometers by the spear. 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators attacked simultaneously. Gravity pressed down, fire burned, and soul power tried to disturb, trying to buy Mo Xuan a chance. However, 2 of the 3 fell into a deep sleep instantly. With a thought from Han Fei, the spear in front of him disappeared, and in the next second it had pierced through the body of one of them. Another drop of water entered the mouth of another guy who had lost his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the knife chi overflowed and he was cut into pieces. If this wasn't infinity water, what was it? There was another person who mainly cultivated the soul. Perhaps he had obtained some special treasure. At that moment, a pearl shattered, and his figure appeared in the distance, his face full of shock and confusion. The moment he appeared, he roared, "Boss, his soul is abnormally powerful." This person didn't know that Han Fei had robbed his consciousness, so he couldn't understand the void-stealing technique and could only give such an ambiguous answer. Rumble rumble Han Fei, whose strength was comparable to that of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, ran wildly and killed 2 more people in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, he couldn't attack the third person because Mo Xuan's hand was like a knife and had already slashed at Han Fei's shoulder. Clang. Mo Xuan was shocked. His full-strength blow failed to break his shoulder. Is this guy only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Are you fucking kidding me? At this moment, Mo Xuan and Han Fei were facing each other. Mo Xuan saw Han Fei's mouth open, and a trace of golden blood bloomed between his lips and teeth. Mo Xuan seemed to realize something and wanted to retreat quickly, but in the next moment, he felt that he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Fortunately, he had a soul-suppressing weapon, the soul-suppressing bell, and the bell in his mind rang, allowing him to regain consciousness. However, the moment he sobered up, he saw a sword beam containing many great Daos stabbing into his body. Bang! This person suddenly turned into 2 or 3 phantoms and retreated quickly. In a flash, Han Fei suddenly dropped a drop of essence blood into this person's body. Huh? Han Fei frowned. He could understand the soul-subduing godly weapon, but this person had blocked his all great Daos in one sword with a great technique. It seemed that this person's great technique was not weak. Snap. However, Han Fei suddenly grinned, snapped his fingers in the air, and said casually, "Backlash." Puffed! Mo Xuan instantly spurted blood from his 7 orifices and essence blood seeped out of his skin. His eyes were filled with red light as he suddenly slashed back. Caught off guard, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who came to help was blown up by his slash. Hiss. Not bad. For the first time, Han Fei performed the great technique of karma distortion. Just now, he injected a drop of the essence blood of a divine beast into the man and gave him language guidance, predicting that he would suffer a backlash. This was the cause. However, Han Fei didn't know what the outcome would be. Chapter 2531, 2531, Destruction 2531. Destruction. Mo Xuan seemed to have gone crazy. He killed one of his men with a single slash, and Han Fei caught that person with the void lines effortlessly. Boss, it's us. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator who escaped from Han Fei just now used a space transformation technique to snatch back the person who had just been killed, but he didn't know that this person had already been controlled by Han Fei. Therefore, the moment he touched this person unleashed his star bead and attacked with all his strength. At close range, he directly pierced through this person's body. Han Fei burst out at 10 times the speed of light and put on the god-slaying boxing gloves. A series of golden fist marks rumbled. The person's soul suddenly fell into a struggle as if he had seen a divine path. However, in the eyes of others, it was too terrifying because Han Fei's methods were too strange. Not only did he instantly kill Tai Han, but he also drove Mo Xuan crazy in a clash. He also killed 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses and even controlled 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. At this moment, nearly half of the peak combat power of the Black Wind Pirates had been destroyed. The second brother, Qing Tuo, was on par with the old turtle. Shocked, he immediately activated a secret method, avoiding the old turtle crazily and grabbing at Mo Xuan. Others could die, but if Mo Xuan was dead, the Black Wind Pirates would be gone. The strongest member of the Black Wind Pirates was Mo Xuan. Han Fei seemed to have discovered it too, but he wasn't in a hurry. The karma distortion hadn't ended yet, and Han Fei had calmly killed 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. As for the remaining 3 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, they began to feel frightened. They didn't dare to approach Mo Xuan or attack Han Fei. The 3 of them turned around and fled. This time, they met a tough opponent. They were not stupid. Something must have happened to their boss. Considering the speed at which Han Fei killed the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, they had to escape. Han Fei shouted, "Old Yuan, the old turtle left. I'm going to kill them." Although the old turtle was strong, the power of his Yang Divine Power alone was not enough to kill Qingtuo. If he had a body and had his strength doubled, Qingtuo would be no match for the old turtle at all. However, when Qingtuo was about to take Mo Xuan away, Mo Xuan suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood at him. When Qingtuo saw the blood arrow, his expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "Are you crazy? Did you use the blood god arrow on me?" Qingtuo took out a giant shield and protected himself. Han Fei was amused to see that. Just as the blood god arrow was about to touch the shield in front of Qingtuo disappeared with a swish and appeared in Han Fei's hand. Qingtuo was pierced and his whole body was melting. He struggled hard and most of his soul escaped, but Han Fei extended his fingers and cut his soul apart. Qingtuo roared, "What did you do?" Han Fei shrugged. "You may not believe it, but I don't know either." In fact, Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. One cause leads to an effect. When Qingtuo was suppressed by Han Fei, Mo Xuan finally woke up. Han Fei was a little surprised. There was indeed something wrong with this causality killing technique, so it was classified as an ultra-quality monarch-level technique. Han Fei had planned to let Mo Xuan be backfired and sow the seeds of his death. He didn't expect him to attack Qingtuo. Although Qingtuo wasn't killed, his body had been destroyed, and his soul had been seriously injured. He was almost dead. Mo Xuan woke up from the backlash and saw a drop of water converging in Han Fei's hand, which contained a wisp of remnant soul. Wasn't that Qingtuo? He looked around and found that he was the only member of the Black Wind Pirates left. When he saw the heavy rain of blood pouring down from the sky, his heart sank. At this moment, Mo Xuan's thought was no longer to chase Han Fei, but to run quickly. After the first clash with Han Fei, his third brother was gone. He just felt that he was corroded by a drop of essence blood, and then he seemed to fight crazily. When he sobered up, his second brother was gone too, and so were all the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Under such circumstances, no matter how stupid Mo Xuan was, he knew that he had been schemed against. This person couldn't be only in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm. Such strength was top-notch even among the powerhouses who had reached the perfected Star Transformation Realm. He even thought that with Han Fei's strength, even if he broke into the infinite mining area, he could occupy a mountain and become a king. Why was such a person here? At this time, 2 explosions rang out in Mo Xuan's body. It seemed to be the eruption of some secret method, and he was as fast as nearly 14 times the speed of light. Huh? Han Fei frowned. What secret method did this guy use? How could he be so strong? When a blue light enveloped him, Han Fei also burst out at 14 times the speed of light. Mo Xuan was shocked. This was one of his trump cards. Only by shattering his own Dao bone could he burst out with such a terrifying speed. But how did Han Fei reach this speed? Was his 8 times the speed of light fake? Is this guy really one of the powerhouses in the infinite mining area? Clang. When Han Fei felt something break in Mo Xuan's body again, his heart did a flip. This person could still accelerate? This was too much. Even Zhao Qinglong wasn't so fast back then. Only Feng Yu seemed to have mastered the speed of light explosion. Therefore, Han Fei no longer hesitated. As he issued an order in his heart, Mo Xuan flew out headfirst. His comprehension of speed instantly disappeared and he flew out. As for Han Fei, he immediately realized that it was a Dao bone. This guy actually broke his Dao bone and obtained speed enhancement. Fortunately, his comprehension of the Dao bone hasn't been good enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with him. Han Fei shouted, "I'm told that you're good at fists, knives, and arrows. It just so happens that I also have a fist technique that I haven't mastered yet. I hope you can withstand it." He had mastered the brave side of the Star Fist technique and could unleash Star Explosion Fist, but he hadn't mastered the silencing side of the technique and could not yet erupt with the silencing fist yet, let alone the destruction fist. However, after punching 10,000 times, the fist intent would eventually appear. One didn't have to be in a specific environment to comprehend silencing. He didn't have to comprehend silencing himself. Perhaps others would feel silencing. When Mo Xuan realized that he couldn't run away, although he was shocked, he was enraged. "Since you won't let me off, die with me. Divine spell, Black Sandstorm." To be able to control the Black Wind Pirates and plunder outside the infinite mining area for many years, Mo Xuan had his own strengths. It turned out that his trump card was a divine technique. When a piece of black sand formed a storm that swept across 100,000 kilometers, it opened a void channel. This technique connected to the endless void, and Mo Xuan could use this technique to exile the enemy and also use this technique to invoke the energy of the endless void. An area of effect divine technique? Han Fei's heart stirred, but he didn't really care. If it were before, his first reaction would be to escape. connecting to the endless void to instantly create hundreds of thousands of void passages that were spinning at a terrifying speed. Only by experiencing it could he know how terrifying it was. However, Han Fei unleashed the great Tao of time, twisting space with time, and the Star Fist technique still passed through the void. The terrifying Star Explosion Fist couldn't be absorbed even by void channels. Before the Star Explosion Fist arrived, the void channel was shattered. Han Fei laughed. There are different levels of divine techniques. Take my punch. The moment the black sandstorm was resolved, Mo Xuan's heart surged with despair. He was sure that this person was definitely not an ordinary passerby, much less a mere peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, he had no time to regret it. Especially when he saw the fist mark that was shining like a dazzling star, he felt his soul tremble. It was not that he couldn't take such a fist mark, but the problem was that if he took it, he couldn't escape. However, he already couldn't run away, so he had to take it. Boom, boom, like a beam of light, it crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. After he took this punch head-on, most of his flesh and blood evaporated, and only his jade bones were full of cracks. The black sandstorm was instantly broken, and another Star Explosion Fist appeared in front of his eyes. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see despair in Mo Xuan's eyes. Steal. At that moment, Han Fei stole Mo Xuan's despair. Without despair, Mo Xuan wanted to start fighting back. His fish bones began to burn, and the star bead between his eyebrows spewed out, trying to shatter Han Fei's punch. Han Fei, on the other hand, felt the impact of many emotions, including unwillingness, anger, and struggle. At that moment, Han Fei's fist mark changed. The scorching and violent light that was as resplendent as the sun was converging and falling silent. The brilliance was contained in order to erupt more intensely. At that moment, Han Fei understood that the silencing fist was born for a stronger outburst. Boom, ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones breaking came one after another. The entire world was ravaged by a violent force that seemed to be venting crazily. How could the exploding star bead compete with the self-destructing sun? With this punch, Han Fei only had time to grab a piece of bone before Mo Xuan's soul and body were completely gone. Rumble. In the sky, a rain of blood fell. Han Fei looked at Qing Tuo, who had been shattered by him earlier but still had some soul left, and cast out the void lines. Han Fei smiled casually. Let's see how much information you can tell me. At the same time, in the distant camp, the old man surnamed Chen looked up at the sky in shock. Who was that young man? Chapter 2532. No mercy for the losers. 2532. No mercy for the losers. Once upon a time, perfected star transformation realm cultivators were a terrifying existence that was beyond reach. A perfected star transformation realm cultivator could build a mobile castle in the wilderness alone. Now, Han Fei had killed 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses in a row. As for peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, they were no match for Han Fei at all. After a while, Han Fei came to where the old turtle was and saw a corpse. The old turtle said, "They ran away separately. I could only chase one." Han Fei recalled the person into his origin star. It doesn't matter. They're just 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. What I want is the entire Blackwind Pirates, distant camp. This time, only the 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators and the few peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators followed Mo Xuan out to hunt Han Fei. The others were still at sea. At this moment, of course, they had already discovered the abnormal changes in the weather. However, because the phenomena of death appeared too densely, it was difficult for them to judge who had died. Logically speaking, they absolutely didn't believe that their 3 captains and a group of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses had perished. This was almost impossible. Even if they encountered other powerful pirates or some big shots in the infinite mining area, it was impossible for them to kill the Blackwind Pirates so easily. However, this weather phenomenon clearly exceeded their expectations. Most people wondered if Han Fei and his men had hidden their strength. After all, whose origin star would hide a large number of sky-opening realm powerhouses? Just when countless people in the distant camp were waiting eagerly to see what was going on, swish that a void-breaking shuttle broke through the void and arrived in an instant. However, they felt surging blood and chi, and a burly man holding a warhammer appeared. Who else could it be if not Tai Han, the 3rd brother of the Blackwind Pirates? Tai Han roared, "All sky openers of the Blackwind Pirates, follow me. Sea establishers, get ready to leave the camp and clean up the battlefield at any time." Han Fei's words were straightforward and brutal, which didn't sound out of place to the people of the Blackwind Pirates at all. When they saw Tai Han, although they didn't know what happened, they knew that they must have won. From his words, the battle seemed to be in a stalemate and needed sky-opening realm reinforcements. For a moment, figures crossed the sky one after another following Tai Han away. Even old Chen was a little confused. He mumbled, "Tai Han is still alive?" After a while, when the group of people left the camp for a distance, they finally found that something was wrong. This was because if Tai Han wanted to take them to participate in the battle, he wouldn't let them follow him and fly all the way. The best way was to let them enter Tai Han's origin star. But after a full 5 seconds, Lord Tai Han showed no intention of letting them enter his origin star at all. And the speed of the sky-opening realm powerhouses varied. The speed of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators was naturally different from that of the early-stage star transformation realm and those who hadn't entered the star transformation realm. The closest to Han Fei were the 17 late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. Master Tai-Han, are we going to fly all the way? When this person said this, Han Fei knew that he couldn't fool them anymore. He didn't plan to fool them for long. All he needed to do was to stay a distance away from the camp. Han Fei suddenly stopped. With a flip of his hand, he punched out. At first, the big stars shone, then the stars dimmed, and the void for hundreds of thousands of kilometers was silenced. A desperate counterattack, like the light in the darkness, instantly enveloped behind. In front of the star fist technique, the number of enemies didn't matter much. The fist intent they faced was the same. The destructiveness penetrated into their bones and made their souls tremble. Without any time to react, this punch was launched, and 13 of the 17 people behind Han Fei were shattered. The other 4 managed to escape with some kind of death substitution technique. However, in the face of absolute strength, the death replacement art was meaningless. Even if they survived, they would only be killed one more time. At this moment, the 4 of them were terrified as if they had seen a demon god. Their hearts were filled with despair. But just when they thought that they were dead meat, Han Fei instantly turned into a ray of light, disappeared from the spot, and went behind them. Of course, this wasn't because Han Fei let them go, because the moment Han Fei left, a young soul body appeared in their vision. It was none other than the old turtle. Hey, surrender or die. It's your choice. The old turtle certainly knew why Han Fei kept these people. They would be used to train the soldiers. There was no second possibility. Han Fei had feelings for human beings, but to other races, he was ruthless. The old turtle only asked symbolically, hoping that these people could resist. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them surrendered at the same time and hurriedly said, "Master, spare us. We surrender." The old turtle, on the other side, there were 38 ordinary sky openers. 9 of them had already entered the star transformation realm, and the rest hadn't. These people were like leaks to Han Fei. Where could they run to? The god-sealing spears struck out one after another, and these people all lay flat on the ground, unable to resist at all. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Hong Yue, Zhou Jingjing, Ying Yue, and the others all appeared. When they saw 38 sky openers were skewered here, they were all shocked. How long had it been since they entered Han Fei's origin star, and the Black Wind pirates were already like this? More importantly, at this moment, a rain of blood was pouring down. In the sky, the wind was howling and the rain was whimpering. There was a lonely and murderous aura between the heavens and earth, making them look at Han Fei with fear. At this moment, the old turtle returned with the 4 captives. He said with a dark expression, "Han Fei, they surrendered too easily. Now that they can submit to you like this, they can also submit to others in the future. I think we'd better kill them." The 4 of them were immediately horrified. One of them hurriedly said, "My lord, we will never betray you. We are willing to offer our souls and essence blood." In fact, their souls and essence blood were in the hands of the Black Wind 3 fiends, but they had been killed, so theoretically, they were safer than when they were in the Black Wind pirates. However, this Yang Soul guy wanted to kill them. How could they sit still? Compared to their lives, their soul and essence blood were nothing. Han Fei said casually, "I don't care if they betray us or not." Han Fei said to these people and the guys skewered in the god-sealing spears, "You don't need to care who I am. All you need to know is that Mo Xuan, Qing Tuo, and Tai Han, who are your 3 perfected star transformation realm leaders, have all been killed by me. If you think you're stronger than them, you can betray us. However, even if you don't betray us, it doesn't mean that you can survive. Behind me, there are a group of strong masters who have just advanced to the sky-opening realm. I'll give you a chance. Those who can beat them can live, but those who can't will die." Go for these people's hearts trembled, but then they saw hope. If these people had just advanced to the sky-opening realm, they would dare to fight them. From the looks of it, Han Fei seemed to be training these people, deliberately keeping them as their sparring partners and treating them as their whetstones. However, at this moment, who cared if they were used as whetstones? Only when they were useful could they survive. If they weren't even qualified to serve as whetstones, they would only die. Han Fei said casually, "If you can win, you can live if you can win 3 times in a row within 300 years. Otherwise, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you." Behind Han Fei, Hong Yue, and the others were all dumbfounded. Kill 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses? After fusing with the giant whale fortress over the years, they learned a lot about cultivation. What did the perfected star transformation realm mean? It was equivalent to the level of the top 10 lords, a super powerhouse on the verge of Dao proving. 3 of such strong masters had died. This made the human beings and the strong masters of the giant whale fortress look at Han Fei as if he were a real king. Someone even said, "I knew it. Master Human Emperor must have the strength of a monarch, but he hasn't revealed it yet. Ha ha ha, our human race is really going to rise." Only Hong Yue was shocked. He knew Han Fei better than anyone else. How many years had it been since they came to the sea realm? Now Han Fei could even slaughter perfected star transformation realm cultivators? He couldn't help but think of Gu Tingnan, who left the Raging Sea 100,000 years ago. Gu Tingnan spent tens of thousands of years building the City of Wanderers, and Han Fei spent hundreds of years on the verge of proving Tao. Sure enough, was this the true leader of the human race? Anyone who could be the human emperor was definitely not an ordinary person. After that, Han Fei looked at the old turtle and said, "Old Yuan, let them fight now. Watch the battle. As for the captives, kill those who lose." The old turtle grinned. "You can count on me." Then, Han Fei looked at Hong Yu and said, "Old Hong, come with me." Chapter 2533, Incorporate the Black Wind Pirates 2033. Incorporate the Black Wind Pirates. Hong Yue was flattered. Why was he called at this time? Now, Hong Ye knew that he was nothing except someone who came out of the Raging Sea with Han Fei. Therefore, he also wanted to participate in the battle to polish himself and become stronger. He thought that if he didn't have some strength, he wouldn't be qualified to stay by Han Fei's side in the future. Han Fei said, "Old Hong, you are the only one among these people who came out of the Raging Sea with me. I know that you walk the Tao of puppet and need puppets to become stronger. So, look." Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique and condensed 13 beads of blood in the void. They were the 13 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who had just been killed by Han Fei with a single punch. At this moment, Han Fei casually threw out a large amount of resources, and these blood beads immediately regathered their bodies. The momentum of the late-stage star transformation realm didn't change at all. Huh? Well? At this moment, Hong Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Did he pull strings? Han Fei kept his old friends in mind indeed. At this moment, even though Hong Yu had controlled the Mad Corpse world for 100,000 years, he couldn't help but cry. He shouted in a low voice, "Master Human Emperor, you've treated me so well. I, Hong Yue, will never ever let you down." Han Fei's lips curled. He was right. Hong Yue was indeed the only person who came out of the Raging Sea and was still with him. He certainly couldn't chill his subordinates' hearts. Furthermore, he wouldn't feel at ease handing over the position of manager to others. No matter how trustworthy others were, they didn't have a sense of identity towards the Raging Sea. In the future, the Raging Sea would definitely reappear in the Sea Realm, so Hong Yue couldn't be weak. He had to be a good manager and be strong. Han Fei patted Hong Yue's shoulder. "Look, old Hong, you don't have to be polite to me. I had someone find a puppet technique for me on this trip to the East Sea Divine Realm, but you weren't strong enough before, so I didn't give it to you. Now, you are already at the edge of star transformation and can enter the star transformation realm at any time. It's time for me to give this technique to you." Hong Yu was shocked. "Master Human Emperor, you specially asked someone to find a technique for me?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. This is only a mid-quality technique of the sky-opening realm. It's not that good. The person I asked said that he might be able to get a higher-level technique in the future. Even a Monarch level 1 is not impossible. But the premise is that you can walk all the way down." Gulp, our Monarch level? In his entire life, Hong Yu had never thought that he could get a Monarch-level technique. It felt like a dream. Happiness came so suddenly that he couldn't believe it for a moment. Han Fei said, "Old Hong, I don't need you to swear to me or anything. You have to remember that you are a human, and I am a human. If the human race wants to rise, we have to be united. In the future, if all the people in the Raging Sea come, who do you think I can trust? They haven't experienced the days in the Raging Sea. Will they really treat the human race like us?" Hong Yue took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "Master Human Emperor, you can rest assured. If the people of the Raging Sea really enter the Sea Realm in the future, I will do my best to help them grow up, teach them great techniques, and teach them knowledge. However, Master Xuanhuan is much smarter than me. When the time comes, we'll still have to count on Master Xuanhuan and you to lead the human race." Han Fei smiled and didn't speak. This was a smart person. Hong Yue didn't dare to take power. Even if Han Fei gave him power, it wasn't his own. But Han Xuan was different. He was Han Fei's biological uncle. When the time came, his rise would be unstoppable. Besides, what he said was true. If Han Xuan hadn't helped Han Fei preside over the Raging Sea, he might have already entered the Star Transformation Realm. Putting these thoughts aside, Han Fei tapped at the void and taught Hong Yue the living dead puppet technique. On the path of puppets, puppets were combat power. Although these 13 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single punch from Han Fei, how many people could be like Han Fei? How many people had mastered a divine technique? How many people had pushed a divine technique to the second level? Therefore, they were actually very strong, but they were just unlucky to encounter Han Fei. And if Hong Ye controlled these puppets, his strength could soar. In the short term, he might have the strength to confront a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator. Of course, Hong Yu hadn't entered the Star Transformation Realm yet, so he might not be able to handle these 13 late-stage Star Transformation Realm puppets. But it didn't matter. His gains this time were quite abundant. His strength would definitely improve greatly, and it was only a matter of time before Hong Yue and the others entered the Star Transformation Realm. Boom when. When Han Fei and Hong Yue returned, the battles here had only been halfway through. So far, there had been a total of 12 battles. Among them, the Black Wind Pirates had won 10 battles, and only lost 2 battles to Ling Rong and Xu Meng. Among them, Xu Meng was heavily wounded and almost couldn't hold on. Han Fei was not surprised that Ling Rong could win. Xu Meng's victory was beyond Han Fei's expectations. As Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, Xu Meng's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Meng hurriedly bowed to Han Fei. "Thank you, Master Human Emperor." Han Fei said, "In front of outsiders, just call me Master. Don't call me Human Emperor." Xu Meng, Ying Yue, and the others all remembered this. Yes, the human race was still developing. It was impossible for the Human Emperor to sweep through the entire chaotic wasteland alone. That was why the Human Emperor saved them and sacrificed a huge amount of resources to nurture them to rise. For this great hope, they didn't dare to let them down. Perhaps because of Han Fei's arrival, the human race fought a bloody battle one after another. In the end, in a total of 38 battles, the human race won 11 games. Of course, Han Fei showed no mercy to the 11 people who lost. If they lost, they would have to die, so they all became Hong Yue's puppets, outside the camp. The Sea Establishment Realm army of the Black Wind Pirates was already waiting for their experts to come back and take them to clean up the battlefield. Although they didn't know how the battle was going, the sky was stained with blood. Judging from the scene where Master Tai Han came to call for reinforcements, the enemies must have suffered a heavy loss. Someone said, "Don't think too much. Since Lord Tai Han still has the time to come back to call for reinforcements, it's likely that we've gained the upper hand. He may be calling for reinforcements because the other party has more people." Someone agreed. "That's right. We'll be courting death if we go to the Battle of the Sky-Opening Realm, so we can only clean up the battlefield. In a battle between strong masters, even if we just clean up the battlefield, we might not be able to escape unscathed, so we'd better be prepared to clean up the battlefield at any time." The Black Wind Pirates had blind confidence in their own strength. Most of them felt that they were not in the infinite mining area. Who could destroy them? However, they didn't know that under their blind confidence, the less likely something was to happen, the more likely it was to happen. In the wilderness, no place was safe and no force was absolutely powerful. When figures appeared above the fleet of the Black Wind Pirates, the people of the Black Wind Pirates were in an uproar. Many of these people look unfamiliar. I saw the lords of the Black Wind Pirates. It seems that we have won. Wait, that's not right. Where are the 3 captains? Why haven't any of them returned? And these people I don't know seem to be all in the sky-opening realm. Buzz. A figure appeared in the distance. Someone was shocked, knowing that the captains and the others left the camp to stop this person. Why did this person return now? It meant that the captain and the others, someone had a bad feeling. In the next moment, an echo resounded in the void. From now on, there will be no Black Wind Pirates in this world. The former captains of the Black Wind Pirates, Mo Xuan, Qingtua, and Tai Han, have all died. The cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and late-stage star transformation realm were completely wiped out. From today onwards, the remaining members of the Black Wind Pirates will be incorporated into the human army. You followed the Black Wind Pirates to commit crimes and massacre countless people. Now you have to temper your temperament and change your course. If you repent, you can be released. If you don't, you should be executed. On the Black Wind Pirates' side, there were more than 2,000 sea establishers, including more than 1,800 peak-level sea establishers. It was not that there were few people below the peak of the Sea Establishment realm, but that those below the peak of the Sea Establishment realm were basically all dead. It was difficult to find them. Those who could survive all had potential and had a chance to open the sky. Therefore, these people were actually not weak. More than 2,000 of them were enough for the human army and the army of the Giant Whale Fortress to fight for decades. Dead? The people of the Black Wind Pirates were all dumbfounded. 3 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses had died just like that. Not just them. In the camp in the far outskirts, several strong masters peeped at them. When Han Fei looked at them from a distance, they were horrified and immediately dispelled their perception. Old Chen in the camp was also shocked. Who did the Black Wind Pirates offend? Also, who was that young man exactly? He was strong and confident. The Black Wind Pirates was not a small pirate group, but they were destroyed so easily. It seemed that the infinite mining area was about to welcome a new big shot. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Han Fei said casually, "Old Hong, I'll leave these people to you for the time being. If they disobey you, kill them. I'll cultivate in seclusion for a day." "Yes, Master Human Emperor." After that, Han Fei returned to his origin star. He had to go to Mo Xuan's small treasury to find refined stars or something. After all, he had bought a lot of information from the camp. Chapter 2534, 2534. Basic information on the infinite mining area. 2030-34. Basic information on the infinite mining area. In the origin star, Han Fei didn't learn how to refine stars immediately. He didn't know much about the infinite mining area at present. Although the old turtle was very familiar with the terrain of the infinite mining area, he hadn't been here for millions of years. No one knew what had happened here. Although the Black Wind Pirates were only a pirate force operating on the periphery of the Infinite Mining Area, it didn't mean that they didn't know the Infinite Mining Area well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to operate even on the periphery. Any big shot in the Infinite Mining Area could easily annihilate them. Han Fei first plundered the origin stars of everyone he hunted. In the end, he found that the total resources of everyone combined except for the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were not even comparable to that of Tai Han. Tai Han's resources were also much less than Qingtuo and Mo Xuan's. It was not hard to imagine how many resources this pirate group had accumulated so far. Han Fei just blindly stored these resources into his origin star, and he could get nearly 2 million kilometers of resources. These resources could be used to create 400 peak-level sea establishers, help 30 sky openers with the 250,000 kilometer origin sea to enter the star transformation realm, or help 17 sky openers with the 60,000 kilometer origin sea to enter the star transformation realm. Of course, for the current Han Fei, it was still not enough. He was raising hundreds of thousands of people. Fortunately, in addition to these basic resources, Han Fei seized 2 high-quality godly weapons, 3 mid-quality godly weapons, and 11 low-quality godly weapons. In the meantime, Han Fei found a total of 23 refined stars, of which 11 were with a radius of 250,000 kilometers and 2 were with a radius of 360,000 kilometers. The others were all origin stars between 250,000 and 360,000 kilometers with non-heavenly number star transformations. However, this was enough to pay for Old Chen. Han Fei didn't have to refine stars by himself at all. Besides, with the demand for refined stars in the infinite mining area, Han Fei thought that these things were quite valuable. Just these few pieces might cost more than 2 million kilometers of resources. As for the other treasures, pills, spiritual fruits, etc., Han Fei was too lazy to count them. These things were not important now, but they were quite valuable, mainly because they could be exchanged for resources. All in all, Han Fei thought that the harvest this time might be conservatively estimated to be nearly 4 million kilometers of resources, which could support nearly 600 people from the early stage of the Sea Establishment realm to the peak of Sea Establishment realm. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Am I so generous now? I have to save all the resources for others. Such a huge amount of resources is enough to exchange for an ultra-quality godly weapon. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. To rise, the human race always needed resources. In general, he lacked a lot of things now. He lacked weapons, resources, spiritual fruits, and pills. In short, he lacked everything. After sorting out these resources, Han Fei explored Qingtuo's soul. Soon, Qingtuo's soul was searched by Han Fei. From Qingtuo's memories, a tremendous amount of information about the infinite mining area entered his mind. Occasionally, Han Fei was surprised that the number of strong masters in the infinite mining area exceeded his expectations. There were more than 300 factions with perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Furthermore, these 300 factions weren't simple. People like Mo Xuan, Qingtuo, and Tai Han weren't qualified to make a name in the infinite mining area. Yes, they were not qualified. Although Han Fei felt that these 3 people were actually not weak or even strong and had divine techniques on them, they were still not qualified. Any one of the 300 forces in the infinite mining area could sweep the Black Wind Pirates. Of course, the sweeping here wasn't the kind of sweeping without being injured. For example, the weakest faction would have to lose about 30 to 40% of their strength to destroy the Black Wind Pirates. That kind of faction was unstable in the infinite mining area because they would easily be replaced. In the infinite mining area, there were only about 100 truly powerful and stable forces. No other force could guarantee that they could survive in the infinite mining area. From Qingtuo's memories, Han Fei learned that the largest power in the infinite mining area was not only the Divine Capital Dynasty, which was only ranked 8th. The reason was that the Divine Capital Dynasty was too far away from the infinite mining area. They had sent people over repeatedly, but were repeatedly assassinated. In any case, the Divine Capital Dynasty could forget about ranking among the top 3 in the infinite mining area. Otherwise, it would cause all the other powers to join forces to attack them. And the first place, beyond Han Fei's expectations, was the Capital of Horror. No wonder the Capital of Horror dared to confront the Gate of Heaven and even challenge the Divine Capital Dynasty. It seemed that although it didn't have the status of the Divine Capital Dynasty, in the wilderness, in the infinite mining area, the Capital of Horror was the true authority. As for the City of Scavengers, it was ranked 32nd in the infinite mining area. It was a very powerful force here. The City of Origin was even higher, ranking 10th, which impressed Han Fei. It seemed that he didn't know the City of Origin well enough. The 10th place was only 2 places behind the Divine Capital Dynasty. This was a little too much. This was because pirates needed to be careful of any faction, so they knew the strength ranking of the infinite mining areas well. Han Fei even found a name, Long Wu, from Qingtuo's memories. Han Fei didn't know this person, but he had synchronized with the memories of Neza and learned that one of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers was named Long Xing, and Long Xing had a brother named Long Wu. This news was accidentally learned by Neza, and from one of the 4 generals, Jing Yu. In fact, the city of Wanderers was also involved in the infinite mining area. Its ranking was naturally not comparable to the city of Scavengers or the city of Origin, but it still ranked 21st, which was quite good. As for how the rankings were decided, there were many ways. One was to kill someone and directly occupy the other party's ranking. Secondly, establishing new mining areas. The infinite mining areas had a rule. Every time a new mining area was established, it could prove one's strength. In this way, his ranking could be moved forward by one. If a faction opened multiple mining areas, its ranking wouldn't change, but it would be considered a potential strength and would affect the ranking. For example, the capital of Horror currently occupied the most mining areas, which affected its ranking. Under normal circumstances, rankings were mostly based on these two situations. However, there were also a few camps for itinerant cultivators in the infinite mining area. The camps were spontaneously formed by itinerant cultivators. Don't underestimate itinerant cultivators. The strongest faction in the world was them. Because they had to compete with the major factions for resources all the time, itinerant cultivators were the most united. One rule to remember in the infinite mining area was not to fight itinerant cultivators and not to kill itinerant cultivators casually. Otherwise, if you dared to expose your identity, you would have to bear the wrath of the itinerant cultivators. In the infinite mining area, there were at least 80 factions that had been destroyed by the camps of itinerant cultivators, including those in the top 100. Of course, that being said, itinerant cultivators were still itinerant cultivators. In exploration of mining areas, ruins, and so on, itinerant cultivators had the highest probability of death. This was related to the nature of itinerant cultivators. They tried their best to survive, become stronger, and prove to the world that itinerant cultivators could also walk their own path. However, there was a price to be paid. The biggest disadvantage of itinerant cultivators was that their cultivation techniques were too scattered and they were undisciplined. Although they would be united if bullied, there were still many contradictions among them. It was said that the exchange of cultivation techniques initiated by the temporary managers of the itinerant cultivator camps had been going on for tens of thousands of years, but still hadn't developed to a large scale. Han Fei thought for a moment. His comprehensive strength was still too weak. The sea establishers might not be weak, but the sky openers were simply weaklings in the infinite mining area. If they weren't careful, they might be wiped out. Therefore, it was better to fight alone than to fight in groups. Therefore, Han Fei's short-term goal was to have his own territory. Anyway, the old turtle was familiar with the infinite mining area. By taking him to find a way to rebuild his body, he could help him establish a territory of his own. As for the qualification to stay in the infinite mining area, it was worth mentioning. To stay in the infinite mining area, one needed to have a special identity card, which was made of the refined ore produced in the infinite mining area. This identity card could also be taken as a token. It was mainly to prove one's strength. It was a basic condition for everyone in the infinite mining area to avoid conflict when they met. If someone didn't have an identity token or didn't wear it, any force had the right to kill that person without any responsibility. There were many ways to obtain an identity token. One was bought from the 100 Alliance City in the infinite mining area. It was an organization made up of the representatives of the top 100 powers. It managed some basic affairs in the infinite mining area via voting. Or rather, one could buy an identity token in the camps on the periphery of the infinite mining area, or even go to the infinite mining area to kill mine demons and use the refined minerals on them to make one. Of course, the safest way was to buy it from the 100 Alliance City. Only there could one buy a relatively advanced status token. Outside the 100 Alliance City, no place in the infinite mining area, including the headquarters of the major factions, was safe. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. This was interesting. He wondered if he could hide until he emptied the infinite mining area. Chapter 2535, Mysterious Mining Area. In the north, 2535 Mysterious Mining Area in the north, in the camp. Han Fei put on a simple mask and walked over from the outer sea. Under everyone's gaze, he entered the tavern. Wearing a mask was just to keep him mysterious. In fact, Han Fei didn't use his real appearance when he appeared in the camp on the outskirts. Instead, he used a face that was hatefully arrogant. It wasn't Zhang Xuanyu's face, but Xuanhuan Dian's. At this moment, Han Fei walked to the counter, and old Chen had already prepared a glass of blue and purple mixed liquor. Without further ado, Han Fei slapped 4 refined stars on the counter as if they were 4 glass beads. Look, I've got the refined stars. It hasn't been more than a day, has it? Old Chen was speechless. A day? This guy ended the battle in less than an hour. He didn't know what happened next. Old Chen sighed, but tacitly didn't mention the Black Wind pirates. Instead, he regretted agreeing to give Han Fei the basic information of all the pirates in the periphery. Although it was just basic information, it almost exposed all the pirates on the periphery to Han Fei. This person could destroy Black Wind pirates, so could he destroy other pirate groups. However, he had already agreed to it. Old Chen first handed over a jade slip and said, "This is a map of the periphery and inside the infinite mining area." The periphery map only showed the east side. As for the other 3 sides, one is blocked by the Godfiend Sea, and the other 2 are unexplored infinite mining areas, and no one was allowed in, so those 2 sides are meaningless. Only the east side is an explored area, so the outer sea here gathers almost all the camps and native tribes of the infinite mining area. Han Fei took the jade slip and scanned it with his perception. Even though he was experienced, he couldn't help but gasp. It was really big. The entire east side probably spanned nearly a light year. The map given by the old man only covered the area about 0.2 light years long in the entire east except for the infinite mining area. Further away, only primitive tribes were marked. Yes, tribes. There were indeed many races in the infinite ocean. These races were not collectivized, and some were even tribal. Their combat power was valiant, a bit like the style in the western desert. On this map, there were probably thousands of tribes of various sizes. Han Fei looked at the map of the inside of the infinite mining area and saw many irregular areas covered by mountains. The places occupied by the real powers were very small. It was like a chaotic map with a few small safe areas. At the center of the map was the 100 Alliance city. As for the other major factions, they each occupied an area. According to their rankings, there would be a name marked and a simple explanation. All in all, this sea chart was very worth it. At this time, Old Chen said, "Fellow Taoist, I want to remind you of two things. Firstly, don't disturb those ancient tribes. They are extremely united. If you beat one of them, 1,000 tribal leaders may come to you. Are you afraid? Of course, some of these tribal strong masters have joined various forces. If they die in battle, no one will care." Han Fei asked, "What about the last one?" Old Chen hesitated for a moment and took out another jade slip. "This is basic information on all the pirates outside the infinite mining area. However, my suggestion is not to kill them all. The existence of pirates also has a significance. Only with pirates can the camps in the outer sea gather, can there be a large number of resources to trade, and can there be the advantage of the circulation of resources inside and outside the infinite mining area. Although pirates will intercept and kill strong masters, their purpose of cultivation is the same as ordinary cultivators. Besides, in fact, the pirates outside the infinite mining area often travel inside and outside and have many connections with some large factions. Help them do some things that are inconvenient for them to do. If they are killed, you will become enemies with many factions in the infinite mining area." Han Fei smiled casually. "I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Let me take a look at this jade slip first." After a while, the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He didn't expect there to be more than 2,000 pirate groups in the outer sea. Of course, most of them were small pirate groups. These people often mingled in the 8 camps near the infinite mining area. There were no more than 200 pirate groups as powerful as the Black Wind pirates. However, 200 was still a lot. If these pirates joined forces, they would be a rather powerful superpower. Han Fei curled his lips. He had wanted to collect information on these pirates to get resources from them. After all, his current demand for resources was particularly high. However, if these pirates surrounded the 8 camps, it would be quite difficult to attack them. But the Black Wind pirates were different, who were wandering in remote places, so it would be no problem for him to intercept and kill them. Han Fei shook his head slightly. His hunting target should be set in more remote areas. His people needed a lot of whetstones, but it was hard to catch anyone nearby the camps. Although capturing pirates and forcing them to be his men's sparring partners was a way, the effect of sparring was not as good as real killing. Besides, should he really kill all the pirates he captured? Pirates existed for survival and cultivation. In the end, they would mostly submit to him, and then there would be another group of people for him to nurture. For now, Han Fei felt that these people were already his limit. Besides, he didn't want to nurture people of other races. As the saying went, quality was more important than quantity. If there were too many people, it would be bad if they were not nurtured well. At this time, Han Fei saw Old Chen push out a pile of jade slips. He said, "All the information about the Godfiend Sea in our camp is here." Han Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately forgot about the pirates and quickly browsed through the information about the Godfiend Sea. Han Fei grabbed a random copy. It was a record of the missing people suspected to have entered the Godfiend Sea from the infinite mining area. After all, the infinite mining area was right next to the Godfiend Sea, and one side of it was completely blocked by the Godfiend Sea. There might also be some mining areas in the Godfiend Sea where some people accidentally entered. Most of these people disappeared in the north. According to investigation, north of the infinite mining area was a place that no one was willing to go because it was too close to the Godfiend Sea. Furthermore, the closer they were to the north, the stronger the mine demons became. There was once a force that was squeezed and forced to go to the north of the mining area. However, on that day, astronomical phenomena appeared frequently, which was the phenomenon of countless people dying. Anyway, none of those people returned. Also, the 100 Alliance city had sent a joint army to the north more than once. However, before they approached the Godfiend Sea, they had encountered countless mine demons. After a wave of battle, they had lost 1/3 of their joint army. Later, the official saying was that no one cleared the north all year round and the mine demons went rampant there, so it was not appropriate to attack by force. Northern expeditions like this had happened more than once. According to the records, it had happened 8 times. In fact, not only the north, but the unexplored places were also like this. The most common description was that the mine demons went rampant. In short, they were not easy to deal with. Besides, conquering an area was not as simple as conquering it. There would be an invasion of mind demons. You had to defend the place you conquered. If you couldn't even defend it, your conquest would be in vain. This was why the major powers controlled so many mining areas. It was because they were strong and had many people to conquer and defend the mining areas. Han Fei thought to himself, isn't this a natural training ground? No wonder countless sea establishers are thrown here every year. According to the degree and frequency of the battles here, it seems to be quite easy to produce sky openers here. Of course, that was on the premise that those sea establishers could survive. Han Fei continued to flip through the information about the strength of the black chains. It had been proven many times that those who had reached the perfected star transformation realm could barely withstand the black chains extending out of the Godfiend Sea. If anyone below the perfected star transformation realm was really tied up by the black chains, there was a high chance that they would be dragged in. Also, some of the mind demons in the north showed signs of demonization, which was why the army of the 100 Alliance was unwilling to explore there. Perhaps they could guess that there were treasures in the north that could benefit them. However, the demonized mind demons were so powerful that even the Alliance would suffer a lot of losses. The main reason was that they didn't gain much from the north, which was the most painful part. Under normal circumstances, they would gain a lot every time they explored other places. There were sacrifices and gains. Although there were losses, they could endure it. But if there were all sacrifices but no gains, who could bear the repeated explorations? Therefore, from this part of the information, Han Fei could roughly tell that the north was a dangerous place, and it had many connections with the Godfiend Sea. From a certain piece of information, Han Fei saw that in the past, someone once said that the sky in the north had cracked, and countless indignant roars seemed to have erupted there. Some people said that someone tried to dig into the northern area, only to dig out strange creatures out of the ground. That group of people was said to be a 100-person exploration team, but only 3 people returned. In any case, the mining area in the north was an almost uninhabited place that had the most interactions with the Godfiend Sea. Some people suspected that the seal on the Godfiend Sea in the northern mining area had been loosened, and that there were demons causing trouble there. Han Fei couldn't help being curious. After reading the information, he couldn't help but look at Old Chen. Since the infinite mining area is so dangerous, why didn't the monarch come to guard it? Is it really because there are mind demons comparable to gods in the infinite mining area? Chapter 2036-2536 Secret of the Perfected Star Transformation Realm 2036 Secret of the Perfected Star Transformation Realm. He had only been curious and surprised when Zhou Jingjing described the infinite mining area. But now, after reading some information with his own eyes, he felt that there should be monarchs here. Old Chen said, "This is a free gift. Before answering your question, I have a question for you. Why do you think the people who came to the infinite mining area went there knowing that it was extremely dangerous?" Although Han Fei didn't know much about it, he knew that the City of Scavengers would send a group of sea establishers here every year, and these sea establishers were mostly peak-level sea establishers, or at least late-stage sea establishers. Sea establishers came here for nothing but to improve themselves and make breakthroughs. Now that a large number of sea establishers gathered in the infinite mining area every year, it was obvious that they took fancy on the environment favorable for nurturing sky openers. Only when they really couldn't be nurtured or weren't used to the environment here would they go home. This was the current situation of the sea establishers here. They came here for opportunities and to make a breakthrough. As for sky openers, according to some simple descriptions, they came here mostly for exploration, but their main purpose was still to make a breakthrough or even prove Tao. From the information given to him by the old man just now, he could obtain a lot of treasures from the mine demons, including crystals that carried the essence of mineral veins, mineral crystals that strengthen the soul, bloodstones that strengthen blood and chi, and so on. And these were treasures that could only be obtained from the mine demons. And in some undeveloped mines, one could find the ruins and remains of their predecessors. When people explored the mines, they often obtained weapons, blood and flesh crystals, and luck stones left behind by former strong masters. Furthermore, in the places where those powerhouses perished, there were often some rare precious medicines that could be classified as spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. They were bred from the flesh and blood of former powerhouses. These things could greatly help a sky opener cultivate. And what the infinite mining areas had the most were resources. To develop his origin sea, one needed resources. Without resources, all was empty talk. Therefore, although the infinite mining area was dangerous for sky openers, there were opportunities everywhere. If they wanted to grow, they were naturally happy to come here. There were many people and places here. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts in the exploration of various ruins and mining areas. When more people died, some people would want to dig up the resources on other people's origin stars, or the origin stars themselves. Therefore, there was a way to find other people's origin stars, and this method was in the hands of some major forces. At least, Han Fei didn't find a way to find other people's origin stars from Qing Tuo's memories. According to the information, in the 100 Alliance City, there was an organization that specialized in refining origin stars. If you handed over the remains, within a few days, they would provide you with an origin star. However, the price for that service was very expensive. Basically, no matter how many good things there were on the origin star, they would definitely be dug out by them immediately. You didn't master the way to find the origin star. You didn't know what was on the other party's origin star, and you didn't know how many modified stars had been molded outside the other party's origin star. Therefore, that situation would definitely be a loss. Later, those who couldn't find other people's origin stars set up auctions for this purpose. Such auctions were held almost every once in a while. But in any case, this was an opaque industry with windfall profits. Han Fei was tempted by it. This meant that there would be a steady stream of people sending the remains of sky openers to you, and you didn't need to do anything. As for refined stars, no matter how many there were, they were rare and many people competed for them. Han Fei could almost imagine how much he could earn from these peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm powerhouses in the infinite mining areas. As long as the star path was big enough, wouldn't it be enough to support them to prove Tao? These cultivators weren't here to die. They definitely wanted to come here to prove Tao. Therefore, they were here for opportunities. Their fundamental reason for coming here is to find opportunities, to open the sky, or prove Tao. Old Chen said leisurely, "It seems that you have thought of a lot of things, Han Fei. But what does this have to do with whether there are monarchs here or not?" Old Chen asked back. "Do you know the path of monarchs? Do you know how monarchs can become stronger?" Han Fei didn't say anything, but Old Chen continued, "The opportunities we see are not of much use to monarchs. What they need is completely different from what we need. Therefore, if monarchs come here, they can only explore mining areas. Other things are not opportunities for them at all. As for exploring mining areas, to put it bluntly, this matter is accumulated with human lives. The more people die, the more mining areas will open. Some mining areas can't be opened no matter how many people die. Do you think monarchs can definitely open them?" Han Fei shook his head. "Nothing is certain." But he said, "But at least, the existence of a monarch can greatly reduce the mortality rate of the sea establishers and sky openers here." Old Chen smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, first of all, sea establishers don't participate in the exploration of mining areas. Secondly, which strong master doesn't experience countless life and death situations? If sky openers don't risk their lives, how can you expect monarchs to risk their lives? Is it necessary? In the infinite mining area, there is only one situation that will attract a monarch, which is the discovery of some ancient ruins that even a monarch-level powerhouse is tempted by. Then they will naturally come. Other than that, there is no reason for a monarch to come. At least, monarchs can guard this place and maintain the stability of their faction, right?" Old Chen said. "If every power has a monarch guarding them, there will be fights, and the monarchs will definitely be implicated in the end. The war between monarchs is devastating. Who wants to see it happen? Besides, this kind of thing happened frequently in the past." After a pause, Old Chen continued, "Also, there's a rumor outside that the existence of a monarch will attract powerful mind demons. Mind demons are very territorial. They won't stop fighting you just because you are a monarch. About 30,000 years ago, the major factions in the East Sea Divine Realm sent monarchs to explore the infinite mining areas. Do you know what happened in the end?" Han Fei asked. "What happened?" Old Chen said. "Half of them were killed or injured." Han Fei's face slightly changed. "Half of them were killed or injured? What level of monarchs are they?" Old Chen smiled and said, "Led by great monarchs, the immortal-level cultivators tried to push forward. However, the terrifying creatures in the mining area were attracted out and the two sides fought for many days. In the end, the Battle of the Monarchs caused all the places they once pushed forward to become forbidden areas that others could no longer explore. From then on, monarchs often disappeared for no reason. Therefore, monarchs are unwilling to come now." Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that this infinite mining area was much more dangerous than he had imagined, Old Chen said. "So, in summary, it's more of a thankless task for monarchs to participate in the infinite mining area. They won't get any treasures, and there's a chance that they will die there. Even if they survive, the places they fought in will become forbidden areas, meaningless to other explorers, and they can't get close to those places at all. Therefore, over time, monarchs refuse to come here. If they want resources, they might as well go to the Sea of Stars, the Sky Crater world, and some unknown ruins in the wilderness." "And the infinite mining area gradually became a battlefield for sea establishers and sky openers?" Han Fei asked. "Is it okay for sky openers?" Old Chen said matter-of-factly. "Of course, sky openers won't rush in stupidly. Without knowing the specific situation of a mining area and sensing the emergence of a treasure, sky openers won't stupidly push into the infinite mining area. Besides, even if they do push, they will usually join forces to fight and divide the spoils. If a force wants to conquer a mining area, this force has to enter the top 100 forces at least." Although Old Chen's explanation was very logical, Han Fei felt that there was something wrong. Unfortunately, he didn't know what the problem was, so he could only drop it. Just when Han Fei was about to end the topic, old Chen suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, are you interested in knowing a secret?" Huh? Han Fei couldn't help tilting his head and looking at old Chen, who said with a smile, "Secrets always have a price. This secret has a different price for different people. It may be worthless for those below the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, but for those in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or perfected star transformation realm, this secret will be very valuable." Want one Han Fei asked, "How much is it?" Old Chen looked at Han Fei and extended 2 fingers. "Because you've spent a lot of money on me, I'll give you a cheaper price. 5 refined stars with a radius of 250,000 kilometers, or 2 with a radius of 360,000 kilometers. Of course, if the stars don't have a heavenly number star transformation, you'll have to give me more of them. Believe me, you won't lose anything if you learn this secret, because normally no one will tell you this secret. Why don't you just rob me?" Han Fei didn't know what to say. How much do I need to pay for 3 pieces of information? You charge me so many refined stars for 1 secret? Are you robbing me? Old Chen said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, believe me, this secret may not be worth this price to others, but to you, it is definitely worth it." Han Fei said, "Interesting. Then I'd like to hear why the news is worth it for me." Old Chen said, "Because your killing intent is too strong. In the infinite mining area, sometimes it's not a good thing," Han Fei said. "With this price, you have to give me more information, right?" Old Chen said, "How about this? You can listen to part of it first. I only want 2 refined stars with a 250,000 kilometer star transformation. The price can't be changed. We're all people who want to prove our Tao. We won't do anything to ruin our reputation just for a few refined stars, will we?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man was not simple. He was definitely an old fox. Having guessed that Han Fei would be curious, he asked him if he wanted to listen to his secret first. If he didn't think it was worth it, he didn't need to give him a single cent. Since old Chen had said so, how could Han Fei not listen? Han Fei smiled casually. "Senior, can you give me another cup?" Old Chen poured wine for Han Fei with a smile as he said, "Fellow Taoist, you have to be careful of those strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm." Han Fei took a sip. "I don't understand." "Senior, please enlighten me." Old Chen asked, "Have you heard that there are many dying and declining perfected star transformation realm cultivators who like to come to the infinite mining areas?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Old Chen shook his head. "Wrong. Those who are really going to die all run to the Sea of Stars. None of them will run to the infinite mining area." Han Fei didn't speak but just looked at Old Chen. Then Old Chen said, "This is a big secret, because all those perfected star transformation realm cultivators who came to the infinite mining area can basically prove Tao, and their success rate is not low at all." Buzz. Han Fei was refreshed and stared at Old Chen. This was indeed a big secret. When he killed Mo Xuan and the other 2, he felt that these 3 people were actually very strong. If he didn't have the void-stealing technique, it would be very difficult to directly kill these 3 people with just the Star Fist. Even so, they were not qualified to enter the infinite mining area, which was a problem in itself. However, Han Fei had always thought that there were also strong and weak people in the perfected star transformation realm. However, it shouldn't be to the extent that many perfected star transformation realm cultivators didn't dare to enter the infinite mining area. Han Fei took a deep breath. They can prove Tao, but they don't, and still stay here. What's their purpose? Old Chen smiled and said, "Have you heard of the Great Tao Lock? When a sky opener cultivates to the perfected star transformation realm, they can't prove Tao yet, but as long as they cultivate, their strength won't stagnate. Then, over time, their strength will exceed the ordinary perfected star transformation realm. And when they reach a certain limit, the Tao-proving heavenly tribulation will descend, and then what should they do? Naturally, it's to seal their strength in their bodies with the star-grade Tao Lock. How about it? Fellow Taoist, judging from your strength, you should be reaching the perfected star transformation realm soon. Not everyone can have the sealing technique of this great Tao Lock. It's fate that makes us meet. The price I charge you is really not expensive." Great Tao Locks? Han Fei took a deep look at Old Chen, speechless. Why should he ask the old man about this? He had already told him the secret. Wouldn't it be nice to ask his senior brothers and sisters about it later? It would be free of charge. Gulp. Han Fei finished the wine in his cup in one gulp, threw down the 5 lotus stars, and said, "It's too expensive to afford. Senior, since you've reminded me, I'd better figure out the rest of the secrets by myself." With that, Han Fei turned around and left. Old Chen was dumbfounded. Fuck! It wasn't easy for him to meet such a spendthrift. He had tried so hard to persuade him, but this guy refused. Old Chen's face turned green. After a while, Old Chen finally recovered and sighed. "I hope this is good karma." Chapter 2537, The First Life and Death Trial. 2537, The First Life and Death Trial. Han Fei had already obtained a lot of information. The Black Wind pirates had been annihilated, and Zhang Daqian should be reaching Zhangbei soon. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. As for himself, after taking the pirates' money, he would have to find a way to enter the infinite mining area. As Old Chen said, the pirates outside the infinite mining area were very rampant and were inextricably linked to the infinite mining area. If he were to sweep across the pirates blatantly after the Black Wind pirates were just destroyed, he would definitely be besieged. Although he wasn't afraid of the siege of the pirates or the big shots in the infinite mining area, he wasn't here to fight alone. However, he had to build a batch of strong soldiers. After experiencing the Scattered Star Sea, Han Fei knew that even if he built a powerful team of 100,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses, it was still not enough in the Sea of Stars. However, 100,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses were already extraordinary in the Sea Realm. He had already achieved the goal of being strong alone, but now his goal was to make each of his men strong. These people were the seeds in his hands, the vanguard of the rise of the human race, and a hope. Of course, this didn't mean that he would stop fighting the pirates outside the infinite mining area. Of course, he still had to fight them, but he needed to find and hunt some special targets. 1 year later, on his origin star. This year, Han Fei used it as nearly 200 years, mainly appearing on his origin star and the Sea of Stars. On this day, Han Fei finished preaching to his soldiers. Hong Yue and the others hurriedly led a group of people into the Sea Realm to transcend the tribulation. 7 people were going to advance to the sky-opening realm. Han Fei personally guarded them, and a total of 5 people survived. In this year, another 32 people succeeded in opening the sky. Even though their progress was already very fast, it was still not enough. Because there were more and more sky openers, more and more resources were consumed. So far, half of the resources looted from the Black Wind pirates had been used up. As for the sea establishers of the Black Wind pirates, half of them had already been dead. Almost half of the sky openers had died too, mainly because Han Fei's team had improved too quickly. Most of the time, these people were cultivating techniques, tempering the body and refining the soul. But cultivation alone couldn't make them grow fast. Han Fei knew that it was time to go hunting again, and this time, with sufficient preparation, there would be one battle after another. Han Fei himself had embarked on a brand new cultivation system. There was actually a certain conflict between the supreme divine technique of the human race and the god-fiend formless technique. The supreme divine technique focused on strengthening the physique, and its cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, the god-fiend formless technique took a balanced route. The two spiritual heritages were operating in parallel and compatible with the myriad Taos of the world. With it, the soul and power could fuse, entangle, and transform into each other, but it also greatly reduced the cultivation speed of the supreme divine technique. In the past year, he had mainly used his strength to transform into the soul. Although the cultivation speed of the god-fiend formless technique was not as fast as the human race's supreme divine technique, the Tao of perfect balance had brought great benefits to Han Fei's combat power. However, as his cultivation progressed, Han Fei discovered a problem. That was, the cultivation of the god-fiend formless technique had stopped because of the supreme divine technique. This was because it was no longer easy to compress his current star core after it had been compressed 1,000 times. The supreme divine technique's way was simple and crude, compressing his star core over and over again. Compared to the beginning, his star core had already been compressed 10,000 times. Now, it had to be compressed 1,000 times more. Han Fei had tried it before, but it was difficult to control. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything, it was that engraving Tao patterns could help lock down the abnormal movements of the star core. For others, from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm to the perfected star transformation realm, they generally only needed to cultivate the Tao bone. However, to cultivate the supreme divine technique, not only did Han Fei have to cultivate the Tao bone, but he also had to compress his star core. Although the god-fiend formless technique could transform the soul and power, Han Fei discovered that once he couldn't make a breakthrough with the supreme divine technique, the god-fiend formless technique itself couldn't bring him any qualitative improvement. It was equivalent to the supreme divine technique focused on cultivation and the god-fiend formless technique on balance. When the supreme divine technique was slowed by the problem of the star core, the god-fiend formless technique would be slowed too. Han Fei had talked to the god of war and the old turtle about honing his Tao bones. It was to engrave his own great Tao on his bones in the form of Tao patterns. However, the engraving here wasn't like engraving words, but to trigger the power of the law to actively imprint on the bones. At present, because Han Fei's right arm had obtained the inheritance of the ultimate hammer in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the Divine Capital, half of his arm had already formed Tao patterns of the Great Tao of Strength, but this part of the Tao patterns was not complete. Furthermore, Han Fei discovered that this part of the Tao patterns were slowly degenerating and disappearing. Compared to when it was first branded, the engraving was already more than half as shallow. Besides, during this year, Han Fei wanted to enrich the Great Tao of Strength on his right arm and sense the law of strength, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't engrave the Tao patterns on his bones. He had asked the God of War. The God of War said that it was probably because his understanding of the Great Tao wasn't enough and he needed to get the true meaning of laws. However, he also expressed his doubts. He shouldn't be unable to imprint anything. Because Han Fei's strength had just slowed down a little, he didn't pay much attention to it. He felt that it might be because he had too many Great Taos and needed time to comprehend the laws one by one. Besides, Han Fei was still conflicted about his own Great Dao. He had tried to take his original Great Dao, but he had never succeeded. Therefore, Han Fei was not in a hurry to engrave the Dao bones. Since there was still a long way to go before he reached the perfected star transformation realm, Han Fei simply let it go. Anyway, he felt that he had already solved the mystery of the human race's supreme divine technique, so he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. After all, his time was limited. Therefore, he decided not to cultivate in seclusion anymore. Everyone returned to the sea realm and began a new round of trials to temper themselves. In fact, Han Fei had some other people who could be used as whetstones, such as Butcher An. They were taken into the An Taiping's origin sea by An Taiping, and An Taiping was killed by him, so these people were trapped in his origin sea and couldn't leave. Don't underestimate these peak-level sea establishers who only had more than 100 people. They were all participating in the 100,000-year competition. If they were really used as whetstones, they would definitely kill many of his men. Therefore, it was not the time to use them yet. The people on his side were not strong enough yet. Half a month later. Sea Realm. Han Fei had already chosen a target more than half a year ago. This target was a pirate group called Bloodthirsty in the periphery. They were a special species of fish called bloodthirsty bannerfish. It was an ancient tribe outside the infinite mining area. Because they were born bloodthirsty, they were not tolerated by the major tribes. In the end, the other tribes launched a joint strangulation on them. However, a group of people escaped and ended up becoming pirates. However, they maintained the habit of living in groups, but their location was unknown. Among the pirates around the camps, the information on the bloodthirsty pirates was the most detailed. It could be seen that Old Chen hoped that Han Fei could annihilate this pirate team, so Han Fei's first target was the bloodthirsty pirates. In the past half-month, Han Fei had been looking for the location of the bloodthirsty pirates and investigating their dynamics, and found a cultivation belt they occupied, which was where they nurtured their clansmen. In the wilderness, there were not only infinite mining areas that could steadily nurture talents. Outside the infinite mining area, there were many clans and factions with fixed cultivation places. These bloodthirsty pirates had more than 30,000 sea establishers, more than 200,000 venerables and explorers, and more than 60 sky openers. In the outer areas of the infinite mining area, they were much stronger than the Black Wind pirates. Others couldn't find the bloodthirsty pirates, but Han Fei could. After finding them, it only took Han Fei 3 days to lock onto the trial field of the bloodthirsty pirates. The trial field was for those below the venerable realm, venerables and sea establishers. Of course, at this time, most sea establishers went hunting. Therefore, only less than 10,000 sea establishers were training in the trial field. And this was exactly the best whetstone. On Han Fei's side, there were less than 30,000 sea establishers. The remaining 100,000 people were still lacking an opportunity. On this day, Han Fei personally led his army to this place. In the trial field of the bloodthirsty pirates. The hunting competition was ongoing, in which countless bloodthirsty bannerfish hunted the captives to see who killed the most enemies. There were as many as 50,000 participants, but only 8,000 captives, and there were only 7 spectators watching the battle. Among these 7 people, except for a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, the others were all in the early stage of the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the 7 people were evaluating. Someone said, "Look, that jellyfish has turned transparent. She has completely withdrawn her aura and concealed herself to enforce the law. She's really good. I bet she can escape 100,000 miles away." Someone smiled and said, she's just a white jellyfish. Although she's rare, how can the contestants of our race be so weak? I bet she can only escape 50,000 kilometers, no more." The first person grinned ferociously. "Okay, if you win, I have a peak-level sea establishment realm white jellyfish in my hand. I'll give it to you as a snack." While they were talking and laughing, a voice suddenly sounded beside them. "I bet you didn't notice my existence. Otherwise, why would you still be so happy when you were about to die?" Buzz, the expressions of the 7 people instantly changed. When they came back to their senses, they saw a soul body looking at them with a smile. At that moment, the bloodthirsty bannerfish in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm thrust out its palm, and sword-light dazzled in the sky. Clang! In front of the old turtle, a soul shell quietly appeared and easily blocked the blow. Seeing this, the others all fled. They were no match for the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator shouted, "Hurry up! Inform our clan that our location has been exposed." However, the old turtle didn't stop them. On the other side, Hong Yes stepped out of the void. "Fellow Taoist, how about becoming my puppet? I treat my puppets very well." On the other side, Ying Yes stopped someone. "This road is blocked." Someone shouted, "Oh no! We've been ambushed." For a moment, all 7 of them were stopped. At this moment, a young man walked out of the void. With a wave of his hand, more than 70,000 people appeared. Their strength was all below the sea establishment realm. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, enter the trial field. This is your first life and death trial. Anyone who kills an enemy will be rewarded with a venerable level divine quality technique." Chapter 2538, 2538. Too late to retreat. Now 2538. Too late to retreat. Now this was the first true life and death trial that the people of the giant whale fortress had experienced. Although Han Fei had informed them a few days ago, they were still excited. This was a battle that no sea establisher had participated in. They had cultivated so hard for hundreds of years, and at this moment they were about to test the results. At this moment, everyone only had one thought in their hearts, which was to kill the enemy, prove their value, and prove that their hundreds of years of cultivation hadn't been in vain. Killa. As everyone roared, they swarmed into the trial field like a tide. Someone shouted, "Brothers, for Master Human Emperor, for ourselves, and for the dream of being the strong, kill the enemy." Someone went crazy. "Let's press forward. I want to establish the sea. Now it's finally time to prove myself." Someone, who was only a peak-level explorer, also shouted, "If the heavens don't take my life, I'll soar to the sky. Let's fight." On the bloodthirsty bannerfish's side, many people were chasing a squid that was covered in wounds. Suddenly, a saber beam slashed out, and a bloodthirsty bannerfish's expression changed. "Who dares to attack me?" A spear emerged from between his eyebrows, trying to pierce through the knife light. Clang, crackata, the sabers and spears collided, and the spear broke. The bloodthirsty bannerfish's body was cut apart, and his spear beam barely pierced into the shoulder of a venerable. The squid that had narrowly escaped death was horrified and was about to run when its savior turned into a squid and flew away. In the void, the squid left a voice. "If you know you're going to die, why don't you fight to the end?" Seeing that its fellow squid was so ferocious, the fleeing squid stopped and a killing intent rose from the depth of his heart, but in the end, he still turned around and quickly disappeared from this sea area. Somewhere, 5 bloodthirsty bannerfish were besieging a hermit crab. Someone was mocking and knocking the crab shell, making clanking sounds. "Ha ha ha, keep running, not bad. Heh, I'd like to see how hard your carapace is." This hermit crab's carapace was full of cracks and even had holes poked out. A bloodthirsty bannerfish was stabbing a spear into it and stirring crazily. But at this moment, crab pincers appeared and the 100-war divine hammer bloomed. Puff away. A bloodthirsty bannerfish was smashed on the spot, leaving nothing but a mist of blood. The other 4 all roared and charged at the comer. A moment later, a pitch-black crab that was shining with a faint golden brilliant spat. A bunch of trash. Of course, the giant whale fortress didn't win all the battles. When some people encountered a powerhouse, although they were no match for the other party, they were filled with blood vigor and burned their lifespan. They fought until all their bones were broken, and in the end, they released all their strength and chose to blow themselves up. They knew that the current giant whale fortress only needed strong masters, either live or die. Anyway, he couldn't disgrace Lord Jingjing and Master Human Emperor. Someone had cut off half of the enemy's body even though he died. In less than half a day, this trial field turned into a sea of blood. In just one day, 30,000 bloodthirsty bannerfish were killed, and within the bloodthirsty bannerfish tribe, they seemed to sense that something was wrong. 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses came, 1 was in the perfected star transformation realm, and 2 were in the late-stage star transformation realm. Clearly, their clan didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, the dead were all below the sea establishment realm. Perhaps something had happened here. However, no sky openers had died here, so they were a little careless. At this moment, the 2 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators had already been sniped by Hong Ye and the others. Although their combat power was not as good as the other parties, they had more people. 70 against 2, they ganged up on the 2. With the old turtle guarding by the side, as long as no one on their side died, he just let them fight. As for the perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he had been blown up by Han Fei several times. At this moment, only his remnant soul was left, barely maintaining his vitality. The man roared, "Who are you? Kill me if you have the guts. Even if you don't kill me, when you kill everyone in the trial field, the strong masters of our tribe will find that something is wrong. They will come sooner or later, and then you will definitely have nowhere to go." Han Fei grinned. "Really? How come you don't know that I'm waiting for them?" When the man heard this, he was horrified. This person was here specifically to target his tribe. He probably had already had a plan. However, this man didn't believe that there was an ambush here. Otherwise, all Han Fei needed to do was kill the sky-opening realm powerhouses stationed here. Why did he have to think of a way to keep them alive? Another half a day passed. The bloodthirsty bannerfish in the trial field were not all dead, but nearly 80% of them had been killed. It was not that they were not strong, but that the giant whale fortress released a large number of people and their strength was astonishing. Han Fei taught them ultra-quality, divine quality, and body-refining techniques. After hundreds of years of cultivation, it would be strange if these people were still not strong enough. But even so, in this battle, more than 3,000 people on the giant whale fortress's side had died. Although it was a pity for these people to die, this was inevitable as they grew up. Since they were cultivators, how could they not die? If they didn't want to die, they had to work hard to become stronger, grow up, and rise. Throughout the whole process, Han Fei and the other venerables didn't help. Before the life and death trial was over, the bloodthirsty bannerfish tribe finally realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the problem here should have been resolved after they sent someone over. However, the bloodthirsty bannerfish under the sea establishment realm had been dying non-stop. Finally, some powerhouses in the clan realized that something had happened. The commander of the bloodthirsty bannerfish headquarters personally came. Including him, 3 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators and 8 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators came at once. A total of 11 people came. It could be said that the strongest combat power of the bloodthirsty Flagfish tribe had been mobilized. This tribe had once been besieged, and there were only more than 60 sky openers left. Most of them were very sensitive. So when they found that the situation was not right, their boss personally came to ensure the problem would be solved. But Han Fei was bold. He didn't try to lure them away, but was really waiting. Having calculated the distance between the bloodthirsty bannerfish reinforcements and the trial field, the moment Han Fei felt that it was about time, he said to the old turtle without hesitation, "Old Yuan, kill." In the next moment, the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators suppressed by Han Fei and the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators suppressed by the old turtle died at the same time. Rumble. In the sky, the great Tao roared, making the strong masters of the bloodthirsty bannerfish clan who were still an hour away from the trial ground almost go crazy. Old 6. They knew that this phenomenon was a sign that something had happened to a cultivator in the perfected Star Transformation Realm. The commander roared, "All of you, go forward at full speed. Old 6 has been here for half a day." It took these people at least 6 hours to kill Old 6, which means even if they have a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator, there should only be one. Chase and kill them. Don't give the enemies a chance to escape. On the other hand, Han Fei said, "Zhou Jingjing, gather up everyone. No rush. Do it unhurriedly. All the other sky openers, prepare to watch the battle." Except for the perfected Star Transformation Realm and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators who had just been killed by Han Fei and Old Yuan, the others had all become Hong Yue's puppets. Unfortunately, Hong Yue hadn't entered the Star Transformation Realm yet, so he couldn't refine the puppets in the perfected Star Transformation Realm and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm. After a while, on the way to the trial field, several peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouses saw a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator organizing his men. This person was naturally Han Fei. When they found Han Fei, he showed his powerful perception ability and acting skills. His face changed drastically and he rushed forward at a speed of more than 9 times the speed of light. Seeing this, the 3 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the bloodthirsty Flagfish clan immediately roared, "Take him down! Swish, 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 swish!" In an instant, the fastest person, the powerhouse in the perfected Star Transformation Realm, burst out at 13 times the speed of light. Han Fei pretended to be taken aback, but 13 times the speed of light was already an extremely terrifying speed. Being able to reach 10 times the speed of light was the short-term limit of ordinary perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. And exceeding 10 times the speed of light meant that this person had extraordinary talent, or rather extraordinary luck, so he could comprehend a deeper law of speed. Han Fei pretended that he couldn't outrun the white mist. He squeezed a jade slip and shouted, "Run!" As soon as he said so, a palm had already pressed on his head. Bang! A white mist disappeared into the void with a swish. Huh! The perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator of the bloodthirsty Bannerfish clan changed his expression slightly. Not good. This person's movement technique is strange. He actually disappeared without a trace. Not good. We can't give them a chance to escape. Chase him. Han Fei pretended to be a scout with his black mist body, deliberately revealing the information that they didn't dare to confront the bloodthirsty Bannerfish clan head-on. In less than 100 seconds, the strong masters of the bloodthirsty Flagfish tribe arrived. The fastest person was the commander, but he didn't rush forward rashly because he realized that the other party must be very strong to be able to kill a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator. But when he arrived, he found that the other party only had 2 perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouses, 2 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, a group of ordinary sky openers, and a large number of people below the Sea Establishment realm who were still gathering. He immediately put on a ferocious smile. Although the fact that the other party had 2 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators was beyond his expectations, these people were still much weaker than them. The old turtle looked at the guy that Han Fei fished out of the Time River weirdly, thinking that this guy was really a monster. He could actually fish people from the past whose strength was not compromised at all. This technique could completely be called a divine technique. Yes, the 2 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators on Han Fei's side were the Blood Fiend Puppet and the recently killed Old Six who was fished from the Time River by Han Fei, but Han Fei put a mask on his face. At this moment, Han Fei controlled the Blood Fiend Puppet and roared, "Everyone, gather quickly and retreat first." On the other side, the 3 perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouses of the bloodthirsty Bannerfish tribe all shouted, "Retreat? Do you think you can leave now?" In the blink of an eye, the 3 people rushed over. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the Blood Fiend and Old Six blocked 2 of them. Han Fei, on the other hand, took a step forward and activated the Dharma Idol World. He unleashed the ultimate hammer and struck the leader with a full blow comparable to that of a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator. At this moment, the commander realized that something was wrong. Was this the strength the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator was supposed to have? Another person also shouted, "Not right, this person is full of murderous aura, but his combat power is not obvious. He doesn't look like a living person." The other person was a little surprised. "Brother, this masked killer is very similar to Old Six." "No, he is Old Six. Old Six has been refined into a puppet." At this time, from behind, the 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses attacked at the same time. As for the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, his expression suddenly changed. He felt that the strength of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator opposite him had soared again. Boom! When his punch collided with Han Fei's and one of his arms was crushed by Han Fei, he was shocked to find that this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was the most terrifying existence. However, before he had time to think, he sensed that within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, phantoms appeared and spears stabbed down from the void. "Not good. Everybody, disperse." At this moment, Han Fei grinned and said, "You want to retreat now?" Too late. Chapter 2539, 2539. I am the Human Emperor, leader of the human race. 2539. I am the Human Emperor, leader of the human race. As soon as the God-sealing spear array was activated, a terrifying suppressing power appeared in the void. Almost at the moment the God-sealing spear array appeared, the strength of the 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators plummeted by at least 30%. The 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were even worse. Their strength plummeted by nearly 50%. This was because they were all in their best state when they entered the God-sealing spear array. If they were like Zhao Qinglong, who had defeated thousands of Starseed metal-eating queen ants and was suppressed before entering the array, it would be good if they could have 30% of their strength left. At this moment, Han Fei roared, "Old Yuan, kill." In the blink of an eye, as Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were immediately deprived of their consciousness. The old turtle erupted with demonic might and clawed out, enshrouding the world with black clouds, and the sky lost its color. Puff, 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 puff. At that moment, everyone was shocked and only felt amazement and admiration in their heart. Han Fei killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in a row, which stunned Zhou Jingjing and the others, although this was not the first time they had seen Han Fei kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse. However, none of them were as vivid as this one. Right in front of them, 100,000 kilometers away, Han Fei seemed to have drawn his saber and killed 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses with 3 slashes. At first, they didn't know what realm the 3 of them were in, but the changes in the weather and the appearance of blood rain made the people present realize that they were all peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, the people they could only look up to now. Han Fei killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in a row, and the old turtle tore apart another peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with 1 claw. At the same time, he spewed out a demonic arrow, but the other peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse had already reacted and hurriedly launched a starbeat attack. It wasn't that he didn't have other ways to deal with it, but if the starbeat attack would be faster and safer. Although his strength had plummeted, the starbeat attack wouldn't plummet and was still very strong. Therefore, the old turtle's wish to kill the 2 powerhouses instantly fell through. But the old turtle was not in a hurry. Black clouds swept across. In this limited space, the enemy couldn't escape even if he wanted to. However, when the old turtle attacked the second person, Han Fei burst out at his fastest speed. As fast as 14 times the speed of light, Han Fei left only an afterimage in the eyes of Zhou Jingjing and the others. He was too fast for them to see his movement clearly. In such a hurry, Han Fei still ignored the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe because this person was attacking the god-sealing spear array. It was not that Han Fei underestimated him. Although this person's strength was still at its peak, it would take him at least a few hundred seconds to break this array. In the 10,000-year great competition, he trapped so many strong masters for nearly 30 seconds with the god-sealing spear array. How could this person easily break it? The moment the boss tried to break the big array, 2 more peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were pierced by Han Fei. But the last person, with a soul-subduing godly weapon, actually blocked Han Fei's first blow. But immediately afterward, a fist light burst out. How could he resist the silencing fist? Bang. Although that person launched a starbead attack, he and his starbead were both shattered by Han Fei's punch. The great Tao rumbled between the heavens and the earth, and a rain of blood poured down. The 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe were all dumbfounded. After only 3 clashes, there was only 1 person left among the 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who was wrapped in black mist. It seemed that he couldn't last much longer. At this time, the boss also realized that something was wrong. His full-strength blow only shattered more than 30 god-sealing spears. However, there were as many as 10,000 spears in the array, and it would take him some time to break through this array. But now, the Blood Fiend and the puppet Old 6 held off Old 4 and Old 5, and this mysterious peak-level late-stage star transformation realm young man was too strong and exceeded his imagination. Although this young man's speed was not as fast as his strength was suppressed at this moment, so he couldn't crush this young man. The other party was stronger than him, so how was it possible that he was only in the peak level late stage star transformation realm? The boss roared, "Who are you exactly?" Han Fei didn't respond. He held the giant hammer in his hand and activated his great Tao. When he unleashed his full strength, his strength reached billions of waves, which was already comparable to a monarch. Hiss. The boss of the bloodthirsty bannerfish was shocked. "Are you a monarch?" Zhou Jingjing, Hong Ye, and the others were all dumbfounded. Monarch? But they knew very well that Han Fei hadn't proven his Tao yet. However, although the trial takers who had already gathered couldn't see the terrifying battle clearly, their ears were still sharp. Monarch? Someone was shocked. Sure enough, Master Human Emperor has already proven his Tao. Someone was excited. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Master Human Emperor is so strong. He killed a sky opener so easily. He must have advanced to a monarch a long time ago. Someone exclaimed, "A monarch! We're protected by a monarch!" Someone sighed. Master Jingjing really has a good eye. It's such a wise decision to follow Master Human Emperor. At this moment, everyone including Yin Yue looked at Hong Yue. They knew that among them, Hong Yue had followed Han Fei the longest and knew Han Fei the best. Now, the other party's boss had said that Han Fei was a monarch. Was it true? Hong Yue, on the other hand, said calmly, "Don't look at me. Master Human Emperor could kill sky openers when he was only in the late-stage sea establishment realm. Now that he is about to prove Tao, I won't be surprised at all if he can launch a monarch-level strike. A late-stage sea establisher can kill sky openers." Everyone clicked their tongues. In history, although there were people who crossed realms to kill enemies, they had never done it like this. Master Human Emperor could already cut sky openers before he even reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. How crazy was the Human Emperor in the past? Before they had the time to be shocked, the boss of the bloodthirsty bannerfish tribe had burned his bloodline, activated all his secret methods, and even activated a divine technique. He roared, "Not only can you unleash the combat power of a monarch, but I can also do it." "Break," the man roared, and a golden chain appeared on his body. Crack 1. The chain was immediately broken. At that moment, Han Fei's pupils were constricted. This person's strength soared instantly. The ultimate hammer strike he launched just happened to help him break the chain. The old turtle seemed to think of something and immediately shouted, "Han Fei, this is a Tao lock. It's a seal that cultivators placed on themselves when they reached the peak of the perfected star transformation realm and had to transcend the tribulation. Once this seal is removed, his strength will soar in the short term and he will return to his peak state. After that, he must transcend the tribulation to prove Tao." A Tao lock? A great Tao lock? Han Fei's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered what old Chen told him. The secret of the perfected star transformation realm cultivators inside and outside the infinite mining area. When he learned that this secret was the great Tao lock, he didn't care. He had long known about this. And Taiping also had a great Tao lock, but Han Fei still killed him easily. Earlier, he was sure that the 3 perfected star transformation realm pirates of the Black Wind Pirates didn't have this lock. Otherwise, if they could increase their strength so crazily, they definitely wouldn't have been killed by him so easily. Now, after the seal was removed, Han Fei clearly felt that this man's strength had skyrocketed. Although he was still sent flying by Han Fei's hammer with pure strength, he had completely blocked this blow. This meant that the other party's current strength was probably a million waves. However, this wasn't the key. The key was that the other party's shattered Tao lock turned into boundless Tao runes and blocked in front of him. In the sea of blood, the man was dyed red as if he had turned into a blood demon. His vitality and strength were still soaring. Han Fei seemed to see a sea of blood exploding in front of his eyes. However, Han Fei didn't care. It just so happened that he could use this person to test his real strength. In the next moment, Han Fei waved his hand and took off his battlesuit, only wearing a black battle robe. His great Tao operated even more violently. If 3 times the strength wasn't enough, then 4 times. When his strength was increased by more than 4 times, Han Fei felt that his bones were trembling, but he could still withstand it. Looking at the sea of blood in front of him, Han Fei punched back. The flying sea of blood was shattered by Han Fei's silencing fist. The boss of the bloodthirsty bannerfish was also sent flying by his punch, but Han Fei could sense that the blood chi in the sea of blood, like maggots attached to bones, had devoured half of his strength in the blink of an eye. That's not right. I've completely surpassed him. Logically speaking, he's not my match. It's the Great Tao. His Great Tao is a little different, containing a mysterious power that can't be removed. Is this the power of laws? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. This was different from the law of the law enforcer realm, which was only the most basic law comprehension, more like a direction. However, the law was the great power hidden between the heavens and earth, a mysterious power completely controlled by a person. Although he seemed to have gained the upper hand, his comprehension of the Great Tao was inferior to this person's, so he couldn't defeat him with his current strength. On the other side, the boss of the bloodthirsty bannerfish shouted, "Old 4, Old 5, break this array, leave this guy to me." Then he grinned ferociously. "I don't care which race or faction you are from. If you dare to attack my bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, you shall die." Blood gushing. Blood entangling. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei's body shone brightly, blocking the blood mist that spread here. Han Fei was horrified. How could this lock be so terrifying? This person was still in the array of the god-sealing spears, and his strength had been suppressed by 30%. If he was not suppressed, how strong would he be? Unfortunately, the battle was too fierce for him to ponder on this. Han Fei took a deep breath and activated his great Dao. With 5 times his strength, he was refreshed, and some cracks appeared on his body, but not many. Han Fei's current basic combat power could reach 330,000 waves. After increasing by 5 times, it was already comparable to the power of most Dao-proving level powerhouses. Even so, his physique could still hold on. He had to thank the void body refining technique and the supreme divine technique of the human race. These 2 techniques made his physique terrifyingly strong. Amidst the blood, Han Fei extended 2 fingers and activated all great Daos in one sword. Many great Daos seemed to have torn a bloody hole in the blood-colored sky. Ripper, half of the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe's body, was shattered by that blow. He looked horrified. Impossible. How can you still become stronger? You haven't even reached the perfected star transformation realm, Han Fei snorted coldly. I am the human emperor, the leader of the human race. How can you villains resist me? Kill. Chapter 2540, Intercept 2540. Intercept, Han Fei scolded arrogantly, but he was a little frightened in his heart. Is this guy's blood path so strong? In my current state, I can't kill him with one slash? Furthermore, another Dao lock appeared on this person's body, which had already cracked. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't waste any time. He couldn't kill this boss, but Old 4 and Old 5 weren't so strong. He would kill these 2 people first. With a thought, all great Daos in one sword slashed out again. The draw technique formed by the infinity water slashed at another person. However, at the moment when Han Fei attacked, he was shocked. Seeing this, the boss of the bloodthirsty banner rushed over and slashed at Han Fei like a bloody knife. At that moment, he showed a trace of determination. The moment he asked Old 4 and Old 5 to attack this array, he was already prepared to sacrifice Old 4 and Old 5 and take the opportunity to launch this attack. In the blink of an eye, the invincible will erupted and transformed into an invincible golden body. Puff puff. In Han Fei's ultimate combat state, neither Old 4 nor Old 5 could withstand it. They were almost killed at the same time. Of course, the other party also used all kinds of secret techniques. Only Old 5 was shattered along with his star bead. Old 4 managed to block this blow, but his star bead was dim. If he was hit again, he would die. However, Han Fei had no time to care about them now. With a clang, Han Fei managed to withstand it on the spot. However, his invincible golden body was corroded by the blood and turned into a blood-colored body in the blink of an eye. Even though the god's prayer bead were shining brightly, the blood still couldn't be completely removed. It had even touched Han Fei's body a little. Han Fei was about to try using the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, but suddenly, he felt that a road suddenly appeared on the green jade stone bridge that could only be explored passively. It was the muddy road, the scorching place that even Han Fei couldn't withstand. A warm sun seemed to be shining over from that place. Reflected in the outside world, it was like a small flame suddenly appeared inside the invincible golden body, emitting a scorching light. Swish, the blood that should have touched Han Fei's flesh was swept away by the light and turned into nothingness. Then Han Fei's golden body was still shining with golden light, and the boss of the bloodthirsty banner was burning all over. Ahaha. This person let out a shrill roar, and the blood and chi in his body was extinguishing at a visible speed. Upon seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. The green jade stone bridge moved? The scorching light on that road was actually so terrifying? With just a wisp of light, it burned this super powerhouse who was on the verge of Dao proving into this? Yes, Han Fei didn't need to fight anymore, because the boss of the bloodthirsty banner no longer burned his essence blood, his chi and blood were almost exhausted, and his strength was greatly reduced, with at most 30-40% left. Han Fei didn't show any mercy. This was a battle, and so many people were watching. He was the human emperor, the faith of the human race, and the faith of the giant whale fortress. He wanted to show them what strength was. Puffer, to prevent any accidents from happening, Han Fei pierced through this person's star bead with his sword and then grabbed his soul with the void lines, absorbing a wave of soul and vitality. As for Old 4, he was much weaker than this boss, so Han Fei was not afraid at all. Instead of killing him immediately, he searched his soul. After the soul search, Han Fei was surprised. It turned out that the bloodthirsty banner still had Old 2 and Old 3, who were also in the perfected star transformation realm. However, the 2 of them went hunting with 5 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses and a group of sky openers. Now, in the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, the strongest people left were 2 old peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, some late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and early-stage sky openers. After a while, Han Fei killed this person and threw his broken body into his origin star. Looking at the blood-red heavy rain, he stepped in the air and looked down at the hundreds of thousands of people. Those below the sea establishment realm, stay and try to feel the resources of the great Dao rainwater. Those above the sea establishment realm, follow me to fight, 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 fight. For a moment, roars were like thunder and the momentum soared to the sky. In just a moment, the 3 perfected star transformation realm and 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were all wiped out. This was the human emperor in their eyes, who was extremely powerful. At this moment, countless people had been moved and firmly believed that Han Fei was a monarch of the human race. The strong masters of the human race were all excited and proud. Han Fei glanced at the old turtle. Old Yuan, stay here and let the people below the sea establishment realm try their best to comprehend the great Tao under the blood rain. I'll lead the sea establishment army to attack the bloodthirsty banner fish's camp. Old Yuan had just come back to his senses from the bloody mist. His heart was still trembling. Too strong. Han Fei was really getting more and more abnormal. The combat power just now made him feel as if a monarch was fighting. Although Han Fei might not be good enough on the Great Tao, in terms of comprehensive combat power, Han Fei, at his peak state, had definitely reached the standard of the weakest monarch. More importantly, Han Fei was only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The old turtle said, "Okay, be careful. By the way, finish the fight quickly. I have something to tell you." After a brief stun, Han Fei nodded and took all the sea establishers into his origin star. Then, at an absolute speed 14 times the speed of light, he headed for the base camp of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. In the base camp of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, there were a few people who knew that the 4 bosses went out one after another, but they didn't pay much attention to it. It was all thanks to the 6 bosses that so many people of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe could escape. It was the 6 of them who fought their way out of the encirclement of countless strong masters. Their strength was beyond doubt. Because they were the bosses in the first place, the bosses usually didn't leave their life tablets at home, but peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators would leave their life tablets at home. In the life tablet hall, an old man of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe named Zhou Jie stood up when he found that the life tablets of the 8 powerhouses in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm were broken one after another. His first reaction was not to inform all his clansmen to escape, but to contact Yang Qi, another peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. After Yang Qi came, he was dumbfounded to see the pieces of the life tablets. Who did this? Zhou Jie said. It doesn't matter who did it. However, one thing is undeniable. We may be besieged again. Who could have killed 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in such a short time in front of the 3 leaders? Besides, I suspect that the 3 leaders went out together because something happened to the 6th leader. Because Zhou Er, who was in charge of the trial field, died too. Yang Qi said, "Hurry up, take some seeds away, but don't be too far away from home. What if the boss and the other 2 leaders win?" Zhou Jie nodded his head. "Okay, go find some bloodline seeds immediately. I need to set up a big array and inform the 2nd and 3rd leaders." Yang Qi was surprised. They're so far away. "How can they be notified?" Zhou Jie said. "Otherwise, why do you think the boss asked me to guard the life tablet hall?" Yang Qi nodded. "Okay, this place is quite far from the trial field. 2 hours. We still have 2 hours. After Yang Qi left, Zhou Jie looked a little disappointed and thought to himself, what an idiot. To be able to kill 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses right under the noses of the 3 leaders, there must be many perfected star transformation realm cultivators there. Now all the powerhouses in the clan have come out and only you and I are left. But you still want to take away some seed to continue our bloodline? Zhou Jie set up an array, turned around, and quietly teleported himself from the life tablet hall into the clan's treasure house. Zhou Jie said, "Don't blame me for abandoning you. How can I escape if you don't stay and attract the enemy's attention? With the treasure house, it's only a matter of time for me to reach the perfected star transformation realm. With the resources of the whole clan, maybe I can prove Tao in the future. At that time, I will definitely avenge you. Definitely." While thinking, Zhou Jie stuffed all the resources in the treasure house into his origin star. In just 100 seconds, the entire treasure house was empty. After that, Zhou Jie quietly returned to the life tablet hall. He had guarded this place for many years and had already prepared a backup plan. He twisted a life tablet and then a teleportation array appeared. About an hour later, Yang Qi secretly took more than 800 heavenly talent level seeds of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe to the life tablet hall. However, there was no one in the life tablet hall at this moment. After being stunned for 3 seconds, Yang Qi rushed into the clan's treasure house. The treasure house was divided into important and unimportant areas. Not everyone could enter it. Even Yang Qi couldn't enter the most important part of the treasure house. However, when he saw that the treasure house he was in had been emptied, he was immediately furious. "Zhou Jie, I'm gonna kill you." At this moment, Yang Qi was very angry, but anger was useless. However, Yang Qi was not stupid. Zhou Jie escaped with the treasure. If the 3 leaders came back, he would be charged with a serious crime. But if the 3 leaders didn't come back, it would be even more terrifying. He would have to die. Should he escape with the hundreds of thousands of people in the clan? The answer was obviously no. With so many people here, what did they eat and drink? How could they cultivate? More importantly, if the enemy did come and found no one here, they would definitely search for him immediately. Therefore, he also guessed that this was the reason why Zhou Jie ran away. He wanted to keep him here to attract the firepower and provide himself with a chance to escape. At this moment, he probably had to escape too. He couldn't let Zhou Jie monopolize the treasure trove. The problem was, which of the 3 camps around he would go to? The nearest one? Yang Qi shook his head. No. If the 3 leaders come back, they will definitely catch Zhou Jie immediately. He dare not take the risk. The second way leads to the periphery of the infinite mining area. If he uses that camp as a springboard to leave the infinite mining area, I will never be able to find Zhou Jie again. Of course, the third way led to one of the 8 camps outside the infinite mining area. Zhou Jie had obtained so many treasures. Would he go to the infinite mining area? Obviously not. People went to the infinite mining area just to find opportunities. Therefore, Yang Qi seemed to have realized something and immediately flew towards the camp on the periphery of the infinite mining area. As for the camp, he would give up. If the 6 leaders couldn't defend it, how could he? While Yang Qi was flying out of the infinite mining area, Zhou Jie sneered on the way to the camp. Neither Yang Qi nor the 3 leaders would expect me to run into the mining area. They don't know that as long as I come to the 100 Alliance City, with the resources I have, I can advance to the perfected star transformation realm in the 100 Alliance City. Then I can take other camps as a springboard and leave the infinite mining area. This is the cleverest way. However, while Zhou Jie was feeling complacent, suddenly, a pillar of water spear, rolling infinite Dao patterns at 10 times the speed of light, suddenly came. Puff. In an instant, Zhou Jie's mind went blank, and then he was nailed to the bottom of the sea, unable to move. At this moment, a young man walked over from a distance step by step with a smile. Fellow Taoist, why are you running? Chapter 2541-2541, The 7-Kill Army 2541. The 7-Kill Army. Although Han Fei was going to kill people, he was not stupid. The bloodthirsty bannerfish tribe must have known that the 3 perfected star transformation realm and 8 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were all dead. Since they knew, would they just sit there and wait for death? Obviously not. Their first thought must be to run. Therefore, Han Fei directly located the escape route of their strongest with the vast ocean navigator. Then, he met Zhou Jie. The god-sealing spear formed by the infinity water gave Zhou Jie no chance to resist at all. He could only watch Han Fei helplessly. Han Fei said, "Do you think you can run away with your people like this?" To my surprise, the strongest person left in the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe is only a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt that he could speak again. He asked quickly, "Who are you?" Han Fei snorted. "Cut the crap. Of course I'm the one who came to destroy your bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. I know that you have the 2nd leader and the 3rd leader who are out hunting with a large number of people. Do you have a way to call them back, or are you looking for them?" Zhou Jie's heart did a flip. This person didn't know that he had resources. "My lord, if you can spare my life, I can help you call the 2nd and 3rd leaders back. I can do it now." Han Fei grinned. "Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier?" In the next moment, Zhou Jie felt a crisis in his soul and the fear of death welled up in his heart. Then he felt that he was like a puppet being controlled. His consciousness was suppressed in his body and the power of his soul was completely suppressed. He had lost control of himself and gradually lost his sense of self. Another moment later. Shta! Han Fei was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to lure the 2nd and 3rd leaders back through this person, but from this person's memories, he learned that this guy turned out to be a traitor who had looted the entire treasury of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. As for his clansmen, he didn't take any of them with him. Good lord, you're ruthless. Fortunately, I was smart enough to block his way. Otherwise, wouldn't I have let go of a treasure house for nothing? Han Fei was overjoyed. The treasure house was right here and couldn't run away. Han Fei quickly found some kind of blood sacrifice array in this person's memory. This blood sacrifice array could make his clansmen sense it from a long distance. It was similar to the flame emblem of the Phoenix divine race, but definitely not as high-leveled as the flame emblem. After Han Fei set up the blood sacrifice array and conveyed the relevant message, he slaughtered this person's soul. The bloodthirsty flagfish tribe was a pirate force that even the master of the camp wanted to eliminate. It was also a race that many pirates and clans wanted to wipe out. Han Fei killed them without any pity. After throwing Zhou Jie's body into his origin star, Han Fei went straight to the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, because in Zhou Jie's memory, there was still a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse there who was preparing to take away the talented clansmen for the future re-rise. Unfortunately, when Han Fei rushed to the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe a moment later, there was no peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator here. It seemed that the other one had run away too. However, Han Fei didn't plan to chase him. If he ran away, so be it. Anyway, that person didn't get the treasure house. He probably chose some elite disciples to take away. Instead of chasing him, there were more than 170,000 people here, more than 30,000 sea establishers, and 17 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Among them, there were 9 people who hadn't entered the star transformation realm, and 3 of the 8 star transformation realm powerhouses were in the late-stage star transformation realm. This strength was actually not weak. With a thought, Han Fei transformed into Zhou Zhe's appearance. He found that the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe was relatively peaceful and didn't seem to know what had happened. As he released his perception, his voice echoed throughout the entire clan. He said, "All cultivators above the sea establishment realm, put down what you're doing and stop cultivating. Gather in 100 seconds. I have something important to say." Buzz, swish, swish, swish. Figures flew over one after another. In the end, a total of 36,325 people came, including 17 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Nearly half of them were at the peak of the sea establishment realm. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. This lineup was just enough for the trial. One of them said, "Elder Zhou Jie, why have you summoned us?" Han Fei said leisurely. "Well, I'm just giving you a trial." Swish, 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 swish. When tens of thousands of god-sealing spears appeared in the void, everyone felt that their strength was instantly suppressed by nearly 50%. They were not strong masters, so it was only natural that their strength was suppressed a lot. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the sea establishment realm army of the human race and the giant whale fortress all appeared. More than 70 other sky-opening powerhouses, including Zhou Jingjing, Hong Yui, Ying Yue, and the others, appeared together. Before the people of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe realized what was going on, Han Fei had changed from Zhou Jie to his original appearance. "Everyone, listen to me. You've cultivated for 100 years. Today is the day to test your results." "Kill them all," Hong Yu roared. "Sea establishers, charge, sky openers. Follow me to kill the enemy sky openers. Kill a charge. Brothers, it's time to prove our worth. This is a life and death battle. Try your best." On the bloodthirsty flag fish tribe side, the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were horrified and roared, "Not good. Our race is besieged. Everyone, try your best to break through this array." However, as Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the surrounding god-sealing spear array condensed into a small array and threw the 17 sky-opening realm powerhouses away. At the same time, Han Fei took nearly 60% of the tens of thousands of god-sealing spear arrays and sealed the entire bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. After all, in addition to the sky openers and sea establishers, there were more than 140,000 bloodthirsty banner fish below the sea establishment realm here, one day later. In the base camp of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, blood rains kept falling because too many people had died. In a day, nearly 30,000 sea establishers and 13 sky openers perished. Among them, nearly 3,209 sea establishers died on Han Fei's side. No one in the sky opening realm died because once a sky opener was in danger of dying, Han Fei would take action. Upon seeing this, Han Fei sighed in his heart. His efforts had paid off. Only with investment could there be gains. Especially for the human race, only less than 600 sea establishers had died. Of course, 600 people was actually not a small number, but this was a battlefield and a trial. Death would happen in trials. To become stronger was to step on corpses to become stronger. When the old turtle arrived, the battle had almost been over. Seeing this, another super trial began. It was a trial below the sea establishment realm. Because there were too many people in the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe, the trial was finished in 3 batches. 5 days later, this battle of extermination finally came to an end. Han Fei was not idle either. He set up many large spirit gathering arrays here and also put countless spiritual stones and other resources into the arrays. Therefore, in the past 5 days, these people were either fighting or making breakthroughs. In this trial, Han Fei lost more than 12,000 men. This price was dearly. However, this price was something that they had to experience. Only after experiencing death could they recognize death and understand their desire for life. At this moment, there was no living person in the entire bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. Led by Hong Yu and Zhou Jingjing, everyone came to see Han Fei. Hong Yu shouted, "Master Human Emperor, I'm glad not to let you down. It took us 5 days to wipe out the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, next we'll cultivate and make breakthroughs here until no one makes a breakthrough. In addition, everyone will be rewarded for their contributions. Zhou Jingjing, you'll do this. I'll give you 1 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, 10 million kilograms of earth vein spring water, 100,000 ultra-quality godly weapons, 500 low-quality sea-quelling bazaar treasures, 100 mid-quality sea-quelling bazaar treasures, 10 high-quality sea-quelling bazaar treasures, 3 ultra-quality sea-quelling bazaar treasures, and 1 low-quality godly weapon. I want you to distribute them appropriately." Huffy. At that moment, everyone's breathing seemed to be a little chaotic. What a huge investment. How much money was this? It was an astronomical figure. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't care. It wasn't even 1/5 of the resources in the treasury of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. Han Fei could have rewarded them all at once. However, that was beyond the reward they deserved. Besides, if their appetite was already so big, how could he feed them in the future? Zhou Jingjing immediately cupped her fists and responded firmly, I'll definitely distribute them carefully. I won't be biased at all. Han Fei nodded slightly and then said to his less than 120,000 subordinates, "You came from various races and have been suffering since you were born. You have no resources or cultivation techniques. You've lived your lives tenaciously until now, fighting against this world. Now I'll give you resources, trials, weapons, and cultivation techniques. However, what I'm doing is for the rise of the human race. I know that many of you are not human, but I don't care. The sea can accommodate all rivers, and my human race can accept all races. Anyone who follows me and my human race will not be abandoned. This is the oath I made today." On the field, many people in the giant whale fortresses were excited. Some were in tears, and some felt their blood boil. The moment they realized how powerful the human emperor was, they were actually a little worried, including Zhou Jingjing. This was because Han Fei was the sovereign of the human race, and he was doing this for the rise of the human race. Even Zhou Jingjing had thought that Han Fei might just treat them as pawns or cannon fodder. But Han Fei treated everyone equally, so these thoughts and emotions were temporarily suppressed in his heart. Today, Han Fei publicly discussed this matter. Instantly, these people felt confident. Their lives seemed to have a goal and hope. In an instant, countless people shouted, "We're willing to sacrifice our lives for the human emperor. Master Human Emperor, you treat me sincerely, and I will never let you down. From now on, where the human emperor points is where our weapons go." All kinds of declarations came from these hundreds of thousands of people, and the scene was boiling. The most excited people were the human beings such as Yin Yue and Xu Meng. This was the true human emperor in their hearts. He was bold, courageous, ambitious, decisive, fearless, and had weathered through everything for the rise of the human race. At that moment, the human powerhouses were all in tears. Han Fei said firmly, "Today I watched the battle and saw that you are all motivated, determined, ambitious, courageous, and ferocious. Therefore, I'll set up an army called 7 Kill with 100,000 soldiers." Han Fei took a deep breath and shouted, "Sven Kill meant anyone who becomes our enemy shall be killed. Anyone who stands in our way shall be killed. Anyone who betrayed us shall be killed. Anyone who was possessed by the ominous shall be killed. Anyone who bullies our human race shall be killed. Kill, kill, kill." Han Fei suddenly stood up and said domineeringly, "The size of the 7 Kill army remains unchanged and will march with me and be my personal guard army. I want every member of this 100,000 strong army to open the sky. I want to lead this army to sweep through the world and build a peerless legend." Chapter 2542, 2542. Great Tao Lock 2542, Great Tao Lock, kill, 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 kill 8. At this moment, for the first time in their lives, the Huma powerhouses here understood what the human emperor was, what the emperor of the human race was. Without such boldness, spirit, and pursuit, how could he be called the emperor of a race? It was also at this moment, after the first large-scale trial, Han Fei completely won over the human race and the giant whale fortress, and established the 7 Kill army. At this moment, a powerful enemy returned from afar. This time, Han Fei didn't invite them into his trap, but stepped out and took the initiative to charge out. After encountering the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe who unsealed the Tao Lock, Han Fei recognized for the first time the strength of a higher level than the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't be scared even if both of the leaders had Great Tao Lock, because he found that the scorching light on the road on the green jade stone bridge completely countered the power of the bloodthirsty banner fish. Of course, he estimated that only one of them had a Tao Lock. Even if both of them had a Great Tao Lock, he was not afraid. After all, when he attacked the boss of the bloodthirsty flagfish tribe, he didn't use the void-stealing technique. Sure enough, the two leaders who were rushing back didn't know what exactly happened at home. They only knew that something happened. However, before they reached home, a powerhouse suddenly attacked them on the way. At this moment, they wouldn't cross Han Fei to attack the old turtle and the others behind, because they didn't hate them to that level. When the two of them saw someone rushing over, their first reaction was to defend themselves. But soon, they discovered that Han Fei was only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, which relieved them. There was a fundamental gap between the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and the perfected star transformation realm. Even if a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator could resist a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he could at most resist one. But Han Fei was alone, and they were two. However, in the next moment, the two of them discovered that something was wrong with Han Fei. This was because the fist mark Han Fei unleashed was so powerful that they seemed to see the explosion of a resplendent star. The terrifying impact was millions of kilometers away, but it still shocked them. Perfected star transformation realm? Both of them changed their expressions, and one of them shouted, "Old 3. The one called Old 3 took out a huge square shield. Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he could tell at a glance that the huge shield was a high-quality godly weapon. A weapon at the level of a godly weapon couldn't be underestimated. Although Han Fei felt that he was strong, it was still unrealistic for him to penetrate a high-quality godly weapon shield. There weren't many godly weapons that sky openers could have. Han Fei had once tried it. With the strength of the perfected star transformation realm, he could barely penetrate some low-quality, mid-quality godly weapons. And if it was a defense type or a mid-quality godly weapon with a soul attached to it, he might not be able to penetrate it. However, just as Old 3 blocked with the giant shield and was about to collide with the fist mark, the giant shield in front of him suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the two of them immediately retreated, but everything happened too fast. And Hanfei burst out at 14 times the speed of light. How could they escape? Boom. At that moment, the sky exploded, and the silencing fist hit Old 3. This person had no choice but to activate his star bead and try to block Hanfei's punch. However, this time, Hanfei didn't hold back at all. His strength was comparable to that of a Dao-proving monarch. Although his great Dao hadn't reached that realm yet, he couldn't be underestimated. Old 3's body exploded on the spot, and his soul was instantly heavily injured. Of course, with the explosion of a mirror, Old 3 still blocked it. Hanfei secretly sighed. Sure enough, he wasn't a monarch yet and didn't have the terrifying combat power of a real monarch. This person managed to keep his star bead indestructible with a low-quality soul-subduing godly weapon. However, Hanfei had already expected this, so he grabbed the vast ocean navigator and slashed out with the draw technique. His saber scattered the star bead, shattering the soul body that was hidden in the star bead in the invisible void. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator was killed and a rain of blood fell, adding to Hanfei's ferocity. Not good. Old 2 didn't even have time to fight back. Seeing this, he turned around and fled. As he ran, a great Dao lock appeared. Time confinement. Hanfei activated the great Dao of time and froze time. At the moment when the frozen time was about to shatter, he took out a mirror. At this time, Old 2 was nowhere to be seen. Hanfei slashed at the mirror of infinity without hesitation. In the mirror, Old 2 was hacked to pieces before he realized what was going on. He died before he could unlock the Dao lock. Even if he had a Dao lock, it would be useless if he fell into the mirror of infinity. After all, in the mirror of infinity, the drawing technique was replicated into countless ones, and no one could stop it. However, at the moment when this person was killed in battle, with a crack appeared on the mirror of infinity. Seeing this crack, Hanfei couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the level of the mirror of infinity was still too low. When it killed a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, it was shattered by his instant explosive power. Unfortunately, the mirror of infinity was only a replica, and Hanfei didn't know where the real one was. If he could find the real one, he believed that it would be a terrifying weapon that surpassed ultra-quality godly weapons. However, the demon purification pot could still repair a crack. When he controlled the Star Sea metal-eating ants in the Shattered Star Sea, the life metals they produced could give activeness to items that were sea-quelling bizarre treasures or above. There was a certain chance that the weapons could be upgraded. He would see if he could upgrade the Mirror of Infinity by one level. Even if it became a mid-quality godly weapon, it wouldn't be so easy to break. It was said that these two leaders were leading 5 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators and a dozen other sky openers. They should be in the origin star of one of them. This saved him a lot of trouble. As the vast ocean navigator pointed in a direction, Hanfei stepped into the origin star of Old 2, an hour later. Under everyone's eager gaze, Hanfei walked back from the void. The moment they saw Hanfei, everyone celebrated. They had seen more than once the phenomenon of the death of a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator. Therefore, the 2 consecutive phenomena meant that Hanfei had killed 2 more perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouses. Hanfei glanced at everyone and shouted, "The bandit leaders have been executed. In the next month, everyone continue to digest what you've learned in the past few days. Cultivate in peace and make breakthroughs." This time, many people made a breakthrough. Some were going to transcend the tribulation, and there were even more people about to become venerables. Some even wanted to open the sky. It was not easy to make such a breakthrough and advancement in Hanfei's origin star, so Hanfei left them in the sea realm. As for why it was a month, it was because although this place was very remote, the abnormal phenomena were so loud that they would be noticed sooner or later and someone would come to investigate. Therefore, Hanfei was in a hurry. After this training, it would take a period of time to consolidate, learn from experience and lessons, and then in the next big battle, they would be able to show greater comprehensive strength. As for Hanfei, after arranging Zhou Jingjing and Hong Yue's tasks, he chatted with the old turtle alone. Hanfei asked, "Old Yuan, tell me about the Great Dao Lock." The old turtle said, "I forgot about that too. When I saw this person use it, I remembered to tell you. The so-called Great Dao Lock is a seal that is used to lock the upper limit power of your Dao. If it's not locked, you'll be prepared to withstand the tribulation of Dao proving at any time. As you know, it's still very difficult to prove Dao. Everyone wants to become stronger before proving Dao. This is why the Dao Lock exists." Hanfei asked, "How many Great Dao Locks generally are there?" The old turtle said, 5. As far as I remember, there are usually only 5 Dao locks. Once there are more than 5, your strength might not be able to be locked. Then you'll have to prove Dao. Hanfei was puzzled. When there are 5, it means that you have to start proving Dao immediately. Is that so? The old turtle nodded. That's right, when the 5 Tao locks can't suppress your strength, it's the time to prove Tao. In the Age of Gods, the strong and weak are usually divided according to the number of Tao locks. In other words, this is actually the path that perfected star transformation realm cultivators have to take. The old turtle shook his head. It's not really a path, it's just a way to make yourself safer. You can also use the power of a monarch in advance. Of course, your comprehension of the Great Tao is definitely not enough. Besides, although the upper limit is 5 Tao locks, it doesn't mean that everyone can create 5 Tao locks. That's a Great Tao lock, the manifestation of when your Tao reaches a higher level. If you walk multiple Taos and reach the extreme, additional Tao locks can be born, but 5 is usually the upper limit. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at the old turtle. Didn't you say before that a person only needs to walk one path to the extreme? The old turtle didn't care. That's because I lost too many memories, so I forgot a lot. In fact, it's normal to have a main Tao and a few secondary Taos. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, do you know how to create the lock? The old turtle said, when you reach the limit of a certain great Tao, you can solidify the Tao runes of this Tao into chains or arrays and seal the Tao you master. As your strength accumulates, the great Tao lock will be more and more difficult to break. Once it's broken, the Tao will be fully released and you'll have to face the tribulation of proving Tao. Han Fei nodded. Okay, I got it. I'm going to cultivate. Han Fei was about to end the conversation when the old turtle suddenly said, Han Fei, if you want to train your soldiers, I think there is a more suitable place. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Where? The old turtle said. The northern mining area near the God-Fiend Sea in the infinite mining area. Chapter 2543-2543 Reverse. The Green Jade Stone Bridge 2543 Reverse the Green Jade Stone Bridge, the northern mining area. Han Fei's heart did a flip. After buying information from Old Chen in the camp, Han Fei knew that the northern mining area was dangerous, so he didn't plan to go to the northern mining area. After all, the comprehensive strength of his subordinates wasn't good enough. Even the top 100 factions who lived in the infinite mining areas didn't dare to easily enter the northern mining area, but the old turtle actually suggested that he take his men to the northern mining area. Old Yuan, do you know that the northern mining area is close to the God-Fiend Sea and is one of the most dangerous known areas in the infinite mining area? The old turtle said indifferently, Is there a place in the infinite mining area not dangerous? So what if it's close to the God-Fiend Sea? It's not in the God-Fiend Sea. I'm 100% sure that they will at most be affected by some demonic power. It won't be a big problem. Besides, I know the way. Don't you want to train your soldiers? I know a mine demon stream in the northern mining area. Although I don't know what the situation is now, it's very suitable for training soldiers. Han Fei frowned. Are you sure? Old Yuan, I heard that many monarchs died in the northern mining area. The old turtle said, I don't know. Anyway, in my era, the northern mining area was completely developed. There was a special training ground there. After all, not everyone was born strong in the Age of the Gods. And the northern mining area was safe back then. There were many trial grounds. I don't know the specific situation there now, but you will definitely like it. Hearing the old turtle was so certain about it, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little curious. Besides, what the old turtle said was actually right. Although his soldiers had just taken a trial, all their current trials were created by him. If he was careless and missed a strong master of the other party, his subordinates might be wiped out with a single slap. Although there were many pirates, it was still very troublesome to attack them east and west. If there was a suitable and stable trial place, it would be much better. He believed that with sufficient resources and trials, it was difficult for all his subordinates to open the sky even with the time acceleration of his origin star, but definitely not difficult for all of them to establish the sea. The sea establisher that he used to look up to before could be manufactured by him in bulk now. Han Fei was excited just thinking about it. Han Fei nodded. I'll consider it when I hunt enough resources for a period of time. Resources were never too much. Although he had just robbed a treasure house of resources, the 7-kill army he wanted to nurture was different from others in nature and required completely different resources. Han Fei didn't ask too much. He didn't ask too much either about the northern mining area or the Tao Lock. This was because he couldn't completely listen to the old turtle. As for the details of the northern mining area, he would find out when he had a try. As for the Tao Lock, he would only think about it when he reached the perfected star transformation realm. What he needed to consider now was why he couldn't engrave the Tao patterns. Also, continuing to compress the star core was another problem. Could it be that the engraving of the Tao patterns had something to do with the compression of the star core? He had to study these. 7 days passed. On his origin star, Han Fei was walking in the opposite direction on the Green Jade Stone Bridge. If he walked forward on this bridge, he would face the muddy road and the scorching door. In the past few days, Han Fei had tried many times, but he still couldn't withstand the terrifying heat. However, Han Fei was not discouraged. There were still many secrets about the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Earlier, in the 10,000-year competition, when Tao Domain's Sunflower Head helped him absorb a lot of origin power, he had thought that the Green Jade Stone Bridge could be walked on reversely. Later, he didn't have the time to try walking on it reversely because he had too many things to do. But now, the Green Jade Stone Bridge showed its mysterious and powerful power. Han Fei decided to try going reversely. However, when Han Fei walked reversely to the first step he came from, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Yes, Han Fei was excited. He guessed right. This green jade stone bridge didn't connect reality and the Great Tao. The front and back of this bridge were integral and a mysterious road, and the green jade stone bridge in the middle was the key to connecting this road. Just like what he saw after walking down the steps, there was a white mist here that needed to be cleared with immortal qi. Of course, it was also possible to clear the way with a large amount of chaotic qi. How could Han Fei be short of this now? Tens of thousands of wisps of immortal qi blended into the white mist, and a wide road quickly appeared in front of his eyes. The difficulty of establishing it was the same as establishing the front path. Therefore, for the current Han Fei, establishing this path was simply too simple. It only took Han Fei 100 seconds to open up a wide road 10,000 meters long, but this reverse road was a little different from the forward road. The muddy road he encountered when he took the forward road was too hot, but the path in the opposite direction was very cold. Similarly, 10,000 meters away, there was a mirror blocking it. Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. He felt that his body and soul seemed to be strengthened. He suddenly realized that yes, establishing this path was enhanced by strength. Just like when he established the frontal path, when he activated the Great Tao, his strength could be doubled. Now, he had established the opposite path. Han Fei vaguely felt that his Great Tao was getting more and more profound. It seemed that when he unleashed his full strength, he could be twice as strong. This meant that he could unleash 6 times his combat power without using the invincible eyes. However, Han Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if he could continue to become stronger, so what? He hadn't condensed his Dao bones yet and could barely withstand 6 times his combat power. If he continued to become stronger, his physique wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was already very powerful. In terms of physique, Han Fei was even comparable to a monarch. 6 hours later, when Han Fei felt that the feeling of becoming stronger gradually disappeared. Looking at the information, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. His strength had increased by about 400,000 waves, but Han Fei didn't care about this improvement. It was already commendable to create a path that would increase his strength by 400,000 waves. It was a pity that there were only 2 such paths. Otherwise, wouldn't he be invincible if he took 10 or 8 of such roads? More importantly, after breaking the mirror, there would be a small growth. Han Fei was very experienced in breaking the mirror now. He didn't need to find Little Fatty at all, but only needed to double his strength. Boom! After a punch, the mirror broke and couldn't stop Han Fei's fist mark at all. This time was different from last time. Last time, Han Fei felt that a long time had passed. But this time, because his body was intact and his mind was clear, he only felt that some kind of Tao runes, some kind of law of the world, disappeared into his body. In the silence, it seemed to be years and months. Han Fei suddenly came back to himself. He shivered, felt unusually cold, and subconsciously retreated thousands of meters. Only then did he find, to his surprise, that he had fallen into a certain slumber just now. He was a little scared. After coming back to his senses, he immediately looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei level, 1009, sky opening, extreme Tao balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,116th, evolving, 89226 2006 tour heritage, Eternal Darkness 6 tour heritage, 480,000 soul, 34.82 origins, 3480 22,922, 985 points, perception range, 33 million kilometers, strength 3482 2922, 922, 922, 922,000, 922,030 Tej, first spiritual heritage, Eternal Darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang sky, swallowing fish. Level 108, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 103, main art, Godfiend formless technique, huff, Han Fei put on a smile. In any case, this wave of growth came too easily. It took less than a day for his soul power to grow from 3336 origins to 3042 origins. This speed of growth was terrifying. However, Han Fei wasn't complacent, because this improvement could only be made once. Compared to figuring out his original Great Tao, this improvement must only be incidental. Through this icy road, Han Fei saw a door again. Yes, there was a door. Behind a pale dirt road that seemed to be sprinkled with frost, there was a towering giant door erected there. Han Fei was a little surprised to see this door. So, the green jade stone bridge was actually a bridge between the 2 doors. But the difference between the 2 doors was too huge, wasn't it? One door was extremely hot and the other was extremely cold, and he was sandwiched between them. Han Fei tentatively walked down this path, but soon he was frozen back. It wasn't that his body was frozen, but that his soul couldn't withstand the terrifying cold power. He felt that if he continued to walk forward, his soul would be frozen and shattered. Forget it. It seems that I'm still not strong enough to approach these 2 doors. But in any case, the secret of my original Great Tao is unfolding step by step as my strength grows. Can a Great Tao crystal be condensed here? Suddenly, Han Fei was overjoyed. Yes, although he had condensed the Great Tao crystal of his original Great Tao, it was condensed from the scorching path. Now, the path of ice was filled with Tao runes. If this was also a part of his original Great Tao, did it mean that the Great Tao crystal he had condensed previously was incomplete? With this in mind, Han Fei no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged and began to condense the Great Tao Crystal. When a new Great Tao Crystal appeared, Han Fei couldn't stop grinning. Not only that, Han Fei also saw a new way of fighting. The ice on this road was no weaker than the ice on the chaotic wasteland and might even surpass it. In that case, wouldn't the extreme cold pearl be able to be replenished at any time? Did this mean that he could have infinite strikes of Monarch? No, I have to get a fire-type ultra-quality godly weapon similar to the extreme cold pearl from Feng Yu. This way, the scorching power on the other path can also be used as a Monarch strike. In this way, I'll have a double guarantee. At the Star Core, Han Fei didn't even need to stuff this Great Tao Crystal into his Star Core. This Great Tao Crystal was immediately absorbed into his Star Core. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that the entire Star Core trembled. He immediately sensed that a large amount of impurities were being discharged, and the strength of his Star Core soared to a higher level. This meant that the compression of the Star Core would be easier again. Chapter 2544 Ruthless Human Butcher 2544 Ruthless Human Butcher 1 month later. When Han Fei walked out of his cultivation, Little Black and Little White woke up. Different from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White didn't have the so-called perfected star transformation realm. They just needed to eat, and the strength they could unleash might not be much weaker than his. At this moment, Han Fei didn't even want to fuse with Little Black and Little White. Otherwise, God knew who would control whom. On this day, Han Fei left his origin star. The spiritual energy around the former bloodthirsty Bannerfish tribe settlement was not great, which meant that everybody's strength had been significantly improved. As soon as Han Fei came out, Hong Ye, Zhou Jingjing, and the other sky-opening realm powerhouses had already surrounded him. Greetings, Master Human Emperor. Han Fei's repeated attacks established his absolute prestige. At this moment, the giant whale fortress and even the human camp were all guessing if Han Fei had secretly proved Tao and become a real monarch. Hong Ye didn't explain to these people. It was a good thing to have such speculations. He would rather everyone believe that Han Fei was a monarch, which would increase their confidence and create a magnificent image for Han Fei. Han Fei said casually, "How about the total losses of the battle and the effect of the breakthrough?" Zhou Jingjing stood up and said respectfully, "Master Human Emperor, in this consecutive battle, a total of 17,209 people died. But there were even more people having breakthroughs. 36 in the sky-opening realm, 49,321 in the sea establishment realm, including 29,989 peak-level sea establishers, 49,062 in the venerable realm, 24,098 peak-level venerables, and 19,322 in total below the venerable realm. Among them, 8,856 were peak-level explorers, including young children. There are a total of 19,875 people." Han Fei took it for granted that the number of sea establishers was about to exceed 50,000. However, the number of casualties was still a little too high. They had only killed one bloodthirsty flagfish tribe. If such a trial happened again in the future, many more people would probably die. This couldn't be helped. Some people died from tribulations, so there was nothing Han Fei could do. Besides, how could they grow quickly without experiencing life and death battles? Even if he gave them too many benefits, Han Fei couldn't help them make breakthroughs, comprehend or experience life and death battles for them. Therefore, from the looks of it, he was short of people. Han Fei said, "From today on, the giant whale fortress will be disbanded. Let everyone gather and cultivate in my origin sea. I want to ensure that everyone except the children is above the venerable realm. In 3 years, we will enter the infinite mining area." Han Fei didn't have the time to wait and slowly nurture and polish talents. These 3 years were the process of selecting talents. After 3 years, he might have fewer than 100,000 people, or even less than half of what he had now. However, this was their path. He had given them the best cultivation conditions and cultivation resources. It was better than them struggling day by day in the wilderness. The strong wouldn't live under the protection of others forever. Zhou Jingjing had long guessed that the giant whale fortress needed to be disbanded. In fact, it was a little beyond her expectations that it was not officially disbanded until now. However, when Han Fei said 3 years, she sighed inwardly. Many people would probably die in the past 3 years. 3 years passed in a flash. Outside the infinite mining area, countless people were coming and going around the White Sand Camp, one of the 8 camps. This was a huge island that could accommodate more than 80 million people. Similar to the White Sand Camp, the other camps had similar populations. Generally speaking, about 80% of these people were explorers. These people had been brought here from the wilderness to grow and provide endless labor for the infinite mining areas. Since the infinite mining area was a mining area, the most basic thing in the infinite mining area was mining. Under the sky-opening realm, no one could escape from the job of mining. And mining was also an opportunity for many people to change their fate. Once one entered the venerable realm, they were qualified to enter the infinite mining area to mine. Therefore, the explorers in the 8 camps were all reserve miners. The White Sand Camp was particularly lively recently. The intelligence hall of the White Sand City was trampled by various strong masters every day. At this moment, in the overcrowded intelligence hall, someone shouted angrily, "Bastard!" They attacked from all directions but couldn't even kill the 7-kill bandits of a mere 100,000 people? They were completely wiped out by them so easily, they're fucking useless. Someone shouted angrily, "Are you useful? Why do you put a bounty if you're useful? Didn't your red tide pirates get wiped out too back then?" Someone scolded. "I heard that the human butcher defeated 3 leaders alone. 3 leaders who unsealed the Dao locks. Do you know what this means? It means that there was a slip-up in intelligence. Damn it, even the strong masters who unsealed the Dao locks couldn't defeat human butcher. That guy shouldn't have appeared in the periphery of the infinite mining area." All kinds of curses, banter, and exclamations rose and fell. In the past 3 years, a human 7-kill army had appeared out of nowhere. In the past 3 years, they had attacked 39 large pirate groups. The leader called himself the Human Emperor and had the orthodox bloodline of the human race. At first, no one took it seriously because in the 7-kill army, there were actually not many human powerhouses, less than 1/5 of them. However, with the destruction of pirate groups one after another, people's opinion of the 7-kill army changed. This 7-kill army was too murderous. Wherever they went, there were corpses everywhere. The pirates they targeted would usually be swept away. They would be lucky if even 10% of them could escape. It had been a year since the 7-kill army was taken seriously. The various pirate clans had tried to encircle and suppress them more than a dozen times, but their efforts were all in vain. Instead, when they retreated, 1 or 2 pirate groups would be destroyed. From then on, the title of Human Emperor became Human Butcher. Up to now, no one knew the real name of Human Butcher. He only claimed that he was of the orthodox bloodline of the human race. This was also the first time that countless races in the infinite mining area felt that the orthodox bloodline of the human race was too fucking strong. No wonder there were more humanoid races now, but there were few orthodox human races. Perhaps this race was too murderous in the past, so they were besieged? In the crowd, a young man was flipping through some information. After reading some information, the young man said, "Give me the basic information of the city of scavengers." The person at the window numbly took out a jade slip and said, "Basic information, 100,000 kilometers of resources, no discount." After a while, Hanfei browsed through a jade slip while walking to the intelligence center, where many people were shouting. Digging an ultra-quality mining area of the infinite mining area. Advanced sea establishers are required. 9 persons needed. Join the team and immediately set off. Digging a high-quality mining area of the infinite mining area. Intermediate sea establishers needed. There are still 4 places left. If you want to join, hurry up. It's now or never. Digging a low-quality mining area of the infinite mining area and 52 places left. To go to the Crab Cave territory ranked 76th, the returns will be split 70-30. Seize the chance. A bald man shouted, "Ordinary supply delivery to the 100 Alliance City. 8 peak-level sea establishers and 3 sky openers needed. Go to the mission hall and take the supplies delivery mission, and then you can join. Set off as soon as the positions are filled." Looking at the lively white sand camp, Hanfei sneered and walked straight to the supply delivery team. Hanfei asked, "Bro, what level of supply delivery mission is this?" "I want to take this mission." The bald man looked at Hanfei up and down, and his eyes glittered. "You just entered the star transformation realm," Hanfei said. "It's been decades since I entered the star transformation realm." The bald man immediately grinned and said, "Good. This is just an ordinary seed delivery mission. It's also a green safety mission of the 100 Alliance City. Therefore, you need to make a small advance payment. After arriving in the 100 Alliance City, the remuneration will be 10% higher than your advance payment. You can go to the mission hall to receive the number 132 seed delivery mission." In the past few years, Hanfei had actually learned a lot about the camps outside the infinite mining area. The so-called green safety mission was a mission that even pirates would ignore. The seed resource delivery was one of the most frequent resource delivery missions from the 8 camps to the 100 Alliance City. As the name Infinite Mining Area suggested, there were too many mine demons there, so there were very few demon plant stocks. And what these people transported were demon plant seeds. This was because demon plants could penetrate deep into the ground veins and absorb energy sources. They could even make use of the infinite mining areas to grow rapidly and become a helper to expand the mining areas. Therefore, what was shipped out of the infinite mining area was usually rare things like weapons, mineral veins, materials, and resources. But what was shipped in from the outside was not so precious. Even pirates rarely plundered these supplies. However, although it was relatively safe to go from the outside of infinite mining area to its inside, mine demons were everywhere, and there were often mine demons attacking events, so it was common to form teams to deliver supplies. As for the advance payment, it meant to use the resources one had to buy seeds. Then, when he arrived at the 100 Alliance City, they would buy the seeds at a price 10% higher than the advance payment. Transporters would earn a difference in price, which was equivalent to speculation. In the mission hall, a large number of seeds were sold, totaling up to thousands of species. However, the number of the best-selling seeds could be counted on 2 hands. Among them, the devil vine was the only magical seed that Hanfei was familiar with. It grew extremely fast when in water. It could be said that as long as the devil vine was given time, it could grow very fast in places where mineral veins were buried in the infinite mining area. It could reach the peak of the venerable level in about a year and definitely establish the sea in 2 years. Only after establishing the seed did the devil vine develop some simple consciousness, but not much. It was a rare tool seed. Of course, the price was that they could only reach the sea establishment realm, and a large number of devil vines would wither at the moment they reached the sea establishment realm. In the mission hall, Han Fei found a random window and said, "Hello, I want to take the number 132 seed transportation mission." The shop assistant glanced at Han Fei and then pushed out a pamphlet. "This mission requires advance payment. The price list of seeds is here. All seeds will be sold by the minimum of 100 pieces. How much do you want to buy?" Han Fei glanced at the price, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Devil vines, 100,000. Huh? The shop assistant was stunned. 100,000? Chapter 2545, First Encounter with a Mind Demon, 2545, First Encounter with a Mind Demon. The shop assistant glanced at Han Fei. A devil vine was worth 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. If Han Fei asked for 100,000 of them, it would be 100 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Yes, in this place, ultra-quality spiritual stones were still one of the main currencies because too many people needed ultra-quality spiritual stones, and the infinite mining area was abundant with ultra-quality spiritual stones, so many people used it as the currency in the infinite mining area. In fact, there were not many people in the 8 camps. Many people were mining in the infinite mining area. If all of them were gathered, there would be 5 billion people in the infinite mining area. In fact, when Han Fei saw the price for the first time, he was also shocked. When he was in the yin-yang world, he had never thought that the devil vine could be so valuable. Now, because of the different environment, in the infinite mining area, the devil vine had more room to grow, so its effect was greater. And 100 million ultra-quality spiritual stones could only be exchanged for 10,000 kilometers of resources, which wasn't much. Han Fei said, 100,000 devil vines, 100,000 heritage searching roots, 100,000 essence gathering grasses, 100,000 mine swallowing millstone flowers, 100,000? Han Fei mentioned more than 30 kinds of seeds in one breath, each 100,000 pieces. However, different seeds had different prices. In the end, the shop assistant was shocked. This person actually exchanged for seeds worth 250,000 kilometers of resources at once. If he went to the 100 Alliance City once, he would make a huge profit. The shop assistant's heart stirred. Okay, please wait a moment. After a while, Han Fei exchanged supplies with the shop assistant in the secret room. When Han Fei left, the shop assistant immediately said to someone via voice transmission, "Boss, someone bought the seeds of 250,000 kilometers of resources in one go." A mere 250,000 kilometers of resources was not a lot of money for Han Fei at all. Han Fei didn't really want to sell these seeds in the 100 Alliance City. He thought that he might be able to use these seeds in the future. Because it was a green safety mission, the team was soon full. Among the 20 people in the sky-opening realm, the strongest was in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. In addition to the sky openers, they also brought 2,000 peak-level sea establishers. These sea establishment realm cultivators were mostly itinerant cultivators. After paying a certain amount of resources, they would follow the sky-opening realm powerhouses to the 100 Alliance City to find an opportunity to join a powerful force. These 2,000 people were all led by the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. As for why, it was naturally because the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator didn't trust them. Although the seed transportation mission was just the most common transportation mission, the pirates were not picky. They didn't like to loot the seed transportation teams, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't do it. After all, if they robbed them, they would still make some money. No matter how worthless the seeds were, it would be valuable if there were a lot of them. 2 hours later, this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse summoned Han Fei and the others and said, "My name is Qin Cheng. I initiated this seed transportation mission. There are a lot of mind demons along the way. Let's defend against them together. I won't take a single cent of what we get from the mind demons. However, I need a 1% commission for this mission. This is already the lowest commission now. Does anyone have any objections?" For a moment, everyone was refreshed. Someone was surprised. Only 1%? Everybody looked at him speechlessly, wondering if he was out of his mind. Was 1% not good enough? Did he need 2% or 3% or even 4% or 5%? They could only earn less than 10% in total, and they had made the advance payment. If Qin Cheng wanted too high a commission, who would be willing to team up with him again? After a few times, Qin Cheng would definitely lose face and no one would cooperate with him. However, according to Han Fei's understanding, the commission Qin Cheng wanted was indeed not much. Generally speaking, it was normal for a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator to take a commission of 2% or even 3%. But if it was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, the lowest commission would be 3%. This was because a perfected star transformation realm cultivator was very powerful and could almost guarantee your safety. This was the fundamental reason why many people would rather give so much commission, because the mission would be easy to complete. Of course, it wasn't like that a seed transportation mission could be issued by just anyone. This was a matter of credibility. In the 100 Alliance City, there was a group of people who specially transported goods. These people often had one characteristic, which was that they were about to break through from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm to the perfected star transformation realm. At such a critical juncture, they hoped to obtain resources more safely to help themselves make a breakthrough, instead of going to fight the mind demons. It was not that they were afraid to fight. Sometimes a breakthrough required battle, but sometimes not. Anyway, these people were good at using the rules of the 100 Alliance City. According to the credibility token they obtained from the 100 Alliance City, they would issue missions. The more credibility they had, the more popular they would be, and the more people would follow them to transport goods. At this moment, Qin Cheng glanced at the people he brought and didn't look at Han Fei for long, because at this moment, Han Fei had just entered the star transformation realm in his eyes, which was still far away from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, after being glanced at by Qin Cheng, Han Fei realized that something was wrong, because Qin Cheng's eyes were strangely cold. Huh? Han Fei recalled that when he accepted the mission, he saw that Qin Cheng was the kind of person with excellent credibility. With such credibility, it should be very safe to follow him in transportation. However, the look in Qin Cheng's eyes was indeed strange. Han Fei glanced at the people around him. They were all in the star transformation realm. Yes, all of them were in the star transformation realm. Suddenly, he seemed to have guessed something. He wanted to kill these people and snatch their origin stars? Han Fei remained calm. At this moment, everyone had already stepped on the air and set off. In everyone's opinion, it was very safe for 20 sky openers to carry out a simple transportation mission. No pirate would be stupid to hunt such a team, right? After 3 years, Han Fei was ready to enter the infinite mining area. In the past 3 years, he had accumulated a lot. There were still 86,684 people left in the 7-kill army. Compared to 3 years ago, more than 30,000 people had died. However, the 7-kill army at this moment was completely different from the 7-kill army 3 years ago. In a place like the Sea Realm, it was very easy for strong masters who would walk out of death to make a breakthrough. In just 3 years, because of the time acceleration, they had spent almost 500 years in Han Fei's origin star. There were already no explorers. In the Venerable Realm, most of the peak-level Venerables had already established the sea. Those who hadn't established the sea mostly died in battle. As for the remaining people, as long as they had resources, corresponding trials, and battles, their growth was fast. Now there were only 12,000 Venerables left, and the rest were all at least sea establishers, the extremely ferocious kind of sea establishers. As for the sky-opening realm, 33 had been born in the past 3 years. This meant that the sky-openers among Han Fei's subordinates had officially exceeded 100. Including the old turtle, there were a total of 110. Of course, this was the number of the sky-openers among his subordinates. The pirates who surrendered to him were not included. Whether these people could survive depended on their luck. Traveling at the speed of light for less than half a month, Han Fei and the others finally saw mine demons one after another. What Han Fei saw was a group of stone monsters. Yes, black stone monsters, white stone monsters, red stone monsters, and colorful stone monsters. Although Han Fei had long known the classification of ordinary mine demons, black, white, and red were the 3 worst qualities, he was speechless when he saw the stupid and cute appearance of these mine demons. Their heads were very big. One head could be 100 meters long, but their bodies were only dozens of meters long, looking like super bobblehead dolls. Their bodies were full of corresponding mineral deposits. After killing the mine demons, the essence of their mineral deposits could be collected. For example, even the black stone monsters with the worst quality had enough minerals to forge sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Of course, that was only if their level was very high. Otherwise, they could only be used as auxiliary materials for sea-quelling bizarre treasures. At first, these mine demons couldn't catch up with Han Fei and the others. 3 days later, when they officially crossed the border of the infinite mining area, some mine demons that were not stone men appeared. For example, at this moment, Han Fei and the others encountered a group of fish mine demons with flat heads and small bodies. This school of fish was made of mineral essence and was digging a mine to absorb the essence of the mine. But when they saw Han Fei and the others, they immediately rushed over. Qin Cheng shouted, "It's Black Iron Head. Enter combat. This fish won't retreat until its population is reduced by half. Let's solve it quickly." Black Iron Head? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Before he had time to think, the 2 parties had collided. Information popped up in his eyes. Ironhead, mineral spirit. Ironhead, mineral spirit. Introduction. A kind of fish mine demon, low quality, low intelligence, but born with the power to control the great Tao of strength. The Ironhead mine spirit grows stronger by absorbing the essence of the mine and swallowing the bones of strong masters. Its soul power is weak, so it uses the great Tao of strength to protect its soul. To kill the Ironhead mine spirit, you have to break its armor and destroy its soul first before you can kill it quickly. L level 1050 quality. Low realm 1150 quality. Low realm 11501, star transformation. O great Tao of strength, the battle technique, strength immunity, soul barrier, explosive speed impact. O collectible 115, O collectible 115. Level 2 mineral, power mineral, absorbable 111. A rock with low intelligence that can only fight instinctively. For a moment, a great battle broke out. Han Fei casually clenched his fist and controlled his strength to the level of star transformation. Boom. The black iron head was embedded into the seabed by Han Fei's punch, but with a swing of its tail, it rushed towards Han Fei again. Han Fei's face slightly changed. What a strong defense. Although he simulated a blow from a regular star transformation powerhouse, he didn't expect that this punch couldn't even kill a stone. Besides, Han Fei felt that even if his strength was doubled, he couldn't break their defense. Han Fei immediately looked around. These people were all experienced. Han Fei took a look and found that they all practiced some armor-piercing techniques based on the Great Tao. Seeing that Han Fei's attack failed to penetrate a black iron head, someone shouted at Han Fei, "Is this the first time you've entered a mining area? You can't fight like this. Most mine demons have extraordinary defense power. Their talent is immunity to strength and are very resistant to physical attacks. You have to break their armor in an instant, and then kill them with a soul technique in an instant. Otherwise, even if you are in the late-stage star transformation realm, you dare not say that you can kill a black iron head with strength alone." The person who spoke was a hale and hearty old man. Seeing Han Fei fighting with fist techniques, he casually pierced through a black iron head and flew to Han Fei. He pierced through the invisible Tao runes of an iron head mineral spirit with a finger. The moment the Tao runes were shattered, the old man activated a soul-killing technique, and the black iron head exploded into a pile of mineral stones. Han Fei, thank you. Chapter 25246, 25246. Then you can all stay here forever. 25246. Then you can all stay here forever. It was not difficult for Han Fei to break armor. Therefore, in the next moment, Han Fei took the initiative to pierce through a black iron head with his spear. With a casual wave of his hand, the black iron head exploded into a dozen pieces of fine ore. Han Fei grabbed the stones and information popped up in his eyes. Tama Black Amber Mystic Stone, Power Mineral. Introduction. This is the essence produced by ordinary black iron mine demons. It's one of the main materials for making sea-quelling bizarre treasures. A large number of black amber mystic stones can produce level 3 associated minerals. Level 1 20 quality. A low quality effect one of the common main materials for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. It can also be used to refine ultra-quality godly weapons. Level 2 mineral. Han Fei looked at the other black amber mystic stones and found that there was a gap between the black amber mystic stones scattered after the death of the same black iron head. That was because he saw a level 2 high-quality black amber mystic stone among the dozen or so black amber mystic stones. In this way, it could be seen that there was a difference between the same kind of minerals. A level 2 high-quality mineral was clearly different from a low-quality mineral in refining a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. This was only produced by ordinary ironhead mineral spirit. What if it was a stronger mine demon? Could it produce more high-quality minerals? What kind of weapons could be made with different levels of minerals? Han Fei's heart did a flip. If everyone in his 7-kill army was equipped with a set of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, their combat power would definitely soar by 1 or even 2 levels. In addition to the life metals he had, if he could build a batch of ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, they would be almost invincible in the sea establishment realm. Of course, this idea was too beautiful. An ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure couldn't be forged easily. Han Fei had the ability to forge it, but could only forge 8 or 10 pieces. Even so, it would take time. Unless he used the demon purification pot, but the cost of forging a sea-quelling bizarre treasure with the demon purification pot was not something he could afford. But even so, if it was just a low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, Han Fei felt that if he worked hard, he could create a batch of them. No wonder there were many refining places in the 8 camps. At first, Han Fei thought that it was because this place was close to the mining area, so it was easy to obtain mineral resources, so there were naturally many forging masters. However, he didn't expect that the materials here were so high-leveled that he could obtain materials that could be used to forge sea-quelling bizarre treasures so easily. From the looks of it, it was no wonder that countless forces, at the expense of countless powerhouses, came to the infinite mining area to compete for territory. If it were him, he would have to fight for it too. For example, in the Sky Crater world, equipment needed to be supplied continuously for points to exchange. Where did these equipment come from? Although it was difficult to build a set of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, the refiners of the sea realm were different from the raging sea. Han Fei thought that maybe on this trip he should find a way to refine weapons in the sea realm. After all, refiners were professionals and couldn't be found easily. Even if they were found, the levels of refiners varied greatly. With the refining speed of ordinary refiners, who knew how long it would take for them to arm an army of 100,000 sea establishers. However, fortunately, the 7-kill army was still in the training phase and didn't need much equipment. Bang, bang, bang! While thinking, Han Fei didn't stop. In a moment, he had killed more than a dozen black iron heads. Even Qin Cheng was a little surprised. The combat power Han Fei showed was a little beyond his expectations. The first time he entered the infinite mining area, he fought such a good battle. If he went all out, his strength might reach the late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei didn't know what Qin Cheng thought of him. He felt that he had already hidden his strength well enough. Although the 100 Alliance City was the only safe area in the infinite mining area, he was new here and didn't know if there were any unspoken rules here. Even if he wanted to expose his identity as the Human Emperor, he had to learn about the 100 Alliance City first. The 20-star transformation realm powerhouses were naturally quite strong. This school of fish had no more than 1,000 black iron heads. It only took them less than an hour to kill them. Although it took them some effort, they still got some compensation. Encounter battles like this were common in the infinite mining areas. Those who were capable would fight, and those who weren't would avoid the battles. Han Fei and his teammates were the kind of people who were capable and took the initiative to fight. However, the Black Iron Head was a mind demon that had almost entered the star transformation realm. In this battle, more than 500 of them were killed. Except for a few people, the others were a little tired. After the shoal of fish escaped, Qin Cheng said to them via voice transmission, "Everyone, it's not the time to rest yet. It will be easier after this section of road." At this moment someone said, "I didn't expect to meet Black Iron Head so soon. If we fight a few more battles, it will take at least 5 or 6 days for us to finish this journey." Someone said, "It's okay. If it's just these guys, it'll take us at most 2 days more." 3 days later, they encountered another 2 groups of Black Iron Heads, a group of floating stone demons, a kind of spherical mind demon that liked to float in the sea. This kind of mind demon was particularly fast and explosive. When they attacked their opponent in an instant, they would burst out with demonic stings. Even a star transformation powerhouse might be instantly pierced through. At this moment, Han Fei and the others had just pierced through a group of floating stone demons when they heard a buzzing sound in the distant sky. At that moment, everyone looked surprised and someone exclaimed, "Not good, it's 6-winged mineral worms. Boss Qin, we have to retreat." Although hunting mind demons along the way would obtain some additional benefits, different from other mind demons, the 6-winged mineral worms had a much larger population than other mind demons. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them in a group. It would be good enough if they could escape. If they coveted the resources from these mind demons, they would be courting death. However, Qin Cheng suddenly tore open an array map and said indifferently, "Everyone, I'm sorry." Buzz. 6-winged mineral worms were flying close from all directions. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Someone roared, "Qin Cheng, what did you do?" Without a word, someone tried to escape at full speed, but before he ran far, suddenly, a finger beam cut across the sky, and this person's body was shattered. In the next moment, a green light enveloped the man's blood mist. A young powerhouse walked out with a creepy smile. "None of you can leave today." Immediately someone exclaimed, "Not good. It's someone from the soul-controlling sect." "Brothers, run." Han Fei's heart did a flip. The soul-controlling sect seemed to be a faction that ranked outside the top 100 and cultivated soul manipulation. This faction had once competed with the Ghost Strait and suppressed it in history. Then, for some reason, they declined and went to the Central Sea Divine Realm. In the infinite mining area, they were ranked 1-5 once and were not famous. Unexpectedly, they had the courage to ambush a mission team in the infinite mining area. 3 people rushed into a pile of 6-winged mineral worms crazily, trying to break through at a high speed. However, when they were halfway through, an intertwined silk net caught the 3 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them were covered by hundreds of 6-winged mineral worms. In less than 10 seconds, the weather changed, the great Tao rumbled, and the 3 people had already died. Someone was shocked. "Qin Cheng, you colluded with the soul-controlling sect to slaughter us and dig out our origin stars. This matter can't be hidden forever. You deserve to be executed." Qin Cheng said leisurely, "Don't worry, I'll only do this once. After I take your star beads, I'll be able to advance to the perfected star transformation realm. At that time, why would I be interested in such a small profit from the seed transportation?" In the blink of an eye, 5 star transformation realm powerhouses had died. Everyone was shocked, panicked, and didn't know how to deal with it. Someone shouted, "Everyone, let's unite and launch a full-strength starbead attack." Even if he is a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, we can still contend with him. The strong master from the soul-controlling sect sneered. "Contend? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am a perfected star transformation realm cultivator." Buzz. For a moment, these people were all dumbfounded. A perfected star transformation realm powerhouse? How could they resist him? They might be able to resist a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, but it was impossible for them to resist a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. They were on completely different levels. At this time, Han Fei suddenly opened his mouth and said in a discordant voice, "May I ask, why would you two, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, be interested in mere 20 star transformation realm cultivators? They have just entered the star transformation realm and haven't embarked on the star path yet. They might haven't condensed a star core yet. If you kill them, how many benefits can you get? With such efforts, why don't you scheme against a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, and what you can get may be more than hunting all of them." Ch2502 frowned slightly, feeling that Han Fei's behavior was a little strange, but the strong master of the soul-controlling sect laughed and said in a high-pitched voice, as the saying goes, a little adds to a mickle. You seem to have underestimated the value of your origin stars. If I can get 20 origin stars at once and collect 2,000 peak-level C establishment realm mining slaves, why not? As for why we don't target a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, of course it's to prevent the other party from having any trump cards. If the other party escapes, it will bring trouble to our soul-controlling sect. Han Fei smiled and didn't say anything. It turned out that someone did drain the pond to get all the fish. When he took down the Blackwind pirates, Han Fei had obtained more than 20 refined stars, which were very valuable. Now, he didn't expect that someone in the infinite mining area would specialize in killing people and snatching their origin stars. One of them was a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, the other was a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, and there were also nearly 5,000 six-winged mineral worms. If he hadn't hidden among these people, Han Fei believed that these people would definitely die even if another 100 star transformation realm cultivators came. However, Han Fei didn't care about the 5,000 six-winged mineral worms at all. He said leisurely, I didn't want to be too high profile, but I happened to run into this matter. In that case, you can all stay here forever. Chapter 2547 I don't want just anybody 2547 I don't want just anybody. What? This strong master from the soul-controlling sect and Ch2502 both suspected that they had an auditory hallucination. A mere star transformation level guy actually asked them to stay here forever? The other guys who were so nervous that they were about to blow themselves up looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei slightly raised his chin and said casually, time, freeze. Even the strong master from the soul-controlling sect was suppressed by the great Tao of time. Han Fei's projection descended and set up the God-sealing spear array. Less than half a second after the God-sealing spear array was set up, the time freeze here was broken. After all, there was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator here who mainly cultivated the soul and wasn't weak at all. Unfortunately, it was already too late when he broke through the great Tao of time. His surroundings had been sealed. He immediately felt that his strength had plummeted. Upon seeing this, the soul-controlling sect powerhouse's expression changed drastically. His first reaction was not to attack Han Fei, but to try to break through the God-sealing spear array. Unfortunately, he was only a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, and his strength was limited. How could it be so easy to break the array? He pressed his palm on the invisible barrier of the God-sealing spear array. In the next moment, only less than 20 of the tens of thousands of God-sealing spears shattered. This blow chilled his heart. He suddenly turned around and looked at Han Fei, who was smiling with his hands behind his back, and he asked solemnly, "Who are you?" Han Fei smiled. "Does it make sense for a dying person to know who I am?" This person's eyes turned cold as the six-winged mineral worms from all directions rushed over, trying to kill Han Fei with their numbers. And the person from the soul-controlling sect also wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. Could he only be good at arrays? After all, there were still many six-winged mineral worms on his side, enough to surround and kill a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm. Even if Han Fei was in the perfected star transformation realm, he was confident to surround and kill him. For a moment, the six-winged mineral worms surrounded up. Han Fei could tell at a glance that the strength of the six-winged mineral worm was similar to that of the star-sea metal-eating ants. Their speed was several times slower than the star-sea metal-eating ants, but their defense power should be stronger. However, under the suppression of the God-sealing spear array, the strength of these six-winged mineral worms should have been reduced. Because they were mind demons, their strength wasn't limited much, so they still had nearly 80% of their strength left. Thousands of six-winged mineral worms were charging at Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed a pearl and pushed it forward. The space here was instantly frozen, and a terrifying chill that was powerful enough to wipe out the soul descended on the God-sealing spear array. Ka. With just one blow, hundreds of the nearest six-winged mineral worms were frozen and shattered, and their mineral essences scattered on the ground. They were frozen and their defense was broken, and at the moment their defense was broken, how many six-winged mineral worms could bear such a powerful soul-freezing power? Therefore, in the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the more than 5,000 six-winged mineral worms were gone. Hiss. An ultra-quality godly weapon that contains a monarch-level strike? In the sea realm, even high-quality godly weapons were not rare, and many people had them. However, ultra-quality godly weapons were extremely rare. Even in the infinite mining areas with countless resources, it was difficult to build an ultra-quality godly weapon. Not only were materials rare, but refiners who could forge ultra-quality godly weapons were also very rare. Even if a divine-quality refiner was willing to refine an ultra-quality godly weapon, it couldn't be done in a year or two. It might take thousands or tens of thousands of years. Therefore, even in the infinite mining areas, there were pitifully few powerhouses who had an ultra-quality divine-quality weapon. The power of this blow killed nearly 2,000 six-winged mineral worms. Han Fei, on the other hand, put away the extreme cold pearl. His fist aura was dazzling like a starburst as he activated the star fist technique. Even without the silencing fist, the starburst fist was already terrifying. In an instant, there was fire and ice in this place. Han Fei punched twice in a row, and 700 or 800 six-winged mineral worms that were already suppressed and dying under the ice blow were shattered in an instant. At this moment, be it the late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouses who were still alive, Qin Cheng, or the strong master of the soul-controlling sect, they were all horrified and felt their scalps tingle. That was a bunch of mind demons in the sky-opening realm. It had taken the soul-controlling sect a long time to control so many six-winged mineral worms, but Han Fei had killed half of them with a single attack. Wasn't he terrifying? Gulp. Divine technique? It's a divine technique. Qin Cheng's eyes widened. He was sure that what Han Fei used was definitely a divine technique. If it weren't a divine technique, he wouldn't have such terrifying combat power. And how could divine techniques be so easy to obtain? Divine techniques were usually inherited from gods. Relatively speaking, only divine beasts and ferocious beasts would carry divine techniques when they were born. It was very difficult for ordinary human beings to have a divine technique. Only if there was a god among their ancestors or their ancestors had a great opportunity could they obtain a divine technique. For a moment, Qin Cheng didn't dare to imagine who this person was. Could it be that the news that he wanted to join the soul-controlling sect had been leaked, so this person had deliberately joined this transportation mission for this moment? At this moment, after Han Fei killed so many six-winged mineral worms in a row, the strong master of the soul-controlling sect finally came back to his senses. He couldn't let Han Fei continue to kill like this. If he continued to kill, his 10,000 years of savings would be wiped out. The man roared, "Qin Cheng, kill him. If he doesn't die today, we will die." Kill him. Han Fei smiled and a giant hammer appeared in his hand. Dao patterns appeared in the sky and fell on the hammer. The ultimate hammer struck with all its strength. At that moment, everyone felt that they were going to die. As for the soul-controlling sect powerhouse, he activated his star bead and tried to withstand this blow. At the same time, the power of his soul transformed into a demonic shadow, trying to attack Han Fei's soul. However, to his disappointment, the god's prayer bead burst out on Han Fei's chest, forming a barrier with the light of purification. It suddenly erupted and directly purified this person's soul attack. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The effect of the god's prayer bead was too strong. Some bad things would be purified before they could approach him. This person's soul power had been purified by the god's prayer bead, so he could only try his best to resist Han Fei's ultimate hammer. However, with a puff, under everyone's shocked gaze, the man's star bead was smashed along with the surrounding Dao runes. He was instantly deformed and then exploded. Unfortunately, although this person's strength was suppressed by 30%, Han Fei still couldn't kill him in one blow. He managed to withstand Han Fei's blow. However, before this person could revive, he was nailed to the bottom of the sea by Han Fei with the infinity water. On the other side, Qin Cheng and the six-winged mineral worms that had just recovered didn't have time to attack Han Fei before they were suppressed by Han Fei. No one else could understand what it felt like. Qin Cheng was dumbfounded. He had burnt his essence blood to activate his secret method, and even used a one-time-use godly weapon in an attempt to break through the array of the god-sealing spear and escape. In fact, he actually succeeded. When a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouse recklessly unleashed his strength, he could tear a crack in the god-sealing spear array. However, just as Qin Cheng was about to run, he suddenly forgot how to run. He seemed to have forgotten his understanding and comprehension of speed. His body seemed to be out of control as he stopped in place. Han Fei said indifferently, "This is how it is in the wilderness. It's either you kill me or I kill you. It's the same in every realm. It's not that you didn't do well, but you're just unlucky. Unfortunately, luck is also a part of strength, right?" Qin Cheng was horrified and did the most humiliating thing in his life. He knelt down to Han Fei. "My lord, please spare my life. I, Qin Cheng, am willing to follow you with my life and will never betray you." Without even needing Han Fei to say anything, Qin Cheng took the initiative to resolutely present his heart, blood, and soul to Han Fei. He knew that if he wanted to live, he had to put down his dignity. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that the person in front of him was too strong, ridiculously strong, so strong that he instinctively feared him. Powerhouses all wanted freedom, but compared to his life, Qin Cheng chose his life. It was better than dying now and disappearing from the world. Huh? Interesting. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. This person was decisive. He would really do anything to survive. Han Fei said, "Do you know that by doing this, you've established an absolute barrier for your Dao proving?" Qin Cheng said, "My lord, to survive is more important than proving Dao. Besides, I'm convinced by your strength and don't dare to have any thoughts of fighting against you. As long as my heart is clear, even if I prove Dao, it won't produce an inner demon." Han Fei put away the smile on his face. Did he want a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouse who was about to break through to the perfected Star Transformation Realm? Of course, it would be a waste not to. He only had the old turtle now. The old turtle's body hadn't been molded yet, so his strength was limited. At this time, with a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse following him, it would save him a lot of work. Hanfei reached out to grab the drop of essence blood and soul and said indifferently, "I like smart people. Okay, I'll take you in." At this moment, Hanfei glanced at the others, and they were all shocked. Someone hurriedly said, "My lord, we would like—" Hanfei waved his hand. "Shut up. I don't want just anybody. Erase your memories and enter Qin Cheng's origin star. I'll pretend that nothing happened." Or, Chapter 2548, 2548, Bait 2548. Bait 2548, Bait. 2 in 1. Hearing that Hanfei didn't want to kill them for their treasures, these people didn't dare to play any tricks and immediately cut off part of their memories. Hanfei secretly tested it with the vast ocean navigator. After confirming that these people had cut off this part of memories, he didn't make things difficult for them, but asked Qin Cheng to take these people to the 100 Alliance City as usual. It was as if nothing had happened. On the way, Hanfei asked telepathically, "How long has this soul-controlling sect been doing this? Has the 100 Alliance City never noticed it?" Qin Cheng had already changed his master at this moment, so he naturally told him everything he knew. He said, "My lord, in the infinite mining area, there are almost no safe places except for the 100 Alliance City. The soul-controlling sect is not the only one who intercepts and kills people. However, this matter threatens the safety of everyone in the infinite mining area, so once they are discovered, they will still be blacklisted by the major factions. If anyone encounters them in the future, no one will show mercy to them." Hanfei thought to himself, the management of the 100 Alliance City is really lax, or rather, the 100 Alliance City basically doesn't take charge. They just set up a safe zone and will only play its role when something big happens in the infinite mining area that involves many forces. Hanfei said again, "It's said that when outsiders enter the infinite mining area, they can get a token, right? What if I have many people?" When Qin Cheng heard this, his heart did a flip. What did this mean? He said, "My lord, in fact, it's not difficult to obtain this token. There are many ways to obtain it. You don't have to go to the 100 Alliance City. For example, ordinary Sea Establishment realm tokens can be bought with money. Of course, it's also possible to snatch them, and it's very convenient. The most direct way is to kill mine demons, obtain minerals, and refine them yourself. The main function of the token is to specify levels. Different strength realms correspond to different levels." Hanfei's heart did a flip. "Oh? There's a level? I see that your token seems no different from others." Qin Cheng explained, "My lord, that's because I hid the level of my token for the convenience of business. The tokens in the infinite mining area are mainly refined according to the level of the minerals obtained in the infinite mining area. For example, the Sea Establishment realm corresponds to level 1 minerals. The early stage Sky Opening realm corresponds to level 2 minerals. The late stage Star Transformation realm corresponds to level 3 minerals. The peak level late stage Star Transformation realm corresponds to level 4 minerals, and the perfected Star Transformation realm corresponds to level 5 minerals. And those who can own level 6 mineral tokens can establish a sect in the infinite mining area and become a power. After these minerals are dug out, you can go to the 100 Alliance City to forge them into tokens yourself, or refine them yourself. Or find them yourself. Owing a level 6 mineral token, one can establish a sect and become a force? Qin Cheng nodded. Actually, above the level 6 minerals, there are level 7 minerals. If you can have a level 7 mineral token, it means that you have extraordinary strength, enough to be ranked among the top 100 forces in the 100 Alliance City. As long as you can beat any power of the 100 Alliance City, you will be recognized by the 100 Alliance City. Hanfei asked, "Anything better?" Qin Cheng paused and said, "It seems there is, but the minerals above level 7 correspond to extremely terrifying mine demons, even comparable to the monarch level, so it's extremely difficult for even a large faction to obtain them." A better mineral was not something Qin Cheng could get. Hanfei asked, "How do you differentiate the token levels?" Qin Cheng explained, "This is one of the hidden rules of the infinite mining area. Those who should be recognized can be recognized. It's just like the difference between a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and a godly weapon. The difference between minerals can be measured by the power they unleash when they're fully unleashed." Hanfei's heart did a flip. If that was the case, he didn't have to go to the 100 Alliance City to get tokens. He might as well snatch them. Didn't the soul-controlling sect specialize in scams? With so few people under him, as long as he took down the soul-controlling sect, wouldn't everyone have a token? It would save him the trouble of forging them. Several days later, Hanfei didn't encounter any special mine demons. Most of them were level 2 mine demons. He did encounter a level 3 mine demon, but it was killed by Qin Cheng without Hanfei doing anything. Qin Cheng said that this was because this was the way to the 100 Alliance City. These roads had been walked countless times. Even if there was a mine demon, its level wouldn't be too high. On this day, when Hanfei passed by a huge mining area, he found that this place was guarded by many powerhouses. Hanfei could see that countless sea establishers were actually mining in this mining area. All kinds of great techniques emerged endlessly. These sea establishers were fighting some sea establishment realm mine demons. It seemed that mining was not a simple task. Han Fei and the others were monitored by some perceptions along the way. Han Fei even felt the vibe of a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, and there was more than one. This meant that from now on, they had entered the safe area. Several hours passed. Han Fei saw a huge city spanning more than 100,000 kilometers. Of course, this was only an approximate range. It was irregular in shape and faced endless mineral veins on all sides. Countless sea establishers were digging in those mining areas at the moment. Seeing that they had arrived at the 100 Alliance City, the other people on Han Fei's team were all excited. This meant that this trip was safe, and they had easily earned another errand fee. Han Fei, on the other hand, was not very excited. He asked, "Are these mining areas worth digging for so long?" "By rights, the minerals here should have all been excavated long ago, right?" Ch2502 replied. "My lord, although these mining areas are nominally mining areas, they are actually just a cultivation place to nurture sea establisher level powerhouses. In these two huge mines, it is said that there is a top-notch mineral hidden. The power leaking from this top-notch mineral can continuously produce the most common associated black flame mine, which is a level 1 mineral. At the same time, it is very easy to give birth to corresponding black flame mine demons, so it can be used as a long-term cultivation field." Han Fei nodded. This made sense. With a powerful treasure mine, it could indeed mutate the mineral veins in an area. For example, although most of the chaotic spiritual earth he had obtained in the demon domain was of poor quality, it was surprisingly effective on his origin star. Because his origin star had time acceleration, this spiritual soil would slowly recover. Furthermore, as time passed, some mystic yellow soil had already appeared on his origin star. Although the area wasn't very large, it was tens of thousands of cubes in total. It was a pity that he couldn't obtain a large amount of high-quality chaotic spiritual earth. Otherwise, the effect would be more than 10 times better. 100 Alliance City. As the name suggested, it was a place where hundreds of factions and tens of millions of races gathered. The 100 Alliance City was protected by some kind of barrier. Every 10,000 kilometers, sky openers would stand guard, and every 100,000 kilometers, there would be star transformation realm guards. After entering the safe area, there was no need to worry about safety. No one here would attack casually. After seeing the Divine Capital Dynasty, Han Fei had thought that the huge city built in a place like the infinite mining area must be extraordinary. But when he really entered the 100 Alliance City, he found that the buildings here were really featureless. Any island in the Divine Capital Dynasty was stronger than this. Here, there were ordinary ore buildings everywhere. The style was heavy and there was no special aesthetic. There were not many spiritual plants here, so on both sides of the road, there were mostly statues that were of an obscene amount. They were used as decorations. The strangest part was that there was a statue dozens of meters tall every 10 meters on average. The floor under his feet seemed to have been carefully carved with extremely complicated patterns. Of course, the lack of buildings couldn't hide the lively scene in the 100 Alliance City. Since it was a city, it would naturally radiate to many areas around. There were hundreds of forces in the infinite mining area, so there were naturally many people who had been in the 100 Alliance City all year round. Therefore, it was very lively in the city. Han Fei said, "Take the team to finish the mission. We still have to do what needs to be done." Ch2502 nodded, but then he said, "My lord, now that I've appeared in the 100 Alliance City, we can't hide it from the soul-controlling sect anymore. They must know that something has happened now, and since I've appeared here, I'm afraid, we'll be targeted at any time." Han Fei sneered. "It's not that they'll target us at any time, but that they've already targeted us. It doesn't matter. Do what you need to do. This is the safe area. Even if the soul-controlling sect is among the top 100, so what?" To finish the mission, Ch2502 should take Han Fei and the others to sell the seeds bought outside to the reserved merchants in the 100 Alliance City. Han Fei bought 10 times the amount of each type of seed, so after selling a portion, he could still keep a lot. After the team was disbanded, Han Fei took out a golden token and put it on his waist. This was the symbol of a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. It showed his strength to the outside world and secretly warned some people. As soon as Han Fei and the others finished the mission, 2 men immediately went to Ch2502. One of them said, "Ch2502, what happened to young Chen? Why are you in the 100 Alliance City? You suddenly become an honest businessman?" Ch2502 said, "My lords, I'd like to ask you where Master Young Chen is. I didn't meet Master Young Chen along the way. That's why I took these people to complete this mission. If I had met Master Young Chen earlier, why would I have come to the 100 Alliance City? You didn't meet him?" The expressions of the 2 people changed slightly. Could it be that it really had nothing to do with Ch2502? But a few days ago, they received news from the sect that Young Chen had died. And the only person they could associate with this matter was Ch2502. Now, Ch2502 Gran had appeared, and Young Chen was carrying more than 10% of the 6-winged mineral worms in the sect. At that time, the power Young Chen had was comparable to that of a super powerhouse who had unsealed 2 great Dao locks. Who could kill Young Chen in that state? The 2 of them looked at each other and their expressions changed slightly. One of them said, "In that case, Ch2502, since you've already joined the soul-controlling sect, go with us this time." Qin Cheng refused flatly. No, the one who made an agreement with me is Master Yang Chen. This trip was very strange. Not only did Master Yang Chen not appear, but you also came to ask me. I'm afraid something happened to Master Yang Chen. Under such circumstances, you want me to go with you? Sorry, Qin Cheng, still want to live. I don't want to be killed for no reason. Hearing this, the two of them looked surprised. One of them said, Qin Cheng, it seems that you want to betray us before you even join us? Qin Cheng said straightforwardly, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Something has clearly happened to the soul-controlling sect. Why are you still asking me to join? What can you give me? Can it help me advance to the perfected star transformation realm? The person said, Qin Cheng, with your talent, it's a certainty that you'll advance to the perfected star transformation realm. Since you've already agreed to join the soul-controlling sect, do you know the consequences if you go back on your word now? Qin Cheng said. I never said that I would regret it, but it wasn't the two of you who made a deal with me back then. Besides, are you worthy of threatening me? I, Qin Cheng, am in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm anyway, an existence who can reach the perfected star transformation realm at any time. If it weren't for the benefits you promised, do you think I would have joined you? Instead, I want to persuade your soul-controlling sect not to make things difficult for me. Otherwise, you will have one more enemy in the perfected star transformation realm. Hearing Qin Cheng's words, the two of them were speechless and just looked at Qin Cheng coldly. They weren't sure just now, but now they somewhat believed that Yang Qian's death should be related to Qin Cheng. After Qin Cheng left with a cold look, after a long time, one of them said, I'm afraid this Qin Cheng has already betrayed us and killed Yang Qian with others. The other person frowned. Can he kill Yang Qian? Of course it's impossible for him to kill Yang Qian, but it's not impossible for him to kill Yang Qian together with a strong master. No matter what, there is something wrong with Qin Cheng. Report this matter first. Unless he stays in the 100 Alliance City forever, there will be plenty of opportunities to take him down later. After a while, Qin Cheng and Han Fei met up. He said, My lord, I've deliberately aroused their suspicion. I estimate that in a few days, a team of strong masters from the soul-controlling sect will come and set up a trap outside the 100 Alliance City, ready to ambush me at any time and check my memories. Han Fei waved his hand casually. It's fine. Do you know how many Great Dao locks the strongest person in the soul-controlling sect has? Qin Cheng said. This is simple. More than 500 years ago, it was revealed that Yang Kun, the leader of the soul-controlling sect in the infinite mining area, already had 3 Great Dao locks. In the infinite mining area, or in the eyes of some of the older generation, the existence of the Great Dao lock was something that they knew very well. Although one would become very powerful after opening the Great Dao lock, it couldn't be opened casually. The Great Dao lock was the shackles that bound one's body and soul after they almost couldn't carry his power. Once the shackles were unlocked, it meant that one had to transcend the tribulation to prove Dao. However, ordinary people had little chance of survival. Unless they were confident of transcending the tribulation, no one would easily open the Great Dao lock. Of course, nothing was absolute. Han Fei believed that since the Great Dao lock could be unlocked, it could be locked again. It was just a matter of how much it would cost. During the battle with the bloodthirsty Flagfish tribe, Han Fei had learned the horror of unsealing the Great Dao lock. His current limit of combat power was probably only enough to withstand the combat power of 3 Great Dao locks head-on. If the other party had too many Great Dao locks and completely unsealed them, he was afraid he wouldn't be a match for them for now. Of course, if his enemy could be restrained by the God-sealing spear array, he might have a chance to win. At least, even if he couldn't beat it, he could escape, unless the other party had the ability to instantly break through the God-sealing spear array. However, so far, Han Fei didn't think anyone could do this. At least, no one had been able to do this during the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Of course, apart from a head-on clash, he also had the void-stealing technique, so the 3 Great Dao locks weren't a big problem. Han Fei didn't care much about the soul-controlling sect. Han Fei needed a piece of territory of his own now. At the same time, one of his purposes here was to destroy the power of the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin in the infinite mining area. At this moment, his footing was not steady yet. If he was too hasty, he might alert the enemy. Therefore, Han Fei asked Qin Cheng, where is the intelligence center? Wherever people cultivated, there would be information. Especially in a place like the infinite mining area, there were secrets everywhere. How could hundreds of factions not have any secrets? The 100 Alliance City had many intelligence organizations, but the largest one was in the capital of Horror. The capital of Horror had absolute say in the infinite mining area. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm actually on good terms with the capital of Horror, but I can't just go up and tell them that I'm Han Fei and give me information, not to mention anything else. Just the information that I'm Han Fei might exceed all the information I want to buy. Therefore, without any acquaintances, he had to buy intelligence obediently. Of course, if Zhang Daqian could send back more information from the City of Scavengers, he should be able to save a lot of money. Unfortunately, the place where the City of Scavengers was located in the infinite mining area was a little far from the 100 Alliance City, and the information couldn't be synchronized that far. Qin Cheng took Han Fei to the intelligence center. It was a grotto-type building. On one cliff, there were more than 3,000 caves. When Han Fei revealed his token, a guide led Han Fei into one of the caves. When Han Fei entered, a beautiful woman was already waiting here. She said, "May I ask what kind of intelligence you would like to buy, customer?" Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Even the intelligence sellers were all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Was the capital of horror so powerful in the infinite mining area? Han Fei said indifferently, "I need the information about the specific strength of the city of scavengers and the city of origin in the infinite mining area. For example, how many of their strong masters have great Dao locks and how many great Dao locks they have." The charming woman's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she returned to her normal etiquette smile. "Sir, this kind of privacy is top-secret information of all the major factions. The City of Origin ranks 10th among all the factions in the 100 Alliance City. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this information? The price will be very high." Han Fei asked, "How high is it?" The woman said, "I'm afraid it will take at least 160,000 kilometer origin stars to buy such information about the City of Scavengers. As for the City of Origin, the price will have to double." Whist-to Han Fei gasped hard. He had thought that he had some resources. How much could 2 pieces of intelligence be worth? However, it turned out that the price was more than 100 times that of the camps. "Bye-bye, I'm not buying any." Han Fei immediately turned around and left. This intelligence agency had no conscience at all. Wasn't this robbery? Han Fei was so scared that he ran away, but the other party didn't make things difficult for Han Fei. She wasn't angry that Han Fei didn't buy it. She just said indifferently, "Go check it. He must be the one who killed Yang Qian of the soul-controlling sect. Very few people in the outer camps can kill Yang Qian. Let's see who has been causing trouble outside the infinite mining area recently." Yes, seeing Han Fei come out of the intelligence agency speechlessly, Qin Cheng couldn't help but ask, "My lord, have you got the information?" Han Fei said with a black face, "Ask when you should, and shut up when you shouldn't." Qin Cheng immediately shut up, wondering if this big shot whose name he didn't know was angry because he couldn't afford the information. After only 2 steps, Han Fei suddenly turned around. "Qin Cheng, if you want to completely become mine, you have to swear allegiance. Your soul and essence blood only prove that you are willing to follow me, but whether you are worthy of being my subordinate or not is a problem." So, 3 days later, Qin Cheng left the 100 Alliance City alone. At this moment, Qin Cheng panicked. He knew that Han Fei wasn't a good person, but he didn't expect Han Fei to be so bad as to use him as bait to lure the soul-controlling sect to take action. Come on, no matter how poor the comprehensive strength of the soul-controlling sect was, it was still a terrifying existence on the list of forces in the infinite mining area. Although the death of Yang Qian would be a pity for the soul-controlling sect, it wasn't to the point of being a heavy loss. After all, Yang Qian wasn't a perfected star transformation cultivator with a great Dao lock. After walking for half a day from the infinite mining area to the northwest, a large number of mine demons had already appeared here. However, because Qin Cheng's speed was fast, the mine demons couldn't catch up, so it was relatively safe. Qin Cheng had no choice but to hope that Han Fei was strong enough to easily ambush and kill the people of the soul-controlling sect. In Qin Cheng's opinion, this was a low-level trick, but he was certain that the soul-controlling sect would definitely be fooled. Qin Cheng didn't understand. Han Fei didn't have any grudge with the soul-controlling sect. Yang Qian had already died by his hand. Why did he still lure the soul-controlling sect to take action? Buzz, swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the void trembled, and 4 strong masters appeared in all directions, blocking Qin Cheng's way. One of them said, "Qin Cheng, you've betrayed our soul-controlling sect, but you still have the courage to walk out of the 100 Alliance City. I wonder who gave you the confidence." Qin Cheng pretended that his expression changed drastically. "I haven't even joined the soul-controlling sect. How can you call me a traitor? Something happened to your soul-controlling sect and the person who was supposed to meet me was gone. How can I join you? You're quibbling. Since you refuse to talk, I'll take you down and search your soul. I don't believe that what happened to Yang Qian has nothing to do with you." Qin Cheng heaved a sigh. "Well, I think you may be too weak to take me down." "Heh, how dare you! Even if you've reached the perfected star transformation realm, you won't be able to escape today. Attack." As soon as this person activated his technique, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His strength seemed to have decreased a lot. It seemed to be suppressed by an invisible power. At this moment, Han Fei's voice rang leisurely. "He's right. You are indeed too weak." Chapter 2549 Sneak into the Soul-Controlling Sect. 2549 Sneak into the soul-controlling sect. Of the 4 people who came, there were only powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm, and the other 3 were only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. With their strength, it might not be difficult for Qin Cheng to survive, but it was impossible for him to escape from Han Fei. The moment Han Fei appeared, these people from the soul-controlling sect knew that they had been tricked. They actually failed to discover such an obvious trap. Puff, puff, puff. Under the suppression of the God-Sealing Spear Array, Han Fei killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses in a row with only 1 slash. When the knife light bloomed like the night sky, a touch of shining starlight bloomed to a scorching heat in an instant and disappeared in the next moment. Having witnessed Senior Brother Azure Dragon's terrifying combat power and momentum in battle, Han Fei had gained some insights. Senior Brother Azure Dragon was the Dragon Emperor, and he was the Human Emperor. In terms of status, no matter what others thought, Han Fei felt the two of them were the same. Therefore, Han Fei's sabers had changed a little. The invincibility intent was accidentally revealed, which was the after effect of absorbing Zhao Qinglong's invincible path. The temperament of the emperor of a race had quietly become a unique force for Han Fei. In this case, Han Fei slashed out. If it weren't for a heavenly talent of the same level, he wouldn't have been able to block it. Boom boom boom. Seeing him kill 3 people with a single slash, both the powerhouse of the soul-controlling sect who had reached the perfected star transformation realm and Qin Cheng took a deep breath in shock. He killed 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses with a casual slash. What kind of terrifying power was this? Qin Cheng felt that he might have followed the right person. This person was too strong. Even if he could break through to the perfected star transformation realm at any time, he was helpless against Han Fei's attack just now. Just this slash alone made Qin Cheng awed. As for the powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm, he tried to escape. However, how could he escape from the God-sealing spear array? When this person hit the array of the God-sealing spears hard and failed to break it even after using all his strength, the infinity water turned into a God-sealing spear and shot out, nailing this person to the barrier. Han Fei said leisurely, "If you hadn't run, you might have been able to fight me for hundreds of rounds. But you chose to run and exposed your back to me, so you didn't lose in vain." The person looked at Han Fei in shock. "Who are you?" "The soul-controlling sect has no grudge with you." "Why did you have to kill us?" Han Fei chuckled and said, "Hunting, just like how you hunt ordinary sky openers. If you can hunt them, why can't I hunt you?" Qin Cheng listened from the side and didn't dare to say anything. He had thought that Han Fei was trying to take revenge on the soul-controlling sect, but now it seemed that the other party just wanted to play and hunt. As for the soul-controlling sect, they just happened to run into the muzzle of his gun. Hearing Han Fei's casual description, the powerhouse was shocked, but he still wanted to live. He said, "Fellow Taoist, if you let me go, I'm willing to give you 10 360,000-kilometer refined stars as my reward." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Well, it seems that you are quite rich. Unfortunately, this price couldn't even buy 1/10 of the information about the City of Scavengers or the City of Origin, so Han Fei certainly wouldn't care." He said, "If you want to live, you can call for reinforcements. The more people you call over, the greater your chance of survival. If you can call for more strong masters in your race, as long as they are more valuable than you, I can let you go." This person was horrified when he heard this. Sure enough, they weren't the only bad guys. This person was extremely belligerent and clearly wanted to use him to attract more strong masters from the soul-controlling sect to hunt. However, did he dare to disobey? Although he knew that even if he did, he might die. If he didn't, he would die now. Instead of dying now, he certainly chose to take the risk. Fortunately, he was a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. When he contacted his sect, he could send a soul message, which this person might not be able to read. He said, "I can call more people, but this place is still too far away." "The soul-controlling sect is in the west, not close to this place," Han Fei chuckled. "It's okay, let's get closer." Han Fei didn't care at all. He knew that this person wanted to play tricks, but so what? It just so happened that he could get all those identity tokens at once. Furthermore, the soul-controlling sect must be a rich sect since they often robbed people. He had just arrived. Although he had obtained a lot of resources from the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe, he didn't have many refined stars. After all, most people would use up any refined stars they had immediately. However, there should be many star transformation realm powerhouses in the soul-controlling sect. If he hunted them all, he should be able to gain a lot of origin stars. Besides, he had just entered the infinite mining area and wasn't prepared to have too many interactions with these local forces immediately. After finishing this job, he would have to explore the northern mining area with the old turtle and find a way to rebuild the old turtle's body and train the 7-kill army. Therefore, hunting the soul-controlling sect was just a piece of cake. A day later, when the perfected star transformation realm powerhouse of the soul-controlling sect sent his soul information back through a 6-winged mineral worm, Han Fei suddenly grinned. "Qin Cheng, let's go to the soul-controlling sect." The perfected star transformation realm powerhouse's face changed drastically, and he looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei sneered. "If you want to use such a lousy trick on me, just use it. You guessed that I killed Yang Qian, and you guessed that I have the strength above 2 great Dao locks. Perhaps you would exaggerate it. For example, tell your race that I have the strength of 3 great Dao locks. Because the stronger I am, the stronger the master of your soul-controlling array will take action, so you will have a chance to be saved. Am I right?" Qin Cheng looked at the strong master of the soul-controlling sect sympathetically, thinking that he was really ignorant. If the real strong masters of the soul-controlling sect had come out, the sect would be empty, and wouldn't it be a great opportunity for Han Fei to attack it? While this powerhouse was stunned, Han Fei's void lines had already come at him. With Han Fei's current soul power, it was no weaker than the power of a cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm, or even much stronger. Therefore, this person was completely controlled by Han Fei before he struggled much. The location of the soul-controlling sect was a place close to the Bug Demon Mountain in the west. This place was rich in six-winged mineral worms. In the eyes of the soul-controlling sect, the Bug Demon Mountain was their sect-protecting barrier. When Han Fei arrived, he specially used the Nine Palace Luck Ruler and the Vast Ocean Navigator to measure his luck. It turned out that his luck today was greatly auspicious. Han Fei was overjoyed. So even the sect master of the soul-controlling sect had gone out? Seeing this luck, Han Fei secretly passed the barrier of the six-winged mineral worms with his black mist body. The soul-controlling sect had a huge ore vein, but it had been dug very deeply. Han Fei happened to see some sea establishers return from the depths of the ore vein and hand over a large number of minerals. There were 5 powerhouses at the early stage of the sky-opening realm presiding over this matter. In a slightly deeper place of the soul-controlling sect, there were more vibes of powerhouses here. Of course, it was more tamed six-winged mineral worms here. They acted as patrols, flying back and forth in the sky of the soul-controlling sect, scanning every corner. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. His first goal was the Life Tablet Management Office of the soul-controlling sect. Every large faction had such a place, and the soul-controlling sect was no exception. At this moment, 2 elders were guarding the ancestral hall. In just a few days, they had lost Yang Qian, a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and more than 10% of the six-winged mineral worms. It was said that the culprit of this matter had already appeared. Since the sect master took action personally, this guy would certainly be doomed. However, as soon as the elder said so, a pillar of blue water instantly pierced through his body. The other person saw a mirror, and in the next second, he fell into a mirror space. Suddenly, a saber beam swept past, and he was cut into pieces. After taking care of the 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, Han Fei waved his hand and collected all the life tablets here. From the beginning to the end, it was silent and no one noticed. On this side, Han Fei didn't kill the 2 of them completely. Otherwise, if their death caused great Dao cracks in the sky, everything would be exposed. Sealing the 2 of them, Han Fei secretly strolled towards the soul-controlling sect's treasure house. Sneaking into the treasure house under the nose of a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, Han Fei cursed secretly. Damn, so poor. Is this really a treasure house? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse because he saw a lot of ordinary minerals, spiritual stones, and various crystals, but he didn't even see a single refined star. Even the weapons he saw were only a few sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and most of them were ultra-quality divine weapons. Obviously, they were prepared for sea establishers. Han Fei almost cursed. I came all the way here but got nothing. Wait, suddenly Han Fei found some emerald green pearls. If he didn't take a closer look, he would think that they were a kind of mineral. When he took a closer look, he took a slight breath. In his eyes, information emerged. Soul accumulation. Pearl introduction. A pure soul bead refined from the bodies of a large number of creatures with a special soul technique. Taking this bead can directly increase the power of the soul without any side effects. It's mostly used for soul cultivation. Quality ultra quality contained pure soul power. 10,000 points. One effect. This bead is man-made, so the soul accumulation pearl has an upper limit of consumption. If you take 100 of them, your body can no longer absorb it. There's such a good thing? Chapter 255E. Slaughter 255E slaughter. Although he could only use 100 of them, there were tens of thousands of them in total. He could use them as a reward and quickly improve the strength of the 7-kill army. After absorbing the soul accumulation pearls, some ordinary weapons and minerals, Han Fei sighed. Now that people had their origin stars, they weren't used to hiding treasures. Most of the things in the treasure house were mostly basic resources. If his guess was correct, the soul accumulation pearl was just a basic material of the soul-controlling sect, used to reward some outstanding sea establishers or early-stage sky openers. What was precious was not the soul accumulation pearl, but the way it was refined. After Han Fei cleared the treasure house, he leisurely came to the place where the perfected star transformation realm powerhouse guarding the treasure house was with his black mist body. This person couldn't be very strong because Han Fei didn't feel any threat from him. He thought that the soul-controlling sect was really careless. They thought that with tens of thousands of six-winged mineral worms, the treasure house was impregnable. This perfected star transformation realm powerhouse didn't notice anything wrong. He couldn't even sense the warning from his soul. Han Fei didn't look at him, which would be noticed by this person. He was just thinking that there should be more powerhouses in the soul-controlling sect. Otherwise, if something really happened, who would control these tens of thousands of six-winged mineral worms? Was it the person in front of him? Ignoring the person, Han Fei thought for a while and left the treasure house quietly. Finding a place, Han Fei activated the Vast Ocean Navigator and quietly came to a cultivation place sealed by a barrier after crossing a mining area. Cultivators usually set up a cave abode. This person shouldn't be weak. Even in his own house he had set up a barrier. But Han Fei didn't care. From the vibe inside the spiritual barrier, it seemed that only one person was cultivating, which made him much relieved. Old Yuan, you are a soul body now. Can the turtle shell sky sealing technique still work? The old turtle said. Of course it can be used. This is a great technique. I don't have to have a physical body to use it. Han Fei grinned. Okay, seal this place then. The elder of the soul-controlling sect, Hu Daoyi, had already reached the perfected star transformation realm 100,000 years ago. After cultivating in seclusion for several years, he was now trying to produce the third great Dao lock. As long as he obtained some more refined stars, there might be hope in a few years. Once he made another breakthrough, the soul-controlling sect's ranking might go further. At this moment, in this mine, a huge amount of mineral marrow surrounded the barrier, providing a large amount of energy for the barrier at all times. Suddenly, Hu Daoyi felt that he had lost contact with his origin star. In the next moment, he felt that this place had become an independent space, and the entire void had been sealed. Who broke into our soul-controlling sect? Hu Daoyi suddenly soared into the sky, and the mountains and rivers above his head exploded. At the same time, he held a long stick and struck in the air, trying to penetrate the turtle shell sky sealing technique. However, the old turtle's soul power wasn't weak either. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a body, his strength might have immediately soared to the perfected star transformation realm. So how could this array be broken so easily? A scorching fist mark appeared on the barrier that Hu Daoyi had set up. The fist light carried an invincible aura, and its terrifying power was comparable to a monarch's blow. It happened to pierce through the array eye of his barrier. Hu Daoyi was appalled. His barrier had been broken before he saw the enemy clearly? Was the intruder so strong? Hualalala. When the blade tides poured out like raindrops, converging in the void and forming waves that rose and fell, Hu Daoyi roared and pierced through the vast sky with his rod, preventing the infinity water from approaching at all. In the next moment, Hu Daoyi felt that his head was muddled, as if his consciousness had been deprived by some kind of power. Fortunately, a pearl exploded in his mind, and Hu Daoyi broke free from this muddle-headed state while bleeding from his 7 orifices. At this moment, Hu Daoyi didn't dare to be negligent. 2 thick chains appeared on his body. Crack-a-crack. After 2 consecutive sounds, the great Dao chains broke. Hu Daoyi was furious. When his 3rd chain was about to be condensed, someone came to disturb him, forcing him to break the great Dao chains. It would take a lot of resources and at least hundreds of years for him to recover. Thinking of this, Hu Daoyi's anger filled his soul and blocked the void-stealing technique. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that having a strong soul power was indeed beneficial. He could even block the void-stealing technique. However, this person didn't completely block it. Although the 2 great Dao chains were broken, he was still stunned for a moment. Without further ado, Han Fei launched the silencing fist. Rumble! Hu Daoyi struggled to come back to his senses, but then he felt an extreme burning, and the feeling of life withering welled up in his heart. When the fist mark landed on him, in an instant, Hu Daoyi's Dao bones were shattered, and his flesh and blood splashed across the sky. However, at this moment he had completely sobered up. Although this blow was powerful, the power unleashed after he unlocked the great Dao locks was also extremely powerful, and his body recovered by half in an instant. At this moment, Han Fei roared, "Explode! Rumble!" The infinity water exploded in Hu Daoyi's flesh and blood, blowing him into pieces again. Han Fei didn't give him a chance to use his star bead at all. In this state, when Hu Daoyi's body was shattered and his soul hadn't gathered, it was a good opportunity for Han Fei to kill him in one fell swoop. On the second blow, Hu Daoyi was already exhausted. He reluctantly summoned 3 godly weapons in a row from his flesh and blood, trying to block Han Fei with the explosion of the godly weapons to buy himself some chances. However, the moment his 3 godly weapons appeared, they appeared beside Han Fei as if they had been subdued. What greeted him was a dazzling saber beam. Bang! A super powerhouse who had unsealed 2 great Dao locks had died. The old turtle was shocked. He said, "I'll seal this place now. As long as the turtle shell sky sealing technique isn't removed, the great Dao can't perceive it. Take this time to kill the other perfected star transformation realm cultivator." The old turtle was naturally talking about the perfected star transformation realm powerhouse who guarded the treasure house. Han Fei had the same plan. If he guessed right, the person he killed now should be one of the strongest in the soul-controlling sect. Once this person died and the perfected star transformation realm cultivator outside died, even if there was still someone who could control the 6-winged mineral worm, it wouldn't be of much use. When he returned to the treasure house, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Han Fei issued an order in his heart and activated the silencing fist again. This person exploded with a bang. Except for a trace of consciousness in his soul, there was nothing left. When Han Fei slashed out again, this person was completely killed. Yes, it would only take Han Fei 2 moves to kill a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. Rumble. When the weather changed, the old turtle also unlocked the turtle shell sky sealing technique. Rumble. 2 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses had died in a row. The weather here changed, and several peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses crossed the sky and looked over. When they realized the change, there was no way they could escape. Han Fei appeared and shouted, "The 7-kill army of the human race has arrived. Kill." In the next moment, Han Fei, the old turtle, Qin Cheng, the blood fiend puppet, and the perfected star transformation realm cultivator controlled by Han Fei attacked one after another. When Qin Cheng saw this scene, he was shocked. Han Fei had really done it. Judging from the weather, the soul-controlling sect must have suffered heavy losses this time. For a moment, the battle was intense. Han Fei, alone, used the void-stealing technique to instantly take down 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. The old turtle used the soul technique to sneak attack one of them. Qin Cheng and the blood fiend puppet each entangled one of them. The controlled perfected star transformation realm powerhouse attacked bravely in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge soul-controlling sect suffered heavy casualties. When the strong masters of the sky-opening realm joined the battle, the 7-kill army also joined the battle. Although the sky-opening realm powerhouses on Han Fei's side were generally weak, there were more than 100 of them, and those who had been captured tried to perform well and prove their loyalty. They couldn't fight a big battle, but they weren't afraid of the junior sky-opening realm powerhouses of the soul-controlling sect. The soul-controlling sect was completely caught off guard by Han Fei, who killed 2 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses and 5 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in an instant. In this state, the reaction of the remaining peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse was to escape. Almost in a moment, everyone who could escape had escaped. There was no peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator left here. Han Fei shouted, 7-kill army, listen to me. I only have one request for you, Slaughter. Today's Han Fei no longer showed any mercy. When the soul-controlling sect ambushed and hunted others, they should have realized that they would be targeted one day. Under the avalanche, no snowflake was innocent. Han Fei valued nurturing battle with battle. Ordinary people would take their time if they wanted to take down a sect, but in his opinion, it was too slow. There was plenty of time for his men to cultivate in his origin sea. However, battle was the fundamental condition for the rise of the strong. This battle lasted for more than 6 hours and was almost one-sided. As for the 6-winged mineral worms, because they were not controlled, very few of them participated in the battle, so Han Fei ignored them. 6 hours later, Han Fei had left. Half a day later, a powerhouse suddenly appeared in the sky above the soul-controlling sect at the speed of a light explosion. In the mining area, a line of words was imprinted on the cliff. The 7-kill army of the human race has visited here. Roar. When this person saw that the soul-controlling sect had become a mess, his entire face turned ferocious. What a human race. What a human butcher. The soul-controlling sect of the Central Sea Divine Realm will hunt you down forever.